Welcome to Renesmee, beautiful women and lovely men. Today I'm here with a brand new fanfiction, just like always. But before we start, I'm curious, which gender watches me the most? So if you're a woman, drop a bow emoji in the comments. And if you're a man, send me a bouquet of flowers emoji. Remember, I'm just a girl, buddy. Now let's get started. Hee hee. My hands are tangled in long black hair as I pull him closer. Soft lips ghost across my neck, and I sigh. I'm ready. I'm moaning and pushing against the warmth. Just when I think he's finally going to give me what I want. There's a loud ringing noise. It starts softly, and I try to ignore it. The touches become lighter as the sound grows louder. He's fading. As I slowly wake, he disappears completely. And I growl in frustration. So close. Now that I'm fully awake, I glance over at the clock on the bedside table. It isn't even 10 yet. Someone is going to die. The ringing stops as I push the comforter away and sit up. Before I can even stand, it starts again. Son of a bitch. Now, I'm pissed. Everyone knows not to call before noon in the summer. Or on Saturdays. I stumble down the stairs as quickly as I can and make a run for the kitchen. Hello. I'm out of breath and my voice is still scratchy from sleep. Bella. I should have known. Only one person is stupid enough to call me this early and have the audacity to be cheery about it. Emmett. I hiss his name like an expletive. You idiot. I was just about to have my wicked way with Chris Cornell. He was naked. Really naked, ND hot, and what the hell do you want anyway? By the time I finish, I'm shouting. And he's laughing. I'm so pissed, it takes a moment to register that he isn't the only one laughing. There are definitely two male voices laughing at my early morning tirade. What the hell, Emmett? Do you seriously still have that piece of shit Swatch phone? Who the hell is on the other receiver? Alec. Felix. I can't believe he still has the same phone he had in 6th grade. Twin receiver phones were all the rage. In 1987. You know what? I don't give a shit who it is. I'm going back to bed. Goodbye, Emmett. The PH1 is almost in the cradle when I hear him shout, wait. It would absolutely serve him right if I hang up on him. I'm tempted to do it, but I know Emmett, and even if I hang up, he'll call back over and over again until I answer. Fucker. I bring the receiver back to my ear, and I don't say a word. I think she hung up. That's not Emmett's voice. I don't recognize that voice. Who the hell is this? I question. I'm tired. I'm certainly not in the mood to play games. That's Edward. Right. I vaguely remember Emmett saying his mother's sister and her family would be moving to Port Angeles over the summer. I guess Edward must be the cousin from Seattle I've heard Emmett mention occasionally over the years. Well, nice to meet you, Edward. Hope you'll love it in the port. Emmett, are we done here? I would really love to go back to bed. I'm not kidding. There are only 2 weeks left until school starts, and my plan is to spend as much of that time sleeping as possible. So I'm guessing you don't and the souvenir I picked up for you in Jamaica. He has my attention now, and he knows it. I love presents. I take a deep breath, and dig around deep inside for the cordial person I know exists, but normally doesn't wake up until mid-afternoon. Of course I want it. What is it? I'm so sweet you could add me to a cup of coffee. Not telling. When can we hang? Are you free this weekend? I rack my brain. Not only because I want the gift, but also because I haven't seen Emmett since the last day of school. I spent the first few weeks of break wrapped up in forks, and dealing with the aftermath of Jake and I stopped that train of thought before the anger and disappointment swallow me. Then Em left for Jamaica, and I left with Renee for Mexico. I missed him. A little. I'll never, ever tell him that. He really is the only good thing about PA High. I've got plans with the pack this weekend. I don't have to fake the disappointment in my voice. I'd like to see Emmett. The pack. I'd forgot. And that Emmett's cousin was still on the line. He's been quiet, but it sounds like curiosity may have gotten the best of him. I open my mouth to explain, and Em beats me to it. The Forks pack. Bella, Alice, Leah, and Carmen, all smoking hot. Badass bitches. They've been the pack since 3rd grade. They're inseparable. I swallow down the lump that lodges in my throat every time I think of my girl. And how things were before Renee came back. We're inseparable. Were. I whisper it, hoping he can't hear the tears in my voice. Oh, please. Like school really matters. Is jovial and upbeat, and like always. He refuses to let me nosedive into negativity. How is Alice? Do you think she might be ready to let me in those panties yet? I have to laugh at this, because really, has been trying to score with my best friend. Alice Brandon, since 7th grade. She's told him a million times it will never happen. He never listens. Thank God one of them has a brain. Sure. I answer cheerfully. Yeah. Spur Whitlock would probably rip your head off for even trying, though. I give him the abbreviated version of the Jasper and Alice summer love story. The unabridged version isn't quite as flowery and picturesque. In fact, it's the stuff that pornos are made of, but those details are pack privileged. He's only mildly disappointed. It's not like has trouble finding play. So, I can tell by the way he draws out the word. He is about to say something that will be at least mildly upsetting for me. I ran into Embry the other day. No one runs into Embry Call. He's the only decent source in the Forks and Port Angeles area. He grew up in La Push and moved to the port as soon as he graduated from high school. He never liked the res. He works part-time in a video rental store, but he makes his EY selling weed and acid from a shitty apartment in the warehouse district. If ran into him, it was absolutely intentional. I haven't seen Embry in months. I bought an entire summer stash since knew I would spend most of my summer away from PA. I'm not friends with him, and I can't help but wonder why thinks I even care that he saw Embry. Then he drops a bomb. Jake was there. When I heard him talking to that guy Quill. He was wasted and talking about how that girl, that Maria chick. He pauses, but he doesn't have to. Of course I know who Maria is. I'm not sure I'm still breathing. Well, it turns out she gave him gonorrhea. He said he had green shit coming out of his dick. And you'll love this. The doctor had to stick some rod with spikes down in his dick hole and scrape out all the funk. I'm stunned. I have no idea what to say. God, Emmett. It's called the urethral opening. Edward sounds exasperated. Sorry. Drive. Dick. Emmett is laughing. I'm still silent, absorbing this newest revelation in the Bella, Jake saga. Bella. Edward sounds concerned. My silence must speak volumes. I still haven't found my voice. Come on, Bella. I thought you'd appreciate that. It's like dick karma, or something. He cheated and ended up with rot dick. He got what was coming to him. I told him so. I just wanted you to know. Have you, been checked out since the breakup? I blink. We didn't. Not after. Fuck. I'm dragging in deep breaths, trying really hard not to freak out. Protection. We always used protection, and he broke up with me the day after they. It is so pathetic that I can't talk about this. 3 months after the fact. Hey, M's voice is sympathetic now, and I hate it. I thought you'd be happy the asshole got what he deserves. Suddenly, I'm angry. I'm thrilled, Emmett. Now, I'm not just some pathetic chick who got cheated on and dumped. I'm the girl who got dumped for a skank with a crusty crotch. I feel so much better. I hate that I sound so bitter, but I can't help it. None of this was supposed to happen. I'm going to go. I'll call you later when I find out what the pack has planned for this weekend. Maybe we can hook up. I don't have to elaborate. He knows by hook up. Hang out. Any other context of hooking up between the two of us would just be gross. Sorry, Bella. And I can tell that he is. Even though none of it is his fault. 30 minutes later, I'm on Alice's bed relaying the entire conversation to her over bowls of fruity pebbles. She cackles, and green milk shoots out of her nose. It's enough to make me laugh, too. This is why I came here. If anyone can make things better, it's Alice. She's been my rock for ages, and she always knows exactly what I need. It turns out this morning I needed the kind of bowl you smoke on the back deck and a bowl of fruity pebbles. She recovers and tips the bowl to finish off the sugary milk, before slipping into the bathroom to clean the cereal debris from the stud in her nose. Gross. I like the way her nose ring looks. But not enough to deal with shit like that. I carry our dishes down to the kitchen. Her mom, Jeanette, comes in through the back door as I'm rinsing them in the sink. Rough night. I say it with a gentle smile, because I know Jeanette works her ass off as a nurse at the Forks Hospital. She hates working night shifts, but the money is better so she does it. Allie. C isn't spoiled and her dad sends child support, but Jeanette puts most of that into a college fund. She told me once that she hated the idea of her asshole ex-husband supporting her. So, she does had it takes to pay the bills on her own. It wasn't too bad. She's smiling, but her eyes are glazed, and I can tell she's exhausted. There are grocery bags in her arms, so I step out to her car to help with the rest. As we carry them in, she tells me about working late because her relief overslept and then taking care of errands so she can relax and do nothing until her shift tomorrow night. Alice comes into the kitchen as we bring in the last bags. She hugs her mom, sends her off to bed, and the two of us put away the groceries. Really, Bella, I'm glad Em told you about Jake. It actually gives me a reason to look forward to the first day of school. Maria has always been such a bitch to everyone. It's nice to have ammunition against the stupid witch. Just wait until we tell the other half of the pack. We'll make sure everyone at Forks High knows before the homeroom bell even rings. I don't know, Al. I shake my head, staring out the window. It won't change anything. Yeah, well, she should have stayed away from Jake. She knew you guys were together. Everyone knew you were together. Everyone but Jake. And this is what it all comes down to. No matter how much I'd like to blame Maria and dog her out, Jake was the only person who had any obligation to me. That's the part that hurts. She moves closer, putting one arm around my shoulder. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't have to, and she knows it. We've been over this before. Alice doesn't let me wallow. She pulls me into her room again, takes a seat on her bed, and pushes me down to the floor in front of her. I know what she wants. So I lean my head back into her lap. She brushes my hair and braids it as we listen to The Cure. I keep my eyes closed, and I relax. Al, yeah, what are we doing this weekend? I know we have plans, but I can't remember. Em wants to hook up sometime before school starts and we all get busy. Peter's band has a show at the Hole on Friday night. We could go. I know Peter would love to see you. Peter Whitlock is Jasper's cousin. He's 18, he's cute, and he's interested. I'm not. Sounds good. The Hole is in PA, so Em should be able to catch a ride. I'll call him later to let him know. Al. She hums in acknowledgement. And I continue. The show sounds good. But I'm not ready for anything. Peter is nice. I'm just not ready. Okay. Alice won't push me. I know she just wants me to be happy. I tried the relationship thing. I tried. And I ended up miserable. By the time Alice drives me home around 6, we've smoked 4 bowls, she's painted my fingernails and toenails black, and she's braid a rainbow assortment of embroidery string into my hair. Charlie glances up as I walk in the front door. He's planted on the couch with the remote and a 6-pack. He cocks his head to the side, inhaling deeply. You look like a hooligan. I glance down at my all-black ensemble and grimace. Thanks, Dad. He chuckles. Anytime, kid, anytime. There's pizza on the counter. I grab 2 slices and a glass of water before making my way back to Charlie. We watch TV for a bit. He leans forward during a commercial break, hands clasped in front of him. For the second time today, I'm apprehensive. I talked to Billy today. Fuck. It always comes back to Jake. I'm so sick of how everything always comes back to this. It's my own fault for ever believing that dating my father's best friend's son could end well. I stand. That's great, Dad. Good night. Sit down. He uses his chief of police voice on me. He knows it's far more effective than trying to act parental. I sit. I also cross my arms across my chest petulantly. My lips are mashed together in a thin straight line. I am pissed, and I want him to know it. He sighs. I wouldn't bother you with this, but it affects you directly. I think I might throw up. That son of a bitch told his father. Told his father about the crusties. He told his father, who told my father, and now Charlie is going to ask me if I have gonorrhea. Shoot me now. I close my eyes, waiting for it. There really isn't anything else I can do. I know you and Jacob didn't exactly end things amicably. Understatement of the year, Pops. But Billy and I have always been friends. We'll always be friends. He offered to sell me the old red truck at a reasonable price. I know it isn't new or even nice, but your birthday is coming up in a month. You'll be able to get your license, and it would be something for you to drive. My eyes and my mouth fly open simultaneously. Holy shit. Bella. He's admonishing me, but he's also smiling. Sorry. And I really don't know what to say. So I close my mouth. And throw myself at Charlie, hugging him tightly. He hugs me back, and I can hear him sniffing my hair. That's my cue to excuse myself before he smells the pot. I think he knows Alice and I smoke. But he hasn't chosen to address this particular activity. Yet. I gather all the dishes before making my way into the kitchen. The phone rings as I place them in the sink. I lift the receiver, expecting it to be Alice. Guess what, bitch? I squeal into the phone. Bella. It's a male voice. Definitely not Alice. This is Bella. Hi. This is Edward. Emmett's cousin. He stammers it out. The poor guy sounds like he's about to have a stroke. Oh. What the hell is Emmett's cousin calling for? I asked Em for your number. I hope you don't mind. What the hell? Why? It comes out sharply. I don't know this guy. And he doesn't know me. There is only one reason I can think of for him to call. And I'm not interested. I can hear him breathing. It takes a moment for him to answer, and when he does, I immediately feel like shit. I don't know anyone here except Em. He's the only person I've hung out with since I got here last month. School starts soon, and I just thought I might not seem like a total loser if someone other than my cousin spoke to me. I'm an asshole. He should know this right away if we're going to be friends. There is complete silence for a few moments, and then he laughs. He has a nice laugh. It's deep and rich and it doesn't sound fake at all. You're not like Emmett, I tell him. I can just tell. Emmett is loud and obnoxious. Emmett is in your face. This guy, Edward, seems shy and hesitant. Emmett is anything but shy. I suddenly feel very sorry for him. Port Angeles High is a nightmare, especially for new kids. I learned that lesson the hard way 2 years ago. Emmett was the only person who spoke to me for the first week. I can be nice and repay that kindness by returning it to his cousin. No. His answer is quiet, and he sounds sad. I'm not like Em at all. That's not a bad thing. I'm only half joking. I have a love-hate relationship with Emmett. He doesn't laugh. So, Edward, I exaggerate his name. Tell me about yourself. I use my best radio psychologist voice. It works and he snorts. I can't just talk about myself. That's just weird. He's playful, but serious. I get it. I don't like talking about myself either. Okay. Fair enough. I'll ask you questions. I'm nosy enough to do it, too. Only if I get a turn. Deal. There can't be much he doesn't already know about me if he's spent the last month with Emmett. Since it's my game, I decide to go first. Why did you leave Seattle? My dad's a doctor. He worked in an ER as a pediatrician in Seattle. I guess you could say he was burned out. He became a pediatrician because he loves kids. These last few years, he's barely been able to spend 5 minutes with his patients. He wanted something smaller. A smaller life. That's what my parents said, anyway. He sounds like he's said this 100 times. So you had to pick up and leave your friends and move. That sucks. I can totally empathize with this poor bastard. Only I got to keep my old friends. Forks is a lot closer than Seattle. I didn't have many friends. Just a few. I went to a private school. The kids there were all rich and stuck up. I hated it. I'm not really sorry that we left. What about you? Why are you the only one of the pack that goes to PA? Huh. Straight for the jugular. My mom teaches at PA. I consider leaving it at that, but for some reason I feel like that would be cheating. I went to Forks until 8th grade. When Renee, that's my mom, came back to Port Angeles, I agreed to live with her. The rest of the pack is still at Forks. So your parents split up? Yes. I was in elementary school when they split. Renee wanted to get her degree. She took classes at the community college in Port Angeles for a few years. She knew she wanted to be a teacher. She asked my dad to transfer to Seattle for a few years so she could finish up. He accepted the chief of police position and stayed in Forks instead. She left. I'm sorry. Everyone seems to be saying that to me today. Don't be. I'm fine. They're both fine. We're all better off. And that's the truth. It hurt when she left, but I'm older now, and I understand. So you stayed in Forks? With your dad? I did. Renee was busy with school. I stayed with Charlie during the school year. During holidays and summer breaks, I visited Renee. She finished her degree, became a teacher, and moved back to PA. I see. We're supposed to be talking about you. He has sufficiently distracted me by managing to steer the conversation away from himself. He laughs, telling me there is nothing interesting about him. But as I listen to him talk about his parents and the books he's read this summer, I know that isn't true. He turned 16 in June, and his parents bought him a Volvo. He likes to drive fast. He likes hair bands and grunge and blues guitar. He plays Sega. He plays baseball. And he runs. For fun. Why anyone would run for fun is beyond me. It took me over 20 minutes to run a mile in phys ed this past year. It took that long because I walked it. Bella Swan does not run. Edward laughs when I share this with him. He tells me the story of the first and only time he got drunk. He had 4 beers and threw up Kraft macaroni and cheese. Emmett made fun of him for a week. I only make fun of him for a few minutes. I tell him about the first time I got drunk. There was tequila and, strangely enough, vomit, and Emmett were also involved. I let him laugh at me again. The house is dark and quiet and we've been talking for hours, when I hear a woman's voice telling Edward that she needs the phone. He's polite and respectful as he asks for just a moment to wrap things up. I've gotta go, Bella. Thanks for talking to me. He sounds happy and sincere. It makes me happy too. Anytime, Edward. I don't remember the last time I had this much fun sober. We're just about to hang up as I realize I am missing one important thing. Edward. I whisper shout. Yeah, what's your name? Your last name, I mean. Cullen. Edward Cullen. Good night, Edward Cullen. Cullen. Mom. Edward Cullen. I repeat Edward's name for Renee again. I've asked her to see what she can do to get Edward in as many classes with me or Emmett as possible. I forgot to ask him last night if he registered for honors or regular classes. When I mention this to Renee, she tells me not to worry. She'll talk to Mrs. Leonard, the secretary, and see what she can do. I meet the pack at Alice's house at our scheduled rendezvous time. We catch up over lunch. Leah and Carmen haven't seen Alice since before she left to spend last month in Mississippi with her dad, the asshole. I don't really remember Alice's dad. He left Forks and his family long before we started grade school. Jeanette and Alice call him the asshole so much, I can't even remember what his real name is. The only reason Alice visits him at all is her little sister, Cynthia. Her half-sister anyway. She's only 6, and Alice adores her. It's obvious she does not adore her father or step-mommy. She's been complaining about them for the past half hour. Finally, Carmen interrupts, suggesting we catch a movie in Port Angeles. We all agree quickly since this is Forks, and there is absolutely nothing to do here at 3 o'clock on a Tuesday. Alice grabs the newspaper so we can check our options. She immediately chooses some Keanu Reeves surfer movie. We object and outnumber her, deciding to see some new release about a band playing soul music in Dublin. She pouts, but the unspoken agreement has always been majority rule. We pile into Leah's Civic hatchback since she's the only one who can legally drive. Alice drives her mom's car to my house and the grocery store with her permit, but only because she has an in with the chief of police. It reminds me of my good news, and I tell the girls all about my new truck. Which reminds me that I haven't shared the news about Jake's dick with Leah and Carmen yet. So, I do. They're horrified and gleeful. I expected as much. My girls all feel bad about what happened with me and Jake. They know how upsetting the whole ordeal was for me. They held me while I cried and fed me loads of chocolate chip ice cream. But, as much as they love me, they all loathe Maria. Ely is the biggest bitch on the planet. They're thrilled to death to find out she has rotten crotch. Luckily, we arrive at the movie theater before they decide to pull over at the nearest payphone to start spreading the news. The movie is good. So good, Alice decides she must have the soundtrack. We walk to the music store. I'm scanning titles when I hear his voice. Well, look who it is. Yeah. Kay is standing over me with a cocky grin plastered on his face. I feel small and trapped. I hate looking at his face. Leah comes up behind me, slipping her arm around my waist. Of course it would be Leah, she has a built-in Jake detector. She hates him even more than I do. Dog. Leah's tone is clipped and glacial. Mutt. His answering smile is disgusting. I can't believe he called her that. Leah's Eel dad was a well-respected tribe member, until he met and married Leah's mother. Sue worked at her brother's law office as a secretary. Harry hired her brother to assist with some land dealings. It was love at first sight. The tribe was unhappy with the union, but out of respect, kept quiet. Until Harry was killed in the same car accident that killed Jake's mom and left his father crippled. With Harry gone, Sue and her children were met with the vocal demonstration of just how very unwelcome they were. Leah and her brother, Seth, were picked on relentlessly. Leah failed third grade because of the harassment and her own grief. Sue moved the family to Forks over summer break that year. I can't believe he would say something so hurtful to one of my best friends. It gives me the courage to speak. How's your little green friend? Jake. I ask with a nod towards his crotch. His mouth drops open comically. I can feel mine harden into a thin line. He's looking around, probably trying to gauge how many people overheard my little outburst. I decide I'm nowhere close to being finished. I heard all about your unfortunate incident in the doctor's office, the scraper, the green puss, all of it. I make sure my voice is loud and clear enough for anyone in the music store to hear. He steps towards me, angry and promising. You little bitch, he hisses, grabbing my arm. Let go of me. I pull back my arm, and before I even realize it, punch him directly in the jaw with my opposite fist. The pain is so intense I have to inhale and double over. He laughs. He fucking laughs. And I decide my hand really doesn't hurt that much after all. I lunge for him, but before I make purchase, someone catches me around the middle and begins to drag me away. Don't you ever touch me again. Do you hear me, asshole? Don't put your filthy paws on me ever again. My arms are swinging wildly as I yell. I'm being carried out of the store. By a man. A large man. By the time we reach the sidewalk, I'm slapping at High's forearms, which are still locked tightly around my waist. Whoa. Settle down. If I put you down, will you quit fighting? My whole body relaxes at the sound of Emmett's voice in my ear. He lets go just as Alice, Carmen, and Leah come through the shop door. I'm breathing hard, so I fold over to put my hands on my knees. Big mistake. I cradle the sore one and begin to hop around. Ow, 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 I am half moaning, half sobbing. Now that the adrenaline is wearing off, it hurts. Like a son of a bitch. Carmen disappears into the burger joint next door as Emmett tries to convince me to let him look at the damage. He tells me to extend my fingers and then try to squeeze his hand. I do both, And it hurts like hell. He grins. Not broken. Carmen returns with ice wrapped in a dish towel. We slowly begin walk back towards the theater parking lot, Emmett in tow. The girls are happy to see Emmett. They aren't stuck with the big goof during the school year like I am. Emmett lived in Forks until his grandfather died at the end of 6th grade. His father's job was in Port Angeles and so was his grandfather's paid-off house. It made sense for them to move. They all chat and flirt with him, because and though only one of them would touch him, he's still a hot guy. And he's nice, funny, and charming. Emmett's the real deal. His only fault just happens to be his biggest fault. He's a player. Carmen is the only one of us who has actually been on the receiving end of that fault. It broke her heart and her cooch, but both mended fairly quickly. She's smiling at him now like she wants a repeat performance. Alice invites him to the show at the Hole on Friday. He's all dimples as he hugs us goodbye and promises to see us on Friday. He pulls me over to the side while the others are getting in the car. Will you ask Edward to come on Friday? He implores. If I invite him, he'll think I'm doing it for a ride. If you invite him, he might actually come. The pain in my hand is irritating, and I've developed a bit of a headache to match. Emmett, I've only talked to Edward once. It isn't like we talk all the time. Okay. He nods looking at something behind me. Just promise me if you talk to him again, you'll ask him to come. I nod before ducking into the passenger seat. I think we should swing by to see my mom. Alice's voice is quiet, but firm, as Leah maneuvers out of the parking lot. I'm fine. I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want Charlie to know about this. B. Your hand is swollen, and it's 3 different colors. I love Emmett to death, but he's no doctor. Alice is right. You need to have it checked out. Carmen leans forward to inspect my hand as she makes her pronouncement. Agreed. Leah drives in the last nail. Fucking majority rule. Mrs. Mallory is working the admissions desk when we arrive. Alice asks her to call Jeanette as Carmen signs me in. We don't even make it over to the waiting room before Jeanette is at Alice's side, eyeing her up and down, making sure she's okay. Alice stops her fussing immediately. Not me, Mom. Bella hurt her hand. Jeanette motions for me to follow her. Alice joins me as Carmen and Leah disappear into the waiting room. How did you hurt your hand, Bella? Jeanette's voice is laced with concern. Oh, Mom. It was great. We ran into Jake, and he acted like a total asshole. Then Bella got in his face about his Green Johnson, and he tried to grab her. Bella was like, no. Then she went all Mike Tyson on his face. Alice manages to say all of this in one breath and even adds a crazy deep cartoon villain voice for the no. I just want to go home, take some aspirin, and maybe smoke a bowl. Jeanette points out a bed for me to sit on before pulling the curtain all the way around it. She moves to my side, putting her arm around me. Don't let him get to you, honey. He isn't worth it. She sounds so sad and far away when she says this. Like she's had years and years of experience. Dr. Garandi makes a quick appearance. After a semi-painful exam, he orders X-rays. The whole ordeal takes about an hour. My hand isn't broken, but it is sprained. He wants me to rest and ice it for a couple of days. He gives me a brace, telling me to wear it for a week. And then come back if it hasn't gotten better. Jeanette promises to keep an eye on it. We pick up burgers on the way back to Alice's house. We sprawl out across her bed with paper plates and cans of Sprite. Alice sticks a movie in the VCR before joining us. We take a break halfway through The Princess Bride. The weather is the kind of perfect mild that makes you want to stretch out under the stars in the backyard. So we do. Alice fires the joint, and we pass it down the line. Leah waits until my second hit to speak. You know he's an asshole, B. That none of that shit was your fault. I don't answer because I'm not sure exactly how much of what happened is my fault. Jake has always been an asshole, even when we were little kids. I tried to be nice when you two were together. But I never understood why you wanted to be with him. I've wondered the same thing myself. Jake and I have nothing in common except a really long history. After Mom left, Dad was forced to take me along on all of his trips to the res. Jake and I got stuck with each other. We just made the best of it and latched onto each other. We were the best of friends. Then, I got boobs, and he got boners, and things got complicated. I don't want to talk about any of that right now, so I shake my head and shrug my shoulders a bit before asking, "Can you give me a ride home?" "Sure, sure," she answers with a small grin. Leah drops me off on the way to take Carmen home. The house is quiet, and there's a note on the kitchen table from Charlie. He's at the station taking care of some paperwork. I'm staring at the contents of the fridge when the phone rings. Hello. I plop down into one of the mismatched kitchen chairs as I answer. Bella. It's Edward. At least, I'm pretty sure it's Edward. He sounds funny. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but my response sounds like a question. Are you okay? He sounds worried. I puzzle over this for a moment until I realize that he must know about my confrontation with Jake. Emmett has a big mouth. Huh. I'm a little pissed that Emmett would tell anyone about what happened earlier today. No, I was in the store when it happened. I didn't know it was you until after. Emma. TT didn't tell me it was you until he came back to the store. That guy, Jake. He's your ex. I am so embarrassed. I just want to crawl into my bed and stay in it for the next 10 years. He's stupid, you know. Edward's voice is soft. He looked miserable after Emmett carried you out of there. That's because we were friends. Really best friends before everything got so messed up. I'm sniffling a little. I'm sorry, he says simply. And something in me breaks, because that's all I've ever really wanted anyone to say about my breakup with Jake. When it happened, everyone took sides and hurled insults. My friends were pissed. Jake's friends were defensive. And my dad just shrugged it off as part of growing up. Maybe this neutrality is exactly what I need. Edward doesn't know Jake. Hell, Edward doesn't even know me. He doesn't know anything about either of us. I start talking. I tell him about building mud pies on the beach with Jake while our parents cooked out when we were kids. I tell him about Jake's mom dying and my mom leaving. I tell him about holding hands and first kisses. I tell him about living one life in Port Angeles, another in Forks, and trying to fit a boyfriend somewhere in the middle. I tell him about recognizing all the warning signs and using sex as a last-ditch effort to save a sinking relationship. He listens as I spill my ugly guts over the phone. He doesn't judge. He doesn't say, "Well, what did you expect?" He's just quiet. I stop talking. I am mortified. I can't believe I just told a complete stranger about my pathetic love life. I stretch the long phone cord as I step out to the back porch. I dig around under Charlie's chair until I find the pack of Camels I keep for emergencies. I light up as he exhales loudly. Then he talks. He tells me about the only girl he's ever dated. Her name is Maggie. And she was never really his girlfriend because he was too afraid to ask her to be. He tells me the one time they tried to do it, her little brother opened her bedroom door right as he achieved penetration. He tells me Emmett and all of his friends back home call him a virgin. They say, since no one finished, it doesn't count. He tells me the real reason his family left Seattle and moved to Port Angeles is to save his parents' marriage. His mother wants his father to spend more time with the family. His life isn't perfect either. And God, I'm a little he doesn't think I am a complete loser. So you smoke? He asks casually. Sometimes. I exhale. I smoke when I'm stressed. I prefer weed, but I'm still a little buzzed from earlier. So, I'm settling for a Camel. You're stressed now. He sounds genuinely confused. I don't like talking about the stuff that happened with Jake. It still hurts, and I'm still pissed. Okay. He says thoughtfully. We don't have to talk about Jake anymore. Hey, Edward. Yes, Bella. Can you hang on a second? I place the phone on the chair and move across the patio to the lounge chair. I drag the lounger over towards the back door. I maneuver it so the phone cord will reach, and I sink into it. I'm back, I say quietly. What were those noises? He laughs softly. It's beautiful outside tonight. I moved a lounger across the porch so I could relax out here and still talk to you. I had to make sure the phone cord would reach. Hang on a sec. I hear noises for a few moments, and then he's back. What was that? I tease. I was opening my window. You're right. It is really nice out tonight. Edward. Do you have plans Friday night? Bella. Who would I have plans with? You and Emmett are the only people I know here. Well, you know what I mean. He sounds unsure as he trails off, but I know what he means. It does feel like we know each other. Only we've never met. It's time to rectify that. There's a show this Friday night at the Hole. My friend Peter's band is playing. They're pretty good. Like a mix between surf music and alternative. I told Emmett earlier. You guys could come together and meet us there. We could hang out. Have fun. You're sure? He sounds skeptical. Of course I'm sure. I respond quickly. It will be fun. Do you need a ride? He asks hesitantly. No. I'm good. Leah will drive. We'll come back to Forks after the show. I'm staying here with my dad until the weekend before school starts, I tell him. This reminds me of my earlier conversation with Renee. Now would probably be a good time to confess my meddling. So, I begin. I asked my mom if she could help adjust your schedule. Only to make sure you have some classes with me and Emmett. We're sophomores, but I'm taking several honors classes that I'm sure will have some juniors in them. Bella. He interrupts. I'm not a junior. I'm a sophomore, too, he says. I'm confused. But you drive. You said you got your license in June. Crap. He must have failed a grade. Like Leah. I hope I haven't embarrassed him. Yes, I drive, he begins. He doesn't sound angry or embarrassed, just straightforward. I turned 16 in June. I had to repeat kindergarten because of the attendance policy in my old district. I had chicken pox, a viral infection, and the flu that year. I missed more than the maximum number of days allowed. But it was kindergarten, I argue. Yes, it was. My parents went to the board to try to appeal the decision, but rules are rules. That's when they enrolled me in private school. Well, that sucks. It looks like you and I will be the only sophomores at PA with wheels, I tell him. Oh really? He asks. Yeah, I answer. My birthday is September 13th. Renee threw a fit about letting me start kindergarten as a 4-year-old. And she held me back a year. She claims even to this day that children with late birthdays benefit from waiting. You know, I'm supposed to be more confident and more mature than my classmates. And are you? He asks playfully. No, I answer as I think about my reaction to Jake today. I'm not. At least I got cool friends out of the deal. And I get to drive. Screw maturity. We say goodnight. And Edward promises to call before Friday to finalize the details. I take 3 Tylenol to help with the throbbing in my hand and 1 Benadryl to help me fall asleep. The cool, crisp sheets are a welcome relief. I fall asleep pondering the many pitfalls of maturity. Is Emmett coming tonight? Alice asks as she thumbs through the latest issue of Rolling Stone. She is sitting in my rocking chair with her legs crossed. And I am on my knees on the floor trying to reach a pair of black Chinese flats that somehow got kicked under my bed. Yes. Edward Saeed, they'll be there around 8. Finally, I get 2 fingers on 1 shoe. And it's enough to pull it towards me. I use it to drag its mate out as well. You know, you could have saved a lot of time and effort by using a clothes hanger to fish those things out. Alice keeps her face buried in the Tom Petty article she is pretending to read. What else did Edward say? I stand and walk across the room. I keep myself busy searching for something to wear. Trying to come up with some sort of answer to her question. Edward called Wednesday night and last night. We talked until well after midnight both nights. There is no way for me to explain to Alice all the things we've talked about. Last night, we even watched a movie together. Sort of. We talked on the phone while watching Raising Arizona together on HBO. Well, she peeks over the top of the magazine at me. I smile. I can't help it. He said, maybe it was Utah. He really did. He quoted the lines from HI's last speech word for word right along with Nicolas Cage. She puts down the magazine and stands. She walks right up to me, stares at my face for a few seconds, and then she scoops her oversized drawstring purse off the floor. Let's get you ready. She digs out eyeliner and mascara. I peel off the boxers and t-shirt I've been lounging in all day. I take a white lacy bra out of the top drawer of the dresser. No. Wear the black one. I shrug, pulling out the black satin Victoria's Secret bra instead. Once I'm dressed, I can see why she suggested it. The outline of black stands out beneath the threadbare, white Wizard of Oz shirt I'm wearing. It matches the long, black skirt I picked in the flats. At the last moment, I decide to add a pair of black and white striped tights. Perfect. She's smiling with her eyes in her mouth, so I know I must look good. I let Alice apply the makeup. She's much better with eyeliner than I am. Charlie knocks, calling out that Leah is here. We grab our bags, making our way downstairs. Alice walks outside to give me a moment with Charlie. I'm spending the night with Alice. So I'll see you tomorrow. I reach up on my toes to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. He pulls out his wallet before handing me a $20 bill. I pretend to protest until he shoves it into my fist. I turn, smiling as I walk towards the door because that was just too damn easy. Be careful, he says. Love you, Dad. And I'm out the door. I ease into the passenger seat, closing the door as Leah pulls away from the curb. I toss the hand brace in the backseat as soon as we leave my street. Charlie has been making wear that thing for 2 days straight, but I refuse to wear it tonight. Trade ya, Carmen says as she tosses a dime bag and papers into my lap. Seriously? I ask, bugging my eyes at her. I'm injured. And I wave my hand in her face. She laughs. Just roll it, bitch. You'll be better at it handicapped than any of us are on a normal day. There is no point arguing her logic. So, I open the baggie, and get to work. In the time it takes to listen to Red Rain and Sledgehammer. I've rolled 3 of the most beautiful joints known to man. I hand them to Carmen, who slides them into an open pack of Marlboros. She tells me to keep the baggie and papers in my bag, just in case. I shake my head, but comply. Why these bitches can't roll their own is beyond me. Bella's made a new friend, Alice says as she looks out the window at the disappearing forest. Suddenly, I find the passing scenery just as interesting as she does. I can see my reflection in the window as I wait for them to pounce. What kind of friend? Leah sounds confused. Evidently the kind related to Emmett McCarty. His cousin, Edward, moved to the port over the summer. He likes talking to our Bella, Alice replies as she pats the back of my head. I turn in my seat so I can give her a nasty look. She's smiling, showing me every one of her teeth. I sigh. He just wants to know some people at PA before school starts. The last thing I need is these 3 meddling. They love to meddle. What does he look like? Carmen is licking her lips. It bothers me. The question bothers me too, because I have no idea what Edward looks like. I've never even given it a thought. He has a beautiful voice and a laugh that makes me feel happy. I wonder if he looks like Emmett. Oh, hell. You've never even met this guy, have you, B? Leah is obviously annoyed. We talk on the phone, I mumble weakly. Leah is incredulous. What the hell could you possibly talk about with someone you've never even met? Oh, come on. He's Emmett's cousin. Stop acting like I dialed a 1-800 serial killer number, I snap at her. He's nice. And I'm going to see him at school every day anyway. This is stupid. There is a long silence following my little tirade. Alice, ever the peacemaker, pulls a joint from Carmen's pack and fires it up. She inhales deeply, closes her eyes, and passes it off to Carmen. Leah gives me a small, sheepish grin when I hand it to her moments later. I return it. We keep the windows down long after we're finished smoking. There is a light breeze blowing through my hair, and the sun is casting golden hues between the branches of the trees we pass. It's beautiful, really. We pull into the parking lot at Safeway around 7:30. The hole is next door, but the two are separated by a two-lane side street. Leah parks in the front corner of the lot, close to the street. There's Jasper, Carmen says, pointing to Peter's truck, which is parked on the street in front of the bar. And Peter. Damn, she adds as Peter lifts an amp and hands it over the side of the truck to Jasper. Damn is right. Peter is a hot motherfucker. His white blonde, shoulder-length hair is framing his face as he leans bent over, propping himself with splayed hands on the truck bed. He watches Jasper until he's out of sight and then turns his attention back to the equipment in the truck. Wow. Leah breathes. Alice is the only unimpressed person in attendance. She's been busy studying her reflection in a compact while applying lip gloss. She hasn't even glanced over at the hole once since our arrival. We exit the car, locking the passenger side at Leah's request. Jasper spies us as he exits the bar. He smiles, causing Alice to make a weird little squealing noise beside me. She has her tongue down his throat before any of us can even say hello. I don't get it. Jasper isn't ugly by any means, but I just can't see the draw. His hair is a darker shade of blonde than Peter's. It's also longer and naturally wavy. He looks like a freaking hair band singer. Bret Michaels or Yanni Lane. Take your pick. I've never seen the guy wear shorts. And I think he may own every single Metallica shirt ever pressed. Bangers just don't do anything for me. They stop kissing before anything overly disturbing happens, thank God. Ladies, Peter says, jumping to the pavement in front of us. Carmen giggles like an idiot. I don't know if it's the pot or Peter's hotness causing this momentary loss of sanity. I roll my eyes and start to say hello. But I'm interrupted by Leah snickering to my left. Carmen is leaning on her arm, laughing and holding onto it with both hands while trying to stay upright. Jasper and Peter are staring at them with blank looks on their faces. Alice, like me, is annoyed. Peter, I say, do you have a light? I dig through my bag, trying to fish out a camel. I step around Leah and Carmen, who are finally attempting to end their giggle fit. He hands me a purple Bic. Sorry, I whisper as he leans his head towards mine. They're stoned. No, really, he says sarcastically, brows arched. I smile before he excuses himself. He and Jasper are back to work. Alice and I decide that a quick trip to Safeway is necessary. She wants chili cheese Fritos, and I wouldn't mind having some Hostess chocolate cupcakes. Leah and Carmen are slightly ahead of us as we approach the store. What the hell was that back there? Alice laughs. Carmen looks away sheepishly. I'm sorry. I crushed on him so hard last school year. And he didn't even know I was alive. It just seemed really ironic that he was standing 2 feet away. And that voice. I just freaked. That was smooth. I snicker. Alice looks at Carmen, then Leah. Well, you definitely had his attention. This will be one of those embarrassing moments we'll talk about a year from now. We've had tons of these moments through the years. We've done a lot of stupid shit. Finally, we reach the damn snack aisle. It takes forever for them to figure out what they want. I glance down at my watch. 5 until 8. Edward and Emmett will be here any minute. My stomach twists a little at this realization. I hope Edward is cool and not some kind of asshole. Or weirdo. Focus. Guys, today would be great, I whine. I want a chance to meet Edward before the show starts. They finally pick out snacks. And we make our way to the registers. I stop at one of the drink coolers to grab a peach, clearly Canadian. Get me a cherry, Leah says. The male cashier is gaping at Alice. Her long hair is braided in pigtails. She is wearing a white V-neck men's undershirt with a short plaid skirt. She is totally rocking the sexy innocent look, and we're never going to get the show. Because this guy can't stop staring at Alice's cleavage. Hey, dude, she's got a gigantic cowboy boyfriend. Like real Clint Eastwood shit. So, can you, get back to work so we can get the hell out of here? I say pointedly. I feel kind of bad for being such a bitch, but I am starting to feel really antsy and nervous. I need to get out of this store. I pay first before scrambling outside. I have no idea why I am freaking out. I look out across the parking lot and see Emmett closing the door of a silver Volvo 480. My heart is thundering in my chest as I let my eyes move left towards the driver's side of the car. There is a tall guy dressed in jeans, a black t-shirt, and black Vans. His hands are tucked into his front pockets. The back of his head is shaved close, but his bangs are long and unruly. I let out a breath. I am secretly relieved he isn't some kind of freak. Not that I ever thought he was. Or at least I never thought about it until the pack made such a big deal about the fact that I've never even seen him. I am so caught up in my inner ramblings, I miss the fact that the others are now standing with me. What are we looking at? Leah whispers from my left. Og. I startle and yell. Emmett's head whips around. He smiles hugely when he spots us. Edward turns to face us fully. His face is decent too, it seems. His cheeks carry the slightest hint of leftover baby fat. He has thin wire rim glasses. They're a little geeky, but mostly they just make him look smart. Leah links her pinky. We mind pulling me forward. I start to freak out a little inside, because I'm not Sir. If Edward and I will click in person the way we do over the phone. Emmett introduces him to the other girls. He smiles shyly, mumbles a greeting, and then his eyes are on me. Hey, Bella. His voice, if possible, is even better in person. The sound of it eases my worry. Hey, I say, stepping into his personal space. I feel like we've passed the awkward handshake stage. He knows things about me that make him hug-worthy. He must sense my intent, because he steps forward and we embrace. His t-shirt is soft cotton, and I've never smelled anything in the world like this boy. Nice to meet you, he whispers. Cinnamon breath near my ear mingles with the scent of soap and aftershave on his skin. My turn, M says as he pulls me away from Edward. He throws one gigantic arm over my shoulder, reaching for the small paper sack in my hand. What's this? I yank the sack away from him. This, I say, while holding up my treasure, is a snack. He chuckles as I move away from him. There is no way in hell I am sharing these cupcakes. Alice plops down in the center of the parking space next to the Volvo. Leah and Carmen move to join her. I hesitate, looking at Edward. I want to invite him to sit with us, but it seems M has other plans. We'll meet you inside, Emmett says to us as he jerks his head in the direction of the club. Edward shrugs helplessly before following him across the narrow side street. Well, Leah drawls. He's no Quasimodo. Thank God. He might be cool to hang out with. He's cool, Alice agrees. He's cute, Carmen adds. I glare at her. She shrugs. What? Does he have a girlfriend? No, I say irritably. He does not have a girlfriend. She smiles lazily as she lifts a can of Coke to her lips. I peel the icing off of the cupcake so I can eat it before I say something I will regret. I stare at Carmen as she looks around the parking lot. Her short, blonde hair is cut in an inverted bob. She has perfectly symmetrical lips with a smattering of freckles across her cheeks and the peak of her nose. Her skin is lightly tanned from spending most of the summer at the pool at the Y. She's petite like Alice and incredibly pretty. And she's pretty promiscuous to boot. Definitely not the type of girl Edward would want. Relax, B, she says, swinging her head around to look me in the eye. I get it. I was just curious. Whatever, I mumble. I just don't want things to get complicated with me being in the middle of something like that. Last spring was miserable for me. I had to listen to you and Emmett bitch about each other for 2 weeks. No offense, but I don't want a repeat with Edward. I get it. Don't fuck your friends from PA. Her mouth is twitching a little, so I know she isn't angry. What about Felix? Felix is a larger, dark-haired version of Jasper, only he goes to PA and his poison is AC/DC. And I never hang out with Felix one-on-one or have late-night phone conversations with him. He's all yours. She tosses her head back, laughing for a moment before we hear the muffled sound of a drum. Sound check. Leah declares as she starts to gather the trash from our impromptu asphalt picnic. A small line has gathered on the sidewalk in front of the hole. I recognize some older kids from Forks. Peter just graduated in the spring, and it looks like he still has quite the following. We pay the doorman a $5 cover charge in exchange for a glow-in-the-dark hand stamp of the club logo and today's date. There are 20 or so small tables with matching chairs bunched together in the back of the bar, leaving a 10-foot space open all the way around the stage. There are PEOPL milling about as Peter and the rest of the band do final equipment checks. Carmen spots Felix at the bar. She winks at us before disappearing into the small crowd. Edward and Emmett are seated at a table in the rear of the club, near the bar and almost as far away from the stage as possible. Alec Nelson and his twin sister, Jane, are sitting with them. Edward is relaxed as he laughs and talks to Alec, waving his hands around animatedly. Jane leans forward offering Edward something from her hand. He shakes his head, so she repeats the action with Emmett, who whispers something in her ear as she brings her hand to her mouth, placing her pointer finger on her tongue. Alice leans in close to tell me she is going to find Jasper. I can see him standing with Brent Mallory close to the stage, so I point her in the right direction. I'm just going to say hi to Alec and Jane. I'll meet you up there, I assure her as Leah pulls her away. I make my way over to their table. There are 2 open seats. One is between Edward and Jane. The other is between Alec and Jane. I take one deep breath before dropping into the chair next to Edward. Bella. Jane leans forward until her face is only inches from mine. Dose. No, thanks. I shrug. Not my thing. I hate acid. Good summer. Yes. You. She looks bored for a moment, then nods and retreats into her seat. Something near the stage has caught her attention. With Jane sufficiently distracted, I greet the rest of the table. Alec and I exchange quick pleasantries, moments before Peter walks up to the mic to thank the crowd for showing up tonight. The regular lighting is cut for the entire room, with the exception of a few above the bar. It's an all-ages show, so the only thing they'll be serving is Coca-Cola products, anyway. Felix and Carmen join us as we move towards the stage. I hang back deliberately so I can walk with Edward. He hasn't said a word to me since I've come in. Hey, I say, lightly touch his forearm. Everything okay? Yeah, Bella. Lauren Mallory interrupts him, throwing her arm around my neck and pulling me into her chest. Oh, Jesus. She's drunk. I can smell vodka on her breath. It's mingling with the scent of the Electric Youth perfume she's wearing. I pull my head away from her body as quickly as possible. I smile, but before I can say anything, the music starts. I lean forward to wave at Mike Newton and Jessica Stanley, who are standing behind Lauren. They wave back, and Jessica makes an apologetic face, rolling her eyes as she nods in Lauren's direction. I give her my best "it's no big deal" face before turning my attention to the stage. I've seen Peter's band, Partial Obliteration, one time before. It was about a year ago. I can hardly believe this is the same band. They've gotten really good. I look over to see if Edward likes the music. He's watching the band, head bobbing lightly to the beat. I must stare for too long, because he glances down at me with a questioning look on his face. I stretch a bit, and he lowers his head so he can hear me. Do you like it? He leans his head down until his mouth is right beside my ear. I do. It's like something out of a David Lynch movie, he answers. I smile, nodding, because that was an awesome answer. We don't speak again during the show. I stay close to him. Occasionally, our arms or hands brush. Each time it happens, I smile. Much too soon, Peter is thanking everyone again. People start to file out as the band starts to tear down. Emmett introduces Edward to Lauren, Mike, and Jessica. A moment later, the boys are discussing sports, and I am being ushered outside by Jessica and Lauren. We make it all the way back to the Safeway parking lot before Lauren speaks. Would it be some sort of violation of our friendship if I fuck Emmett? Oh, dear God, I don't know what disturbs me more. Knowing she wants to fuck Emmett, or the fact that she thinks we actually have a friendship. I like her, sure. She's sweet, funny, and we get along, but we never hang out together. She's a junior at Forks. And she's in show choir. Yeah, we have nothing in common. Lauren, please fuck Emmett. I would consider it a great personal favor. I could actually care less if the two of them even speak. But Lauren is hot and M will owe me. Forever. Emmett, it seems, has something else in mind. He and Edward have returned to the Volvo, and he is motioning for me to join them. Hang on. I tell her before making my way towards the car. What's going on, Emmett? He looks down, grin, and whispers, I have something for you, remember? Well, give it to me. Get in. I'll be right back. I need to tell Lauren not to go anywhere, he says. Are we going somewhere? I ask Edward as I settle in the backseat. I have no idea, he answers, shaking his head. Emmett gets in, and opens the console. He hands me a white paper sack. I open the bag cautiously. Then it dawns on me. My present, I say excitedly. There is a small hand-carved wooden pipe resting at the bottom of the bag. I take it out to examine it more closely. There are lovely, exotic flowers carved into the bowl. It's beautiful. Wow, it's so pretty. You shouldn't have. I got it in Jamaica. Try it out. I look at Edward. I'm not sure if it's cool to just light up in his car. I don't even know if he smokes. I don't mind, Bella, Edward says, starting the car. I'll drive around so we'll be less obvious. Who am I to argue? I pull the baggie from my purse as Edward leaves the parking lot. I pack the bowl, tossing seeds and stems out the small crack in the window. Are you smoking, Edward? I ask, seconds before I light the bowl. No. You guys go ahead, he replies. Ed doesn't smoke and drive. He's scared he might wreck his precious Volvo, Emmett laughs. Edward makes the block a few times before bringing us back to the Safeway lot. Hey, Lauren wants to get in your pants. She asked me earlier if I cared. I told her to go for it. See, Edward, I told you she wanted it, Emmett says, elbowing Edward's arm. Did Newton bring the Suburban? I'm stunned. You can't fuck her in the parking lot. Why not? He seems puzzled. Because, I stress, Brent Mallory is here. If he finds you fucking his little sister, he'll kill you. His band is up next. He'll be busy. He's the one that gave her the damn booze, so he must not be too concerned about what Lauren does. Well, she's sober now, and you need to be careful, I warn as he gets out. And I follow from the back seat. I'm left alone with Edward for the first time. I really don't want to watch Brent's band, Burning Imbeciles. I like them, but they're punk, and I'm in the wrong shoes for a mosh pit. Can we go to Wendy's? I blurt. Sure, he says, smiling as I climb into M's abandoned seat. There's one on East First. It's just a few blocks away, I say as he pulls out onto 3rd Street. He's quiet as I direct him to the restaurant. I try to engage him in conversation once or twice, but he gives me 1 or 2 word answers and silence. By the time he parks the car, I'm frustrated. Is something wrong? I ask, looking him straight in the eye. No. His eyes are wide as he answers. You've barely spoken a word to me all night, I whisper, turning to look out the windshield. My feelings are a little hurt. I've spent hours talking on the phone with this boy, and now that we've met, I get the distinct feeling he doesn't really like me. I was nervous. I'm still nervous, he says sincerely. You were fine around the others, I counter. He didn't seem shy talking to Alec, Jane, or Mike. They're not you. But you know me. Exactly, he says. I don't give a shit what any of them think. He turns in his seat to face me. I do the same. I do care what you think, he whispers. I feel a strange fluttering in my chest as I exhale. I don't want us to be weird around each other, I tell him earnestly. Okay. No weirdness. Got it. He's being playful. But when he grins at me, I notice the tiniest, most adorable, little gap between his 2 front teeth and how full his red lips are. Shit. This is not good. I do not need to be attracted to anyone right now. Especially Edward. He's nice and sweet, and we're friends. Just friends. I need a junior bacon cheeseburger now, I tell him. What I really need is a distraction. And some space. Being cooped up in the front seat of this car that smells like Edward is obviously affecting my ability to think clearly. Or it could be the pot. Oh, get a little horny when I'm stoned, and that might explain the sudden interest in Edward Cullen's mouth. Let's go, he says, exiting the car. I grab my bag and do the same. We walk together across the parking lot. And he holds the door for me as we enter the restaurant. I smile at the gesture as he places his hand on the small of my back as we make our way to the counter. We order 3 junior bacon cheeseburgers, fries, and 2 Cokes. He pays despite my protests. Once we've found a table, I watch in horror as he removes the pickles from his burgers. How can you eat a burger without pickles? I ask incredulously, while confiscating the pickles and adding them to my own burger. He shrugs with his mouth full of burger. Crazy, I mutter before biting into my own. Do you really think that Brent guy will kick Emmett's ass? He asks. I feel so much better now that I've eaten. Edward is still working on his fries. Probably not, I concede. Brent's 20, and Emmett is a minor. I doubt Brent wants to go to jail. He's always been weird with Lauren. He's protective, but he always lets her party at his apartment. He doesn't care that she drinks or smokes, but he doesn't want her to act like a slut or be treated like one. I think he knows she isn't a virgin, but he doesn't want to see the proof. Know what I mean? He nods as I continue. Besides, Jessica and Mike usually make sure that Lauren doesn't get out of control. They're together. Mike and Jessica? He asks. Yeah, since 8th grade. They're Ferk's golden couple. He plays football. She cheers and she's in concert choir and show choir. She's probably going to be the valedictorian next year, too. She's wicked smart. You like them, he murmurs. Yeah, well, he sounds uncomfortable. They're different from you and Alice and the others. Preppy. I supply. He nods. I chew on the inside of my cheek as I formulate my response. No one cares about that shit in Forks. We aren't best friends or anything, but we all grew up together. Jessica's mom babysat several of us after school in elementary. Forks isn't like PA. There aren't any cliques in Forks. You miss it. Forks. I mean, he says quietly. I shrug. I do miss Forks, but I know how much it means to Renee for me to live with her. How is your hand? He asks, as he reaches for it. He takes my hand in his, turning it over as he inspects it. I'm frozen in place, holding my breath. His fingers are so soft and so warm on my skin. I shiver. He looks up at me, concerned, and I notice that behind the dorky frames, his eyes are a beautiful shade of mossy green. I swallow hard. Fine, I whisper. All better. I hate that he hurt you, he says. I don't think he's talking about my hand anymore. I'm fine, I assure him. We'd better get back. The pack will think that you've carried me off somewhere to murder me. He smiles, relinquishing my hand. I would never hurt you, Bella. I know, I reply. I don't know how I know this, I just do. By the time we get back to the hole, the imbeciles have finished, and the parking lot is crowded. I can see my girls standing with Jasper, Peter, Emmett, and the crew from Forks. Thanks for taking me, Edward, I tell him as he parks next to Mike's Suburban. You don't have to thank me, Bella. I'm glad we got to spend some time together. Alone, I mean. His cheeks are pink and he's adorable. I need to get the hell out of his car and away from his scent, before I do something stupid. I open the door as he asks, can I call you later? Tonight. I shake my head. I'm spending the night with Alice. He looks disappointed, and I hate it. I'll be home tomorrow. Tomorrow, he says, smiling. Oh God. He has dimples. I smile, wave, and close the car door. Emmett walks over to me, and after a quick goodbye hug, he and Edward are gone. Carmen talks about Felix for the entire hour it takes us to get back to Forks. I don't pay much attention. I'm busy thinking about warm fingers and green eyes. Later, as I toss and turn in Alice's bed, I realize I've talked to Edward every night this week before bed. I have a strong urge to call him, to say goodnight, to hear his voice. Only, I have no idea what his number is, and it is 1 o'clock in the morning. You like him, Alice whispers in the dark. I roll over to face her. She is on her side, her cheek resting against her pillow as she stares at me in the moonlight. I think I do, I whisper. Good, she says. He stared at you all through the show. I think he has a crush. Stop, Alice. We're friends. She doesn't say anything else. Soon, she's asleep, and I'm left alone, chasing sleep with my thoughts of Edward Cullen. The last week of summer break is always the hardest. I spend my days with Alice. Carmen and Leah join us a couple of times, but they know I want some time alone with her before I go. My evenings are spent with Charlie. We have dinner together every night, and I make him promise that after I've gone, he'll eat salad or some sort of fruit at least 3 times a week. He says he will, but I know hell. I'll be at the diner every night eating cheeseburgers or steak with a side of pie. Every day ends the same. With Edward Cullen. Apparently, it isn't enough that I talk to him every night. Now I'm dreaming about him, too. I've had 2 really bizarre dreams starring him. In the first, Carmen was hunting him in the halls of Forks High School. In the second, he threw pickles at me while I sat in the middle of the stage at the hole. I have no idea what either of them mean and no desire to analyze them. So, I talk to him and try not to think of his hands or his mouth or Carmen. Charlie is driving me to Renee's house. He does this at the end of every summer. We stop at Barry's Buffet for lunch. It's the only restaurant he likes in Port Angeles. I think it's a dump, but I keep quiet because I know today is hard for him. Your birthday is on a Friday this year. If your mother agrees, I'd like for you to miss school that day so you can take your test and get your license. We'll get your truck, and you can spend a long weekend in Forks. He says. You want me to take my driving test on Friday the 13th. I'm not overly superstitious, but this is just asking for trouble. I want to spend your birthday with you. You'll be 16. It's important. A milestone. I want to be the one to take you. I look down at my hands in my lap because that might be the sweetest thing Charlie has ever said to me. I don't want him to see the tears pooling in my eyes. I blink a few times to clear them before I give him my best smile. That would be great, Dad. Thanks. Yeah, well, don't think this means you can skip school anytime you want. Got it. I nod solemnly, giving him a mock salute. Special occasions only. Right, he confirms, mustache twitching. We leave the restaurant and as we're walking to Charlie's cruiser, I realize there is one more important thing I want to ask him before he drops me off. Dad. Yeah, can I have my own phone? In my room. There are 2 phones at Charlie's house, both downstairs. It would be nice to have a little privacy. I don't know, bells. I never had my own phone growing up. It seems unnecessary. Not really, I argue. I spend a lot of time on the phone, tying up the line. What if someone needs to get in touch with you? He still looks unconvinced, so I bring out the big guns. I've had my own line at Renee's house since I was 13. Please, Daddy. We'll see, he says. I know that I've won. He won't be outdone by Renee. When all else fails, I can count on that. He parks on the street when we arrive at Renee's house. It's a modest, 1-story, 3-bedroom on a little cul-de-sac. It speaks volumes that he would rather turn around in a neighbor's drive than pull into my mother's driveway. The 2 of them haven't spoken in nearly a year. Sometimes, I feel like they're carrier pigeon, passing messages between the 2 of them. Only instead of 1 home base, I have 2. It's better than listening to them fight. Anything is better than that. You'll ask your mom about your birthday. Like I'm going to pass up the opportunity to skip school. Do you even know me? I joke. I'm trying to keep things light, for his sake and for mine. Do you need me to carry your bags? No, I'm good. I packed light. There's just 1 suitcase in my backpack. I left a bunch of stuff at your house so I'll have an excuse to come back and bug you. Bella, he says, turning his head to look at me. You never need an excuse to come home. Never. I know. I choke out, swiping at the tears on my cheeks. I hate this part the most. I feel like I'm always saying goodbye to someone. Don't cry, kid. I'll be fine. See you in a couple of weeks. See you, Dad. Love you. I don't waste any time grabbing my bags from the back seat. There is no point in dragging this out. I'm nearly 16, and I'm crying like a freaking baby. I seriously need to get a grip. I can hear him pulling away as I cross the lawn, but I don't look back. Oh. Renee is in a fantastic mood when I arrive. She follows me into my room, asking about my summer as I unpack. I tell her everything. I don't keep secrets from Renee. I don't have to. There isn't anything I've done that she didn't do back in the day. As far as moms go, she really isn't bad. She took me to a free clinic when I got my first period at 13. She asked the doctor to put me on the pill in order to keep my cycles regular and less painful. He also let me keep the brown paper sack full of condoms that he shoved in my hand as we were leaving. On the way home, she explained the mechanics of sex and bought me a chocolate milkshake. Renee knows that I lost my virginity in April and that I smoke pot behind her carport. She's not happy about either of those things, but as long as I'm careful, she doesn't bitch. She explained to me once she spends enough time around teenagers to know that she can't keep me from experimenting. Her best option, as she sees it, is to educate me to keep me from making any horrible mistakes. Mistakes like me. Although she's never said that outright. I am living proof that condoms are not 100% effective. She isn't happy when I tell her about the truck Charlie is planning to purchase. That is just like your father. He makes unilateral decisions without calling or even asking for my input, she says. Were you planning on buying me a car? I ask. No, but what if I had been? I shake my head. This is the kind of pointless shit that keeps them from being real parents in the first place. She can sense my frustration, so she backpedals. Fine, she says. Tell him that I will cover your insurance. It isn't fair to leave me out of the loop completely. I wonder for a moment if I should even bother bringing up my birthday at this point since she's already pissed. I figure I may as well get it over with. Charlie asked if I can skip school the day of my birthday. I begin. She opens her mouth to protest, so I cut her off quickly. I'm going to have to take a written exam and a driving test. You can't really check me out of school to take me, since you'll have class. Once I get my license, you two won't have to drive me back and forth. You and I can celebrate the night before. I'm sure he won't mind coming to get me Friday morning. After that, I want to spend the weekend in Forks with my friends. She exhales as she looks down at the floor. I can tell her feelings are hurt. I feel stirrings of guilt before reminding myself of the birthdays she missed while she was in Seattle securing her future. I got a card or a phone call from her. Charlie was the one who made homemade cake. And hosted She-Ra Princess of Power birthday parties. He deserves this. Okay, baby. If that's what you want. It is, I confirm. I'm going to make myself a salad. Would you like one? No thanks. Charlie took me to Barry's, and I'm stuffed. I'll get something later. She leaves, finally, and I open the front pouch of my backpack to dig out Edward's phone number. I broke down and asked him for it the night after the show. I find it in a plain white envelope. I'm puzzled because I'm sure I didn't put the envelope in there. I open it to find two $20 bills wrapped up inside a note from Charlie that says, "Spending money. Have a great year, kiddo." I place the note in the top drawer of the nightstand before emptying the contents of my purse on the bed. I managed to score several babysitting jobs in Forks over the summer. There is well over $100 after I add gift from Charlie. I put it all in a little tin Wonder Woman lunchbox left over from my childhood. Renee has been bugging me to open a joint bank account, but I prefer to have cash on hand. Embry Call doesn't take checks. There is a little zipper pouch inside the purse. I pull the new pipe and the last of my summer stash from it. My purse is the one thing Charlie considers off limits. He leaves it alone because he knows there are tampons in it. I load the pipe and grab the portable phone from the charger on my bedside table. I slip Edward's phone number into the cellophane wrapper of a pack of Camels, tiptoe past the living room where Renee is completely engrossed in her salad and a riveting episode of 60 Minutes, and quietly sneak out the back door. My lawn chair is missing from its usual position behind the carport. It takes me 20 minutes to locate it in the storage shed. I swear she does this shit on purpose just to irritate me. Finally, I get everything situated to my liking. I light the bowl, inhale deeply, lean back into the chair and hold it. Exhale. Repeat. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Repeat. I want to savor every single hit off this bowl since one know it will be at least 5 days until I do this again. I may be a stoner, but I have rules. No dope during the school week. I have an excellent GPA to maintain. And I know I need a scholarship if I ever want to get the hell out of here. This requires a level of focus. I can't do homework or study if I'm fucked up. My weekends will be my reward. I wait to dial Edward's number until I'm good and baked. Hello. I am momentarily taken aback when a woman's voice answers the phone. Shit. This must be his mother. May I speak to Edward? I ask sweetly. Of course, dear, she says. May I ask who is calling? This is Bella. Hold on just a moment, Bella. A few seconds later, I can hear the click of a second receiver as he joins the line. Got it, Mom, he says. He waits until she hangs up to continue. Hey, Bella, what are you doing? Enjoying my last night of freedom, you. I smile as I say this because I love the sound of his voice. Toejam and Earl. There is one moment of absolute silence before I burst into a fit of laughter. I can't stop giggling. What the fuck is that? I ask. It's a video game, he mumbles. Dude, I'm not making fun of you. Not at all. I've never heard of it. You said, Toejam, and I just lost it. Sorry. The last thing I want is for him to think I'm making fun of him. I would never do that. I'm stoned. Ignore me. Well, I can't really ignore you over the phone. He might be pissed. I can't tell. Don't be mad, I whisper. I'm not. I guess it is kind of funny. He chuckles, and just like that, we're back to being us. I tell him about lunch with Charlie and my talk with Renee. He spent the day at Emmett's house playing basketball with Em and some of the guys from school. I'm really glad he's made some friends. That W.'ll make tomorrow so much easier for him. Soon, it's dark, and I know I need to go inside. I've got to go, I say with a sigh. I should probably turn in soon, too, he replies. See you in the morning. I'll be the grumpy bitch wearing green docks. He laughs and wishes me a good night. I dump the leftover ashes in an empty flower pot on my way inside, before tucking the pipe into my back pocket. Oh. School sucks. I am relatively sure that every teenager thinks so, but it is worse when your mother is a teacher who insists on getting up at the ass crack of dawn to arrive early every single morning. Even on the first fucking day. I follow Renee through the second floor hallway in a daze. She isn't speaking to me because I overslept this morning. I know I set my alarm last night, but I have no recollection of the stupid thing going off this morning. I had to take the quickest shower in the history of the universe and eat cold strawberry Pop-Tarts in her car on the way to hell. This definitely isn't the way I envisioned beginning a new school year. I fall into one of the desks in the back of her classroom, dropping my purse and backpack on the floor. She's busy ignoring me, as she FFLES through the piles of papers on her desk and counts the stacks of textbooks lined up against the wall under the blackboard. I lean forward, resting my head against my crossed arms on the desk. I can't keep my eyes open and a teeny tiny catnap would be fantastic. Renee will wake me up before the first bell, I'm sure. She doesn't. She decides to let Emmett do the honors. I am out cold when he decides to wake me by pulling out single strands of my hair, one at a time. When I finally get pissed off enough to wake up, my face is freezing cold and wet. I wipe my cheek, only to discover that I have drooled all over it, my arm, and the desk. To make matters worse, Edward is standing next to Emmett trying not to laugh as Emmett guffaws. I hate them both. And my mother. With as much dignity as I can muster. I stand and gather my things. My mother is amused as I approach her desk. I hold out my hand and say, "My schedule." She smiles as she tilts her head in Emmett's direction. He has it. I whirl around, silently demanding it from him. "Say please, Sleeping Beauty," he says cheekily, as he dangles it above my head. "Cut it out, Emmett," Edward says, snatching it from his hand and giving it to me with an apologetic look. Normally, I would thank him, but I'm irrationally angry at him for watching me sleep as I drooled all over myself. So, I turn on my heel and exit Renee's classroom without saying a single word to any of them. "Come on, Bella," Edward calls out from behind me. I duck into the girls' bathroom before they can reach me. A glance at my watch reveals there is still at least 15 minutes before the first bell rings. There is no way I will be able to avoid them for long once that happens. I give myself a quick once-over in the mirror. My right cheek is still a little pink from my nap. My hair is frizzy since I didn't have time to blow-dry it, and there are dark circles under both of my eyes. I look like complete shit. "Come on out, Bella. We all have first period English together. You can't avoid us forever," Emmett yells from the other side of the door. It seems my plan to help Edward acclimate is already blowing up in my haggard, little face. If I could have my way, I would curl up in one of these stalls and sleep for the rest of the day. Since that isn't going to happen, I splash some water on my face so I won't have to smell my own spit. The paper towels feel like sandpaper. Edward and Emmett are both across the hall leaning against the opposite wall, waiting for me as I exit the bathroom. Edward pushes away first and falls into step beside me. "I'm sorry about that. You know how he gets." He turns to glare at Emmett before touching my arm. "Please don't be mad." I glance over at him, and he's staring right back at me. It isn't really fair for me to be angry with him just for being there. I'm the one who fell asleep. Emmett is the one who acted like a bastard. Edward didn't do anything. "I warned you that I would be grumpy," I say quietly with a small smile. His answering smile makes my breath catch. I have to make myself look away before I run into someone. The halls are filling up quickly. "Do you have your schedule?" I ask. "I do. We have English, lunch, and biology together. I've got 4 classes with Emmett. It looks like I'm on my own in American history." He sounds relaxed, and he doesn't really seem nervous at all. "What about you, Emmett? How much torture am I going to be forced to endure this year?" "You wound me, woman," he jokes, clutching at his chest playfully. "English and lunch. That's it. Well, this year might not be so bad after all. You love me and you know it," he says, throwing an arm over my shoulder. My smile disappears 2 seconds later when I come face to face with Rosalie Hale, sophomore bitch princess extraordinaire. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Nice shoes," she says, eyeing me up and down. She tosses her honey gold tresses behind her shoulders as her cronies, Heidi and Tanya, snicker. "Good to see you, too, Your Highness," I reply dryly. "Jesus. You are absolutely pasty. Did you then walk outside one time this summer? Or were you too busy smoking out to bother?" I glance down at my pale arms before looking her right in eye. "I'm sorry. Radioactive fake and bake orange doesn't look good on me. I have nothing against people who tan. In fact, a big part of me envies them. I'd love to have a little color. This chick is orange and her skin reminds me of leather handbags. She should take lessons from Carmen on how to be tanned and pretty. And nice and decent and human. Actually, I'd rather she just drop off the planet. She has hated my guts since the moment I came to this school, and I have no idea why." "Have a nice day, ladies," Emmett says, gripping my shoulder and steering me away from them. "What was that about?" Edward asks. "Nothing," I mutter. I stop when we reach Mrs. Simpson's classroom. "This is me. See you guys in a bit." Edward leans in close and whispers, "I like your skin just the way it is." Then, he and Emmett disappear in the sea of students. It takes me a few moments to recover. I'm pretty sure Edward Cullen just flirted with me, although I wish Alice was here to confirm it for me. I am terrible at reading the opposite sex. Angela Weber is already seated in the back of the classroom. She smiles and waves as I approach and then says hello when I slide into the seat across from her. She lays her schedule on my desk next to my own. We have English, Algebra 2, Spanish 2, lunch, and health PE together. It sucks that we have to take one semester of PE every year of high school. At least I have it last period. Renee probably had something to do with that. I make a mental note to thank her later, if she's speaking to me. Homeroom passes quickly. Angela and I walk to English together. She takes the front desk in the row closest to the windows, so I choose the seat directly behind her. Edward and Emmett arrive shortly after we do. Edward drops into the desk behind mine, and Emmett sits across from me. There isn't time for idle chit-chat because Mr. Wells is all business once the bell rings. The entire morning is an endless cycle of textbooks, syllabi, and supply lists. I have Algebra 2 second period with Angela, Alec, and Ben Cheney. Third period American history with Mrs. Anderson is so boring, I fall asleep twice. Charlotte Cooper, Jane's best friend, is nice anew. GH to wake me both times before I'm noticed. She's a junior and we had lunch together last year. I know she's in the band and that her father is the band teacher. Fourth period Spanish 2 scares the L out me because I can't remember any Spanish with the exception of may I be excused. At least, I think that is what I asked in Spanish when Mrs. Barrett called on me. Regardless, I spent 15 minutes of that class in the ladies' room. Emmett, Edward, Alec and Jane beat us to the lunchroom. I take the seat next to Edward, and Angela sits next to me. Don't let Emmett pull my hair if I fall asleep. I tell him as I lay my head on the table. Why are you so tired today? We got off the phone at 9. I thought you were going to bed, he replies. I tried. I couldn't sleep and ended up watching old recorded episodes of Twin Peaks until sometime after midnight. Then I had all these weird dreams. Imagine that. I look up at him and roll my eyes. He smiles, shaking his head. My mom makes me get up at an unholy hour so she can be here early. I got no sleep last night. Why don't you let me drive you to school from now on? At least until you get your license next month. The offer is so tempting. Then you would have to leave early. I argue. I'm taking Emmett anyway. Your house is only a few minutes away from his, he explains. I sit up straight in my seat, wide awake for the moment, because Edward just implied he knows where I live. This is news to me. How do you know how close my house is to Emmett's? I ask. He blushes and pushes his glasses up on his nose. He runs a hand through his hair, before muttering. We went to Felix's house last Tuesday to play video games. Emmett pointed out your neighborhood. I don't know where your house is exactly, but I know the general area. It's on the way. That would give me an extra hour of sleep every morning. He nods. I'll have to ask Renee. I don't think she'll care, especially after this morning, but I should at least ask. I'll go with you. We can do it after school. Emmett didn't bother to introduce me this morning, and I'm sure she'll at least want to meet me before she agrees to let me chauffeur her only daughter for the next few weeks. It's official. Edward is the most thoughtful boy I've ever met. There are few things in this world I love more than sleep, and he has just added hours of it to my near future. If Renee says okay, which I am almost positive will happen. My stomach grumbles loudly as a reminder that I didn't have time to pack a lunch this morning. Are you hungry? Edward asks as he eyes the empty space on the table in front of me. No time to pack a lunch this morning. I'll buy you something. I have money. I don't eat cafeteria food. It's disgusting. Angela is sweet enough to give me an apple from her lunch. Edward shares his Cheetos. I scarf down their offerings as I glance around the cafeteria. Next to me, Angela sighs. I follow her line of vision to the far corner of the cafeteria. Ben Cheney is seated at a table with several of the other baseball players. I recognize Royce King immediately. He's the asshole with Rosalie Hale perched on his lap. They've been attached at the privates since the middle of last year. They're perfect for each other. He's the best looking guy at PA, in most of the female population's opinion anyway. And Rosalie Hale is an image of perfection, except for being overly tanned. He's the junior class president and the pitcher on the baseball team. She's only a sophomore, but she's a hot cheerleader, so that makes up for the slight age difference. Really, it's kind of sick. Ending how perfect they are for each other. Angela has been pining for Ben since I came to this school. He's not a bad guy. He's smart, he's friendly with everyone, and he doesn't have the superiority complex that so many of the jocks at this school possess. Irina Coleman is sitting next to him now, flirting and trying to keep his attention. I haven't had many interactions with her, but I know she's a junior and she cheers. Poor Angela. She's watched Ben date one girl after another, and she can barely manage to say hello to him. I lean over to her and whisper, "Don't sweat it." He doesn't seem to be interested. She just shakes her head and taps her watch. She's right. It's almost time to go. Come on, I tell Edward as I pull on his shirt sleeve. We need to get to Banner's class early so we can get a table together. If you want to be partners, I mean. For one moment, I panic. It probably would have been more polite to ask him if he wants to be lab partners, instead of making it a secondary request after bossing him around. Then he looks over at me, smirks, and replies, "Yes, ma'am. I promise to meet Angela after bio, so we can walk to health together." Edward deposits our trash in the can next to the cafeteria door as we exit. We are alone in the hall. Absolutely alone. He's talking to me about his classes, but I'm having a little trouble focusing. When he opened the cafeteria door, his forearm flexed in a ridiculous way. And now I can't stop stealing glances at it. He's not an obviously hot guy at first glance, but I don't understand how someone this funny and sweet with a smile like his could possibly be a sort of technical virgin. The way he smells is enough to make me want to get naked. I can't help but wonder if Alice could be right. Maybe he could like me. He called me first, he let me eat his pickles. And now he wants to drive me around. Maybe if Bella. I asked if you know where Banner's classroom is. I look around for the first time since we've left the cafeteria. Somehow, I've led us to the entrance to the auditorium. Banner's class is in the opposite direction. I mumble something about being tired as I turn around. When I finally get us there, we chose a lab table in the back of the class, near a window. Edward pulls out both stools and then motions for me to pick the one I want. Edward's mother has trained him well. The boy has impeccable manners. I can hardly believe he's related to Emmett. Mr. Banner comes in a few moments after the warning bell rings. I count 5 other sophomores, 2 seniors, and the rest of the class is made up of juniors. At the very last possible moment before the tardy bell rings, Irina Coleman walks in with air and accord. Edward keeps me entertained by scribbling notes in my binder while Mr. Banner drones on and on about lab safety and coursework. As we're leaving, we agree to meet in Renee's class after the last bell. Angela is waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. We walk together to Ms. White's room for health. We'll have her for the first semester and then Coach Banks for PE during the second semester. This is actually a real stroke of luck for us. He coaches the baseball team, and since their season is during the spring semester, he'll be distracted for most of the semester. A last period, second semester PE class is a dream come true for a phys ed slacker like me. Angela and I enjoy a brief mini celebration until Rosalie Hale and Heidi Marshall join us in Ms. White's class. The idea of dressing out in front of 2 buxom, bitchy cheerleaders is enough to effectively rain on our proverbial parade. Now, instead of celebrating, I'm trying to think of a way to break my leg to avoid participation. This is going to be the worst year ever. Ms. White passes out all of our books and materials before disappearing. She doesn't bother to return before the dismissal bell. I wonder if she plans on making this a daily routine. Angela and I avoid our cheerleader friends by waiting until the class empties to leave. I still beat Edward to Renee's classroom. Royce King is standing at her desk, leaning over as he smiles and talks to her. It looks like he is trying to charm his way into her good graces. He doesn't need to bother. Renee teaches every section of 11th grade English, honors and regular. She gives so many extra credit opportunities, it would be nearly impossible to fail any of her classes. She smiles when she notices me gaping at the two of them. Royce turns and narrows his eyes before smiling. Hi, Bella. How's it going? I have no idea what kind of game he's playing. He has never spoken a word to me before this moment. I'm sure he is aware of his girlfriend's long-term hatred for me. Good. Well, have a nice afternoon, he says as he smiles at my mother. See you tomorrow, Ms. Swan. Gross. Royce King is flirting with my mother. He winks and smirks at me, deliberately brushing against my left side as he walks past me. I scoff and shake my head. I don't give him the satisfaction of turning around to watch him walk out. I heard you slept through one class and disappeared from another, Renee says evenly. I just shrug. These are my colleagues, Bella. You are my daughter and a member of the Honor Society. There are certain expectations that come with both of those titles. Sorry to disappoint you, Mom. I don't mean to sound so sarcastic, but at the end of the day, I'm still just a teenager. Edward offered to take me to school in the mornings, so I'll get more sleep and I'll try to do better. There is a quiet knock on her open door moments before Edward joins me in front of her desk. Mom. This is Edward. Edward, meet my mother, Renee Swan. Nice to meet you, Ms. Swan, he says as they shake hands. It's nice to meet you, too, Mr. Cullen, she says with a gleam in her eye. This can't be good. I've heard a lot about you. Bella says you want to drive her to school. That's not what I said. I said he offered. There is a big difference between offering and wanting. She's doing this on purpose, I'm sure. Payback. I embarrass her. She embarrasses me. Turnabout and all that. Yes, ma'am, he replies without missing a beat. You're sure it's no trouble? She is smiling. Gee, and looking between the two of us as she asks. No trouble at all. My mom is making me drive Emmett every morning, anyway. She laughs. He's won her over with his flawless manners, his shy smile, and the subtle insinuation that driving Emmett is a pain in the ass. Mom loves Emmett, but even she thinks he's a pain in the ass. I have two conditions. You drive safely, and you let me give you gas money. I'll be careful anytime Bella is in my car, I promise, but I really don't need any gas money. She asks him a few questions about his driving record and his old school. Once she is satisfied, she turns to me. I'm not quite ready to leave. Bella. I need at least a half hour. My whole body sags in defeat. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake. The thought of being in this building for another half hour, which really means an hour in Renee speak, exhausts me. I'll take you home, Edward says. I'm so relieved, I could cry. I beg Renee with my eyes. Get out of here is her only reply. As I walk out of her classroom with Edward at my side, I decide this year might not be so bad after all. There is nothing in the world like sleeping late. Skipping school with permission on your 16th birthday is pretty awesome too. I called Charlie at 10 to let him know I was awake. I'm freshly showered, dressed, and sipping coffee on Renee's porch when he pulls into the driveway an hour later. I hold up one finger as a sign that I need a couple of minutes. He nods. Once I'm inside, I rinse my cup and leave it in the sink. Coffee pot off. Check. Back door locked. Check. Overnight bag and purse. Check. I leave through the front door, turning the bottom lock as I go. A quick check verifies it actually locked. And we're off. After wishing me a happy birthday, Charlie quizzes me with random questions from the Washington State Driver's Manual during the entire trip. I don't know why he bothers. I don't miss a single one. He should know by now that I know how to study. This might be one of those rare moments when I hate that my dad is a cop. He knows every traffic law in the state of Washington, so his questions are endless. By the time we reach the Department of Motor Vehicles, I could probably administer the damn test. You ready? He is 100% serious. Relax, Dad, I say playfully. You're more freaked out about this than I am. Renee has let me drive a few times over the last few weeks. She thinks once or twice a week to the grocery store is good practice. Edward disagrees. He actually let me drive the Volvo every day this week, which pissed Emmett off to no end. Evidently, Charlie is coming in with me. I feel like a little kid as he holds the door open and ushers me in with his arm. Hey, Sybil, he says, smiling as he greets the woman behind the glass partition. This must be Bella. She smiles warmly at me and then my father. Bella, this is Sybil. She's here in Forks on Wednesdays and Fridays. Nice to meet you, I say. Charlie, this will take about a half hour. Then, if she passes, Bobby will give her the driving exam after lunch. Good luck, kid. He waves as I follow Sybil through an oak door. At the end of a small hallway, there is a small room with three computers spaced evenly against the far wall. Take your pick, Sybil says when I hesitate in the doorway. I choose the one in the center. She boots the computer, types in a few passwords, and inputs information from the application in her hand. Charlie must have filled it out when he made the appointment. Read the questions and then touch your answer, she tells me. There are 25 multiple choice questions. You must answer 20 correctly to pass. I'll be at the front desk if you have any questions. And this, she says as she scoops up my purse, comes with me. She winks and disappears. I skim over the instructions quickly and touch the small, green start button on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. On multiple laned roads, the far left lane is used only for when a school bus traveling towards you is stopped with its red lights flashing and the roadway is 4 lanes wide with a median, you should. When following a fire truck, you may follow no closer than. I like the quests. Tie-ons with pictures of road signs the best. TH's test is a total joke. I'm done in less than 10 minutes with a perfect score. Sybil looks up as I approach her desk. Done. She smiles and excuses herself to collect my test results. I look at Charlie. Perfect score. Old man. 34 isn't old, Bella. He shakes his head, a wry grin on his face. Huh. I look thoughtful. Well, having a 16-year-old LD daughter with a license will get you there in no time. He throws his head back and laughs. I love the way Charlie looks when he's happy. It's the only time he looks youthful. Most of the time, his brow is furrowed. And he looks far too serious. Sybil joins us in the office and advises Charlie that I did indeed pass with a perfect score. She verifies that Bobby will meet us in the parking lot at 2 o'clock. Charlie takes me to the diner for lunch. He asks about school, my classes, my teachers, my friends. For some reason, he is unhappy about Edward driving me to and from school. It isn't appropriate, Bella. One girl spending so much time alone with 2 boys. He looks away, rubbing the back of his neck as he says this. Dad, please. This isn't 1965. Girls can be friends with boys and hang out. That isn't what I mean, and you know it. The truth is, I have no idea what he means or what he thinks I know. He glances down at his watch. Whatever quasi-argument we've been having, we'll have to wait. He pays our bill before rushing me out to the car. Charlie surprises me by turning in the opposite direction of the DMV. Soon, I realize he is driving towards home. We have time. But I can't imagine why he would choose now to make a quick trip by the house. I understand moments later as he parks at the curb instead of the driveway. The driveway is blocked by the ugliest monstrosity of a truck I've ever seen. There are dents all along the length of the bed. Faded red and rust. I love it. This means I don't have to go to the res with Charlie to pick it up. This day just keeps getting better. Thanks, Dad. Let's go, he says as he climbs out of the cruiser. I am momentarily surprised when he walks around to the passenger side of the truck. It makes sense, I guess. The door creaks and groans when I open it to climb into the cab. Charlie has his arm extended with a set of keys dangling from his hand. He drops them into my open palm, and I take one moment to look at the keyring. It is a black rubber circle with the words "Drive safely, someone loves you" printed in white block letters. He is such a dad. Bella. This is a 3 on a tree, he explains, leaning towards me, towards you and up for reverse. Towards you and down for first, away from you and up for second, and away from you and down for third. Can you remember that? Sometimes. Charlie is so clueless. Relax, Dad. Jake let me drive this thing on the res all the time. He exhales and moves back into his seat. I make a big show of fastening my seatbelt. I can do responsible. Charlie just needs to see it to believe it. I don't even reach for the radio. Leaving it off might impress him. We arrive early for my driving exam. Charlie reaches for the door handle and then pauses. Don't hit a dog. Hitting a living creature during the driving exam is an automatic failure. I gape at him as his lips curl into a half grin. Good luck, kid. Right. I tell myself once I'm alone in the cab. Don't hit anything. Got it. Bobby is a short, balding older man. He has a clipboard in one hand and a vending machine honey bun in the other. He inspects my truck warily before climbing into the passenger seat. Charlie waves and disappears inside the building. I make sure I signal properly, make complete stops, and I even keep my hands at 10 and 2. I remember to look over my right shoulder as I'm backing up to parallel park. I'm on alert the entire time, watching for any small animals to jump into my path. None do. Bobby is absolutely silent after I pull into a parking space back at the DMV. He writes something on the paper attached to the clipboard before releasing it and placing it in my hand. Congratulations, Ms. Swan. You scored a 95. What the fuck? There is no way I should have had any points deducted. That should be a 100. Before I can say anything, he exits my truck and slams the passenger door in my face. I scramble out, intent on making him correct my score, but Charlie is blocking me. Well, I got a 95. My teeth are clenched, and I am gripping the stupid sheet of paper in my fist. Great. Let's get your picture made. He's right. I only needed an 80 to pass. I'm still going to get my license. So what if that idiot made a mistake on my evaluation? It doesn't matter. The picture taking and license making only takes a few minutes. Charlie humors me on the way home as I pull into the parking lot at Forks High. I've got bitches to see. We park a few spots down from Leah's car, roll down the windows, and wait. The dismissal bell rings not long after. Charlie and I both get out. He lets down the tailgate. And we both sit on it. Carmen and Leah walk out together, heads close with books clutched to their chests. It takes them a few moments to spot us. Once they do, they rush over and hug me. I have my license out and in my hands. Leah snatches it so they can both inspect it. Carmen flirts with Charlie as I scan the lot, looking for Alice. There is still no sign of her. I do, however, see Maria Dobbins. Her eyes meet mine briefly. I want to be angry. I want to walk over to her and give her a piece of my mind. Only, I don't really want to. I should want to, but instead of feeling angry, I just don't feel anything towards her. Huh. Alice arrives a few moments later. Happy birthday, she says, enveloping me in a hug. Thanks. I am smiling like an idiot at every person who walks by. Mike, Jessica, and Lauren smile and wave before departing without a word. Alice and Leah tease me relentlessly about my driver's license picture. And I swear, if Carmen touches my father's arm one more time, I am going to punch her. All right, girls. Charlie begins as he jumps from the tailgate. It's been fun, but Bella and I have plans for this afternoon. You'll have to settle for tonight. Time. I ask Alice. 8. I'll be there. Oh. Charlie asks me to swing by the station on our way home. Deputy Mark has a gift for me. He gives it to me and sends his wife's love, but instructs me not to open it until Charlie says it's okay. The guys at the station sing a horrible rendition of Happy Birthday that leaves me in stitches. Charlie seems a little nervous as we pull into the driveway at home. I hope you don't mind, he says hesitantly. Billy and Rachel are coming for dinner. They want to see you and wish you a happy birthday. He stops and shifts uncomfortably. That's fine. I saw. Why it like I mean it because I don't want Charlie to feel bad. Truth be told, I don't really mind. Billy has always been good to me, and Rachel is a sweetheart. Charlie holds the door open for me as I drag my stuff in. I take 1 second to close my eyes and inhale. Charlie's house always smells like remoil, cherry tobacco, and Old Spice. The combination is homey. Why don't you take your stuff upstairs while I check on the fish? I want to make sure it thawed. Aye, Captain. I trudge up the stairs, stopping to toss my toiletry bag on the counter in the bathroom. My bedroom door is closed, as usual. I flip the light switch and stop dead in my tracks. The Superman comforter I've had since 7th grade is gone. There is a lovely, lavender bedding set in its place. On the bedside table, there is a brand new VTech cordless phone. Charlie clears his throat behind me. I whirl around, amazed that he's done all this. I love it. I really love it. You sure? The lady at the mall in Port Angeles said this would be perfect for a young lady. It is perfect. Thanks, Daddy. He points to a post-it note next to the phone and grants me permission to open my gift from Mark and Cheryl before leaving me to my own devices. I tear into the package in my hand. It's an answering machine. Charlie must have suggested it. A truck, a grown-up bedroom, a phone, and an answering machine. Apparently, he really takes this milestone thing seriously. I scan the instructions for the answering machine before plugging it in and recording a greeting. As I adjust the equipment, my attention is drawn to the post-it. Of course. My new phone number. There's a knock moments before Rachel peeks her head around my open door. Happy birthday, she says a few seconds later, hugging me in the center of my room. Thanks. She shoves a cassette into my hand. Her handwriting is on the inside cover of a Maxell. Tribal music. I know you like it. I grin and nod. What I really like is listening to it stoned. I put it in the stereo, keeping the volume low so we can still talk. I haven't seen Rachel since the day her stupid, older brother dumped me. She doesn't say his name one single time as we hang out before dinner. Billy is the same. We laugh and talk over fried fish and pasta salad from the Thriftway Deli. They both seem thrilled that I like the truck. Rachel clears the table, insisting that I get a break since it's my birthday. She comes back with a small cake from the bakery. I eat a tiny piece to placate Charlie since he went to the trouble of getting it. I stay and chat with them in the family room until the last possible moment. Well, I start nervously. I'm gonna go to Alice's now. I've never really had to ask Charlie to go anywhere before, and I don't want to set some kind of precedent by doing it now. He just smiles and says, I'll see you in the morning. Right. I hug Billy, Rachel, and Charlie before exiting the house and walking out to my truck. Alone. For the first time ever. I throw my bag into the passenger seat before climbing into the cab. There is a moment of absolute giddiness over my new freedom. I pull 6 cassettes from my bag and dig through them until I find the one I want. I put the others in the otherwise empty glove box. The first drops of rain splatter against the windshield as I turn onto Alice's street. I park as quickly as possible behind Leah's car and then dash madly from my truck to the front porch. I make it just as the downpour begins. I don't bother knocking. The girls are in the kitchen, seated around the small table across from the stove. They are finishing up a pizza. So, what's the plan? I ask, taking the only open seat. Well, we're going to have a little party, Alice informs me in her sing-songy high voice. Oh hell. Leah and Carmen are both giggling now. And I think Alice might be serious. Why would you do that? I whine. She turns to me with a straight face. You haven't been here on your birthday in 2 years. This is something to celebrate. I don't say another word. I do feel like an unappreciative asshole. Does Jeanette know about this? I ask weakly. Yes, and so does Charlie. He said to have fun and make sure he doesn't get any calls tonight from my neighbors. Alice is dragging me onto the back porch now. Carmen shoves a small bong into my lap and informs me that I have some catching up to do. I hit it 3 times beef. Or telling her to keep her damn hands off my father. She laughs, which causes me to laugh, which causes me to choke on my 4th hit. Jasper and Eric Yorkie join us shortly after I've regained my composure. Mike, Jessica, Lauren, Garrett, and Lee show up minutes later. The rain is still coming down and it sounds heavenly. I don't want to go inside, but the back porch is small and screened in, and quite honestly, I feel a little crowded. I accept birthday greetings from everyone as I make my way to the back door. They are passing the bong around as Mike hands out beers from a small cooler. I pass on the beer and slip inside, intending to get a Coke from the fridge. The doorbell rings as I take my first sip. Alice is on Jasper's lap on the back porch. I decide to just answer the door myself since whoever it is here for my party. I throw open the door and freeze. Edward and Emmett are standing on Alice's porch. Edward is wet. Standing on Alice's porch. Edward's hair is darker when it's wet. His shirt is clinging to his chest, and there are definitely nipples under that U2 shirt. I lick my lips. Edward is standing on Alice's front porch, soaking wet, and looking at me like I've lost my mind. Obviously, I have. Come in. Come in. I tell them, moving aside so they can walk into the living room. I wait until they're both inside to launch myself at Edward. Thank you for coming. I tell him as I bury my face in the long-sleeved flannel he has over the t-shirt. And then it hits me. I'm hugging Edward Cullen and maybe rubbing against him. A little. I move away quickly and give Emmett a quick hug. It really does mean a lot to me. They had to make the drive from PA just to be here. I didn't realize just how much I wished I could see Edward today, until he was right in front of me. Wet. He's looking a little self-conscious as he dries his glasses on the inside of his shirt. Oh good. You made it, Alice says as she joins us. She slugs Emmett on the arm, salutes Edward, and tells them both to follow her if they want towels. They disappear down the hall, and I slip into Alice's room. I need gum and lip gloss. I haven't had a moment alone with Edward since the night we went to Wendy's, and I am going to change that. He always drops me off before Emmett and there are always people around at school. I want to touch him and see if his skin is as warm as I remember. Alice appears behind me as I check out my reflection in the mirror. It's time, she says calmly. Yes, it is. She leads me to the dining room where everyone is gathered. Carmen steps in from the kitchen holding a large silver tray with cupcakes forming a 16. They all have chocolate icing and a rainbow candle. Someone hits the light as she reaches the table and the room is washed in flickering candlelight. Make a wish, Alice says at my right. Make it good, Leah adds. I close my eyes and lean forward, taking one moment to wish for the boy standing across from me wearing a damp t-shirt. Then I blow. The lights are bright when Mike flips them back on. I blink. Alice made the cupcakes, Jasper tells me as he peels the paper from one of the lovely treats. I shouldn't have one since I already ate cake at home, but they look so good. And Alice made them. I take one for myself and one for Edward. I make eye contact with him and gesture for him to follow me. The back porch is unoccupied since everyone is inside. Gushing over Alice's cupcakes and clearing a space on the table to play quarters. Sit with me, I ask. The screen door closes with a small bang. Sure, he says, following me to the small love seat that faces the yard. I sit first, and he takes the seat next to me. I give him his cupcake, and then embarrass the hell out myself by moaning when I bite into mine. I love chocolate icing. I could eat that stuff with a spoon. I have eaten it with a spoon. He chuckles before demolishing his own cupcake in 2 bites. How long have you known? I ask casually. Alice called Emmett 2 weeks ago. I nod. So, you've been keeping this a secret for 2 weeks. It is his turn to nod. Alice was very specific about keeping this a secret. You let me get out of your car yesterday without a word. You let me hang up the phone last night without a word. I pause for one moment. I thought you forgot. I thought you weren't going to wish me a happy birthday at all. I make sure to keep my tone light. I did wonder why he didn't say it last night. But now I know. He touches my hand, and I turn my face to him. Happy birthday, Bella. He is looking at me like I'm a cupcake now. I lean in. He leans in. We're right there, inches apart. Thank you, I whisper. I am just about to close the distance when he jerks back. I have something for you. In my car. Let me get it. He looks a little green. Okay. Maybe I've read this all wrong. I reach for the baggie and the bong. Wait for me. I'll come with you. I don't look at him. Instead, I check the water level. I pack it medium tight. Just right. I cover the carbon light. I can feel his eyes on me as I inhale. He watches my mouth as I exhale. Doesn't mean much. He's been watching my damn mouth for weeks. Look, but don't touch. Can I? He asks, after I exhale. I am so shocked, I nearly drop th bong. I've never seen Edward smoke. He's never once mentioned smoking. Have you smoked before? I try desperately not to sound dubious. I fail miserably. I spent half my summer with Emmett, Alec, and Felix. What do you think? He is challenging me with his eyes. He looks a little pissed, and his hair is sticking up everywhere. I don't say a word. I just hand it over. I don't think Edward Cullen has ever smoked weed in his life. He takes the bong, resting it against his chest. His hands move confidently as he covers the carb and lights the bowl. I lean forward anxiously. I expect him to cough. He doesn't. He inhales deeply. I expect him to cough. He doesn't. He holds it right around 12 seconds and exhales through his nostrils. I want to watch him do that over and over and over. After 2 more hits, I convince him I've had enough. He smokes it alone, and I watch him like the horny little pervert I am. I love the way his hair touches the top of his glasses. When he smiles, they shift higher onto his face. And then it hits me. The virgin thing. He told me the first time we talked, that he was too afraid to ask that chick, Maggie, to be his girlfriend. He freaked. He did want to kiss me. He just freaked out. He has even less experience with this physical stuff than I do. This might pose a problem. The experience I do have isn't great. It isn't really even good, if I'm being totally honest. If I have to take charge, we're probably in pretty deep shit. God, I need to focus. My brain is scattered. Probably because I haven't smoked weed in a week, and this shit is hitting me like a truck. Can you wait right here? I ask, holding my hands out to indicate that he should stay exactly where he is. Sure. Oh, yeah, he is baked. His smile is small, and his eyes are a little squinty. I make a beeline for Alice. I yank her away from Jasper and pull her into her bedroom, closing the door behind us. I am going to kiss Edward tonight. I don't beat around the bush. Her brow furrows. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point of him being here. She is doing the thing. She talks to me like I'm a toddler when she thinks I am being stupid. You said you weren't sure. Well, you can be sure. That dude likes you. When you leaned over to blow out your candles, Eric, Lee, and Emmett all looked down at your tits the moment your eyes closed. Edward watched your face. I looked down. So, he thinks I'm pretty, but he doesn't like my tits. Holy shit, you can be so dumb. Think about it tomorrow, okay? You'll get it then, she tells me as she shoves me out of her room and down the hallway. Just go. Trust me, she whispers. He's still on the porch, exactly where I left him. I can see his face in the glow of the street lamp. I swallow. His profile is lovely. I'd like to commission an artist to draw it in pencil. The tiny curve in his cheek, the tuft of hair covering the spot where the frame of his glasses disappeared just above his ear, and his mouth, he's just. I sigh. Out loud. Oh my God. He turns his head and looks me dead in the face. The laziest half smile I've ever seen appears slowly on his lips. There is no way I am going to be able to kiss him. No freaking way. He's too perfect. And now I've been totally busted staring at him. I have something for you, he says, still smiling. I wonder for a moment if he has any idea how that sounds. Yeah, I'm shooting for nonchalance. A present, Remember. He stands and walks towards me. I stiffen as he approaches. He doesn't lean in, but he does take my hand. He tugs my arm as he maneuvers us through the house and out onto the front porch. It is still raining, although not as hard as when he arrived. Come on, he says as he lets go of my hand. Then he's gone. I follow right behind him, and he opens the passenger door for me. The moment I'm tucked inside, he slams the door. I lean over to unlock his door as he runs around the back of the Volvo. By the time he gets in and slams the door, I feel sick. I don't think they ever felt this nervous about a guy in my entire life. I run my hand through my hair and wipe the raindrops from my face. He's doing the same. The way his fingers disappear into his disheveled hair is fascinating. He reaches into the backseat, and his chest is only inches away from my face. Damn him and his stupid wet t-shirt. He places a small, beautifully wrapped gift on my thigh. I peek at I.M. before lifting it and tearing into the silver paper. It's a cassette. A Pearl Jam cassette. Rolling Stone gave it a great review, so I bought it for myself last month. I got it the day after I met you, I guess. Or the day after we talked for the first time. Whatever. I laugh a little at his frustration. He's flustered, and I think it's adorable. Just call it the day we met, I say. That's how I think of it too. Is that why you were at the record store that day? He nods silently. I wish Jake hadn't been there. I can't keep the wistfulness out of my voice. We could have met in person. He looks down into his lap. I knew who you were. He must sense my confusion because he continues quickly. I told you that I didn't realize it was you until after the fact. He shifts uncomfortably. That's not exactly true. There is a picture of you and Emmett on his bulletin board. I guess somebody took it last year. I saw it. I saw it before we ever called you that first day. Emmett only called you because he caught me staring at it 50 times this summer. He let me think you were his girlfriend too, which really pissed me off once I found out you weren't. Anyway, I saw your hair and your eyes and I knew it was you. I was trying to convince myself to talk to you when that jackass showed up. I stare at him, trying to figure out how to respond. I am shocked. Flattered, but shocked. Bella, he whispers, looking right back at me. Tell me what you're thinking. Please. I don't want to. We've both said enough. I'm tired of talking. I shift onto my knees and then slowly climb across the console and the gear shift. Until I am hovering with a knee settled on each side of his lap. I think you should kiss me. I look him right in the eye as I say it. I'll give up every single birthday wish for the next 30 years, if he'll just do it. I swear. He leans forward as I lower myself. Our chests are flush. His eyes are on my mouth as I lower my face to his. His lips catch mine gently, brushing lightly before sucking gently. He tastes like chocolate and weed and every other favorite thing I have in the world. He caresses my neck with both hands as he slides his fingers into my hair, tilting my head. His tongue is soft against my bottom lip. I've never really been kissed. Not like this. I realize it the moment our tongues touch for the first time. He is soft lips and gentle tongue. Nips and pecks. Every part of me wants to be closer. I grip his shoulders tightly, shifting my weight, trying to ease some of the ache that is blooming in my chest and every other part of me. He moans as he shifts his hips beneath me. Alice is right. He does like me. In this moment, pressed together so tightly and kissing each other breathless, I can feel exactly how much he likes me. I gasp and break the kiss, trying to resist the urge to all-out hump him in the front seat of his car in my friend's driveway the first time we ever kiss. He peppers tiny kisses along my cheek and neck before resting his head against my chest. His cheek is on my heart, and I'm a little embarrassed because I'm sure he can feel and possibly even hear how wildly it is beating. He wraps both of his arms around me and hugs me to him. I bring my own arms up to cradle his head against my chest. Wow. I can feel his breath against my skin as he says it. I giggle. He's right. That kiss was totally worth 31 wishes. You know we have to go in, right? I have to force the words out. As much as I would love to stay out here with you doing this, I say as I wave my hand between the two of us. Alice would kill us. So you like it? He grins slyly. Does that mean I can kiss you again? Anytime. Edward decides that right now is as good as any other time. His lips meet mine sweetly before he leans back and smiles. I wish I could keep you to myself all night. He says sincerely. But I want your friends to like me, so I suppose I'll have to share. He's right. I really can't ditch my own party. I open his car door, and he helps me out. He follows as I dash to the porch. We shake off as much of the rain as we can. He takes my hand in his, but pauses before entering the house. Is this okay? He holds up our joined hands between us. I squeeze his hand before turning and tugging him behind me. I walk straight to the dining room with my hand in Edward's. I see the exact moment of recognition on Alice's faces as she eyes us. I feel like everyone is staring. I stare back. The room is absolutely quiet for what seems like an eternity. Shit. Leah breaks the silence as she digs around in her purse. She pulls out a $10 bill. And throws it across the table at Carmen before glaring at Edward. Thanks a lot, Romeo. Thankfully, the games continue and the chatter resumes. I'm not sure exactly what Edward and I are doing. I only know that I want him to hold my hand. And I don't care who sees. I'll deal with the pack later. Come with me to get a beer, Emmett says, jerking his head towards the kitchen. I step onto the porch, lightly closing the door as Emmett reaches into the cooler. He brushes the top of the can with the palm of his hand. He deliberately isn't looking at me. He seems thoughtful as he pops the tab and takes a long pull. The silence is making me uneasy. Surely he approves. Don't fuck him unless you're serious about this thing. I love you, B, but I don't want this to end up as some sort of rebound thing. Okay. It bothers me more than I want to admit that Emmett thinks I would do something like that. I'm not Carmen for fuck's sake. He knows I don't sleep around. He knows way too much about me to say some shit like that. You know I wouldn't do something like that. I may be whispering, but there is no mistaking the edge in my voice. He finally meets my eyes as he nods. Come here. I sit beside him. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. It's for your sake too, you know. You need to take things slow, he says seriously. A little bit of the anger dissipates. He means well. He doesn't want either of us to get hurt. I can't stay angry over that, especially after we take a couple of conciliatory hits from the bong. He pulls a dime bag from his pocket and places it in my hand as he sings happy birthday. We're best buds by the time we join the others. Mike promised to give Lauren a ride to Brent's apartment in PA, so they are the first to leave. Eric convinces Garrett to stay so the guys can play poker. The girls and I sprawl out on the floor and watch old episodes of The Young Ones. I have to admit this party has been fun. It's more of a non-party, which is exactly my style. No big fuss. No dancing. No making out. Well, except my own, which is acceptable since it's my birthday. At the end of the night, I walk with Edward to his car. The rain has finally stopped, and I need to get my tape. Emmett lingers on the front step, chatting with the girls. Edward pauses when we reach the Volvo. He's hesitating, and I get it. I feel a little nervous myself. He leans back against the car, places his hands on my hips, and pulls me closer. So, I'll see you Monday at school. I ask. He looks down. Right. What? I ask, nudging him with my shoulder. I'm going to miss driving you to school. His face is a little flushed. And he still hasn't raised his eyes. It makes me really happy that he wants to take me to school. The truck gives me a means to see my friends in Forks more often, I could care less about driving it every day. Well, I say, leaning into him, I guess you should pick me up at the normal time then, eh? He smiles. It makes me want to climb in his trunk and smuggle myself home with him. I kiss him instead. I keep it clean, aware of our small audience. Emmett bangs on the top of the car. He's ready to go. We all say our goodbyes. Watching them drive away sucks. I linger on the porch until they're out of sight. Jasper's mom arrives a few minutes later. Then, It's just us. I try to make a swift retreat, but Carmen is on me. They all want one more bowl and answers before bed. I can't believe you bet on me, I say accusingly. I knew the moment you spazzed in the Safeway parking lot, Carmen laughs. You looked like you wanted to rip my head off. I grimace. I did want to rip her head off. Geez. I was jealous the night I met him. Alice is right. I am dumb. What about you? I ask Leah. I knew something was up in the car, on the way to the show. I just figured it would take a little longer for you two to actually hook up. That's not possible. I hadn't even seen him yet. Any argument I come up with in my head sounds weak, so I don't say a word. I smoke and laugh with them. I give them a few details, and we play the Pearl Jam tape. I can't stop thinking about what Leah said. I wonder how much of this started before I ever even laid eyes on Edward Cullen. I wake early Monday morning. Long before the alarm goes off. It's still dark outside. I watch the numbers change on the digital clock. I'll see him in just over 2 hours. My stomach flips a little at the thought. Everything was fine when we talked on the phone last night. More than fine, really. Edward seemed unfazed. We talked about the weekend. We didn't talk about the kissing part. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Jake is the only other person I've kissed. The first time we kissed was experimentation. We were curious 12-year-olds. He stuck his tongue all the way down my throat and grossed me out completely. Last summer, Carmen and I spent a lot of time down at La Push. Jake and I were already so close. The swimwear and hormones didn't help. He never left me feeling like this. Petrified, elated, nervous, hopeful, anxious, excited, nauseous. This isn't helping. There is no way I am going to be able to go back to sleep. I kick off the quilt. If I get up now, I can take my shower before Renee. She can suffer through a cold one for a change. Since I have time and hot water, I shave. I've been a little lazy with that since Jake and I broke up. Not disgustingly so, but still. Those days are over. I don't think Edward and I will be getting touchy-feely anytime soon, but I feel better. A little bit feminine. Renee's alarm goes off as I am drying in the bathroom. I smile a little at the thought of the massive shower karma about to rain down. In my room, I turn up Pearl Jam as loud as I can. A black and white broomcorn skirt, a Cure t-shirt, and black combat boots make up my wardrobe for the day. I pull my hair back into a loose ponytail for good measure. It is still far too early for Edward to be here, so I cook a real breakfast. Renee is wary as she enters the kitchen. I hand her a coffee. 2 sugars and a splash of half and half. Just the way she likes it. She sips it, eyeing me over the rim. What's going on, Bella? Good morning to you too, Mother, I say over my shoulder. Carrying my plate to the table, I sit and begin to eat in silence. She makes a plate, grabs her coffee, and then makes her way to me. Of course she chooses the chair directly across from mine. I was just wondering why you were up so early. I can tell that she's looking at me. I put my fork down and raise my chin defiantly. Good morning. Would have been nice, I say. I'm sorry, she says. I'm just shocked to see you awake. I expected you to sleep late since you can drive yourself to school. About that, I'm going to keep riding with Edward. I try to sound casual, but Renee is staring at me intently. She knows something is up. Oh, really? Now, she is just fucking with me. Yeah, we kinda kissed this weekend, and I decided to keep riding with him. I am staring at my eggs as the words rush out of my mouth. She takes another sip of coffee before replying, well, that explains why you're up and why you're wearing a skirt. He's a cutie. Tell me, what does, kinda kissed, mean? She is as bad as the pack. I swear. I will not give her the details. No way. I roll my eyes, grin wryly, and excuse myself from the table. I hide out in my room until Renee leaves. When I'm yours, she's gone. I gather my things to wait on the porch. I'm looking over Spanish notes in preparation for a pop quiz, as Edward whips into the driveway. I quickly gather my things and walk to the passenger side. Emmett is grumbling about being forced to ride in the back seat. He's been bitching about my perpetual shotgun every morning and afternoon since the second day of school. I throw my backpack onto the floorboard before easing into my seat. Once I'm settled, I glance over at Edward. "Good morning," he says with a soft smile. "Good morning." I smile right back at him. "Oh, for the love of crap, will you just drive?" Emmett grouses from the back seat. Edward complies, shifting into reverse. I love watching him drive. Well, to be more accurate, I love watching his right forearm as he drives a stick. He's probably noticed my fascination by now because my eyes are always downcast, sneaking peeks. Only, I'm not the only one stealing glances today. Emmett demands to be let out the moment Edward parks the car in the school lot. We're a few minutes early, so Edward and I linger next to the Volvo. He's standing so close I could touch him if I reach out with my hand. I panic for a moment because I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. "Hey," he says, taking my hand and giving it a little shake. "No weirdness, remember." I look up at him. There is concern in his eyes and a tiny half smile on his lips. I turn to face him and lean against him, and then we're hugging. He's warm and he smells like he just got out the shower. Soap and boy, he's right. There's nothing weird about this. I don't know if I've ever felt anything this natural in all my life. The first warning bell rings. His lips brush across my forehead. "Come on," he says, his hand firmly in mine. We stroll through the halls, fingers entwined. The more we walk, the more I relax. No one seems to be paying attention to us at all. Usually when a new couple forms, so do the whispers and the rumors. The kids here make 90,210 look like a joke. We're almost at Mrs. Simpson's door when Rosalie Hale spots us. She glances down at our hands. Her brow furrows for a moment. Then her eyes narrow, and she gives me what can only be described as a look of pure hatred. "Jesus. Who pissed in her Cheerios this morning?" I mutter. "Who cares?" Edward's voice is laced with disdain. He leans in and kisses my cheek. "See you in a few," he says. I watch him walk away before resuming my trek to homeroom. Rosalie stalks right up to me just before I get to the door. "What about Emmett?" she hisses. "What the hell? He's cool with it. I don't owe this chick any explanation." She just scoffs and walks away. I've never seen her speak to Emmett, and he's never said anything about her. He maintains the peace by keeping me in check when she goes bitch patrol on me. Edward is right. Who the hell cares? There is no way I am going to let Rosalie Hale ruin my day. Oh. Edward sits next to me at lunch, which isn't unusual. The way he angles his body, with one leg under my chair and the other behind me, is unexpected and strangely sexy. He gives me his undivided attention. Angela is the only one of our friends who seems shocked over well, whatever this is. He waits until the middle of Banner's bio lecture to scribble a note, a loose sheet of notebook paper. "Can you come over after school?" Time away from school. Alone. Unbidden memories. From Friday spring to the forefront of my mind. I am just about to write and underline the word yes, and something stops me. "Is your mom going to be there?" I know from previous conversations that his mom, Esme, hasn't found a job since they moved. Edward has said many times that she plans to wait until after the holidays to even look. I am not keen on the idea of meeting his mother. Not today. I need time to mentally prepare for something that huge. Jake's mom died long before we started dating. I've never had to meet a boy's mom before. He shoves the paper at me. "Quit freaking out. Yes, she'll be home. It doesn't matter. She's been dying to meet you anyway." He's talked to his mom about me. That's good. That's very good. Although, meeting her tomorrow would be better. I could dress more appropriately. Tomorrow. I don't want to meet your mom with a pair of bright red lips across my chest. He reads my words and then turns his head, staring directly at my boobs. Well, my t-shirt, but the lips are across my boobs. I almost freak out a little when I realize they feel warm, until I realize the same heat is traveling up my neck as well. Then he turns his attention back to the note, scrib. Blinks something quickly before inching it across the desk. I can see the hint of a smile on his lips before turning my attention to his reply. We'll be in my room most of the time. She'll leave us alone, Bella. I'm sure he thinks this is reassuring somehow. But honestly, once I see the words in my room, I already know that I will be meeting Esme Cullen this afternoon. He is definitely smiling now. Edward Cullen is an evil, sneaky boy. And I can't wait to see his bed. Not that I plan to do anything in it, but a visual will be nice. If I can swing it, I may even sniff his pillow. I'll have to tell Renee. This satisfies him. And he shoves the note into my backpack. Banner is droning on and on about cell organelles, but all I can think about is going to his house this afternoon. His mother sounds nice. I've spoken to her over the phone several times. There is absolutely no reason to be nervous about this. Edward begins speaking the moment the bell rings. I wish you wouldn't worry about this. I'm not taking you home to meet my mother. I'm taking you home so I can spend time with you. That sounds so good. I'll tell Renee after school. He nods. I'll meet you there. Angela is waiting at the door. I'm not sure if I should hug him or kiss him or just say goodbye and walk away. He steps close to me, leans in, brushes his lips across my temple and whispers, "See you after school." Then he's gone. Man, you've got it bad. Angela giggles. Shut up. I mumble, but I can't stop the small smile on my lips. Health is uneventful with the exception of a few more dirty glares from Rosalie. I am seriously starting to doubt that chick's sanity. She has always been annoying, but this year she has been borderline hostile. On the contrary, her boyfriend is all smiles in the hall outside Renee's classroom after school. Royce is decked out in a pair of khakis and polo button-up. A pink polo button-up. He catches me staring and smirks. Oh, please. This asshole actually thinks I was checking him out. I ignore him completely as I pass him in the hall. Renee is at her desk, shoes off, rubbing her feet. Hey, she says, straightening up. Good day. Yeah, I begin. A very good day, actually. Edward asked me to come over this afternoon. So I am going to hang out at his house for a while. She arches a brow. Will there be an adult present? Yes, ma'am. Edward speaks up from behind me. I turn my head as he reaches me. He's smiling as he reaches for my hand. My mom will be there the entire time. I can give you our number if you'd like to call. Renee says she believes him, but takes the number anyway. I'm going to the gym tonight. Will you be home for dinner? We've never discussed curfews on school nights. This is her way of asking what time I'll be home. She can have dinner with us, Edward says before I can get a word in. I won't be late, Mom. See you later. I call over my shoulder as we leave the room. I wait until we're downstairs and almost at the exit to speak. You didn't have to invite me to dinner. She just wanted to know when I'd be home without really asking. Women are so confusing, he mutters. I laugh. I can't help it. Edward has had me in knots with his subtle flirting since the night I met him. Well, since the night I met him in person. Talk about confusion. Where's Emmett? I ask as we reach the nearly empty parking lot. There is no sign of him near the Volvo, and the final bell rang over 15 minutes ago. He left with Alec and Jane. Some of the guys are going to shoot hoops this afternoon. When we're both in the car, I try one more time to postpone tis until tomorrow. You could go hang out with them today. And we can do this tomorrow instead. Bella, really, what is the difference? I look out the passenger window before whispering, I just want her to like me. Tomorrow. I could wear a normal shirt with some jeans and Converse. He is silent for a few very long moments before he sighs. If you really want to wait, we can, he says quietly. Then he turns his head to look at me before returning his attention to the road. She is going to like you. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. She would rather meet the real you than some watered down version. Trust me. The real you is pretty great. I place my hand on top of his on the gear shift. He spreads his fingers and then squeezes mine when they shift to fit between his. I don't know what it is he thinks is so great about me. But I hope he never stops. Edward lives in one of the newer, fancier neighborhoods in town. I don't know why this surprises me. He did tell me his father is a doctor. His house is nice, but not extravagant. In all honesty, it's just a regular white two-story. The landscaping is beautiful. There are bushes and flowers everywhere. He cuts the engine in the driveway before glancing at me. So, I've been thinking about the best way to introduce you to my mom, he says casually. I've been struggling with the idea of introducing you as my friend. It just sounds wrong. My heart speeds up a little when he turns to me grinning. It would feel so much better to tell her you are my girlfriend. That would be better, I murmur as I lean in. I want to be closer. Yeah, he looks and sounds so relieved, I'm almost offended. Yes, Edward, yes. I don't just kiss every person I meet, you know. I'm only teasing, but he looks alarmed. I didn't mean. I don't let him finish because of wanted to kiss him since the moment I saw him waiting in the Volvo this morning. I can feel his smile against my lips. Damn this little car. I can't do anything I want to do in this limited space. His bedroom. Edward's bedroom is somewhere in that nice two-story white house. The idea of touching more of him, possibly on his bed, is the only incentive I have to end this kiss. I pull away hesitantly. We should go in. I'm embarrassed at how low my voice sounds. I glance away, clearing my throat. I'm gonna need just a minute or two, he says. He points to his crotch and the obvious sign of just how much he liked that kiss. I swallow. Knowing that I can do that, well, it is the coolest feeling ever. I'm still floating along in some weird Edward-induced haze as we take the porch steps and enter the house. I glance around, hoping for a quick, one-way trip to his bedroom. No such luck. Edward. I freeze at the sound of his mother's voice. Edward laces his fingers through mine as he whispers, "You ready?" Alking doesn't seem like a good idea right now, so I just nod. He leads me to the kitchen. His mother is sitting atop a bar stool. There is an open issue of People and a steaming cup of coffee in front of her on the countertop. This might be the biggest kitchen I've ever seen. It seems like the size of 2 rooms combined in any other house. There is a tile-top island in the center of the cooking area, and above it is a stationary hanging pot rack. Every appliance in the room is black and shiny. Wow, I breathe. The kitchen at Renesmee was designed in the 1940s when my grandparents bought the house. I'm pretty sure the same curtains have been hanging over the kitchen window there since before I was born. This kitchen looks like something out of a movie. I'm brought to my senses when Edward speaks. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Bella. She has beautiful long caramel-colored hair, thick bangs, and a beautiful, creamy complexion. She's wearing a baggy sweatshirt, jeans and house slippers. Her smile puts me at ease almost instantly. Nice to meet you, Bella, she says. It's nice to meet you too, Mrs. Cullen. I mean it, too. Everything about her is inviting. The way she turns to face us fully. Her warm smile and friendly eyes, all those things are just really nice. Like the stuff you see on TV. Call me Esme, sweetie, she insists. I have a feeling you're going to be around far too much for us to stick with that kind of formality. Then she offers me a freshly baked brownie. Like she didn't just tell me that her son has hinted that I'm going to be around a lot. I take it, to be polite. EDW. Art asks her for an extra large brownie as he prepares 2 glasses of milk. Don't mention these brownies to Emmett tomorrow, he says, carrying the glasses to the table. Why? I'm curious. These brownies are his favorite. He'll be mad at me for not bringing him back to the house today. I'll wrap a few for him and drop them off later, Esme says. After one bite, I understand the drama surrounding these brownies. They are fantastic. I've never been a fan of brownies, but these are moist, and it makes all the difference in the world. Esme laughs as I beg her to tell me how she made them. There's a special ingredient, right? I'm not giving up. The pack would die for some brownies like these. I'll show you how to make them sometime, she finally concedes. The suggestion doesn't terrify me like I expect it to. Talking to her is like talking to Edward. Easy. We decide to work on homework in Edward's room while Esme prepares dinner. Her voice rings out as we reach the bottom of the stairs. Door open. Edward. He exhales in a huff before leading me up the stairs. As we ascend, I realize that Edward wasn't kidding about playing baseball. I assumed he played as a hobby with friends. Like video games. There are pictures of him lining the wall. There are Little League individual and team photos matted together in frames. His age progresses in the pictures as we reach the top of the stairs. The last photo appears to have been taken recently. In it, he is wearing a blue jersey with a bat in hand. Last year, he says as I stare. I swallow, thinking of him hanging out with boys like Royce, Aaron, and Marcus. I shake my head. Even if Edward decides to play for PA, there are plenty of other people besides those assholes on the team. Ben Chaney and several of the other guys are decent. Plus, he'll actually have to make the team for any of this to be relevant anyway. We've stopped at the end of a long hallway. This is my room, he says, opening the door for me. There is a large bed with the headboard positioned just below the window on the far wall. The walls are white, but every piece of furniture in the room is black, including the small desk and the TV cabinet. There are built-in bookshelves lining an entire wall. But only one section of shelves is for books. The rest are holding CDs. CDs ranging from Madonna to Two Live Crew to Debussy. I've never seen so much music. You have so much music, I say, running my fingers along the edges of the cases. He touches a button on a black remote in his hand, wincing as Metallica blares through a surround sound speaker system. He presses button repeatedly until the volume is manageable. I don't know what it is about teenage boys and Metallica. Jasper, Emmett, Jake, Mike, even Embry, and now Edward, they all seem to like it. I wrinkle my nose. He presses another button moments before the heavy metal is replaced with the sound of an electric blues guitar and the voice of Stevie Ray Vaughan. Much better. There is some sort of large Yamaha stereo system on a small entertainment cabinet. You have a CD changer. I'm jealous. Carmen's dad has a CD changer. It holds 5 CDs and can be set to random. That's so cool. I really am jealous. I have boom boxes in both of my bedrooms and the sound quality is shit. This is a 5-disc carousel player, not a changer, he says quickly. He starts pointing as he continues. There are 2 cabinet speakers. With 12-inch subwoofers, 6-inch mids, and 4-inch tweets. Edward Cullen is a stereo snob. Big time. I have no fucking idea what any of that means, I tell him, laughing. You are such a stereo snob. Yeah, I guess I am. He shrugs. I let my backpack fall to the floor at the foot of the bed. I think the floor is a much safer bet than the bed if we actually want to work on our homework. He pushes the door until it is closed as much as possible without actually being closed. Stupid house rules. We both sit propped against the footboard with books and notes spread around us. We Avenue the same assignment in American history, so we finish it first. He bitches about conjugating 10 verbs for Spanish I homework. He has the decency to look sheepish when he realizes my Spanish too ho. Work consists of translating 3 paragraphs from English to Spanish. By the time we're finished, Esme is calling us down for dinner. Edward stands first before offering me a hand. I watch as my fingers inch across his palm and then he tugs me up gently. My body brushes against his as I gain my footing. He steadies me by wrapping his arms around my shoulders and pulling me into him. My hands glide up his chest and around his neck as he bends slightly to place his lips on mine. The only thing I can think about is the way his arms feel around me. His lips are perfect and when they part, I can taste cinnamon and feel his tongue against mine. Edward. The sound of a male voice, just outside Edward's door, shocks the hell out of me. Oh, God, I say, trying to back away from him. Edward doesn't let go. Instead, He turns me to face the door as it opens. There is a handsome man in dress clothes smiling as he enters the room. Dad, knock, remember. Edward grounds the words out slowly. Right, he says, taking my hand and shaking it gently. You must be Bella. He winks. I try to fight it. I really do, but my eyebrows rise and my chin drops. It must be genetic. Some sort of charming gene. I nod nervously. Edward hasn't moved an inch. I can feel him against my back. I can feel every part of him against my back. Obviously, his father's arrival hasn't dampened his mood yet. I'm Carlisle. Nice to finally meet you. Esme said to tell you both to come down for dinner. He turns, and I follow him to the door. I'll be down in a couple of minutes, Edward says from behind me. I turn to glare at him. I'm just going to use the restroom. Sure, son. His father's voice is laced with amusement. Oh, God. I follow Carlisle down the stairs, wondering if meeting him for the first time could have been any more awkward. Esme is seated at the dining room table sipping wine, looking absolutely relaxed. There are 4 large plates, each topped with a steaming serving of lasagna. I pause, not sure if I should sit or where I should sit. Carlisle pulls a chair out and motions to it. What would you like to drink, Bella? Sprite or water? Either is fine. I really want to ask him for a little bit of that wine his wife is sipping on. I hope you like Italian food, Bella, Esme says with a smile. I love it, I tell her earnestly. Carlisle hands me an ice-cold can of Sprite as he takes the seat directly across from mine. Edward's parents and I spend a few moments smiling at each other politely. This might be one of the most surreal experiences of my entire life. I am sitting at the Cullens' dining room table with, not one, but both of Edward's parents. And Edward is upstairs in the bathroom, presumably taking care of business. As if she can read my mind, Esme asks, "Where is Edward?" In the bathroom, I mutter. Carlisle's lips quirk for a brief moment. Well, what is taking him? She trails off. I've never blushed in my entire life, but I can feel the blood rushing to my face. I resist the urge to turn in my seat to face the framed mirror on the wall. That would only make the situation worse. Edward chooses this moment to join us at the table. He studies my face. Are you okay? Instead of answering, I kick him in the leg. I swear I see Carlisle smirk a little before he tells us to dig in. I don't look at Edward at all during our meal. I want to be mad at him just a little while longer for deserting me. His parents are unbelievably cool. They ask about my interests and listen intently as I answer. Edward joins the conversation occasionally when the topic interests him. As we help Esme with the dishes, I tell her over and over how much I love her lasagna. She offers to teach me how to make it. I happily accept and then marvel at the idea of cooking lessons with Edward's mother. I only know how to cook a handful of things: spaghetti, tacos, macaroni and cheese, baked and fried fish, and anything hamburger helper. Esme reminds Carlisle of some earlier promise to take an evening walk with her. He sighs as he stands, then follows her from the room. Edward and I are left staring at each other dumbfounded in the kitchen as the front door slams. Did they really just leave us alone? This really is a crappy time to be mad at him. There is, after all, a nice big bed upstairs in Edward's room. I may be a little mad, but I'm not stupid. I turn without a backwards glance and march up the stairs. I don't stop until I am in his room. He closes the door as much as he can before turning to me. I give him the evil eye. I haven't forgiven him yet. That was a disappointing first showing as a boyfriend, Edward Cullen, I accuse. The first time I really needed you, you threw me to the wolves. I fold my arms across my chest for effect. He hangs his head, staring intently at the floor. You're right, he asserts. Then, his head snaps up and his eyes meet mine. He glances at his watch before stalking towards me. We have about 20 minutes for me to try to make it up to you. Whoa. I lick my lips and stumble backwards as he advances. Then I feel it. His bed is touching the back of my thighs. I am pinned between Edward and his bed. Every ounce of bravado I may have possessed 5 minutes ago is gone. I'm scared. I have no idea what will happen if we end up on that bed together, and there's too much at stake to screw this up. You're doing it again, Edward whispers. You think too much. You're thinking this thing to death. You're the only one fighting it, Bella. He whispers the last part against my lips. That's all it takes. I'm wedging myself up and onto the bed, while pulling him against my body. We scoot and kiss and rub against each other until I finally stretch out with my head on his pillow. He's hovering above me, staring. You're so pretty. His quiet voice and the tenderness in his eyes are my undoing. I close my eyes because I do not want to cry in front of him. I've been called hot on several occasions by a variety of douchebags, Jake included. No one has ever described me as pretty, and I've never really considered myself as such, but Edward Cullen believes it. I can see it in his eyes. For a second, I feel beautiful. We don't have to do anything. I just want to be with you. No, not be with you. Oh, hell, he mutters. I mean, I want to be wherever you are. His cheeks are flaming beneath day-old stubble. I slide my hand up and around his neck, pulling him to me. Hang on, he says, tugging his glasses from his face and tossing them on the table. Let's try this. He kisses me. The way he feels, the things he says, I open beneath him. My lips part, as my legs do, and then, he's on me. My head is spinning, and my body is on fire. His kisses intensify, and I realize with great pleasure that Edward has been holding out on me. I love his sweet kisses, but this feels like hunger. Like he can't get enough of me. I'm dizzy and gasping by the time he turns his attention to my neck. I sound like a total hussy, moaning as his tongue sweeps across my skin. He stops suddenly, cocking his head before groaning softly. Shit, he mutters. He moves off of me quickly. They're back. Right. We need to get out of his room. If we stay, I'm going to want to kiss him like that again. Let's go downstairs, I suggest. We can have another brownie before you take me home. He agrees as he reaches for his glasses. After gathering my things, we make our way downstairs. Edward begs his mother to let us eat dessert in the family room. He doesn't want to miss MacGyver. She relents once Edward agrees to take a plate to Emmett after he drops me off. His parents sit together on the loveseat holding hands through the entire show. Edward and I are on the couch keeping a respectable distance between us. Esme hugs me as we're leaving. She assures me the invitation for cooking lessons is an open one. I'm welcome anytime. Hearing that makes me incredibly happy. See, that wasn't so bad, Edward says as he starts the car. It was, but it wasn't. You used me as a boner shield, I state flatly. He laughs, shaking his head. True. His face becomes serious before he continues. But your mom will determine whether or not I pass 11th grade and your father carries a gun. You got off easy. I wince a little. The poor bastard has a point. I won't be able to protect him from Charlie. If I want to be able to spend time with my boyfriend in Forks, I'm going to have to come clean and introduce them. I push those thoughts aside. The windows are down, the stars are bright, and my fingers are twisted with Edward's as he drives me home. He's right. I do worry too much. I wake early Monday morning. Long before the alarm goes off. It's still dark outside. I watch the numbers change on the digital clock. I'll see him in just over 2 hours. My stomach flips a little at the thought. Eve. Writhing was fine when we talked on the phone last night. More than fine, really. Edward seemed unfazed. We talked about the weekend. We didn't talk about the kissing part. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Jake is the only other person I've kissed. The first time we kissed was experimentation. We were curious 12-year-olds. He stuck his tongue all the way down my throat and grossed me out completely. Last summer, Carmen and I spent a lot of time down at La Push. Jake and I were already so close. The swimwear and hormones didn't help. He never left me feeling like this. Petrified, elated, nervous, hopeful, anxious, excited, nauseous. This isn't helping. There is no way I am going to be able to go back to sleep. I kick off the quilt. If I get up now, I can take my shower before Renee. She can suffer through a cold one for a change. Since I have time and hot water, I shave. I've been a little lazy with that since Jake and I broke up. Not disgustingly so, but still. Those days are over. I don't think Edward and I will be getting touchy-feely anytime soon, but I feel better. A little bit feminine. Renee's alarm goes off as I am drying in the bathroom. I smile a little at the thought of the massive shower karma about to rain down. In my room, I turn up Pearl Jam as loud as I can. A black and white broomcorn skirt, a Cure t-shirt, and black combat boots make up my wardrobe for the day. I pull my hair back into a loose ponytail for good measure. It is still far too early for Edward to be here, so I cook a real breakfast. Renee is wary as she enters the kitchen. I hand her a coffee. 2 sugars and a splash of half and half. Just the way she likes it. She sips it, eyeing me over the rim. What's going on, Bella? Good morning to you too, Mother, I say over my shoulder, carrying my plate to the table. I sit and begin to eat in silence. She makes a plate, grabs her coffee, and then makes her way to me. Of course, she chooses the chair directly across from mine. I was just wondering why you are up so early. I can tell that she's looking at me. I put my fork down and raise my chin defiantly. Good morning. Would have been nice, I say. I'm sorry, she says. I'm just shocked to see you awake. I expected you to sleep late since you can drive yourself to school. About that, I'm going to keep riding with Edward. I try to sound casual, but Renee is staring at me intently. She knows something is up. Oh, really? Now, she is just fucking with me. Yeah, we kinda kissed this weekend, and I decided to keep riding with him. I am staring at my eggs as the words rush out of my mouth. She takes another sip of coffee before replying, well, that explains why you're up and why you're wearing a skirt. He's a cutie. Tell me, what does kinda kissed mean? She is as bad as the pack, I swear. I will not give her the details. No way. I roll my eyes, grin wryly, and excuse myself from the table. I hide out in my room until Renee leaves. When I'm sure she's gone, I gather my things to wait on the porch. I'm looking over Spanish notes in preparation for a pop quiz, as Edward whips into the driveway. I quickly gather my things and walk to the passenger side. Emmett is grumbling about being forced to ride in the back seat. He's been bitching about my perpetual shotgun every morning and afternoon since the second day of school. I throw my backpack onto the floorboard before easing into my seat. Once I'm settled, I glance over at Edward. Good morning, he says with a soft smile. Good morning. I smile right back at him. Oh, for the love of crap, will you just drive? Emmett grouses from the back seat. Edward complies, shifting into reverse. I love watching him drive. Well, to be more accurate, I love watching his right forearm as he drives a stick. He's proba. Bly noticed my fascination by now because my eyes are always downcast, sneaking peeks. Only, I'm not the only one stealing glances today. Emmett demands to be let out the moment Edward parks the car in the school lot. We're a few minutes early, so Edward and I linger next to the Volvo. He's standing so close I could touch him if I reach out with my hand. I panic for a moment because I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Hey, he says, taking my hand and giving it a little shake. No weirdness, remember. I look up at him. There is concern in his eyes and a tiny half smile on his lips. I turn to face him and lean against him, and then we're hugging. He's warm and he smells like he just got out the shower. Soap and boy, he's right. There's nothing weird about this. I don't know if I've ever felt anything this natural in all my life. The first warning bell rings. His lips brush across my forehead. Come on, he says, his hand firmly in mine. We stroll through the halls, fingers entwined. The more we walk, the more I relax. No one seems to be paying attention to us at all. Usually when a new couple forms, so do the whispers and the rumors. The kids here make 90,210 look like a joke. We're almost at Mrs. Simpson's door when Rosalie Hale spots us. She glances down at our hands. Her brow furrows for a moment. Then her eyes narrow, and she gives me what can only be described as a look of pure hatred. Jesus. Who pissed in her Cheerios this morning? I mutter. Who cares? Edward's voice is laced with disdain. He leans in and kisses my cheek. See you in a few, he says. I watch him walk away before resuming my trek to homeroom. Rosalie stalks right up to me just before I get to the door. What about Emmett? She hisses. What the hell? He's cool with it. I don't owe this chick any explanation. She just scoffs and walks away. I've never seen her speak to Emmett, and he's never said anything about her. He maintains the peace by keeping me in check when she goes bitch patrol on me. Edward is right. Who the hell cares? There is no way I am going to let Rosalie Hale ruin my day. Oh. Edward sits next to me at lunch, which isn't unusual. The way he angles his body with one leg under my chair and the other behind me is unexpected and strangely sexy. He gives me his undivided attention. Angela is the only one of our friends who seems shocked over our, well, whatever this is. He waits until the middle of Banner's bio lecture to scribble a note, a loose sheet of notebook paper. Can you come over after school? Time away from school. Alone. Unbidden memories from Friday spring to the forefront of my mind. I am just about to write and underline the word yes, and something stops me. Is your mom going to be there? I know from previous conversations that his mom, Esme, hasn't found a job since they moved. Edward has said many times that she plans to wait until after the holidays to even look. I am not keen on the idea of meeting his mother. Not today. I need time to mentally prepare for something that huge. Jake's mom died long before we started dating. I've never had to meet a boy's mom before. He shoves the paper at me. Quit freaking out. Yes, she'll be home. It doesn't matter. She's been dying to meet you anyway. He's talked to his mom about me. That's good. That's very good. Although, meeting our tomorrow would be better. I could dress more appropriately. Tomorrow. I don't want to meet your mom with a pair of bright red lips across my chest. He reads my words and then turns his head, staring directly at my boobs. Well, my t-shirt, but the lips are across my boobs. I almost freak out a little when I realize they feel warm, until I realize the same heat is traveling up my neck as well. Then he turns his attention back to the note, scribbling something quickly before inching it across the desk. I can see the hint of a smile on his lips before turning my attention to his reply. We'll be in my room most of the time. She'll leave us alone, Bella. I'm S. He thinks this is reassuring somehow. But honestly, once I see the words in my room, I already know that I will be meeting Esme Cullen this afternoon. He is definitely smiling now. Edward Cullen is an evil, sneaky boy. And I can't wait to see his bed. Not that I plan to do anything in it, but a visual will be nice. If I can swing it, I may even sniff his pillow. I'll have to tell Renee. This satisfies him. And he shoves the note into my backpack. Banner is droning on and on about cell organelles, but all I can think about is going to his house this afternoon. His mother sounds nice. I've spoken to her over the phone several times. There is absolutely no reason to be nervous about this. Edward begins speaking the moment the bell rings. I wish you wouldn't worry about this. I'm not taking you home to meet my mother. I'm taking you home so I can spend time with you. That sounds so good. I'll tell Renee after school. He nods. I'll meet you there. Angela is waiting at the door. I'm no sure if I should hug him or kiss him or just say goodbye and walk away. He steps close to me, leans in, brushes his lips across my temple and whispers, "See you after school." Then he's gone. Man, you've got it bad, Angela giggles. Shut up. I mumble, but I can't stop the small smile on my lips. Health is uneventful with the exception of a few more dirty glares from Rosalie. I am seriously starting to doubt that chick's sanity. She has always been annoying, but this year she has been borderline hostile. On the contrary, her boyfriend is all smiles in the hall outside Renee's classroom after school. Royce is decked out in a pair of khakis and polo button-up. A pink polo button-up. He catches me staring and smirks. Oh, please. This asshole actually thinks I was checking him out. I ignore him completely as I pass him in the hall. Renee is at her desk, shoes off, rubbing her feet. Hey, she says, straightening up. Good day. Yeah, I begin. A very good day, actually. Edward asked me to come over this afternoon. So I am going to hang out at his house for a while. She arches a brow. Will there be an adult present? Yes, ma'am. Edward speaks up from behind me. I turn my head as he reaches me. He's smiling as he reaches for my hand. My mom will be there the entire time. I can give you our number if you'd like to call. Renee says she believes him, but takes the number anyway. I'm going to the gym tonight. Will you be home for dinner? We've never discussed curfews on school nights. This is her way of asking what time I'll be home. She can have dinner with us, Edward says before I can get a word in. I won't be late, Mom. See you later. I call over my shoulder as we leave the room. I wait until we're downstairs and almost at the exit to speak. You didn't have to invite me to dinner. She just wanted to know when I'd be home without really asking. Women are so confusing, he mutters. I laugh. I can't help it. Edward has had me in knots with his subtle flirting since the night I met him. Well, since the night I met him in person. Talk about confusion. Where's Emmett? I ask as we reach the nearly empty parking lot. There is no sign of him near the Volvo, and the final bell rang over 15 minutes ago. He left with Alec and Jane. Some of the guys are going to shoot hoops this afternoon. When we're both in the car, I try one more time to postpone this until tomorrow. You could go hang out with them today. And we can do this tomorrow instead. Bella, really, what is the difference? I look out the passenger window before whispering, I just want her to like me. Tomorrow, I could you're a normal shirt with some jeans and Converse. He is silent for a few very long moments before he sighs. If you really want to wait, we can, he says quietly. Then he turns his head to look at me before returning his attention to the road. She is going to like you. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. She would rather meet the real you than some watered-down version. Trust me. The real you is pretty great. I place my hand on top of his on the gear shift. He spreads his fingers and then squeezes mine when they shift to fit between his. I don't know what it is he thinks is so great about me, but I hope he never stops. Edward lives in one of the newer, fancier neighborhoods in town. I don't know why this surprises me. He did tell me his father is a doctor. His house is nice, but not extravagant. In all honesty, it's just a regular white two-story. The landscaping is beautiful. There are bushes and flowers everywhere. He cuts the engine in the driveway before glancing at me. So, I've been thinking about the best way to introduce you to my mom, he says casually. I've been struggling with the idea of introducing you as my friend. It just sounds wrong. My heart speeds up a little when he turns to me grinning. It would feel so much better to tell her you are my girlfriend. That would be better, I murmur as I lean in. I want to be closer. Yeah, he looks and sounds so relieved, I'm almost offended. Yes, Edward, yes. I don't just kiss every person I meet, you know. I'm only teasing, but he looks alarmed. I didn't mean. I don't let him finish because I've wanted to kiss him since the moment I saw him waiting in the Volvo this morning. I can feel his smile against my lips. Damn this little car. I can't do anything I want to do in this limited space. His bedroom. Edward's bedroom. Home is somewhere in that nice two-story white house. The idea of touching more of him, possibly on his bed, is the only incentive I have to end this kiss. I pull away hesitantly. We should go in. I'm embarrassed at how low my voice sounds. I glance away, clearing my throat. I'm gonna need just a minute or two, he says. He points to his crotch and the obvious sign of just how much he liked that kiss. I swallow. Knowing that I can do that, well, it is the coolest feeling ever. I'm still floating along in some weird Edward-induced haze as we take the porch steps and enter the house. I glance around, hoping for a quick, one-way trip to his bedroom. No such luck. Edward. I freeze at the sound of his mother's voice. Edward laces his fingers through mine as he whispers, "You ready?" Talking doesn't seem like a good idea right now. So I just nod. He leads me to the kitchen. His mother is sitting atop a bar stool. There is an open issue of People and a steaming cup of coffee in front of her on the countertop. This might be the biggest kitchen I've ever seen. It seems like the size of 2 rooms combined in any other house. There is a tile-top island in the center of the cooking area, and above it is a stationary hanging pot rack. Every appliance in the room is black and shiny. Wow, I breathe. The kitchen at Renee's was designed in the 1940s when my grandparents bought the house. I'm pretty sure the same curtains have been hanging over the kitchen window there since before I was born. This kitchen looks like something out of a movie. I'm brought to my senses when Edward speaks. "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Bella. She has beautiful long caramel-colored hair, thick bangs, and a beautiful, creamy complexion. She's wearing a baggy sweatshirt, jeans and house slippers. Her smile puts me at ease almost instantly. Nice to meet you, Bella," she says. "It's nice to meet you too, Mrs. Cullen. I mean it, too." Everything about her is inviting. The way she turns to face us fully, her warm smile and friendly eyes, all those things are just really nice. Like the stuff you see on TV. "Call me Esme, sweetie," she insists. "I have a feeling you're going to be around far too much for us to stick with that kind of formality." Then she offers me a freshly baked brownie. Like she didn't just tell me that her son has hinted that I'm going to be around a lot. I take it, to be polite. Edward asks her for an extra large brownie as he prepares 2 glasses of milk. "Don't mention these brownies to Emmett tomorrow," he says, carrying the glasses to the table. Why? I'm curious. These brownies are his favorite. He'll be mad at me for not bringing him back to the house today. "I'll wrap a few for him and drop them off later," Esme says. After one bite, I understand the drama surrounding these brownies. They are fantastic. I've never been a fan of brownies, but these are moist, and it makes all the difference in the world. Esme laughs as I beg her to tell me how she made them. "There's a special ingredient, right?" I'm not giving up. The pack would die for some brownies like these. "I'll show you how to make them sometime," she finally concedes. The suggestion doesn't terrify me like I expect it to. Talking to her is like talking to Edward. Easy. We decide to work on homework in Edward's room while Esme prepares dinner. Her voice rings out as we reach the bottom of the stairs. Door open. Edward. He exhales in a huff before leading me up the stairs. As we ascend, I realize that Edward wasn't kidding about playing baseball. I assumed he played as a hobby with friends. Like video games. There are pictures of him lining the wall. There are Little League individual and team photos matted together in frames. His age progresses in the pictures as we reach the top of the stairs. The last photo appears to have been taken recently. In it, he is wearing a blue jersey with a bat in hand. "Last year," he says as I stare. I swallow, thinking of him hanging out with boys like Royce, Aaron, and Marcus. I shake my head. Even if Edward decides to play for PA, there are plenty of other people besides those assholes on the team. Ben Chaney and several of the other guys are decent. Plus, he'll actually have to make the team for any of this to be relevant anyway. We've stopped at the end of a long hallway. "This is my room," he says, opening the door for me. There is a large bed with the headboard position. Ed just below the window on the far wall. The walls are white, but every piece of furniture in the room is black, including the small desk and the TV cabinet. There are built-in bookshelves lining an entire wall. But only one section of shelves is for books. The rest are holding CDs. CDs ranging from Madonna to Two Live Crew to Debussy. I've never seen so much music. "You have so much music," I say, running my fingers along the edges of the cases. He touches a button on a black remote in his hand, wincing as Metallica blares through a surround sound speaker system. He presses another button repeatedly until the volume is manageable. I don't know what it is about teenage boys and Metallica. Jasper, Emmett, Jake, Mike, even Embry, and now Edward, they all seem to like it. I wrinkle my nose. He presses another button moments before the heavy metal is replaced with the sound of an electric blues guitar and the voice of Stevie Ray Vaughan. Much better. There is some sort of large Yamaha stereo system on a small entertainment cabinet. You have a CD changer. I'm jealous. Carmen's dad has a CD changer. It holds 5 CDs and can be set to random. That's so cool. I really am jealous. I have boom boxes in both of my bedrooms and the sound quality is shit. This is a 5-disc carousel player, not a changer, he says quickly. He starts pointing as he continues. There are 2 cabinet speakers, with 12-inch subwoofers, 6-inch mids, and 4-inch tweets. Edward Cullen is a stereo snob. Big time. I have no fucking idea what any of that means, I tell him, laughing. You are such a stereo snob. Yeah, I guess I am. He shrugs. I let my backpack fall to the floor at the foot of the bed. I think the floor is a much safer bet than the bed if we actually want to work on our homework. He pushes the door until it is closed as much as possible without actually being closed. Stupid house rules. We both sit propped against the footboard with books and notes spread around us. We have the same assignment in American history, so we finish it first. He bitches about conjugating 10 verbs for Spanish I homework. He has the decency to look sheepish when he realizes my Spanish 2 homework consists of translating 3 paragraphs from English to Spanish. By the time we're finished, Esme is calling us down for dinner. Edward stands first before offering me a hand. I watch as my fingers inch across his palm and then he tugs me up gently. My body brushes against his as I gain my footing. He steadies me by wrapping his arms around my shoulders and pulling me into him. My hands glide up his chest, and around his neck as he bends slightly to place his lips on mine. The only thing I can think about is the way his arms feel around me. His lips are perfect and when they part, I can taste cinnamon and feel his tongue against mine. Edward. The sound of a male voice, just outside Edward's door, shocks the hell out of me. Oh, God, I say, trying to back away from him. Edward doesn't let go. Instead, he turns me to face the door as it opens. There is a handsome man in dress clothes smiling as he enters the room. Dad, knock, remember. Edward grounds the words out slowly. Right, he says, taking my hand and shaking it gently. You must be Bella. He winks. I try to fight it. I really do, but my eyebrows rise and my chin drops. It must be genetic. Some sort of charming gene. I nod nervously. Edward hasn't moved an inch. I can feel him against my back. I can feel every part of him against my back. Obviously, his father's arrival hasn't dampened his mood yet. I'm Carlisle. Nice to finally meet you. Esme said to tell you both to come down for dinner. He turns, and I follow him to the door. I'll be down in a couple of minutes, Edward says from behind me. I turn to glare at him. I'm just going to use the restroom. Sure, son. His father's voice is laced with amusement. Oh, God. I follow Carlisle down the stairs, wondering if meeting him for the first time could have been any more awkward. Esme is seated at the dining room table sipping wine, looking absolutely relaxed. There are 4 large plates, each topped with a steaming serving of lasagna. I pause, not sure if I should sit or where I should sit. Carlisle pulls a chair out and motions to it. What would you like to drink, Bella? Sprite or water? Either is fine. I really want to ask him for a little bit of that wine his wife is sipping on. I hope you like Italian food, Bella, Esme says with a smile. I love it, I tell her earnestly. Carlisle hands me an ice-cold can of Sprite as he takes the seat directly across from mine. Ed. Ward's parents and I spend a few moments smiling at each other politely. This might be one of the most surreal experiences of my entire life. I am sitting at the Cullens' dining room table with, not one, but both of Edward's parents. And Edward is upstairs in the bathroom presumably taking care of business. As if she can read my mind, Esme asks, "Where is Edward?" "In the bathroom," I mutter. Carlyle's lips quirk for a brief moment. "Well, what is taking him?" She trails off. I've never blushed in my entire life, but I can feel the blood rushing to my face. I resist the urge to turn in my seat to face the framed mirror on the wall. That would only make the situation worse. Edward chooses this moment to join us at the table. He studies my face. "Are you okay?" Instead of answering, I kick him in the leg. I swear I see Carlyle smirk a little before he tells us to dig in. I don't look at Edward at all during our meal. I want to be mad at him just a little while longer for deserting me. His parents are unbelievably cool. They ask about my interests and listen intently as I answer. Edward joins the conversation occasionally when the topic interests him. As we help Esme with the dishes, I tell her over and over how much I love her lasagna. She offers to teach me how to make it. I happily accept and then marvel at the idea of cooking lessons with Edward's mother. I only know how to cook a handful of things: spaghetti, tacos, macaroni and cheese, baked and fried fish, and anything hamburger helper. Esme reminds Carlyle of some earlier promise to take an evening walk with her. He sighs as he stands, then follows her from the room. Edward and I are left staring at each other dumbfounded in the kitchen as the front door slams. Did they really just leave us alone? This really is a crappy time to be mad at him. There is, after all, a nice big bed upstairs in Edward's room. I may be a little mad, but I'm not stupid. I turn without a backwards glance and march up the stairs. I don't stop until I am in his room. He closes the door as much as he can before turning to me. I give him the evil eye. I haven't forgiven him yet. That was a disappointing first showing as a boyfriend, Edward Cullen, I accuse. The first time I really needed you, you threw me to the wolves. I fold my arms across my chest for effect. He hangs his head, staring intently at the floor. "You're right," he asserts. Then, his head snaps up and his eyes meet mine. He glances at his watch before stalking towards me. "We have about 20 minutes for me to try to make it up to you." Whoa. I lick my lips and stumble backwards as he advances. Then I feel it. His bed is touching the back of my thighs. I am pinned between Edward and his bed. Every ounce of bravado I may have possessed 5 minutes ago is gone. I'm scared. I have no idea what will happen if we end up on that bed together, and there's too much at stake to screw this up. "You're doing it again," Edward whispers. "You think too much. You're thinking this thing to death. You're the only one fighting it, Bella." He whispers the last part against my lips. That's all it takes. I'm wedging myself up and onto the bed, while pulling him against my body. We oot and kiss and rub against each other until I finally stretch out with my head on his pillow. He's hovering above me, staring. "You're so pretty." His quiet voice and the tenderness in his eyes are my undoing. I close my eyes because I do not want to cry in front of him. I've been called hot on several occasions by a variety of douchebags, Jake included. No one has ever described me as pretty, and I've never really considered myself as such, but Edward Cullen believes it. I can see it in his eyes. For a second, I feel beautiful. We don't have to do anything. I just want to be with you. No, not be with you. "Oh, hell," he mutters. "I mean, I want to be wherever you are." His cheeks are flaming beneath day-old stubble. I slide my hand up and around his neck, pulling him to me. "Hang on," he says, tugging his glasses from his face and tossing them on the table. "Let's try this." He kisses me. The way he feels, the things he says, I open beneath him. My lips part, as my legs do, and then, he's on me. My head is spinning, and my body is on fire. His kisses intensify, and I realize with great pleasure that Edward has been holding out on me. I love his sweet kisses, but this feels like hunger. Like he can't get enough of me. I'm dizzy and gasping by the time he turns his attention to my neck. I sound like a total hussy, moaning as his tongue sweeps across my skin. He stops suddenly, cocking his head before groaning softly. "Shit," he mutters. He moves off of me quickly. "They're back. Right." We need to get out of his room. If we stay, I'm going to want to kiss him like that again. Let's go downstairs, I suggest. We can have another brownie before you take me home. He agrees as he reaches for his glasses. After gathering my things, we make our way downstairs. Edward begs his mother to let us eat dessert in the family room. He doesn't want to miss MacGyver. She relents once Edward agrees to take a plate to Emmett after he drops me off. His parents sit together on the loveseat holding hands through the entire show. Edward and I are on the couch keeping a respectable distance between us. Esme hugs me as we're leaving. She assures me the invitation for cooking lessons is an open one. I'm welcome anytime. Hearing that makes me incredibly happy. See, that wasn't so bad, Edward says as he starts the car. It was, but it wasn't. You used me as a boner shield, I state flatly. He laughs, shaking his head. True. His face becomes serious before he continues. But your mom will determine whether or not I pass 11th grade and your father carries a gun. You got off easy. I wince a little. The poor bastard has a point. I won't be able to protect him from Charlie. If I want to be able to spend time with my boyfriend in Forks, I'm going to have to come clean and introduce them. I push those thoughts aside. The windows are down, the stars are bright, and my fingers are twisted with Edward's as he drives me home. He's right. I do worry too much. It becomes obvious on a Wednesday. Why afternoon in October that I can't put Charlie off any longer. There are 2 messages from him on the answering machine. He only calls during the day, when he is sure my mother won't answer. This is the longest I've ever gone without a visit. The girls aren't happy with me either. The first message is short, and he sounds irritated. Bella, I left a message yesterday. I expected a return call. The second one isn't much better. Bella, call me back when Renee gets home. We need to have a little discussion. This can't be good. He would rather go to the dentist than speak to my mom. Maybe he's peas. Said that I missed my scheduled weekend with him. I've never done that before, and now I can drive. There is no good excuse except my own stinking cowardice. Edward says I'm being ridiculous, but he doesn't know Charlie. Which is kinda the point. Renee won't be home for at least an hour, and Edward is video gaming at Emmett's today with the guys. I consider breaking my rule. One little midweek smoke won't hurt anything. It would definitely make my conversation with Charlie a little easier. I'm torn. I'm done with all of my homework. Ms. White pulled another disappearing act today, so I finished it during her class. Oh, fuck it. It doesn't take me long to roll one. I don't bother going behind the carport. The neighbors are at work, and Renee isn't here to gripe at me. I sit on the back steps instead. After 4 tokes, I stub the joint and stick it in a half-empty box of Camels. I'm on the couch in the living room watching Nirvana on MTV's Buzz Bin when Renee comes home. She waves and goes straight to her room. A few minutes later, she comes out in sweats, running shoes in hand. She sits on the opposite end of the sofa and glances at the television before putting them on. Charlie left a message. He wants to talk to us. Why? I can tell from her tone that the last thing she wants to do after working all day is deal with my dad. I don't know, I admit. But he didn't sound happy. Fine, she sighs. Call him. Of course. Because the 2 of them can't speak to each other like mature adults. I dial the number as Renee ties her shoes. The phone rings 3 times, and just as I'm about to hang up, Charlie answers. Chief Swan speaking. He huffs. Hey, Daddy. Well, if it isn't my long-lost daughter, he drawls sarcastically. I know. I'm sorry. I'm coming home this weekend. I promise. Renee bristles at this. It bothers her that I think of Forks as home. No matter how long I've lived here, I still feel like I'm visiting. That's great, kid. I'm off Friday night. We can do pizza and catch up. Actually, I think I'll cook. Thanks to Esme and our after-school cooking lessons, I make damn fine lasagna. I want Charlie to be in a good mood when he meets Edward. Maybe he'll see Smee's cooking lessons as a perk of having Edward around. Alright, sounds good, he agrees. Listen, I've got some news. I finished the holiday schedules, and it looks like I am going to be off on Thanksgiving this year. I know it's Renee's turn, but I haven't had an entire day off on Thanksgiving in years. 4 years, I whisper. I remember every minute of that day. It was the only time Charlie ever tried to cook on Thanksgiving. Everything was burnt except the turkey, which was somehow still partially frozen in places. I promise I won't cook, he says hastily. I laugh before turning to Renee and relaying Charlie's message. Her jaw sets. And I know this is not going to end well. You can tell your father he should have scheduled himself off on Christmas since that is his scheduled holiday with you, she snaps. I don't have to tell him. I open my mouth to repeat her reply, but Charlie is already answering. For 4.5 years I let that woman spend every single holiday with you since those were her only breaks from school. I can't believe she's going to treat me like this the one time I ask her for a favor. I swallow hard before dutifully repeating Charlie's rebuttal. It's been years since I've had to listen to them fight. I think the last time was the day Renee showed up and told Charlie I was going to live with her. I walked 20 minutes to get to Alice's house that day. Now, they're using me as some sort of switchboard. You tell him. No. I interrupt her. You tell him yourself. I toss the phone into her lap. My purse is on the table in the entryway. I grab it and my keys. Renee is shouting at me and yelling at Charlie as I slam the front door behind me. I'm in my truck, backing out of the driveway when she steps onto the porch. She's waving, and I can see her lips moving, but I don't stop. By the time I reach the Cullens, I'm crying. I knock on the door before drying my cheeks with the sleeves of my shirt. Carlisle opens the door with a huge smile on his face. It disappears quickly as he takes in my appearance. Bella, are you okay? Has someone hurt you? I know I can't answer without crying again, so I just shake my head roughly. He doesn't ask any more questions. Instead, he places a hand on my shoulder and guides me to the kitchen. Esme takes one look at me before crossing the room and folding me in her arms. My head falls forward onto her shoulder. She's whispering that everything will be all right. I'm sorry, I tell her. I didn't know where to go. They were fighting, and I don't want to talk to either of them, so I can't go home. To either home. Alice is so far away. And there's really nobody here, well, except Edward and Emmett. Bella, of course you were right to come here. Edward isn't home yet. I can call him at Emmett's. No, please don't, I plead. He hasn't spent time with the guys at all this week. They give me enough grief as it is. Especially Emmett. The three of us hang out a lot, and we have a great time together, but I can tell he misses their, well, whatever the hell guys call it. We call it girl time, but they obviously don't braid each other's hair or paint their toenails. She tells me to rest in Edward's room. I don't argue. As I start to climb the stairs, she stops me. Sometimes parents screw up, Bella. It doesn't mean they don't love you. I just nod and escape quickly to Edward's room. I'm not sure if the door open rule applies when only one of us is in the room. I leave it cracked just in case. I don't bother turning the light on. There is enough light from the blinds to see easily. I deliberately choose his side of the bed. I crawl under the sheets and the blanket that smell so much like him. I still can't figure out how to operate that fancy stereo, so I opt for MTV with the volume low. I close my eyes and breathe. It's dark when I wake. I'm still in Edward's bed, only I'm not alone. My head is on his shoulder, and my body is molded to his side. The first thing I see is my hand on his chest in the soft glow of the TV. He's warm. So I burrow in closer, throwing my leg over his. His arm tightens around me. Do you want to talk about it? His voice is laced with concern. Not yet, I whisper against his chest. I want to stay like this for a while. He brings his other arm around me as I tuck my head beneath his jaw. I don't ever want to leave this spot. His mom opens the door several minutes later. I left plates for you both in the fridge. Your father and I will be in the den. We're both hungry, so we follow her downstairs. I ask him about his afternoon with the guys as we heat our dinner. He shrugs and says they had fun. He still looks concerned, and I can tell he's far more interested in my afternoon than his own. We eat in silence. His parents are in the next room watching the evening news. Crying Lee. K, an idiot in front them once was bad enough. I don't want to rehash this until Edward and I are alone. The moment I lay down my fork, Edward takes my plate and his own to the sink. He rinses them quickly and deposits them in the dishwater. Come for a walk with me. I want to get out of the house for a few minutes. I can already tell I'm going to want a cigarette with this conversation. He nods when I motion upstairs. I run up quickly and grab the pack from my purse. He is waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. He helps me into his jacket since I forgot my own. It's far too big for me, but I don't care. It smells exactly like Edward, and I might not ever give it back. The air has turned much cooler, and it is obvious when we step onto the porch that Edward is going to need more than the t-shirt he is wearing. He finds a PA-high sweatshirt in the Volvo and pulls it over his head before we leave the driveway. I take his hand, and I don't make him ask me again. As we walk, I tell him everything. He already knows they fought for years before they split up. I've told him as much. This isn't anything new or different for the two of them. I don't get it, I tell him, shaking my head. Why it even still bothers me anymore. I mean, they've been split up for years, and they still manage to make each other miserable. You get upset because you love them, he says, stopping and turning to face me. I'm sorry they put you in the middle. That isn't fair. No, it isn't. We've reached the back of his neighborhood. There are 2 unfinished houses still under construction. Both of the backyards are surrounded by trees. This is the perfect place to catch a smoke before we go back to Edward's house. He sits on the top step of the back porch. I settle myself between his legs, 1 step below. I have most of a joint left from earlier, I tell him, holding it up. He smiles as he takes it and the lighter from me. What about your rules? Fuck my rules. He laughs, and even though I still feel like shit, I smile and laugh a little too. He lights the joint, inhaling deeply before passing it to me. When we're done, Edward stubs it and pockets the roach before leaning forward and wrapping his arms around me. I'm glad you came over. I'm sorry your parents fought, but seeing you wrapped up in my sheets was the coolest fucking thing ever. I looked for my camera, and I couldn't find the damn thing. I giggle and lean back against him. Thank goodness. I don't have a picture of you. Emmett does and I don't. That hardly seems fair. I thought we already established that life isn't fair, I tease. Besides, you get to kiss me and Emmett doesn't. True, he says, before kissing my hair. Do you feel better now? I take a moment to think before answering. I guess. It's hard to hear them be so hateful to each other. It wasn't always like that. I remember they held hands, they laughed, they loved each other once. I know they did. Well, I think they did. I remember sitting on the stairs one night, long after my bedtime, watching them dance. Dad put on a Louis Armstrong record and pulled her to the center of the living room. It's the happiest memory I have of them. I think I was 6 or 7. I don't really remember. I just remember the way they looked at each other. Sometimes, I want to beat them both silly. I blame him. I blame her. I blame myself. The whole thing is a mess. I'm sorry, baby, he whispers, holding me tightly. I didn't realize. Well, you've always seemed so blasé about it. What am I supposed to say? I can't talk to my friends about it. Alice's parents are far worse than mine, and Leah's dad is gone forever. I feel bad. I mean, I have it so much better than them. I have both of my parents here. I should be thankful for that instead of acting like some spoiled asshole. That doesn't mean you can't be pissed or upset about your own situation, Bella. It doesn't. You're their kid, not their referee. I should probably call Renee. I didn't tell her where I was going. That was more than 3 hours ago. Come on. He stands, and then helps me up. I have a better idea. He won't tell me what it is during our walk back to his house. When we arrive, he tells me to go through the kitchen and straight up to his room. He joins me a few minutes later. We cuddle on top of the bedding and watch the Wonder Years. Esme comes in and sits quietly at his desk until the next commercial break. Edward turns the volume down and looks at her expectantly. I just talked to your mother, Bella. I told her, honestly, that it would be a good idea for you to stay here tonight. She agreed on the condition that the two of you behave yourselves. I gave her my word that there would be no funny business. I take my word very seriously. Of course, I agree immediately. Edward assures her that we will be on our best behavior. She leaves us with a reminder to keep the door open all night. Wow, all night. Your idea, of course. He grins. He must have given her Renee's phone number. I just told them you were upset after our talk. And I may have said you shouldn't be driving. You are a very sneaky boy. You know that. I settle in his arms again. I have no idea what you mean. His voice is serious. But I can feel his smile against my temple. I love the Wonder Years, but I am so sick of the back and forth between Kevin and Winnie. At the end of last season they mouthed I love you to each other. Now, they're acting like idiots again. I blame Winnie, of course, for being indecisive. Edward defends her and claims Kevin is the one sending mixed signals. Whatever. We agree to disagree. When the episode is over, Edwards turns off the television. He offers me a pair of boxers and an old Pink Floyd t-shirt to sleep in. He doesn't argue when I tell him he can have the underwear back tomorrow morning, but the shirt is now mine. I tuck into the bathroom and change quickly. I debate for a moment over my bra, eventually deciding to leave it on. I have every intention of respecting Esme's wishes. Leaping next to Edward all night is enough. He has changed into basketball shorts and a white t-shirt. I'm a little stunned. I love Edward in jeans because he has a really nice ass, but his legs are Ian and muscular with just the right amount of manly fuzz. I can't believe how hot my geeky boyfriend is. I have a surprise for you, he says. One arm is behind his back. It must be something good. The way he is smiling makes my chest ache a little. He brings his arm forward and presents me with a pack of Hostess chocolate cupcakes. I love those, I tell him as I get closer. I know. You had some the night we met. I love him. I think that's what this is. It has to be. Alice says it is never a good idea for the girl to say it first. I've never said it to anyone, and I'm pretty sure she hasn't either. Most of her opinion is based on magazine articles. She makes a weekly trip to the periodical section at the library. He opens the pack and offers me the first one. I take it and immediately peel the icing off. I've always eaten them this way, icing first then cake. Edward eats his like a normal person, of course. The coward in me agrees with Alice, and I keep my mouth shut. I want him to say it first. Then I'll know he means it. His mom comes in one more time before bed to drop a few more subtle reminders about the sexual activity embargo. I don't know why she is so concerned. We've only recently begun to tow our way off first base. This time on her way out, she leaves the door wide open. Edward puts a few CDs in the changer and turns off the light before joining me. We lie on our sides. My back pressed tightly against his chest. His arm rests on my hip as his fingers brush lightly across the skin just below my navel. I'm glad I came here, I whisper. So am I. I don't ever want to leave his bed. I love the feel of our bare legs tangled together and his breath on my neck. I could fall asleep like this every night for the rest of my life. The words are right there on the tip of my tongue. So I press my lips together to keep them inside. Feeling it is enough. For now. Oh. By some miracle, I wake up before Edward. He's still wrapped around me. I lift his arm as gently as possible, trying not to wake him. He rolls onto his back, and I'm free. I tiptoe to the bathroom, grabbing my clothes on the way. I turn on the faucet so he won't hear me peeing if he wakes up. I my face and brush my hair out as much as I can with my fingers. He has mouthwash. Thank you, Jesus. I've never spent the night with a guy before. The spending the night part was great, but I look like hell in the mornings. I am so glad I woke up first. I need to get home, so I can shower. I hate the thought of leaving without saying goodbye. I sit next to him on the bed. He looks so different when he's sleeping. His glasses are off, and his hair is a riot of bronze. There is a hint of shadow along his jawline. I wonder for a moment if I could convince him to give up shaving for a day or two at a time. I'm not asking for Grizzly Adams, just a little stubble. It looks good on Edward. Maybe if I show my appreciation, he'll keep it. I lean over, and it is really hard to ignore his lips, Beck. Oz, they're perfect and I already know how fantastic they are, but I do. Instead, I plant tiny open-mouthed kisses along his jaw. I feel the movement of his cheek as he smiles. Then I feel his hand on the back of my head. He's running his fingers through my hair gently. I feel his other hand nudging my chin until his lips find mine. Edward is a very enthusiastic morning kisser. Renee is long gone by the time I get home. I have exactly enough time to shower and dress. My hair is still damp when Edward arrives. He passes me a brown paper sack once I'm seated. The aroma of blueberry assaults me as I open it. Muffins. There is a special place in heaven for Esme Cullen, I just know it. I avoid Renee in the halls at school, and I stay at Edward's house until the late evening. When he drops me off, he offers to come in and act as a buffer. I thank him with a kiss, but decline. I don't really want to involve him like that. She is sitting at the dining room table balancing her checkbook. She uses for a sip of wine before leveling me with a glare. There aren't many rules with Renee. Clean up after yourself, don't get caught doing anything illegal, and keep private matters private. The last one is particularly important. We discussed it at length the day before I started at PA High. As a teacher, she doesn't want the student body to know her personal business. Until now, it hasn't been an issue. Running to Edward's house and airing our dirty laundry was a big no-no in her book. I don't apologize. Instead, I tell her what I plan to do about Thanksgiving. I have a truck and a license. It only takes an hour to drive between Forks and PA. I'm going to spend the night before at Charlie's house. He and I will have lunch and maybe catch a game. Then, I'll drive back to PA and have dinner with her. This plan seems to mollify her a bit. She still isn't happy with me when I excuse myself to go to bed. That's fine. I'm still pissed at her, too. I pack a bag early Friday morning. I am going straight to Forks after school. Edward is going to come over for dinner around 7. Charlie doesn't know it yet, and this plan will give me the time I need to break it to him. It feels weird driving myself to school. Everything feels a little off. Edward and Emmett are standing on the sidewalk talking to Ben and a few other guys when I arrive. Edward leaves them to meet me at my truck, and I feel much better the moment his hand touches mine. Oh. Edward and I say quick goodbyes in the parking lot after school. He's going to Emmett's house to game for a while. I'm pretty sure I'm more nervous than he is. I don't think Charlie ever really took Jake and me seriously as couple. It's understandable. Nothing really changed with us in Charlie's eyes. We weren't really affectionate or obvious. The only times we ever got physical, we were completely alone. This is different. Edward is different, and the way I feel about him is totally different. I never loved Jake. Yeah, he hurt me and what he did was shitty. But we were wrong from the start. I can see it so clearly now. I make a quick trip to Thriftway. They have everything I need for the lasagna, and they have the ingredients for a fresh salad. I'm willing to bet Charlie hasn't had a salad since I was in town for my birthday. He is in the kitchen reading the newspaper when I arrive. He folds it neatly and places it on the table as I begin speaking. I am going to spend the night with you on Wednesday, and we'll have lunch together on Thanksgiving. I told Renee I would be home in time for dinner. Does that work for you? That sounds great. Look, Bells. I'm sorry about the other night. I should have talked to your mother myself instead of hiding behind you. I exhale and turn to face him, leaning against the counter. Yes, you should have. I try to keep my voice even because at least Charlie gets it. He gets it, and he hates it like I do. It was bad enough listening to it the last couple of years she was home. Thank you for being sorry, I mean, Renee may give me more freedom, but Charlie treats me like an adult. Sometimes. I know he still feels bad, so I plunge right in to take advantage of it. So, I want you to meet someone. I keep my gaze steady on his. This is not the moment to back down. After the initial confusion subsides, his eyes narrow. I can almost see the wheels turning. Who? Edward Cullen is coming for dinner. He's my boyfriend. Emmett's cousin. He's incredulous. I nod, watching him closely. His face is red, and he's scowling. No way, Bella. He shakes his head firmly before continuing. Do you have any idea how many times I've seen Emmett McCarty's bare ass in the back seat of some car pulled over on the side of the road? I have no idea what the hell he is talking about. Too many times, Bella. I have had nightmares about it. I don't want you anywhere near that boy's cousin. The apple and the tree and all that. Boys like that only want one thing. You're only 16. Is he serious? Charlie seriously gives Jake too much credit. He has no idea that I've ever done the deed. Part of me wants to laugh at his total obliviousness, and the other part is angry at him for insulting the boy I love. Edward is nothing like Emmett. Dad. And I know for a fact he's not out for one thing. We've been together almost a month, and all he's done is kiss me. I have gladly given him every opportunity to do more, but he respects me. You've got the wrong guy. Edward isn't out for one thing. That was Jake. Okay. Maybe that was the wrong thing to say. He looks like I've just slapped him. Dad. Don't. He says, holding up a hand. He glances out the window. I didn't realize it was that serious with Jake. You guys never seemed to have any kind of spark. I figured it was mostly just friendship. It was, I assure him. I just made a mistake. I thought I could make us more than we were. He pales before turning a slight shade of green. He's going to puke. Sit down. He manages, motioning to the table. We sit. I fidget nervously. I have no idea what to expect from him. He doesn't have house rules, and we don't have serious conversations. Sex is like the weather, honey. When you know it is going to rain, you carry an umbrella or wear a jacket to keep dry. Raincoats are the barriers, you see. Stop. I beg. Please just stop. My father is trying to have the sex talk with me. I cannot do this. Not now. Not ever. Renee already handled this when I was 13. Oh, thank God, he exhales. We look at each other awkwardly for a few moments. Dad, I know you worry, but I'm not going to do anything stupid this time. Edward is different. I don't think Charlie will believe me if I tell him what Edward really is. He's everything. He's important. Okay. He says reluctantly. Thank you, I tell him. Now, get out of here so I can make dinner. He leaves quickly. I'm pretty sure he is embarrassed about the raincoat conversation. I know I am. Once I have dinner in the oven, I decide to shower and change. Edward and I are going to hang out at Alice's house after dinner, and it would be nice to get the school funk off of me. Charlie is seated at the dining room table when I come downstairs. There are 2 rifles, 1 shotgun, and an array of cleaning supplies on the table. Really, Dad? Hunting season starts on the 15th, he mumbles. Promise me you'll be nice. I am not above begging. I promise not to kill him is his only reply. Poor Edward. I never should have clued Charlie in. Now, he's going to be even more overprotective when it comes to boys. I'm outside on the porch swing when Edward arrives. Charlie has his guns out. I say as I sink into his arms. That's okay. I expected guns, he laughs. And he knows I've been sexually active. He tried to give me the talk using weathermen and raincoats as an analogy. I'm sorry I missed that part. He has no idea. I can't believe you think this is funny, I hiss. Emmett spent an hour prepping me to meet your dad. I'm fully prepared to stare down the barrel of his gun and hear about all the places he can bury me where no one will ever find me. I refuse to turn into a total pussy now. God, he's kind of perfect. I don't want to leave his arms, but last thing I do want is Charlie to find us like this. Baby steps. Edward's hand is strong and steady around mine as we walk into the house. Charlie glances up as we approach. He hasn't moved from his spot at the table. I worry for a second that he is going to be really, really rude to Edward. I should know better. He stands, extending his hand to Edward. I let go of Edward's hand quickly so he can do the guy thing with Charlie. Nice to meet you, Chief Swan. I'm not sure how he manages to keep his voice even. Charlie is squeezing the shit out of his hand. I can see it from here. Have a seat, Edward. This is my cue. I need to get dinner on the table. Fast. I give Edward a small smile before turning to the kitchen. Dinner should be ready in 5. I narrow my eyes at Charlie as I pass him. Please don't be mean to my boyfriend. He smirks a little. I can hear them talking as I work in the kitchen. Edward compliments the .270 Winchester that Charlie adores. They talk guns. Talking is good. Still, I hurry because I don't want to leave them alone for long. I call them into the kitchen for dinner. They've moved on to fishing stories now, and Edward tells Charlie all about a trip that he and Carlisle took to Ellensburg Canyon. I can tell that Charlie is impressed, even if he doesn't want to be. Few things interest my father more than fishing. I've never fished the Yakima, Charlie says thoughtfully. It's fantastic in the spring. There are trout everywhere. This goes on and on. Charlie tells Edward about the steelhead and walleye in the Columbia River. I'm feeling a little left out by the end of the meal. Edward stays to help me in the kitchen. Charlie bypasses the miniature gun show in our dining room, opting for a spot on the sofa in front of the television instead. Edward doesn't want to eat and run. He thinks it will leave a bad impression with Charlie. I think he's crazy because I have pot and a serious craving for some make-out time. Neither of those things can be accomplished while sitting with Charlie in my living room. You like sports? Charlie eyes Edward as we join him on the couch. I play baseball, and I watch everything else. What position? And so it begins. Edward gives Charlie the rundown of his entire baseball career since Little League. Home runs, RBIs, blah, blah, blah. They discuss the Mariners at length. I draw the line when they start quoting player stats. Well, Dad, it's been real. We're going to Alice's house now. I stand and move to put on my jacket. I don't want to give Edward a choice in the matter. I think he would sit here talking about baseball with my dad until well past my curfew. No, thank you. As we're leaving, Charlie walks us to the door. I'll take good care of her, sir. Edward is laying it on thick. I resist rolling my eyes. Have her home by midnight. Charlie smiles a little and winks at me. He likes him. Holy shit. Absolutely. Thanks, Chief. Charlie. That one word means so much to me. Charlie likes him. He approves. I had no idea how much it mattered to me until this very moment. I hug him tightly. Thanks, Daddy. He stays on the porch until we pull away from the house. Edward is grinning from ear to ear. It's adorable. Until I remember that long boring ass baseball conversation. Seriously, Edward, did have to tell him about every single detail of your baseball statistics. Yes. Why? He glances at me briefly before turning his eyes to the road. Because I want your dad to know me, Bella. I want him to trust me with you. If I'm not man enough to have a conversation with him, how will that ever happen? I don't even know what to say. I know what I want to say, but I am too petrified to be the one to say it first. Sounds like Emmett wasn't the only one giving you a pep talk for tonight. Carlisle. I need to keep things light. Love complicates the hell out of friendship. I feel like he can see right through me. No, my mother, actually, he murmurs. God, I love that woman. Not as much as I love her son, but close. Well, I say as he parks in Alice's drive. I don't want to talk about our parents or baseball or fishing for the rest of the night. All I want to do is smoke a little weed and make out with my boyfriend. Sounds like a plan. Edward's dad loves Halloween. It's a little creepy, to be honest. There is an actual coffin on their front porch. Edward says he got it in Seattle a few years back from a friend who owns a mortuary. There was a mishap after shipment, and it was cracked in the back and couldn't be repaired or sold to the public. Carlisle offered him half price, and now, for 2 weeks out of the year, It sits on his porch propped against the house with a fake mummy inside on display. The Cullens don't just hand out candy. They set up a haunted maze in their garage using plywood and extra large black blankets. The guys will dress as Freddy, Michael and Jason and then hide strategically in corners after turns. Carlisle and Edward spent an entire Saturday arranging the lighting. Esme is just as bad. We've made 30 batches of Rice Krispie treats, and I lost count of how many brownies I've wrapped in Halloween-themed cling wrap. If I didn't love being a part of something so abnormally normal, I would probably be irritated by all of this enthusiasm. Instead, I'm sitting patiently in their guest bathroom as Carmen sprays 2 large white streaks down the length of my now black hair. Renee used a L'Oreal home kit on it last night. Edward freaked a little this morning until I reassured him it would be gone after 8 to 10 washes. It was his stupid idea to make us all wear costumes anyway. The girls are excited about it. They would never miss an opportunity to act like kids and dress up for Halloween. Alice invited herself and the others when Edward told her about it. His parents could care less. Since apparently more is merrier. I can't complain, though. She found this dress in the costume closet of the Forks High Drama department. She also took the time to sew sheer WH-eyed material attached from the underside of the arms all the way down the pink bodice of the gown. I feel like an overdressed, pastel bat. Okay. You're done. Get out of here so I can change. I snort. I've seen you change a million times. What's the big deal? I want you to get the full effect when you see it. She grins wickedly. Oh, no. I told you we're passing out candy to little kids. She pushes me out of the bathroom before slamming the door in my face. I rush downstairs to find Alice. She's sitting with Esme and Jasper in the kitchen. You look cute, I tell her. She stands and does a weird curtsy thing. Oh, now I get it. Esme says, looking between the two of us. How did you girls come up with that? I cannot answer that question honestly. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to tell her that. We got completely baked the Saturday night I spent in Forks. After the guys left, we made Pillsbury cinnamon rolls and ate them while watching The Addams Family and the Munsters. Yep. We were stoned, and it sounded funny. We've been watching those shows during Saturday night sleepovers since we were little kids, Alice says, smiling innocently. She used Jeanette's sewing machine to make her dress. She looks exactly like the TV version of Wednesday Addams. Alice made the costumes, I say proudly. She fusses, saying mine was already made. That may be true, but it wouldn't have the same effect without her alterations. Carmen enters the room with a flourish. She is wearing a short sparkly silver dress with silver boots and a fucking plastic headband with silver glitter balls attached to tiny coil springs. She is smiling broadly and strutting like a supermodel. What the hell are you supposed to be? Jasper finally voices what all of us are thinking. An alien. Duh. Oh. My god, Alice says, laughing. More like an intergalactic hooker. And did you seriously just say duh? Jasper chuckles. Space hooker. Awesome. Oh. Shut up, Jasper, Carmen spits, looking him up down. FYI wearing black jeans and an Iron Maiden shirt doesn't qualify as a costume. I guess you think you're too hardcore to dress up. Suck it. I'm wearing a Freddy Krueger mask. I'm more than a little embarrassed because Esme has just witnessed this entire exchange. My friends are assholes. She stifles a laugh before leaving us to seek out her husband. They need to change into their vampire costumes. You guys are the worst friends ever. I probably won't feel that way by the end of the night, but I give them the finger as I leave the kitchen. I find Edward, Emmett, Alec and Leah in the garage. Ew. Bella, your boobs are showing. Emmett says as he covers his eyes with his hand. Everyone laughs as his fingers part, and he blatantly stares at my chest. Everyone but Edward. He elbows Emmett in the side. Just kidding. Dude, Emmett grumbles. Can't even. He stops. Shaking his head. You know what? Never mind. I can tell he's angry. I get it. I do. We've been messing around like that for years. Now that we're together, Edward D gets defensive and protective when Emmett messes around with me. We've talked about this a couple of times. He understands how I am with Emmett, and in truth, all my guy friends. I'm affectionate. I can't help it. It's one of the things he loves about me. It's also the only thing he dislikes. Still, I don't understand how he can be jealous of his own cousin. Emmett stalks into the house, probable. Why to keep himself from decking his best friend? Why do you do that? I hit Edward's shoulder with the back of my hand. He was playing. He was being disrespectful. There's a difference, he mutters. You didn't get mad earlier when Carmen touched my tits. This is where I have him. Carmen got so excited about this dress because it actually gives me cleavage. She started pushing my boobs together and making fun of me. Edward didn't get pissed about that, and she was touching them. That was hot. He looks surprised after he says it. Seriously. I think I might slap him. Totally. Alec concurs. Shut up. Fucker. Edward punctuates his words by kicking Alec's foot. Oh. My God. Leah. Come on. I walk out of the garage towards the street. I got this, she says to Edward. You go make nice with Emmett. I wait at the end of the drive. She joins me a few moments later. She lights 2 Marlboros and hands me one of them. The sun is just starting to set, so we can only get a couple of blocks away before we'll need to circle back. Some guy honks as he passes us on the street. We're shocked for a second before we realize how ridiculous we look. I'm dressed as Lily Munster, smoking a cigarette, and walking down the road with Princess Leia. I would probably honk at us, too. Once we start giggling, we can't seem to stop. I'm desperately trying not to cry. I don't want to streak my makeup. I needed that. Yeah, you did, she agrees, still laughing. I tell her all about Carmen's hooker dress and the scene in the kitchen. She isn't at all surprised. Jasper doesn't talk much, but when he does, it's usually memorable. We see a few people on porch lighting up their carved pumpkins as we are walking back to Edward's house. There are groups of little kids wearing costumes and running around in circles in their front yards. Leah is watching them too. Do you remember the year we all dressed as Smurfette and Charlie kept calling us by the wrong names all night? I think I have a Polaroid of that somewhere. I'll check when I get back to Renee's. Thanks for letting us crash your party, she says quietly. I think about how much things have changed since we were the little kids running around waiting to go trick or treating together. I've felt so far away from them these last 2 years. This is the first time the pack has ever been to PA on a school night. Before Leah and I got our licenses, it wouldn't have been possible. Just knowing that we can get to each other makes me so incredibly happy. I am so glad you guys are here, I tell her as we reach Edward's house. Everyone is outside handling last-minute details. Carmen waves from the front porch where she is lighting candles. Even though Carmen looks like a sparkly hooker. Leah asks, laughing. No matter what, Edward and Emmett seem to be okay now. They are smearing fake blood all over their ripped-up t-shirts. Emmett borrowed his dad's chainsaw on the off chance that any teenagers show up. Esme has threatened his balls if he scares a single kid under 13 with it. His plan is to hide around the corner and wait for a signal from me or Alice. The guys rub black makeup under their eyes, before donning their masks. I don't think I've ever seen so much candy. The neighbors told Carlisle that there are tons of people who don't even live in this neighborhood who come here to trick or treat. They weren't kidding. Passing out candy almost feels like a job. Angela stops by for a few minutes with her little brothers. Esme tries to give the boys extra candy, but they are afraid of her vampire fangs. Carmen gives it to them instead. Angela has never met my friends from Forks. So I take a moment to introduce them all. By the end of the night, we've given out all of the candy and treats. Emmett is disappointed because he only got to fire up the chainsaw twice. Alice and I make a quick trip upstairs, so I can put on my normal clothes and give her the dress. The girls and Jasper leave at 9 since they have the long drive back to Forks. Alec and Emmett help Carlisle and Edward disassemble the plywood. Edward keeps his mouth shut and his hands in his pockets as Emmett hugs me when they're leaving. Esme and Carlisle leave the garage, muttering something about showers and makeup removal. Finally. Fucking finally, we're alone. His hair is crazy from taking the Jason mask on and off all night. The black smudges have spread onto his cheeks. But he still looks so handsome I could cry. I should take you home, he says quietly. He's right. It is getting pretty late, and we do have school in the morning. I need to shower this white spray out of my hair before bed. Still, I'm a little disappointed that he's not disappointed that we didn't get to spend any time alone together tonight. I'll just go and get my things, I tell him, turning to go inside. He doesn't answer. But I can hear him behind me as I make my way through the kitchen and up the stairs. I stop at the guest bathroom to gather my makeup bag and the can of hairspray. Edward is waiting in his room with my backpack in his hands. My feelings are a little hurt. It seems like he can't wait to get rid of me. I yank my bag from his hands and stuff the toiletries into it, zipping it forcefully. Now I just want to go home. Are you mad at me? He asks incredulously. I don't know, I admit. It sounds so stupid, and I know it. He looks bewildered. I was earlier. After the Emmett thing, I begin. But then you guys worked it out, and we all had so much fun that I kind of just forgot about it. Then everybody left, and I got excited because I kind of missed you even though I was with you all night. I try really hard, but I can't keep the sting of rejection out of my voice as I tell him, and all you want to do is take me home. All I want to do is touch you, he says as he places his hands on my hips. You've been tempting me all night. Very funny, I huff. Why do you think I got so pissed at Emmett? I can't stand it when other guys check you out. Do you have any idea how Lek talked about you this summer before we were together? And Emmett, your buddy, Emmett, I told you I thought you were his girlfriend. He said you were fat all summer. I wanted to punch him. He called me fat. I'm not a beanpole. And I know it, but that's a little harsh. No, not fat, PHAT, he says, enunciating each letter. Pussy, hips, ass, and tits. It's supposed to be a compliment according to Emmett. I don't really consider it a compliment. At all. I find it pretty damn offensive. I swear all the idiot thinks about is sex. I feel really sorry for the chick he finally settles down with. I know he didn't mean it the way Edward thinks he did, though. You know Emmett doesn't really think of me that way, right? This is something Edward needs to understand if this is going to work. I don't want to be a source of conflict with his family. He has never even made a pass at me. Never. Not once. Not drunk and not sober. He's never touched me inappropriately. Never asked me out. Nothing. Believe me, Charlie would castrate him if he ever tried. I think he was probably just messing with you because he knew he could. He never even tried. He asks dubiously. I shake my head slowly. No. I stress. Not a single guy at PA High has ever shown any interest in me, other than friendship. Oh. They show plenty of interest. You really have no idea, do you? What? Lots of guys look at you. You just don't notice. I've overheard plenty of things I wish I hadn't. The way you ignore them drives them crazy. It makes them crave your attention even more. Did you smoke earlier? He must be high. You are so oblivious. It's one of the things I love about you. He kisses me, and I can't even enjoy it because my brain is stuck on the I love and you coming out of Edward's mouth in one sentence. Does loving something about me equate to loving me? I love lots of things about him, and I love him. It's logical that the same could be true about his feelings for me. If only he'd fucking say the words. I completely forget my train of thought as Edward slides his hand under my shirt. I can feel his warm palm inching up my back. I am going to kiss Alice the next time I see her. The cleavage worked its magic. He's going for my bra. I tell him yes. Yes. Yes, with the brush of my lips against his and the way I relax my shoulders into his hand. I want him to do it. I want him to finally touch me. He swiftly unhooks the bra before running the length of his pointer finger along my ribs, until the very tip of it brushes the underside of my breast. My breath catches a little when the rest of his fingers follow. Jake was a groper. Edward is gentle as he explores, cupping my flesh and teasing my nipple. It's such a sweet contrast to any other experience I've had in this department. I push my hips into his a little and break the kiss. I reach down for the hem of my shirt. He swats my hand away. I wait for him to take it off instead. He doesn't. So, I reach for it again. Bella, he says, stop trying to taking your shirt off. I am 2 seconds away from stomping my foot and leaving. I reach behind me to close my bra. Don't do that. I raise my brows at the tone of his voice. Don't get upset. I want to. Believe me, I want to. But that door is always open, and they are always here. I don't want to start something with you that I can't finish. He scowls. Well, not finish, but I wouldn't want anything we start to end with my dad seeing your tits. There are enough people ogling them as it is. God, he gets so awkward every time he talks about sex. I don't care if there was penetration, he is absolutely a virgin. The only good thing about this is now I won't have to ever be jealous of that Maggie chick. It really didn't count. You're right, I mumble. He is right, and I know it. We don't have tea. He privacy to really move tea to the next level. I'm going to have to change that. Renee and I are going to have a little chat when I see her tonight. This separation of home and school is going to have to be renegotiated. Oh. It takes me a week to convince her to let Edward have dinner with us at home. She tries to suggest a few restaurants, but I stand my ground, reminding her of all the times she ragged me about not making friends in PA or giving it a real chance. She can't argue, so she relents. By Thanksgiving, he's a regular fixture in our home. Well, anytime Renee is present. Shish. He still won't agree to let him come over after school or while she's at the gym, but she is more relaxed than the Cullens. She could care less if we shut the door, so we do. Edward still won't budge off second. I'm telling you, B. It's not normal. Carmen has been trying to convince me that something is seriously wrong with Edward for the last half hour. Leah and her family left for Portland right after school today. They're having Thanksgiving dinner with her grandparents there tomorrow. Carmen has taken it upon herself to keep me company tonight since Charlie is working, and Alice is having alone time with Jasper. I once had a guy get all the way to third in the narthex of my church because he couldn't wait to get me out to his car. You say that like it's a good thing. I stare at her. Edward is a gentleman. We're taking our time. He says I'm special. She laughs hard until she's clutching her sides and rolling on my bed. He says I'm special, she mocks, wiping tears from her eyes. Trust me, B. When you start having sex with someone other than Jake, you'll see what a good thing it really is. Then she cocks her head and says thoughtfully, well, maybe. I'm beginning to wonder if Edward has any idea what he's doing. Stop it. I tell her. It doesn't matter. I love him. I'm surprised at how much her teasing is actually bothering me. She stares at me, all traces of laughter gone. Seriously? She asks. I nod. And she moves to her bag. Let's hit the porch. I need a smoke for this. I follow her out of my room and down the stairs. She could at least be happy for me. Being in love for the first time is a big deal. She looks at me as she pulls a joint from her Marlboro box. She waits to light it until we step onto the porch. That's some pretty deep shit, B, she says quietly on an exhale. I don't say anything back. I just take the joint from her and wait to see if she wants to talk about it. I know the basics. His name was Chris, and he was 16 when it happened. They spent 2 glorious weeks together at church camp in Phoenix. She thought it was love. On the last day, he informed her it wasn't. She came back with a broken heart. She was only 14. He was her first, and she thought she loved him. Fucking bastard. Does he love you? She asks. I don't know, I admit. We haven't really talked about it. He's crazy about you. That much is obvious. His family is pretty fucking awesome too. Maybe you're right. Maybe he is different. I don't know if she means different in general, or different than Chris. I don't want to ask because bringing that asshole up would just upset her. She drives me nuts sometimes. But I love her, and I would never want to hurt her. She's been hurt enough. When the joint is gone, we grab a couple of pudding pops and some cans of Sprite. She passes my entire Molly Ringwald collection and chooses Star Wars. No romance. He's definitely on her mind. I'm cool with it. Han Solo is fucking hot. Oh 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 oh. Charlie wakes us in time to catch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade on TV. I love it. I've never missed one. We're still in our pajamas, huddling under a couple of blankets, when Carmen's dad shows up. He and Charlie chat about the parade, and Mr. Bryant complains that he will miss all of today's games because he has to go to the shop. Carmen's family owns the only flooring store in all of Forks. They sell and install carpet, hardwood, and tile. He always has a big sale the day after Thanksgiving. Carmen gives me a quick hug and orders me to call her the moment my boyfriend grows a pair. Thankfully, she whispers it. Charlie and I spend our morning catching up. He asks about Edward, which pleases me. He also wants to know if Edward will go fishing with him. That's a little much. I think we should at least be at the vocal I love you before I ask him to go fishing with my dad. I would feel weird even asking him. I ask Charlie for time. He blows it off as no big deal. Charlie didn't lie. He really doesn't try to cook anything. We have deli turkey sandwiches and Fritos for lunch. He asks what I want for Christmas. I tell him I really want a stereo with a CD player. I don't want fancy, just functional. We watch the Detroit Lions beat the Chicago Bears by 10 points. Charlie doesn't have any allegiance to either team, so he spends most of the game shouting at whichever team is pissing him off. I have no idea how football works. He has explained it to me 100 times, and I still don't get it. I leave when the game is over. Charlie is going out to the res to catch the Cowboys game with Billy and the guys. I promise to see him again before Christmas as I tell him goodbye. Renee is halfway through Buns of Steel 2 when I walk through the front door. The woman is obsessed with exercise. I sigh. It shows. She's hotter than most college chicks. It grosses me out because guys like Emmett are always talking about the things they want to do to my mom. I wish she was mousy or nerdy or something not so perfect. I call Edward while I'm waiting for her. Hey. I can hear the smile in his voice, and it makes me smile too. Hey, yourself, I tease. How's it going over there? Good. We're all camped out on the couch rubbing our guts and watching football. I just did that with Charlie. Except for the rubbing our guts part, I laugh. What? No big spread. Turkey sandwiches and Fritos. Bella. That's just sad, he says seriously. Meh. It's no big deal. Maybe next year, I'll cook a fancy dinner. Your mom can teach me. Well, you still have Renee. Is she cooking? The idea of Renee slaving over a meal is so ridiculous, I laugh again. If it doesn't come from a box or a bag, Renee can't cook it, I tell him. Come over. I want to so badly. But when I hear the shower start in the next room, I know I can't. I promised Renee dinner. And I don't break my promises. Ever. I can't. I whine. I promised. Later. There's nothing wrong with later. My parents are going to drive my grandparents back to Port Townsend tonight. They will be gone for a couple of hours. I'll do what I can, I tell him. Later sounds much better. I'm going to prove Carmen wrong. There is absolutely nothing weird about my boyfriend. I end the call. A few minutes later when Renee knocks on my door. Let's go to dinner, she says. Last year, we ate Hungry Man turkey dinners. I don't have a clue which restaurants are open on Thanksgiving. She does. 20 minutes later, we are seated at a table at Dynasty. Chinese food. Fucking Chinese food on Thanksgiving. Not a single slice of turkey or bite of dressing all day. This is so fucked up. Neither them cares enough to even make an effort anymore. I pick at my food, taking an occasional bite, but for the most part, just moving it around my plate. It tastes all wrong. I feel sentimental and stupid and I hate it. Renee is clueless. Of course. She just talks and talks about all the shopping she has planned for tomorrow. I tell her to count me out. She'll wake at an ungodly hour and literally be gone all day. I don't want any part of it. She laughs. She never expected me to go with her. When we get back to the house, I don't follow her onto the porch. I think I'm going to Edward's for a bit. I unlock the door to my truck and open it. Sure. I'm going to turn in early. Don't stay out too late. I can't believe she's just going to let me go. I get in the truck and back out before she has a chance to think about it. Edward opens the door with a huge smile on his face. I follow him inside, telling him about Chinese food on Thanksgiving. He takes me to the kitchen and tells me to sit. He takes a plate from Tay fridge and removes a foil covering. He places it in the microwave and sets the timer for 5 minutes. The smell is enough to make my stomach grumble. Mom made a plate for you. Just in case. She knew I might come over. I am surprised that she would knowingly leave us alone. We still can't even close the damn bedroom door. I told her, he says thoughtfully. And then she got a aired look on her face and told me she trusted me. I have no idea what she was talking about. That's how it is with me and Charlie. Half the time it seems we're speaking two different versions of the same language. I nearly cry when he places the plate in front of me on the table. Turkey and dressing with gravy, sweet potato casserole, baked apples, it just looks so good. So normal. And of course, it tastes fantastic. Esme should open a restaurant. Her food is that good. I hate eating in front of Edward. It would be easy if he were eating as well, but there is nothing to distract him from watching me. How long have your parents been gone? He glances at his Swiss Army watch. Almost an hour. He grins. That means they won't be back for a little over an hour. We're alone. Really alone. I quickly rinse the dish and place it in the washer. I'm trying to keep my cool, resisting the urge to pull him up the stairs and do wicked things to him. He has no reservations. He takes my hand and practically drags me up the stairs. He kisses me as I walk backwards into his room. He slams the door shut. Then his fingers are playing at the hem of my Beastie Boys t-shirt. I try like hell to remember which bra I put on when I left Charlie's today. He pulls the t-shirt off first and then groans a little as he edges the black thermal shirt up my torso. Fuck. Cotton. White cotton bra. That's not so bad. I relax as he pulls the shirt over my head before tossing it to the floor. He is staring at me, so I reach behind him and turn off the light. I feel weird standing around half naked. Until he puts his arms around me. I don't know how to describe this feeling. His arms are like home. Everything good and warm I've ever known. I've been worrying for a month over him saying the words. At this moment, I could care less if he ever says them. I already know. He's shown me over and over that he loves me. I can feel it in the way he holds me. I take a step back, pulling him with me. He throws his glass on the desk before joining me on the bed. You should be more naked, I say. I might not feel so self-conscious if I focus on his naked chest instead of my own. He yanks his shirt off and throws it across the room. Jesus. The boy has a nice body. And I get to touch it. I lie back against his pillow. He's on his side, holding his head up with one hand and running the fingers of his other hand back and forth across the skin just beneath my bra. Can I take it off? Seriously. Does he really think he needs to ask? I sit up just enough to unhook it. He pulls it away from my body before dropping it next to us on the bed. Instead of kissing me the way I want him to, he gazes down at me in the moonlight. I look away and try not to think about what he might be thinking. When I've had enough, I pull him down, meeting his lips with my own. My fingers are in his hair pulling him closer. He doesn't hesitate, shifting until he is between my legs, and I feel the warm weight of his body on mine. He is still kissing me senseless, driving me mad with his lips and his tongue. And then I feel it. One of his hands trailing down my torso until it stops at the button on my jeans. He pauses, breaking our kiss to question me with his eyes. I can't even fathom telling him no, but my mouth won't function to say yes. So, I nod. He sits up until he is on his knees. I shimmy the pants down my legs, and he pulls them from my body. I'm so nervous I have to remind myself to breathe. I've only been this naked in front of one other guy, unless bathing suits count. He groans a little as he traces the edges of the white bikini underwear. I am cursing myself internally for not changing into something sexy before coming over here. Alice gave these to me for my birthday. They're white cotton with tiny images of Garfield all over them. Black or red lace would have been better. I forget all about the fat kitty underwear as he covers my body with his own. I love the feel of his chest against mine. He supports his weight with one arm next to my shoulder and lets his other hand slide down to my hip. And then he's right there. He kisses me deeply as his fingers slip past the waistband. I think I might go insane. I should be incredibly embarrassed at how wet and ready I am, but it has been so long since I've seen any kind of action, and having a geeky, hot boyfriend is walking torture. I need this. Need him to touch me. I arch my hips a little until I feel the pad of his fingertip against my burning flesh. He moans as we kiss, slipping 2 fingers inside. I don't remember making a conscious decision to grind against his hand, but it happens. I've never had an orgasm, and I am determined to get one tonight. With Edward, I unfasten his jeans and lower his zipper. He stops kissing me long enough to place his forehead against mine. Not all the way, okay. He whispers. I want to wait until we can spend the whole night together to go all the way. I am okay with that. I'm nervous and fumbling until I have him in my hand. He's heavy and hot, desperate against my skin, so I trail my fingers through the little pool of wetness at his tip. I kiss him and work him with my hand, making him moan into my mouth. I could lose myself watching him. But his fingers are moving and his thumb is rubbing. My body tenses. Then I'm leaning hard against the pillow beneath me, offering myself to him. The angle is perfect. A moment later, I am trembling and gasping and cursing. He comes. Fast and hard. I feel it on my thumb and my belly. He buries his face in my neck. I am so fucking happy and relieved. We're normal. We work together. I want to bask in this and sleep in his arms, but his parents will be home any minute. I can see now why he wants to wait. Clean up is rushed, but he steals kisses as we dress. You're downstairs eating pumpkin pie at the kitchen table when his parents get home. They join us at the table, and we talk for an hour. I gush over Esme's apples and tell her how much they remind me of my grandmother's. She promises to share the recipe and teach me to cook them. Edward and his dad are talking about some of the more impressive football plays of the day. Finally, it feels like Thanksgiving. It turns out that Friday the 13th is actually a pretty lucky day for me. At least, it has been this year. Technically, Edward and I are going on our first date tonight. It sounds so ridiculous. Because we've been together forever now, but it's true. We hang out all the time at our houses or our friends' houses. Tonight, he's taking me out to dinner. Just the two of us. Then we have tickets for A Christmas Carol at the Port Angeles Playhouse. I usually go with Renee. She takes a group of students every year as an opportunity to earn extra credit. She is friends with the general manager. And she was able to score third-row seats for me and Edward. I wish Carmen was here to do something with my hair. She could have it twirling and beautiful in less than 10 minutes. I've barely managed to curl the tips. It will have to do. I don't wear much makeup, but I do wear a dress. It's black lace over a black slip dress. It looks more Halloween than Christmas, but the department store only had frilly semi-formal crap. I paid a little more at the vintage shop for this dress, and I don't regret it. Renee comes in to tell me goodbye before she leaves. She is meeting some friends for dinner before the play. She looks beautiful in a knee-length red dress and killer heels. She should have been a movie star or some kind of secret agent instead of a high school teacher. Edward looks crazy good in black dress pants. I want to drag him back to my bedroom by the ridiculous Christmas tie he is wearing. I resist. Barely. I want my date first. He takes me to Mykonos, a cozy Greek restaurant. It is DML lit, and there are candles at every table. The hostess leads us to a small table for two in the back corner, away from the kitchen. Our waiter's name is Norman, and he winks as he asks if I prefer white or red wine. He's got to be at least 50 years old, and he's obviously teasing, so I tell him I prefer tequila. He laughs and says the baklava is on him tonight. Edward orders moussaka, and I choose the pasticcio. We share an order of stuffed grape leaves as an appetizer. You know, you're setting a pretty high standard with this first date. Fancy dinner and live theater. Most guys Inc. fast food and Cape Fear make for an awesome first date, I tell him. They're right, but a little birdie told me how much my girl loves this play. The same birdie offered me a group discount on third row seats. Besides, he pauses to kiss my cheek. I already took you to Wendy's the night we met. Norman delivers our meal and clears the appetizer dish and plates. We can do McDonald's and a movie next week if you want, he says, offering me a bite of his eggplant. Since I've never had Greek food, I try it. There's some kind of cream and cheese sauce on top, and it is so good. My own dinner is a type of Greek lasagna. And I share a few bites with him in return. The baklava is delicious, and, according to Edward, Norman does leave it off the final tab. We walk to the parking lot with his arm wrapped around my waist. Thank you for dinner, I tell him as he unlocks the passenger door. Thank you for wearing those boots. Edward has a thing for chicks in combat boots. They don't exactly match the silk and lace of my dress. But they're me, and he likes them. The parking lot is crowded when we arrive at the playhouse. Renee is standing outside the entrance with a young couple I don't recognize. She has a clipboard in hand, checking students off a list as they collect their tickets from her. The man standing next to her is doing the same. I wait until she's free to say hello. Bella, Edward, this is Mr. Bertie. He teaches English and drama at Forks. This is his wife, Mrs. Bertie. Renee gestures to the couple standing next to her. Mr. Bertie is tall and lanky. He has short, black curly hair and a warm smile. I'm Lance. And this is Camilla, he says as he shakes Edward's hand. Camilla is easily one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Her hair is also black. It's cut short and spiked a little in the back. She has high cheekbones and a flawless complexion. I'm more fascinated by her piercings. There are multiple lobe and helix piercings, and there are scaffold piercings in both ears. She smiles. And I'm tempted to ask her if the lip ring hurt. Mr. Bertie has a bad-ass wife. Well, it's nice to finally meet the elusive fourth musketeer, Lance says to me. Alice did a bang-up job on the costume. I smile because she did, and he must have given her the okay to do it. Thank you for allowing me to borrow the dress. I can see why Alice is so enamored with her drama teacher. He has a southern accent. And he's wearing Doc Martens shoes. Our conversation is cut short as Mike and Jessica check in with Mr. Bertie. I greet Jessica with a hug. What are you doing here? I ask quietly. I know you don't need extra credit. She shakes her head a little. Extra credit is never a bad thing. Her eyes are on Mike. He must be the one who needs it. This is surprising. Mike has always been an honor roll student. I don't say anything else. I don't want to make either of them uncomfortable. Jessica tells me all about a SAT prep course she's taking. Edward and Mike are having a conversation next to us, and I don't mean to. But I can't help overhearing Mike's question. So, are you going to try out for the baseball team? I don't bother to pretend to listen to Jessica now. Mike has just asked the question that has been floating around in the back of my head for months. I haven't asked because I'm afraid of the answer. Edward glances at me before answering. I'm not sure yet. I hate myself for being relieved that he didn't say yes. I don't want to be that kind of girlfriend. I don't want to hold Edward back from something he loves. He would never do that to me. Jane and Alec join us before Mike has a chance to reply. Jane is jumpy when I touch her arm as I introduce her to Jessica. Her words are a little rushed, and she seems really distracted. Jane, I say, forcing her to look at me. Are you okay? Fuck. Her eyes are dilated. I make my way over to Alec, stepping in close as I squeeze his arm. I drag him down so I can whisper in his ear. What the hell are you doing? She's trippin'. This may as well qualify as a school function, Alec. Do you have any idea how much trouble she could get in? He's already gotten their tickets from Renee, so they can't leave. I take Jane inside and to the ladies' room. When did you dose, Jane? I wet several paper towels. I swipe at her face a little. Around 4. She planned this. She's going to peak anytime now. I know from experience that an acid trip can last from 6 to 12 hours. It's one of the reasons I hate it so fucking much. There's nothing I can do to stop it, so I deliver her to Alec in the lobby. Keep her away from the teachers, I tell him. I find Edward outside, still talking to Mike and Jessica. The ushers have started seating, and I'm ready to tune everything out for a while. I see several students from PA as Edward and I make our way to our seats. Every single junior on the cheer squad is in attendance along with Ben, Aaron, some other baseball guys, and a few members of the football team. I have no idea where Jane and Alec are sitting. Renee always sits in the last row. If anyone tries to sneak out, she'll know it. Mr. Bertie must not care because his wife takes the seat next to mine, and he sits next to her. I wonder if Renee planned this. Maybe this is why she offered us the good seats, so her buddy could chaperone my first date. Once the lights go down, it doesn't matter. A mutual love for live theater is the only thing Renee and I have in common. I get lost in it. Edward has his arm on my thigh, and my hand is in his. He offers me his sleeve when he catches me crying during Scrooge's scene with Belle. I wipe my cheek and flip him off. He just laughs, shaking his head. After the play, I convince him to take me to Wendy's for a Frosty before going back to my house. Renee is going out for drinks with the Berties, so we'll have a little time to ourselves. The house is dark and silent, and I don't bother turning on a light until we reach my room. I step into my closet to change. It takes forever to get the damn combat boots off. As I'm pulling the dress over my head, I hear the Black Crows playing in my room. He knows I love the Crows. He deserves a little treat. I remove my bra, leaving my white satin bikini underwear on. I can't just walk out there naked, so I slip his Pink Floyd shirt on. He loves to see me in his clothes. He's stretched across my bed with his arms behind his head. He sits up a little as I walk across the room. Hair bands wrote songs about girls like you. I like the way his words are low and throaty, even if they are completely ridiculous. You are so full of shit, I tell him as I straddle his lap. His pointer finger hooks the bottom of the t-shirt and drags it up above my navel. Always with the fucking white panties, he mutters before drawing in his bottom lip with his teeth. Sorry. I'm not though, and I'm pretty sure my smile gives me away. My mom and dad are going to a New Year's Eve party, he says as his hands settle on my waist. In Seattle. Renesmee as my heart pounds furiously in my chest. I'm thinking about the pills in my bag and counting days in my head. Aunt Flo will have already come and gone by New Year's Eve. Planning a big party? I ask coyly. No. More like a private sleepover. Am I invited? He hums, turning as I am on my back, and he is hovering above me. You're the only person invited. Then he makes me forget everything in the world with his fingers and his promises of more. Oh. A week later, I still haven't decided what to get Edward for Christmas. Alice and I are brainstorming for boyfriend gifts as Renee dives the three of us to Seattle. We give up as Renee parks in the crowded lot of her favorite mall. I hope something catches my eye, or Edward might not get a present. We part ways with Renee and agree to meet her at the food court for lunch. Alice and I walk directly to the Victoria's Secret store. We both want sexy undies, so we're buying them for each other as Christmas gifts. 3 of my 5 choices are white. His favorite. We decide to make things easy. Carmen, Leah, Jeanette and Renee are all getting nice, sexy underwear for Christmas. Esme is easy. I know she wants Katharine Hepburn's book of memoirs, so I buy it for her. Alice says getting someone a book as a gift is lame. I disagree. A book can be enjoyed over and over again. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Lame. She isn't impressed with my theory. I don't argue. There's no point. Alice is the least sentimental person I know. Esme will be happy, and that's what counts. I buy Emmett the first crude t-shirt I see on the wall in Spencer's. There is a hairy cartoon nutsack on it. He'll be thrilled. Alice gives me a weird look when I force her into a candy store. Carlisle likes Jelly Bellies. I consider getting Charlie a new fishing rod at Sears. But it feels all wrong. I'll make a trip to Newton's before Christmas. I look for a new Sega game for Edward, but nothing impresses me. Alice tries to convince me to get him a brown cowboy hat. I refuse. She gets a black one for Jasper. I don't even want to know why. The music store is my last hope. Jackpot. They have the Led Zeppelin boxed set. Correction, I have the Led Zeppelin boxed set. Edward is going to love it. I can think of at least 2 times he has mentioned wanting this. I have just enough money left to get Charlie a rod or something. I usually just tell Ike how much I want to spend and let him pick out the gifts. He knows Charlie's fishing likes and dislikes way better than I do. Renee picks up the tab at lunch. She wants to continue shopping, but Alice and I are done. She suggests we catch a movie at the theater in the mall. It sounds much better than following her around, carrying bags all day, so we agree. She gives me a 20, promising to meet us at the mall's main entrance at 4. Alice is wavering between The Last Boy Scout and Father of the Bride. I've already seen The Last Boy Scout with Emmett and Edward. I really don't want to see it again. Once was enough. At the last moment, she changes her mind and asks for 2 tickets for Beauty and the Beast. After the movie, we decide to catch a smoke in the parking lot since we have time to kill. As we wait for Renee, I ask Alice about New Year's Eve. I'm probably going to let Charlie think I'm staying with Renee and tell Renee I'm spending the night with Alice. Bella, seriously, just tell your mom. You said yourself that she started leaving you guys alone in the house. She thinks it's a done deal. Anyone else but you two, and it would have been a done deal by now. Do you remember what I told you about Edward's first time? I ask her. I don't think he could handle the embarrassment of something like that happening again, especially with his parents or my mom. She looks apologetic. I didn't think about that. She admits. I can see why he wants an entire night. I'm sorry. Don't be, I tell her. It took me a while to figure it out. I just put 2 and 2 together, and it's the only thing that makes sense. 'Cause believe me, he wants it. Sometimes, with his fingers deep inside me, he whispers exactly how much he wants it. His filthy words and hot breath in my ear make me tremble and explode under his touch. I can feel my whole body warm as I think of him. Gross. You're getting that creepy fuck me look all over your face. Alice shoves me a little as she lights another cigarette. Renee is cool, Bella. She and my mom are both pretty open-minded. Neither of them freaked when they found out our cherries had been vandalized. I would bet a dime bag she thinks you're already doing the nasty. If she says no, I'll be completely hosed, Al. She'll never believe I'm spending the night with you. She won't say no. I can feel it. Alice's gut has never led me astray. She has an excellent sense of intuition. I ask Renee during the drive home, without mentioning the part about Esme and Carlisle going to Seattle. I let her make her own assumptions. Are you and Edward being safe? She glances at me. We haven't done it, Mom. But yes, when the time is right, we'll be safe. If your father finds out about this, she mutters, tapping her thumbs on the steering wheel. He won't, I assure her. Alice and I both pinky swear on Scout's honor that we won't tell a soul. That means Carmen and Leah, too. We'll tell them Alice is covering for me. Oh. I don't make it to Newton's until Christmas Eve morning. Luckily, Mike is working. He knows exactly which fishing rod Charlie has been scoping recently. Jessica works at the store during the Christmas season as a gift wrapper. We ch at idly as she folds and cuts and saves me the hassle of wrapping such an oddly shaped gift. I try to tip her with my last $3, but she refuses. She asks about school and Edward. I haven't Him since late Saturday evening when we arrived home from our shopping trip. He stayed long enough to watch a movie with me and Alice. Edward's house has been invaded by senior citizens this week. Carlisle's parents arrived from Seattle early Sunday morning. He and Edward are driving to Port Townsend this morning to pick up Esme's parents. Like I said, the more, the merrier with these people. Renee is somewhere in the air on a flight between Seattle and Houston. She's flying down to spend Christmas with my grandfather. He refuses to come to Washington for any reason. I haven't seen him since my grandmother's funeral when I was 7 years old. He left everything he owned in the house in Port Angeles, handed my mother the deed, and drove straight to Texas to live with his brother. He saw it. He couldn't live in Washington without Gran. He meant it. So, Renee spends Christmas with her dad the same years I spend Christmas with mine. Alice is in Mississippi. Leah is in Portland. And Carmen is in Garrett's bed. Everyone is busy. 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 And I have nothing to do. I don't mean to drive to the res. It just happens. This whole thing with Jake is hurting my dad. This morning, Charlie too. LD me, the blacks aren't coming over us for Christmas this year. He tried to sound casual, but really, he just sounded sad. This is his family when I'm not around, and I'm sure Billy isn't happy either. I park in the driveway, leaving the motor running. I can't get out of the truck. My hand is on the gear shift, and I'm considering reverse when the front door opens, and Jake steps onto the porch. He scowls a little before turning and talking to someone in the house. This was a very bad idea. He's off the porch and opening the passenger door. It creaks and groans like always, then he's on the seat next to me with the door closed. Merry Christmas, he says, head tilted. You don't celebrate Christmas. No, but you do. Who is going to cook tomorrow since Rachel won't be there? He looks awful, like he hasn't slept in days. That's why I'm here, I tell him. This is ridiculous. Charlie and Billy always hang out on Christmas. They shouldn't have to suffer because you're a dick. He grinds his teeth and closes his eyes. Shit. I didn't come here to fight, Jake. It's the closest thing he'll get to an apology. I am a dick, he says, exhaling. Agreed. Look, Jake, I propose a truce. It doesn't have to be permanent. Let's just get our dads through Christmas. We can be civil for one day, right? He nods. Rachel doesn't have to cook. I'm taking care of dinner this year. I don't want him to think I'm doing this for a meal. His deep laugh fills the cab of the truck. I can cook, asshole, I insist. Sure you can, he laughs as he opens the truck door. See you tomorrow. He slams the door in my face before I can reply. I consider stopping by Maria's house on my way home. Part of me wants to kiss her for seducing Jake. Because of her, I got Edward. Charlie is thrilled when I tell him the blacks will be joining us for Christmas. He hugs me and thanks me. I give him a tight smile as I turn for the stairs. Bella, Charlie says from behind me. Don't be too hard on Jake, okay? Billy said he's been having a tough time lately. Poor bastard. I laugh a little. Bella, he warns. I'll be good. No worries. I spend the day wrapping gifts. Charlie gives me $20 to wrap all of his gifts too. It's a sweet deal. I'm almost dry. And I cashed out buying Christmas gifts. Charlie asks me to watch White Christmas with him. It's a tradition. I sit around in footed pajamas, he drinks a few beers, and we watch this movie on Christmas Eve. I have my cordless on the floor next to the sofa. Edward promised he would call tonight. He does, but I'm asleep and incoherent. Charlie left me on the couch. Soft white light radiates from the little Charlie Brown Christmas tree on the corner table. I want so badly to wake up and talk. I miss him, and I want to hear his voice. I don't realize I said it aloud until he answers, I miss you, too. Sleep, Bella. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Oh. Lots of people love Charlie. The first of many gift bearers arrives at 8 a.m. There are many single women in Forks WH. Oh, love to bake Christmas goodies for my dad. Gross. The ex-Mrs. Yorkie gets the surprise of her life when I open the door in my fuzzy, red, footed pajamas. I thank her for the apple pie, wish her a Merry Christmas on behalf of the chief, and send her on her way. I trudge up the stairs and bang on Charlie's door to make sure he's up. I'm going back to bed, and he needs to get downstairs to keep his admirers from waking me. I startle a little to find Charlie in my room instead of his own. Dad, what the hell? I demand with my hand over my racing heart. Merry Christmas, kiddo. He steps away from my dresser. And I realize immediately why he left me on the couch last night. He was busy playing Santa Claus in my room, delivering a new Sony stereo with CD player and double tape deck. Sweet. Hang on, I tell him, holding up a finger. I run down the stairs and hurry back with his gifts. He loves the rod and the Old Spice gift set. I know it will be impossible to sleep now, so I get a head start on the meal by preparing the ham exactly the way Esme showed me and placing it in the oven. By the time I've showered and dried my hair, Ms. Watson has dropped off a potato casserole. Charlie hides in he kitchen as I accept homemade fudge and other candies from Sybil. DMV Sybil. She's at least 10 years younger than Charlie. I tell her he's working on a bad pipe in the basement and he's been cursing all morning. She hesitates. But I repeat my thank you speech and show her the door. The next time the doorbell rings, Charlie insists on getting it. Luckily, it's Jeanette. I invited her to spend the day with us. She's lonely for Alice and probably would have had something horrible for Christmas dinner, like a turkey sandwich or Chinese food, without my intervention. She throws a huge white dish in the oven after rearranging the ham. We open a bottle of apple cider since neither of us can have wine. Jeanette is working tonight, and Charlie isn't nearly as cool as Renee about underage drinking. Rachel comes bustling into the kitchen a few minutes later. Jake's here. In my house. This sucks. All I want is to talk to Edward for more than 5 minutes, and instead I have to spend the day with my asshole ex. Nobility is overrated. Rachel and I sneak out to the back porch for a quick smoke while the guys are absorbed in some football highlights show on ESPN. She's quiet, which isn't like Rachel, and she looks tired. Are you okay? I ask. Not really, she sighs. I don't want to talk about it. Whatever is going on with Jake must somehow be affecting Rachel too. Even Billy looks a little worse for the wear. I notice at the dinner table. All of them pick a little at the food and eat sparingly. Something is definitely wrong. Jake usually eats like a hog. Charlie and Jeanette carry most of the conversation while the blacks seem distracted. Help me clear the table, Jake, I tell him. Dinner is over, and the Bulls game is about to start. Charlie will be thoroughly distracted, and a joint might help me get through the rest of this weird fucking day. We leave the dishes stacked and soaking in the kitchen sink. I grab my bag, and he follows me out of the house, across the lawn, and into the woods. Years ago, Alice and I found a nice little spot buried just far enough into the trees to hide us from view of anyone in the yard. We called it the think tank and used it as hideout from grown-ups. Now we use it as a smoke hole when Charlie is home. Jake sinks to the ground, mindless of the wetness covering the forest bed. I find a semi-dry spot as close as possible and sit carefully. Is something wrong with Billy? I blurt. I can't help it. Asshole or not, Jake and his family are my family, too. He sighs as he pulls his knees up and rests his elbows on them. His hands are clasped, he's twisting his fingers insistently. Dad is fine, he mutters. Pissed at me, but he's fine. He turns to look directly at me before he continues. I fucked up. Bells. I'm in trouble. Do you owe Embry again? He and Embry are friends. But business is business. Jake got a little behind once, and Embry wasn't very understanding. I wish, he huffs. I light the joint and inhale deeply. Maybe some weed will loosen his tongue. He looks surprised when I offer it to him, but he only hesitates a moment before taking it from me. We pass it back and forth a few times before he speaks. Maria is pregnant. I choke a little. Holy shit. I don't want to be mean, but I have to ask. Maria is skank, and she isn't really selective about her bed partners. As evidenced by the gonorrhea. Is it yours? She's 4 months along. She couldn't keep it a secret from her parents anymore. She's starting to get fat. She told them last week right before she showed up on my doorstep with her father. I asked her if it was mine. She said she is almost positive it is. Almost positive. Almost positive. I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm startled. You fucked her again after the whole gonorrhea debacle. I want to be sympathetic. I do, but damn. The boy is composed of sheer stupidity. Speaking of, has she been to a doctor? Is there any proof she's really pregnant? I can't stop ranting at him. No wonder Billy and Rachel look like hell warmed over. How in the hell are you going to pay for a kid, Jake? He looks miserable, but I don't let it slow me down one bit. You were supposed to go to school, Jake. Jesus. You're not even out of high school. You're going to be a dad before you even graduate. Stupid. 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 It might not be mine, he insists. Even if it is, I don't want any part of it. I'm going to college. I'll get a part-time job. Send her money, whatever, but I don't want this kid. I don't know how to respond. Part of me wants to call him more names and be mean. He deserves it. But he looks like he wants to cry. And he's still the same boy who carried me to Charlie after I fell out of a tree when I was 6. I'm sorry, Jake, I whisper. Not for yelling at you, but sorry this happened. I am sorry for his family and sorry for his kid. We finish the joint in silence. It's starting to get dark, and I know Charlie and Jeanette will have to leave soon, since both are working tonight. In all honesty, I'm ready for Jake to be gone. He's going to need all the friendship and support he can get in the near future, and I just don't know if I can salvage any for him. Or if I even want to. He's shuffling a few feet behind me when we break the tree line. I stop in my tracks. Charlie is on the back porch talking to Edward. My steps quicken, and I reach them just as Edward turns to face me. I throw myself at him. And he wraps his arms around me tightly. 3 days is way too long. I haven't seen him since Saturday night, and I've missed him so much. This is exactly what I wanted for Christmas. Just to see him and have him here. Even if it is a complete surprise. I missed you, I whisper against his neck. He kisses my temple, but doesn't reply. I back out of HS embrace to look at his face. He glances down at me. Before glaring at Jake. Oh. No. I rack my brain, trying to remember if I told him the Blacks always spend Christmas with us. I meant to tell him last night, but I was sleeping. Charlie is more composed than I am, so he handles introductions. Jake and Edward acknowledge the gesture with brief nods. Standing between the two boys on Earth who have seen me naked is getting really weird, really fast. Edward is tense beside me with his arm wrapped around me protectively. Jake looks like he wants to disappear, which is what I want too. I want them all to disappear so I can be alone with Edward. Of course. It can't be that simple. Charlie isn't leaving until the game is over, which means Jake and the rest of the gang are hanging around too. Rachel gives Edward a nah-style look as I introduce him as my boyfriend. I ignore her and turn to Jeanette. She is very sweet to Edward and soon they're talking about hospital life. Jake leans his head and pretends to watch TV, but I know he's listening. I could write a book about Jake's tells. I snort a little. Edward's hand tightens around my own. This is all so very bad. My boyfriend and I are hanging around with my ex on Christmas. My very jealous boyfriend. I try to think of a way out of this, but my brain is addled. I've got nothing. Pie. Edward, let's get some pie, I whisper. I plead with my eyes because in the kitchen, we can at least be alone. He follows me and as soon as we're out of sight, I spin around and pull him close. He laughs and folds his arms around me. I love the way my head tucks perfectly in the crook of his neck. And God. But he smells good. Fall spicy and cinnamon with a touch of smoke. I'm sorry I didn't mention that Jake would be here. I didn't really think much of it because it's always been that way, I try to explain. I don't care about that, he says, his eyes earnest. I know how they are with Charlie. I just don't like the idea of you being alone with him. You don't trust me, I whisper. I am wavering between hurt and anger. He holds me as I try to back away. I don't trust him. I saw the way he grabbed you in the record store, Bella. Edward, believe me, I am the last thing on Jake's mind right now. I lean around the door frame to make sure no one is close enough to overhear. Jake got himself into some pretty deep shit. I'll explain more when they're all gone. I pull him farther away from the door. Now, can we please stop talking about Jake and kiss? I haven't seen you in 3 days, I whine. I push him against the counter and press my body against his. Then his hands are on my hips and mine are in his hair. His arms curve over my own as he leans down to kiss me. Being wrapped up in him like this is perfect. His lips are sweet first, then demanding, and soon I want to drag him up to my room. Rachel interrupts our reunion by clearing her throat loudly and asking for a slice of pie. Edward tries to engage her in polite conversation, but her answers are as clipped as her eyes are frosty. She stays in the kitchen, nibbling at her pie, until Jake comes to collect her. Charlie is finally leaving for work. Hallelujah. Edward offers to help Jake with Billy, and I swear if it's possible, I love him a little more for it. He may be a jealous ass, but his heart more than makes up for it. He laughs when I tell him this after everyone is gone. You give me too much credit, he says. I just wanted them to get the hell out of here so we could be alone. I roll my eyes as I turn off the overhead light. I've left the Christmas tree lights on, and they're blinking softly in the corner. I have the remote in hand, ready to start a movie, but he stops me. I brought one present for you tonight. I know we said we're going to exchange with my family when you come back on Thursday, but it is Christmas Day. And I couldn't show up empty-handed, he says, holding up a wrapped gift. I sit next to him on the sofa before tearing into the glossy red paper. Oh. One hand comes up to cover my open mouth as the other cradles a 4x6 silver picture frame. There's a picture of me and Edward in it. It must have been taken by Renesmee in their kitchen. In it, we're standing next to each other with our heads turned, facing each other. I don't know if I've ever seen myself this happy before. In pictures or in real life. I run my fingers lightly across the glass before placing the picture on the table. He smiles when I place my hand on the back of his neck and pull him to me. I love it, I breathe. I love you. His voice is quiet, tender. I know, I tell him, running my thumb along the stubble on his cheek. I love you, too. He smiles and pulls me closer. Promise. The word is a whisper against my lips. Always. Forever may not be a possibility. We're only 16. I won't pretend the odds are in our favor. But he's taken over my heart so completely, I can't imagine him ever being gone from it. Always loving him will be the easiest promise I'll ever have to keep. There is no way I can accept this, I tell Edward, shoving the newly opened gift into his lap. Of course you can, Bella, Carlisle insists. It's from all of us. Even Emmett. I shake my head. A Kenwood car stereo with a CD player is too much. Even if they did split the cost. They each gave me individual gifts as well. Bella, come on. It isn't like we bought a system. There are no new speakers or subs. No boom boom, Emmett says. Stop screwing up Christmas. Emmett, Christmas was 3 days ago, I remind him. I exhale and hesitantly take the box from Edward. It isn't fancy. Just a radio and CD player. Arguing is pointless. I'm outnumbered by several of the most stubbornly kind people I've ever known. Thank you, I mumble. Emmett jumps up from his seat on the couch and snatches the stereo from my grasp. Excellent. He and Edward are confident they can install it. I toss them the keys without a second thought because the current stereo in that truck is junk, and I have nothing to lose. Is your mom back? ESM. He asks as we settle in to watch some random movie on Lifetime. She's obsessed with this channel. I can't stand it because of the recurrent damsel in distress and woman scorn themes. But if I have to choose between this or standing in the rain watching the guys install a car stereo, well, bring on the bad TV. She got in late last night. Renesmee just nods distractedly, staring at the television. I yet up way too late last night talking and opening gifts with Renee. It catches up to me, and I can't keep my eyes open. The sound of Emmett's laughter wakes me. When I'm finally able to focus, I see Edward and Emmett standing in front of me. Crap, I mumble, stretching a little. A glance at the clock shows an hour has passed. Let's go for a ride, Emmett says. The last thing I want to do is vacate my toasty spot on the sofa. But they both look like two kids who just got a present instead of giving one. I hold my hands out to Edward, and he dutifully pulls me from the couch. Thankfully, the rain has stopped. It is even colder now than earlier. It's probably a good thing Charlie put chains on the tires a couple of days ago. I'm not fully awake yet, so I let Edward drive. We take Emmett home, and I compliment them the entire way. The CD player sounds perfect. It's dark when we get back to Edward's house. I snatch a brownie from a plate on the counter as we walk through the kitchen. I stop him when he reaches for the TV remote. I pull him onto the bed with me and cuddle against him. There are only 3 days left until New Year's Eve, and there are still a few details we need to discuss. I guess you probably know I'm on the pill, I begin. He's seen me take them enough. It's part of my routine. 10 o'clock every night. Location doesn't matter. They're with me all the time. He grins a little as he nods. I think we should still use condoms. His smile disappears with my words, turning into a slight frown. Is this about Jake? He asks quietly. I think of Jake's current situation. And you. Unplanned pregnancy is the last thing I want. I love Edward, and he loves me, but I have no desire to be a mother. Not now. Maybe not ever. Yes. Something crosses his FCE. Hurt. He swallows before speaking. Bella, I would never, ever cheat on you. He sounds so wounded and, for a second, I'm confused. Until I realize he thinks I'm worried about gonorrhea or some kind of STD. I never did get a chance to tell him about the Maria scandal on Christmas. We were busy. Oh God. No. I nearly shout. I'm not worried about that at all. I trust you, Edward. I forgot to tell you Maria is pregnant. He is stunned silent. I don't want to take any chances. The pill is only 99% effective and condoms are only 97% effective. Abstinence is the only thing guaranteed to prevent it, and we both know that option sucks. I pause, giving him a pointed look. If we use both, we should be 196% protected. I'm not sure the theory is sound, but I understand what you're saying, he says carefully. If we are going to have this conversation, you should know that even if, somehow, the 196% theory is proved false, I would take care of you. That's fine and dandy and noble of you, Edward, I tell him, squeezing his hand. And I love you, but I really have no desire to repeat my mom's mistakes. Don't say things like that. You are not a mistake. He punctuates his words by holding me a little tighter. You know what I mean, I whisper. I don't want that, Edward. I wanted to judge Jake for saying he didn't want his kid, but I know deep down I would feel the same way. Does that make me a terrible person? I've been thinking about this for the last few days. It's been eating away at me, really. No, he whispers. I can't think of anyone who would want a child as a teenager. Bella. We'll be responsible. Double protection is not a big deal. I'm just glad this isn't a trust issue. Of course it isn't. The idea of Edward cheating is ridiculous. The boy is afraid to fuck his own girlfriend. And that's okay. Once we get the first time out of the way, I'm not going to let him dictate our sex life. Renee goes to the gym 3 times a week. She never comes home early. And there is a lock on my bedroom door. Hopefully, if the sex is good, he'll forget all of his reservations. Speaking of good sex, I'm a little nervous, I whisper. I too. CK my head into my favorite spot just below his jaw. I never. Well, you know, I pause. Jesus, it shouldn't be so hard to talk about this. I never had an orgasm before you. But you had sex. He sounds confused. I did. I never said it was good sex. Bella, I think you should explain what you mean by that because I don't want to misinterpret that statement. Right now, I want to drive to La Push and beat the shit out of Jacob. He didn't hurt me, Edward. It really sucks that the only time Jake ever touched me in anger happened to be in front of Edward. Jake is a jackass, but he isn't a monster. He huffs, so I slap his chest. It didn't last long. It didn't feel bad, it just didn't feel good. I'm searching for the right words. This is so hard to explain to a guy. Alice and Carmen knew exactly what I meant when I said the same thing to them. He didn't notice. I mean, wouldn't he be able to tell? I guess not, I mutter. This is the part one don't want to explain. I faked it. So fucking embarrassing. He is silent. Absolutely silent. His chest moves beneath me. Then, the snickers begin. Soon, both of us are laughing. Where could you have possibly learned to fake it if you'd never had one? He's still laughing a little. Cinemax. Oh, God. He says, smiling and shaking his head. I want to see it. What? No. Please. He whispers against my ear. Every hair on the back of my neck stands on end. His fingers trail up my arm so lightly. It almost tickles. I can't. I tell him. It's embarrassing. Especially out of context. I may be a little brave with the lights off, but I am not interested in recreating the diner scene from when Harry met Sally. He kisses my neck, letting his stubble scrape lightly against my skin. Compromise. Maybe we can compromise. I'll show you eventually. You already know what my real ones look like. Isn't that enough? I stall, hoping he will forget. Promise me you won't fake it with me, he whispers. Well, damn it. I am really hoping it won't be a problem. I want the sex to be really good for both of us. But Carmen and Alice have assured me that when it comes to sex and orgasms, it is a hit or miss type thing for girls. They also pinky swear sex will feel good once I have time to enjoy it. Whether the big O happens or not. Okay. I agree. Honesty is a key component of a good relationship. Cosmo says so. And I cannot even imagine how guilty lying to Edward would make me feel. Oh. In 5th grade, I had a huge crush on Tyler Crowley. Now, he's the quarterback for Forks High. Back then, he was just a cute 6th grader who smiled at me on the bus occasionally. At the end of the year, there was a 5th, 6th grade field trip to Bogachiel State Park. Tyler sat near the trash cans with a group of his classmates. I caught him looking at me more than once. Alice picked up on it right away and dared me to walk over to say hello. Since it was his last year at Forks Elementary, I decided to take the dare. I gathered all of my trash and slowly walked over to the cans. Quick, furtive glances revealed that he was watching me. Just as I tossed my bag into the trash, Emmett walked by and farted. Everyone heard it. 100 little heads turned just in time to hear Emmett say, "Ew, Bella." That was nasty, as he covered his nose and waved his hand like a fan. I was mortified. Emmett totally ruined my mojo. Some things never change. Emmett's parents were invited by mutual friends to attend the party with Edward's parents on New Year's. So, Emmett has decided to have a little party of his own. He says Edward and I are assholes if we don't at least make an appearance. By the time I arrive, I'm forced to park a block away. Edward has been here for a couple of hours helping Emmett move stereo equipment and lock up everything breakable. I can hear Brass Monkey as I reach the end of the drive. This is going to be a nightmare. Emmett is much friendlier than I am, and there are going to be some assholes here, I just know it. I look for Leah's Civic, but I don't see it. She promised she and Carmen would stop by after a quick trip to Embry's. I'm on my own. Well, Edward is here, but he's inside. I don't think I've ever shown up at a party alone. I debate over knocking. Screw it. I open the front door wide and march in like I own the place. I'm Emmett's best girlfriend and I've been over here a dozen times. A few of those times, Emmett was on the brink of passing out as I attempted to get him to the door, but they count. The family room is dark, and all of the light fixtures have black lights temporarily in place. Great. Now, I'm glowing. There are a few faces I recognize from school. But the one I want, I can't find. I make my way into the kitchen and promptly wish I hadn't. Heidi, Tanya, and Irina are standing in a semicircle around Ben watching him like he is the second coming of Christ. He isn't tall, but he's stocky. His hunter green polo is starched and tucked into a pair of lucky jeans. The brown leather of his belt matches his boots perfectly. I can smell obsession from where I'm standing. Hey, Bella, he pushes away from the counter he has been leaning against. He brushes past Tanya and Heidi and stops once he has breached what I consider to be my personal space. I smile and inch back. Just get here. Heidi, Tanya and Irina are annoyed. Every one of them is glaring at me behind Ben's back. I smirk. Yeah, I took a nap and overslept a little. Have you seen Edward or Emmett? He smiles a little. Emmett's upstairs. Great. Emmett is upstairs getting his rocks off with some random hoe, and I'm stuck here, at his stupid party, when I could be alone with Edward. Asshole. Here, Ben says, as he reaches into the fridge. Have a beer. I don't like beer. Suit yourself. He kills the last of the open beer in his right hand, tosses the bottle into the trash, and then opens the one he intended for me. How did you do on the last test Anderson gave us? Really? He wants to talk American history. I aced it, I mumble. What about Edward? I don't want to be rude. I just want to see my boyfriend. Haven't seen him, Ben says smoothly. Irina steps up next to him, facing me. He's downstairs. I just came up a few minutes ago. I turn to the door leading down to the basement. Not much for conversation, is he? Her voice is light and airy. I bristle. Edward isn't Jake, but I wouldn't hesitate to compare Irina to Maria. I don't want to give her the satisfaction of letting her freak me out. I turn to her, grin wickedly and reply, he only likes smart girls. Then, I give her a quick wink and hurry down the stairs. My hands are shaking a lit. And by the time I reach the bottom of the stairs, I'm a little out of breath, and I hate Irina's guts. The fact she even noticed Edward bothers me. Mr. McCarty converted the basement into a den not long after they moved in. I relax a little when I spot Edward sitting next to Alec on the leather sofa. They're playing some alien video game. Jane waves from her perch on the lazyboy recliner before lowering her hand to twirl a strand of her white blonde hair around her finger. Edward kills his character and tosses his controller to Alec. He stands, stretching a little, and allowing me a glimpse of his happy trail. I flush, thinking of what is at the end of that happy trail. He smiles as he approaches, and I'm thinking we should get the hell out of here. His flannel is soft and warm. Then his lips are too. He tastes like beer and Trident and he's scruffy and I love him. How long do we have to stay? I ask the moment he stops kissing me. You just walked in, he teases. To the lion's den, I add. What did Irina want? He tilts his head looking confused. Cheerleader girl. Long, blonde hair, red sweater dress. Finally, it clicks. Oh, Ben's girl, he says. She was trying to bum a smoke, and it sounded like she was fishing for weed. I huff. She wishes she could be Ben's girl. Rumor has it, he isn't interested. Trust me. Angela runs the Ben Chaney gossip chain. Irina probably thought getting him stoned would make her seem more appealing. It is a mean thing to say, and I know it, but I don't like the idea of her sniffing around Edward for any reason. She seems nice, Bella. She didn't seem very nice upstairs a few minutes ago. But I keep it to myself because I don't want to sound like a jealous girlfriend. Irina is probably harmless. I'm just being paranoid and possessive. I choose not to argue. Instead, I lean in and whisper, can we go out front and wait for Carmen and Leah? They're bringing me a quarter. If we smoke early, we'll be clear-headed later. I want to be 100% in my head when we finally have sex. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future for stoned, horny sex. Tonight should be special since it will be his first real time. We run into Felix and a couple of the older metal heads. It completely surprises me when Edward does a sort of clap handshake half hug thing with one of them. He is senior, I know that much. I've seen him around, but I've never seen him with Edward. Bella. This is Sam. He's Emmett's neighbor. Oh, he's one of the basketball guys. Edward told me they play against some of the neighborhood kids. I wave and smile a little. Now I understand why Edward is always Mia, he grins. And there's the guilt trip. I have tried to convince Edward to spend more time with his friends, but he is content with his nose buried in a book or in my boobs. Emmett still gripes at me even though they have a designated bro night every week. My hands are tied. You can't really blame me, Edward says as he wraps his arm around my waist. He spends a few minutes talking to Sam. And I keep my eyes open for my girls. Charlotte is teetering down the stairs. Her hair is sticking out in every direction, and I'm pretty sure she has lost her bra. I feel a little sick when I see Emmett follow her down. I move from Edward's light embrace, meeting Emmett as he reaches the bottom of the stairs. What did you do? I demand. I love M with all my heart, but one of these days. His dick is going to get him in trouble if he keeps sticking it in drunk girls. Relax, he grins. Tonight wasn't the first time we've hooked up. And she told me exactly what she was going to do to me long before she ever took her first shot. I shake my head in wonder. I must be a BFF magnet for douchebags. What crawled up Bella's ass? Carmen asks as she approaches. Thank goodness the weed is finally here. Nothing, I tell her as I reach for the baggie in her hand. Where can I roll this? I ask Emmett. Dining room, he replies. Did he send mine? Yes, she answers. He also sent an envelope for that Jane chick. Is she here? Downstairs, I tell her. We'll get her before we smoke. Let me roll a few. Edward is still talking to Sam and Felix. His eyes find mine the moment I return to the room. I wave the baggie back and forth as I take a seat. Leah sits next to me as Carmen and Emmett stand behind us. He tosses his dime on the table in front of me. Will you roll it all? He asks, holding out a box of zigzags between his pointer and middle fingers. I snatch it from him and listen to Leah ramble about some guy she met at Embry's. At some point, Edward and Sam move the IR conversation to the table and take the seats across from mine. I don't look up even though I can feel Edward watching me. Breaking up weed is hard work. I won't smoke seeds or stems. Ever. I smack Emmett's hand when he reaches across me to pick up a fat one. Wait. There is no way in hell I am going to sit here rolling his shit while everybody else gets stoned. Yeah, Emmett, Leah scolds. Where are your manners? Carmen giggles and offers me a sip from a bottle of strawberry boons. I chug a little and pass it to Leah. By the time I'm done with Emmett's bag, there are several people standing around watching and waiting. Fucking vultures. Not one of them contributed a single bud. He may be content with letting these assholes smoke his weed, but I only roll one with my stash. I give it to E. Dward for safekeeping before I hook up Carmen and Leah. Next year, I'm giving you a bong for Christmas, I mutter to Emmett as I stand. My birthday is in February, he grins. True. I'll have to convince Brent to do some shopping for me and Edward. We smoke in the garage. Edward and I find a nice, quiet spot in the corner. I love watching his fingers curl to pinch the joint. His back is arched, and his jaw flexes as he inhales deeply. Smoking is a nasty, vile habit, but Edward makes it look sexy. I run my fingers through his hair. I can't help it. It's so soft and crazy. Then his lips are on mine exhaling. And I'm breathing him in with the weed and the cinnamon. I exhale and he backs off, turning the joint and placing it on my lip. I've never tried to shotgun before, so I'm understandably nervous. He made it look so easy. I toke it and step up on my toes, brushing my lips across his before I blow gently into his mouth. It's like watching soft porn, Carmen murmurs, dragging my attention away from Edward. That was hot in a totally gross way, Leah concurs. Oh, man. Edward and I are turning into Alice and Jasper. And strangely, I don't give a shit. I kiss him quickly before handing him the joint. RPDA is too much for Carmen and Leah, so I point Jane out to them, and they leave us in peace. I am way more interested in Edward than smoking. We could borrow the spare bedroom, have a little pregame show. A warm-up. Baseball players like to warm up. I think. We are not leaving right now, he says, laughing. I hate it when he reads my mind. He can tell everything I'm thinking with one look. It's hardly fair. We can't drive. His hands lower, and he grabs my ass, pulling me closer. Since I probably am too stoned to drive, I let him kiss me and hold me and grope my ass for as long as he wants. Party goers are wandering back into the house in search of booze and booty. Leah interrupts us, begging Edward to distract Sam long enough for her and Carmen to make a getaway. They promise Dee to hook up with the Forks posse before midnight, which means they need to hit the road soon. Sam seems smitten with Leah and begs her for her NMBER as Edward steers him away from us. Oh, thank God, she says the moment the door closes behind them. Dude would not take a hint. I thought he was kind of cute. Carmen winks. Sure, if I want a guy who will serenade me with Tesla songs. Leah is picky. Very picky. Enough about Sam. Are you ready for tonight? She looks at me expectantly. Stupid question. Carmen interrupts. Obviously they're both ready. Did you shave? Trim all the hedges? What the fuck kind of question is that? Of course I shaved. Don't be a dumbass. I love them, but it is time for them to leave. The sooner they go, the sooner I can convince Edward to go. Just checking. She giggles. Need condoms? I have some in my bag. No. I shake my head. Edward took care of it. We're good. If this is how I make Emmett feel, he should have told me to fuck off a long time ago. You should probably do something to relieve things before you try to hit it. Carmen is straight-faced and serious for the moment. It takes me a moment to figure out what she means. Oh, yeah, that's the goal, but don't freak out if it doesn't happen. Getting him off first will probably help him last longer for the real deal. Give him a blow job then let him return the favor. No fucking way. I don't want Edward's face anywhere near my pussy. That's just weird. I don't think he has ever done that before. I managed to avoid oral with Jake, and I haven't really considered doing it with Edward. I don't think that's a good idea, I hedge. Jesus. Bella. Leah says, clearly exasperated. It isn't hard. You just put it in your mouth and do what comes naturally. You will be able to tell what he likes by listening to him. If he says, ow, you're doing something wrong, she should know. There is an invisible fortress around her hymen which has been maintained by her enthusiasm for blow jobs. She does not want to waste her virginity on a teenage jackass like the rest of us have. Spunk and funk rhyme for a reason, Bella, Carmen interjects. Make sure you take a can of Coke upstairs with you. Go, I tell them, shooing them away with my hands. You're not helping. Love you, Leah calls over her shoulder as they walk towards the street. I bet. Happy fucking New Year, bitches, I yell. Damn. Those two idiots spoiled my high. Now, I am nervous about all the things I hadn't considered about tonight. This isn't like buying a sweater. I can't take this back or undo it once it happens. I regret everything about having sex with Jake. I don't ever want to feel that way about Edward or what we do tonight. I am ready. I can stand here, second guessing myself all night, and it won't change a thing. I've been his sink. The moment he hugged me in the Safeway parking lot. I may not have realized it at the time, but it is true. I find him in the kitchen with Emmett, Charlotte, Alec, and Jane. What happened to Sam? I ask. He and Felix are downstairs gaming. Edward lifts his arm as I step up beside him. He wants Leah's number. Not going to happen. I said the same thing. Emmett laughs. I catch Edward's eye. It is after 11, I tell him. I don't say take me home so we can be naked at midnight, although it is clearly implied. His arm tightens around my shoulder. We're going to go before the crazies hit the road. Her dad thinks she is at her mom's house tonight and we don't need a traffic accident to prove otherwise. Impressive. Emmett cowers at the slightest mention of the chief, and Edward knows it. He effectively cut off any of M's potential arguments for us to stay. We say our goodbyes quickly, and we are almost out of the kitchen when Emmett's booming voice stops me dead in my tracks. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, kids. Then he bursts into a fit of laughter. He has had way too much to drink, and it seems he is cracking himself up. Is someone staying to make sure he doesn't choke on his vomit? Edward asks. Charlotte raises her hand drunkenly. Alec tells Edward to go. He and Jane are crashing here tonight. Edward stops to say goodbye to Ben and a couple of other people on our way out. He is far too calm and collected. I feel like there are butterflies sumo wrestling in my stomach. The only anchor I have is his hand around mine, strong and sure. It keeps me grounded, here in the right now. Instead of the what ifs of 10 minutes from now. He walks me to my truck. I tell him it's ridiculous as we pass the Volvo, but he insists. By the time he helps me into the cab, I'm trembling. He notices. Hey. He picks up my hand, shaking it lightly. No weirdness, remember. I nod. It's our rule. As I wait for him to get back to the Volvo, I roll the window down, letting the cool air fill the cab. Edward pulls away from the curb, and I follow him until we reach his house. He meets me at my truck and reaches in to get my bag. We enter the house through the garage and then pause at the bottom of the stairs. Are you hungry? Thirsty? He asks. Spunk and funk. Stupid Carmen. I'll have a Coke. He comes back from the kitchen with two. I take one from him and wait for him to make a move. Bella, he says, taking my free hand. If you've changed your mind, if you're not ready, we can wait. It doesn't have to be tonight. He kisses my cheek. As long as you let me hold you all night and wake up with you tomorrow, I'll be happy. He always seems to know exactly what I need to hear. I don't think I've ever heard the Cullen house this silent. Our footsteps echo on the hardwood stairs. He flips on the light as we enter his room. My eyes settle on a wrapped gift centered on his perfectly made bed. I glance at him, brows raised. Go ahead, he tells me, shrugging in the direction of the gift. I walk to the bed as he drops my bag near the door. It's a VHS. I can tell by the shape and the way it feels in my hands. You're spoiling me, I tease. He smiles. Open it. I tear into the paper. Edward Scissorhands. My favorite movie. He knows me so well. You know I am going to make you watch this with me. I know. He never bitches about the girly movies I make him watch. I'm not nearly as nice. When he picks Jean-Claude Van Damme on movie night, he moves to the stereo and puts a tape into the deck. No CDs. I'm curious. Edward loves to pick 5 and random play. No, not tonight. I made a tape. He made a tape. He made a mixed tape. For me. For this. It is by far the sweetest damn thing anyone has ever done for me. Led Zeppelin floods the speakers. He wraps me up in his arms and starts swaying gently, side to side until we are dancing. We only make it through 2 songs. Then, I take his glasses and place them on his desk. He stands absolutely still as I move my fingers to the buttons of his flannel. I open them one by one and then push it from his shoulders. I tug on the hem of his white t-shirt and he bends so I can pull it off. He places both hands on my waist, slipping them beneath my sweater. He pushes it up and off while ghosting his fingers along every inch of skin in his path. He pauses to take in the white satin and lace I picked out just for him. I want him to know I haven't changed my mind. I tell him with my fingers as I brush them across the hardness beneath his zipper. He swallows as I unbutton his Levi's. I watch as he toes off his Vans and pushes the jeans down over his hips. Then he leans forward and kisses me. I can feel his hand on my jeans and his skin against my chest, and I want more. I want it all. He turns off the light as I kick off my shoes and my jeans. His blinds are open, and his room is washed with a soft lavender glow. My instinct is to dive under the blanket before taking off the rest, but I bought this bra and panty set specifically for him. Another Christmas gift of sorts. I let him look. When that's not enough, I let him touch me. He unhooks my bra, pulling it away from my body. Then I'm drowning in his skin. I object when he lifts me onto the bed. Until he follows me, and every inch of me is touching part of him. I don't think the spunk thing is going to be an issue tonight. I don't think this can wait another minute. You first, he says as he pulls away long enough to peel the white satin down my legs. His words have double meaning. I close my eyes and relax against Edward's pillow as he runs his hand up my thigh. His P.S. are on my neck when he slides in one finger, then two. My breath catches as he drags his lips lower and lower until they finally settle on my nipple. He shifts his hand as he draws me in with his teeth and tongue. I let it wash over me, making all the noises I've had to muffle over the last few months. Then his fingers are gone. By the time I open my eyes, his boxers are gone, and he is sitting at the edge of the bed tearing into a condom wrapper. I turn my head to give him privacy and to keep myself from freaking out. The mattress shifts, and he kisses me as he covers me. I reach between us, positioning him and raising my hips. His head drops to my shoulder as he eases himself inside. It's a little uncomfortable, and I tense before I can stop myself. He freezes before lifting his head to look at my face. He looks worried, so I kiss him and wiggle a little. He can be a gentleman some other time. He takes the hint, and the more he moves, the better it feels. His palms and forearms support his weight as his lips hover above mine. Kissing, whispering, groaning, and I can hardly believe this is real. He furrows his brow in concentration and bites down hard on his bottom lip. He is fighting it. I can see it all over his face. I don't feel cheated at all. He's already taken care of me. Your turn, I whisper, wrapping my leg around his waist. Fuck. It's a whisper. A curse. A plea. A concession. Then he does. Harder and deeper than before, and I can't keep my eyes off his face. His hair is tangled across his forehead, his eyes scrunched closed, and his chest is moving against mine in the most heavenly way. His rhythm falters as he shudders. Then his entire body tenses. Edward's face is one of the hottest things I've ever seen. His jaw clenches, and he almost looks angry. When it passes, he drops kisses along my neck and whispers how much he loves me. I run my fingers through his hair and tell him I love him back. Always. Jesus, Alice says, clutching a pillow in her lap. Was there a full moon on New Year's Eve? I mean, it's like my plane left Jackson and landed in the twilight zone. She pauses and rubs her forehead. So, Mike and Jessica broke up. Carmen nods somberly. It was awful. We were all up at the cliffs, laughing and drinking and smoking. He asked her to go for a walk. We assumed he wanted to get some nookie out in the woods. Instead, she came out screaming and crying and he just kept saying, "I'm sorry," over and over. None of us knew what to do. We just sat there watching, like the world was ending. I can imagine. There is a huge knot in my stomach, and I didn't even witness it. Mike and Jess are that couple. The couple that dates throughout high school, goes to prom together to be crowned as royalty, graduates, gets married, has 2.5 kids, and share a headstone. Only, I guess they're not. And somehow in the midst of this drama, you got your first boyfriend, Alice leads. Carmen huffs. Garrett asked me right before it all went down. I was so shocked. I answered. Yes, without even thinking. It really does seem like the Twilight Zone, Leah laughs. Carmen has a boyfriend, and Bella is having sex. I chuck the TV remote at her. Time to talk, Bella. We want the details and, "It was wonderful," is not an acceptable response, Alice demands. I sigh. I told you it was wonderful because it was wonderful. It was the most beautiful night of my life, and I don't want to share it with anyone but Edward. Bella, come on. You've got this dreamy look all over your face just thinking about it, Leah says. It must have been good. No, I tell them. It was better than good. It was amazing. Did you at least get off? Carmen asks. Yes. Are you happy? I ask them. He made sure I did before we even started. Damn it, she says, smiling and shaking her head. I knew I should have made a move at the show. Carmen, You have your own boyfriend now, and just a few weeks ago you thought Edward was a sex mutant, I remind her. I was just kidding. Sort of. Is he? Carmen. He is not a mutant. His dick is perfect. Next topic. Come on. B. Leah begs. They have no regard for privacy. I may as well stop stalling because they are not going to back down. Alice sighs when I tell T. Hem about the mixed tape and the dancing. That is so sweet. She coos. I share the basics, keeping his sweet words and whispered promises to myself. The memory of falling asleep naked and wrapped around each other flits through my mind 100 times a day. Any concerns I had about morning after awkwardness were dispelled the moment I woke to his kisses and felt him slip inside me. He held me so loose and wrapped his arms beneath my shoulders, cradling my head in his hands. It was slower than the first time, and he kissed me as he filled me, over and over again. It was just perfect. We made eat fast together in his mom's kitchen, and for one moment, one crazy moment, I let myself imagine the two of us cooking together in our own place someday. It was a silly thing to do, and it scared the hell out of me. But it happened. I don't say one word about it to the girls. Spending the last Saturday night of winter break in Forks is a tradition. One I wasn't willing to break. So, I told Edward to make plans with the guys for tonight. Now, they're out having fun doing whatever it is guys do, and I'm stuck here with 3 nosy harpies. The ringing doorbell provides me with an opportunity to escape. I snatch a 20 from my purse before unlocking and opening the door. A blast of cold air assaults me, and I cross my arms over my chest. Edward's Pink Floyd tee and my flannel pajama pants no match for the freezing temperature. Holy shit. Bella. Wow. The years have been good to Tyler Crowley. He is taller than Emmett and bulkier than Jake with brown eyes that match the color of his dreadlocks. Wow. Tyler Crowley has dreadlocks. He was wearing Ralph Lauren from head to toe when I saw him last. Almost 3 years ago. Hey, Tyler. There. I said it. Dare completed. Check. You grew up, he says, smiling as he lowers a pizza bag from his shoulder. I extend one arm to hand him the money. Thanks. We swap cash for pizza, and I'm thankful for the warmth radiating from the boxes. Are you here in Forks much? He asks as he rubs the back of his neck. No way. I can see where this is going. Not much. My boyfriend and I stay busy in PA most of the time. I pop in to check on the old man every now and then. I back into the house slowly. It was good to see you, Tyler. You too, Bella, he smiles, before walking to the minivan idling in the driveway. I close the door with a swift kick before making my way into the kitchen. Leah and Carmen are already seated at the table. Alice is gathering styrofoam plates and cans of Sprite. My boyfriend and I stay busy in PA most of the time, Carmen repeats in a high-pitched voice. They all laugh. Fuck off, I mutter, placing the boxes side by side on the counter. Alice holds out a plate, and I place one slice each of pepperoni and mushroom on it. She hands it to Leah. I make Carmen a mushroom-only plate before getting pepperoni for myself. None of us have ever seen Tyler get shot down before, Alice explains. We got a little excited and then bam. You ruined the fun. You could have at least let him ask. So you guys could get your kicks by rejecting hot boys vicariously through me. Exactly, Leah confirms. God, those dreads are so fucking hot, Carmen moans. Every one of us nods. Chewing quietly. To deny it would be a lie. After dinner, we slip into sweatshirts and coats. If we sit on the porch, we'll freeze our asses off. Leah suggests a quick trip to the video store. I have a nice fat one rolled and ready to go. The new releases are all checked out. We wander the aisles, stoned and giggling, and only half searching for a movie. We end up renting Blue Velvet. Again. Carmen springs for microwavable popcorn in the checkout line. As much as I hate to admit it, this little break from Edward is just what I need. Everything is so intense with him, so real. It is easy to block out the rest of the world and forget that I had a life before him. My New Year's resolution is to make it to Forks on my scheduled weekends. I've missed one. And shortened a few since Edward and I started dating. Charlie must be sick of me showing up for dinner on Friday night, and then disappearing to Alice's house, only to cut out early on Saturday so I can get back to Edward. It isn't fair to my dad. So, I am determined to find some type of balance between my responsibilities and relationships in Forks and this overwhelming need to be with my boyfriend every second of every day. I can talk tough and make plans, but when we get back to my house, I let the girls go up without me. I call him from the downstairs phone so I can hear his voice before bed. The phone rings and rings. I glance at the clock before ending the call. It's only 10:30 on a Saturday night, and he's with Emmett. They're probably sitting around baked, playing some lame-ass video game in Emmett's basement. I could call Em, but fuck would it make me look pathetic. I heat the popcorn, melt butter in a pan, and try not to stew over what the guys might be up to. I hold the PH1 receiver in my lap through the entire movie, glancing down at it every now and then, expecting him to call. We're all passed out cold when he does. At 1:30 in the morning. Hello. I whisper shout, trying not to wake the girls and trying to wake up myself. Hey, baby, Edwards says brightly. I stumble over Leah's boots, nearly falling on my face, before finally reaching the door. Hang on, I whisper. I tiptoe down the stairs to peek out the front blinds. Charlie is still not home. I curl up on the couch, huddling under a thick fleece blanket. How was your night? I ask. He laughs. It's good. Really good. We went to Aaron's house and did whiskey shots with a bunch of the juniors. Oh. The sound of retching in the background distracts him. Damn, dude, that's fucked up. Are you okay? I hear him say. Shit. Em just passed out in my bathtub. Edward laughs. How is it Em passed out, and you're still standing? I ask him. I told him. Bella. I said. Beer before liquor. Never been sicker, and he didn't listen. And now who is sicker? 'Cause I'm not sick, baby. You're not really coherent either. He laughs. I love you, he tells me. You're so smart and pretty. I love your brain. And your nipples. I giggle hysterically. Edward is a rambler when he's drunk. It's adorable. Thanks, I say. You have nice nipples too. Bella. He whines. Come over. My bed smells like you, and I miss you. Wanna play with your nipples? He yawns. You can play with them tomorrow, drunkard. Go to bed. Make sure Emmett is propped up. Can't even take a cold shower or jack off, Edward mutters. Are you sure you can't come over? He begs. I haven't seen you naked in a really long time. Liar. I goad. You saw me naked Friday morning. Bella. His voice is serious. 48 hours is a really long time. My laughter is erupted as Charlie comes through the front door. He lifts his eyebrows, but keeps walking until I hear him clomping up the stairs. Charlie just got home. There is no way he is going to let me drive to PA in the middle of the night. He would understand, Bella. He is a man, and your mom was hot. Is hot. Or I'm sure he thought she was hot. You know what I mean. Poor bastard. He needs to take some aspirin and go to bed. I know what you mean. You should get some rest so we can hang out tomorrow, I tell him gently. Bella, can we be naked when we hang out tomorrow? Yes. He tells me he loves me 3 more times. He calls me pretty and smart again. And he tells me my hair is his favorite thing in the world. He says he wants to sleep with his face in it every night. Then he passes out, and I hang up when he starts snoring. Oh. I tease him mercilessly when he comes to pick me up at Renee's house on Sunday. He blushes and hushes me by pulling me into his lap and kissing me. His hand creeps under my shirt. And then he's proclaiming his love for my tits with his fingers. We should get drunk together, I tell him, shifting and pressing down against the bulge in his pants. I want to hear more about how awesome my nipples are. Only, in person this time. He groans. I didn't mean to say that to you. But you don't deny you think they're awesome. Every part of your body is awesome. The way he peels my clothes off slowly, licking his lips and letting his eyes sweep over my skin, almost convinces me it is. I still feel a little awkward in the light of day. Like every part of me, inside and out, is on display. I remind myself over and over that this is Edward. My Edward. I try not to stare as he stands to undress, but he's mine, and I can't help it. And, yes, he says, settling on top of me. I am particularly fond of these. He brushes his lips across my chest. Yeah, I gasp. They like you, too. He laughs, and instead of feeling stupid, I feel happy. Lucky to have such a great best furry. ND and boyfriend all wrapped up in the same package. I love it when you smile, he says, trailing his fingers down my cheek. You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Stop it. I glance down at his shoulder. Bella. He cups my chin gently, lifting my face. I mean it. It was the first thought in my head when I saw your picture. He smiles ruefully. I got this weird ache in my chest. I really didn't understand it at the time. So you liked me the entire time. Like is a little weak for what I was feeling, Bella, he says, shifting his hips against mine. I'm trying to concentrate on his words, but the feel of him against me in my bed, and the confession that he may have loved me all along, has made me impatient. I lower my hand between us, rubbing my thumb on the underside of his dick, stopping midway and wrapping my fingers around it. I squeeze on the down stroke before bringing my hand up slowly. I pull gently, guiding him. I smile at the tender way he moves. So slowly, so carefully, watching my face for any signs of discomfort. Only this time, there isn't any. He looks at me and grins, and I think my heart might explode. Our kisses are sweet, growing into a slow burning frenzy, much like his body against mine. I don't make it, but I don't fake it either. After, I push his hand away gently, choosing instead to cuddle against him. Orange light is bleeding through the sheer, red curtains, and his hair is a myriad of color. Bronze, brown, gold. I scratch my nails lightly, back and forth across the light smattering of hair on his chest. So, I noticed flyers for baseball tryouts in the halls the last week before break. I tell him, I saw them. You are going to try out, right? I work hard to make my voice sound encouraging instead of frightened. I don't know yet, Edward. I begin, clacking my chin on the back of my hand so I can look him in the eye. You either want to play, or you don't. It's a little more complicated than that, Bella. You can tell me, you know. My voice is quiet. ND. I am trying to convince him with my eyes to finally just talk to me about this. I've heard Coach Banks is an asshole. Ben told us last night that Banks announced he is retiring this year. He wants to go out with a championship. He told last year's players to be prepared to work their asses off. And I'm not following. And I don't know if I want to commit to something that will be so time consuming. You've never had a problem before. I never had a girlfriend before either, he says, finally looking at me. I'm not going anywhere. I kiss his chest before laying my cheek on it. We'll be fine. You're really okay with me playing. The doubt-filled hopefulness in his voice is killing me, so I swallow down my own insecurities. I want you to be happy, I say. It's the only way to answer without lying. We're dressed and lounging on the couch when Renee comes home from the gym. He blushes and stutters a bit when she asks if he enjoyed his winter break. If she had any doubts about what went down New Year's Eve, she doesn't anymore. She gives me a quick "I hope you know what you're doing" look, before smiling and excusing herself for a shower. We decide to leave and do some shopping before we go back to his house. Both of us received gift certificates for Christmas, so we hit the music store first. I let him wander the CDs, and we both make a few selections. Before leaving, I drag him to the back of the store. To the records. I know it isn't going to be here, but I check every time I come in. Sometimes, people sell or trade old records for a store credit. I flip through the jazz selections, looking for the one little piece of my past I can't get back. I've looked everywhere for the Louis Armstrong record my parents had when I was younger. Renee claims she left it at Charlie's. Charlie says he hasn't seen it in years. And I can't even buy a copy. No luck. Edward asks, stepping up behind me and wrapping his arms around me. Nope. I sigh. We'll keep looking, he assures me. The checkout lines are long. It seems everyone is doing after Christmas shopping this week. The sun is setting when we finally make it back to Edward's house. His parents are unusually quiet during dinner. Afterwards, when Edward and I are ready to escape to his room, his father touches his arm and says, "Your mother would like a family meeting." I turn to go up the stairs. My eyes close at the sound of Carlyle's voice. "You too, Bella." I freeze. They know. Edward's guilty eyes meet my own for a brief second as he wraps his arm around me. We walk into the den, side by side, and sit on the couch across from Esme. He grips my hand, resting our knotted fists on his knee. Carlyle follows with 2 glasses of wine in hand. He gives one to Esme before taking a seat in the recliner. This silence is unbearable. This is going to make Charlie's weather talk look like a walk in park. I'm already so embarrassed I can't even speak. "Bella," Esme says. From her tone, I know she wants me to look at her instead of my knees. So, I drag my eyes up to meet hers. She is smiling, and it eases some of my worry. "I want to thank you," she continues. Really? Did she just thank me for stealing her son's virginity? I have no idea what to say. Edward looks as puzzled as I feel. I've decided not to look for a job. What the fuck is she talking about? Are we in trouble, or not? Mom. Edward has found his voice. What does that have to do with me or Bella? We both relax, exhaling in relief. I am starting my own business, Edward. A catering business. Bella planted the seed in my head during our cooking lessons. She smiles at me. You kept joking about me opening a restaurant. She shakes her head. I think catering would be much more enjoyable for me. It's more personal, she finishes. That's great, I tell her. It would be perfect for you. I think of Halloween. And then I imagine it on a much grander, fancier scale. Well, I wanted to offer you both the chance to earn money. I will be spending 2 weeks in Seattle next month taking a cake decorating course. I can do that on the side for birthday parties and such. When I come back, I want to get things started. I will need help for events. Staff. I'd love to help, but I don't think I could take your money. I tell her. Nonsense. She clips. It won't be easy work, Bella. Labor costs will be factored into estimates when I bid for jobs. That's really great news, Mom, Edward says, squeezing my hand a little. But I am going to hopefully be really busy this spring. The most beautiful smile lights her face as she leans forward. Have you decided to play? I have, he says. Carlyle nods. That's good news. He has to try out first, I say. I regret it immediately as 3 pairs of eyes glance at me in shock. Carlyle laughs a little. Yes, well, I don't think tryouts will be a problem. Edward must be a good ball player. I wish I understood all those stats he was rattling off to Charlie the night they met. There are only 2 possible outcomes. In one, he tries out and doesn't make the team. I can only imagine how much it would upset him. And his parents. In the other, he plays baseball for PA High. With assholes like Royce King. Edward and Carlyle discuss the date and times for tryouts. Carlyle wants to be there, if he can. Esme asks me to help her with dessert. She takes several small plates from the cabinet before slicing a cheesecake. You never said if you want the job, she says sweetly. I understand if you don't. The hours would be sporadic and mostly on the weekends. If you need a more stable source of income, I understand. Honestly, I haven't thought about getting a job. I didn't want to get one here, only to quit it when I go home to Forks for the summer. There is an unusual pang of disappointment when I think of being so far away. Normally, I count down the days until school gets out knowing I have Forks and my friends to go home to. I can be flexible with your schedule when you need to be in Forks. I don't expect you to work every single event with me. I'm hoping to find a few high school students who want a job that doesn't require them to work 4 or 5 days a week. I don't want to pressure you. It sounds great, I tell her. Leah. Got a job working as a library page in Forks. She works 3 hours a day, 4 days a week. The idea of working a few hours, every now and then, sounds much better. I can quit babysitting. Not that I do it much anymore, but kids suck. And not doing it at all would be awesome. Edward and I stay downstairs with them for a while. I have to leave the room when Unsolved Mysteries comes on the TV. I won't sleep for a week if I watch that show. He smiles as he follows me from the room. Shut up. I mumble. He laughs. I didn't say anything, he says innocently. You were making fun of me in your head, I tell him seriously. Baby, he says, tackling me to the bed. I do lots of things to you in my head. Heckling is not one of them. He sits up. You on the other hand. His brow creases as he looks down at me. Are you honestly expecting me not to make the team? Shit. I hurt his feelings. I don't know anything about baseball, Edward. Most of the time, I read a book while Charlie watches the games. Your stats. I pause, catching his eye. I don't know what any of that stuff means. I'm sorry. He shakes his head, laughing. I don't get it. You get straight A's without cracking a book, yet you can't understand baseball. I have some kind of mental barrier when it comes to sports. Does that mean you won't come to my games? All traces of laughter are gone. I hate the way he says it like he really thinks I won't. I'll be there for every single home game, I assure him. I'll have to get permission for the away games. Maybe Charlie can catch a few with me. He leans back against a stack of pillows, and I lean against him. He runs his fingers through my hair over and over as we talk about nothing and everything. He listens as I catch him up on the news from Forks. Retelling Mike and Jessica's story makes me feel awful all over again. So, I change the subject quickly and tell him about Carmen and Garrett. He's a backup pitcher for Forks, Edward says. Did you know that? No, I tell him. How could you possibly know it? He mentioned it the night of your birthday party. God, it seems like so long ago. So much has changed since that night. Especially with us. I thought we were busted, I tell him. Remembering the panic I felt when Carlisle drafted me into attending the family meeting. I told them the truth when they asked me if you spent the night on New Year's, Bella, he says quietly. Oh my God, I whisper. Does your mom think I am a hoe? I don't want Esme to think badly of me, but being angry isn't fair. I told Renee. No, of course not, he says irritably. She thinks we're young, maybe too young to be fucking. But she knows we love each other. She has no idea about Jake or your past. Even if she did, she wouldn't think any less of you for it. He sighs. My mom is not perfect, Bella. Trust me. Was your dad mad? No. But I had to sit through another long talk about responsibility. Sorry. Don't be. He clears his throat. So, are we going to tell Charlie? Hell no, I answer loudly. Have you lost your mind? Thank Christ. He mutters. We make a pact to check our libidos at the Forks city limit. Charlie really likes Edward, and neither of us wants to jeopardize that. He waits until the last possible minute to take me home. It sucks every time we have to part, but tonight seems worse. The last couple of weeks have been so great. I don't want him to leave. It is almost 11 on a school night. And I wish more than anything he could come in and sleep with me. Bury his face in my hair. Tuck me against him with his hand on my hip. Instead, I say goodbye and tell him I love him. Oh. The parking lot at PA High is crowded on Monday morning. Even Emmett lingers, not wanting to give up one precious moment of freedom. Edward and I stay in the Volvo, hanging on to our quickly evaporating bubble of solitude. He kisses the chapstick right off of me, making me hate my no fucking in a car rule. When the lot empties, we reluctantly join the multitude in the noisy halls of PA. We've walked hand in hand down these halls so many times, but this morning feels different. Call me paranoid, but it feels like dozens of eyes are sizing us up. Maybe the PDA at Emmett's house was too much. We stop by Coach Banks' office so Edward can add his name to the tryout list and pick up the necessary medical forms. The morning is a blur. Midterm exams are next week, so most of the teachers are reviewing and passing out study guides. As I'm leaving American history, Ben Chaney tugs on my backpack to keep me in the classroom. Hey, Bella, he says cheerily. This is new. Hey. I was wondering. He looks around, making sure the classroom is empty, and briefly checking the hall. I missed 3 days after Thanksgiving break, and I am missing notes. You are probably the smartest person in this class. And I was hoping I could maybe borrow yours. He looks embarrassed. Maybe his inner jock doesn't like asking a girl for help. Sure. I tell him as I dig through my backpack. Thanks. You are a lifesaver. He smiles as I hand him the blue spiral notebook. I'll give it back to you tomorrow. I give him a wave and haul ass to Spanish. The last thing I need is a detention for being tardy. Edward isn't waiting outside the Spanish classroom when I arrive, and I hate that I missed him. Charlotte won't make eye contact with me as she apologizes for getting so fucked up on New Year's. Like I'm one to talk. I lost my virginity in a junkyard while I was 3 sheets to the wind. Liquor makes me lose my head, which is why I stick with weed. I give her the obligatory, all-inclusive Emmett warning. The same one I gave Carmen. Just don't fall for him. He's a playa. M's words, not mine. She laughs, but her eyes are sad. Sometimes, I want to punch Emmett in the nuts. He is missing from our table. When Edward and I arrive in the cafeteria. Why didn't you tell me Ben talked to you in history? Angela asks the moment I sit down. Jesus, Ang. He borrowed my notes. There was no real conversation. Her O.B. session is going to land her a one-way ticket on the crazy train if she doesn't back down a little. Emmett walks in with 10 minutes to spare, slapping a stack of papers onto the table. No way I'm go. NNA let your scrawny ass punk me out like that. The twinkle in his eye is unmistakable as he addresses Edward. I crane my neck and huff when I recognize medical forms identical to the ones tucked away inside Edward's backpack. Great. The fuck, dude. Seriously. Alex says, shaking his head as he flips through the forms. Shut up. Fucknut, Emmett tells him. Think of all the pussy this will reel in. He glances at me, narrowing his eyes for a fraction of a second. Pussy is the last thing he needs more of. He could care less about attracting girls. They flock to him. This is something else. Something I can't quite put my finger on. The warning bell rings before I can figure it out. Banner is absent, but the bastard left study packets for us to complete. I want to blow it off until Edward makes a valid point. Less homework means more naked time. So, we split the questions, and we have it finished by the end of class. Ms. White takes 15 minutes to go over what we can expect on what will be our final exam in health class. Then, she leaves. Big surprise. Most of the time everyone remains seated in case she comes back. Not today. The moment the door closes, Rosalie is on her feet. She NDS in the aisle between my desk and Angela's. I turn in my desk purposely so my legs force her to inch back. Casually crossing my ankles, I smile widely. Hi, Rosalie. Kill her with kindness. Cut the crap, Isabella. Her eyes light up when I grimace at the sound of my full name. I immediately want to punch her for letting her get the best of me. Is Emmett really trying out for the baseball team? Fuck you, Rosalie. Why don't you ask Royce? He probably knows. Seriously, bitch. You have a man. She backs off. Message delivered. Mumbling something about Tanya wanting to know, she gives me a lasting final glare before stomping back to her desk and ignoring me for the rest of the period. Edward is waiting at my locker after the final bell. He straightens, smiling as I approach. I let my head fall against his chest as he wraps me in a tight hug. I hate this school, I mutter. You say the same thing every day. I can hear the smile in his voice. I do say the same thing every day. Well, today I mean it. But I'm already laughing. Because he has already made me feel better. We grab our stuff as quickly as possible. Renee won't be home for 2 hours. I have plans to cash in on his earlier guarantee of naked time. I falter a moment on the front steps. Royce fucking King is standing next to the Volvo talking to Ben and Emmett like he belongs there. Not cool. Edward squeezes my hand, pulling me forward. I think it's great, Royce says to Emmett as we approach. He gives me a long, calculating look before turning to Edward and introducing himself. Perfect manners. Perfect smile. I think you two will be a real asset to the team. He spares another quick glance in my direction. Perfect snake in the grass. They chat for a few minutes about Banks, his retirement, and the team. I lose interest quickly, so I pull the Volvo keys from Edward's hand in an effort to escape the boy talk. As I open the passenger door, Ben calls out, "Thanks again for the notes, Bella. I'll get them back to you tomorrow." The smallest smile ghosts across Royce's face as they all turn to look at me. No problem. I throw my stuff in the back as I duck into my seat. Sex Pistols blare from the speakers when I turn the key in the ignition. I crack the window a little, hoping the noise will encourage the end of their conversation. No such luck. 15 minutes pass, and when I finally get sick of waiting, I exit the car and catch Edward's eye. Tapping my watch discreetly, he winks and nods. I need to take Bella home, he tells them. It's cool, man, Royce says. See you around. Good luck. Edward leaves the volume up during the drive to Emmett's house. As soon as we're alone, he turns the stereo off. It isn't too late, he says, eyes on the road. I can throw those forms in the trash and take my name off the list. Don't, I tell him, snaking my hand over his on the gear shift. We'll be fine. I'll make sure of it. Edward was right. Coach Banks is an asshole. A sadistic asshole. The guys have already run 5 miles. Now, they're fielding balls. And my ass is getting numb from sitting on these stupid bleachers. The cheerleaders needed the gym for practice. They have some big competition coming up. As a result, we stuck outside watching tryouts in 47-degree weather. The only positive in this whole thing is Edward in track pants. I can't stop staring at him. He showed up this morning wearing contact lens. His mom surprised him last week by letting him order them. He surprised me this morning by wearing them. It's been freaking me out all day. As insane as it sounds, I liked his glasses. I miss them. Part of me is hoping he will still wear them when he isn't playing. Royce is standing back watching with Coach Banks, and the two of them are clearly sizing up the crop. He is the only returning player not being reevaluated. According to Edward, the seniors who graduated last year left 3 active positions: outfielder, second, and catcher. Carlisle has been busy next to me, checking out the returning second-string players. It is entirely possible that those players could graduate to active positions, leaving the new guys on the bench most of the season. Jesus. I had no idea baseball was so fucking complicated. I also had no idea there were over 20 players on the team. Renesmee explains that sometimes players get injured or become academically ineligible, so there has to be a reserve. Coco? She asks, holding up a large metal thermos. Carlisle is lucky I like boys. She pulls a stack of large styrofoam cups from a small backpack. Can I ask a stupid question? The only stupid question is the one that goes unasked, Bella. Carlisle says. If there are only 9 players on the field, why do they need 20 on the team? I mean, theoretically, wouldn't 18 do? It would be enough to replace every player, if necessary. Why the extras? He stares at me for a few very long moments. Your brain works in the most mysterious ways. Renesmee leans close to me before whispering, he doesn't know the answer. We laugh as the cocoa warms my spirit and my hands. Rosalie, Irina, Heidi, and Tanya show up right before the guys line up to bat. Damn. Cheerleading practice must have just ended. 4 blonde ponytails. 4 sets of pink track pants. 4 soulless witches. Rosalie stops to give Royce a kiss on the cheek before she joins the others on the bottom row of the bleachers. Aren't they cute? Renesmee says. I close my eyes to keep from rolling them. Adorable, I mumble. Aaron Accord is up first, and it looks like Edward is fourth. Emmett and the other guys who have M through Z last names will have to come back tomorrow to bat. I tense a little when it is finally Edward's turn at bat. He manages to hit 7 of the 10 balls Royce pitches. Nice, Irina says loudly as he leaves the field. Yep. Still hate her guts. I'm gonna go. I tell Carlisle and Esme as I stand. There are 8 more boys in line, and I have no desire to see any of them bat. I've had enough baseball for 1 week. Will we see you later? I am leaving to go back to Seattle in the morning. Esme's question takes me by surprise. I don't really know if Edward and I have plans later. Monday and Tuesday he stayed after school for practice clinics Banks offered. By the time he got home, he had just enough time for dinner and homework. I don't know. Will you ask Edward to call me? She assures me she will. I give her a quick goodbye hug. Just in case. She'll be gone for the rest of this week and all of next week. Emmett catches my attention as I am leaving the field. He leans over and says something to Edward before grabbing Hi's backpack and making his way towards me. Edward waves, so I give him a tiny wave followed by the call me hand signal. Give me a ride, Emmett begs as he reaches me. God, you're such a bum, I tease. Wanna drive? I know he is going for his license Friday morning. It's been the main topic of conversation every day this week at lunch. If it weren't for this baseball shit, he could go tomorrow. He grins as I toss him the keys. See there, he says, pointing to me with his free hand. You can be nice. Watch it, or I'll change my mind. Good luck with that, he jokes, opening the door and climbing behind the wheel. I throw my stuff in and climb into the cab. Should I pray? I got this. He drives remarkably well for an overgrown child. I quiz him on a few of the stupid questions I remember from my own driving test. As he pulls into the driveway at his house, I decide to stop beating around the bush. Why the sudden interest in baseball? College applications. My grades are okay, but I have 0 extracurricular activities. Since when do you worry about shit like college? Well, he sighs, looking somber. Mom flipped out when I told her I want to be a hustler when I grow up. I need a backup plan. He snickers. Carol McCarty is a saint. Emmett is one of the many reasons I don't ever want to have kids. With my shitty luck, I would have a boy just like him or a daughter who dates boys like him. No fucking way. See you tomorrow, he tells me as I slide across the seat. He shuts the door and disappears with a grin before I can ask why he is really trying out for the baseball team. When I get back to Renee's house, I dig his present out of its hiding spot. I called Lauren a couple of weeks ago to see if she could get Brent to hook us up. Edward and I picked it up from him this past weekend. I don't feel like wrapping it, so I throw it in a leftover Christmas gift bag and shove strips of newspaper comics on top of it. Alice calls to confirm our plans for Friday night. It's her subtle way of verifying that I'm not ditching my scheduled visitation to Forks. Appeased, she changes topic. The halls of Forks High have been busy since Christmas break. Maria is wearing full-on maternity clothes now. Tyler Crowley's mother made him shave off the dreads so his hair will have time to grow back before he gets his senior pictures made this summer. Carmen has broken up with Garrett. Twice. He isn't getting the picture. And she's still fucking him. Mike and Jessica are still not speaking. And Alice has landed the role of Juliet in the spring play, opposite Mike's Romeo. I'm thrilled for her. She sounds so excited. Alice has always been too big for a little town like Forks, and acting helps her escape it for a while. Jasper, ever the perfect boyfriend, is helping with set design. He's an excellent artist. And he doesn't like to get too far away from Alice. I promise to be there for her big debut, and she promises me seats in the family section. I end the call when Renee comes home. For some reason, she is in a terrible mood. She pours herself a glass of wine to take with her to her room. Definitely a bad mood. Normally, she holds off on the wine until dinner. She comes out 10 minutes later dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt. A baggy sweatshirt is never a good sign. We discuss dinner options and decide to just stay in and have chicken Caesar salad. I don't know if they ever seen her drink an entire bottle of wine in less than 2 hours, but she does it tonight. Something wrong? I ask warily. I don't want to unknowingly piss her off by asking the wrong question. Nothing new. I'll be so glad when that old bastard retires, she mutters. Banks. Yes, Banks. Every year he makes such a stink about the eligibility guidelines in place. He wants Mr. Green to lower the requirement from AC average to AD average. One of his boys is having some trouble in my class. Ah, work stuff. She takes this shit way too seriously. The doorbell rings, and I jump to my feet, hoping it might be Edward. It is. He's freshly showered with damp hair and tired, happy eyes. I missed you, he tells me before he kisses me. Renee clears her throat, a gentle reminder that while, yes, we are fucking, there is no need to broadcast it. Do you want to come in or go to your house? Can we stay here? I'm kind of tired. I can't stay long, but I wanted to see you. He follows me to my room, closing and locking the door behind us. When he smiles at me, it's different, but I think I might be able to get used to it. His eyes are really pretty, and I can see them more clearly now. I grab his open flannel with both hands, pulling him to me so I can bury my face in his neck. I missed you too. Then he folds me into his arms and buries his face in my hair. This is the only real time we've spent together since Sunday. He has been busy after school every day. I pull him back until we fall across my bed. He kicks his shoes off, one at a time, before rolling onto his side to face me. You smell so much better than that fucking locker room, he sighs. I should hope so, I say, feigning offense as I push him onto his back. His eyes close as I straddle him, pushing the t-shirt and flannel up his stomach. He hums as I unfasten his belt. I have a plan, and I don't want to chicken out. He's worn out, and I want to make him feel good. His eyes snap open when I pull him from his boxers and stroke lightly. I let him pull my shirt off. But I push his hands away when he reaches for the button of my jeans. I scoot further down the bed, until I'm on my knees between his. I lower my body slowly, ushing my lips across his abdomen and slowly working my way down. I had a long, private chat with Leah about blowjobs. I want to do it, but I don't want to be awful, so I asked for pointers. Sometimes, it's easier to address sex stuff one-on-one. Less humiliating. Kiss, lick, suck, scrape a little with your teeth, swallow fast. Those may not have been her exact words, but those are the ones that I can remember. Bella, he croaks. He looks completely freaked out. Maybe I was supposed to ask. I thought you might like it if well, I might like it, too. I'm curious. And embarrassed. Well, embarrassed might not cover it. You've never. He trails off, looking uncertain. I shake my head. I never wanted to. Now, he looks interested. The part of him in my hand is definitely interested. Still, he keeps glancing at the door. Are you sure we should be doing this? Trust me, I whisper. Just don't make too much noise. Renee has probably opened another bottle by now. She'll pass out on the couch watching television, I'm sure. He glances at the door one last time before nodding. I've never really seen one this up close and personal. I brush my lips back and forth across the tip. He moans as I open my lips and take him into my mouth. It's smooth, warm, and hard, and I can't really concentrate because of the sounds he is making. Moaning and grunting. A few moments later, he taps my head lightly. Bella, he whispers. Fuck. Stop. Baby. I'm gonna come. He digs his hips into the bed, trying to get away from me before he loses it. And I am not going out like that. I follow his movements and slide him a little deeper than before. His hand brushes through my hair, pulling it back from my face. I take a moment to look him straight in the eye, but I don't stop. Yeah, he whispers. I nod and close my eyes, continuing my attentions. He tenses and I feel his fingers tighten in my hair moments before he whispers, now. I swallow quickly, exactly like Leah told me to. It tastes a little bitter, but certainly not funky like Carmen suggested. Nothing a little scope can't fix. Jesus Christ, He whispers as I move to lie beside him. Was it okay? So much better than okay, he assures me. I've imagined that in my head 1,000 times or more. But your mouth. Fuck, it was crazy. Then, he shocks the hell out of me by kissing me on the mouth. I push him away before standing. I'm just going to get some mouthwash. The sound of his laughter follows me from the room. I guess he is related to Emmett, after all. After a trip to the bathroom, I check on Renee. She's on the couch with the phone in one hand and a glass of wine in the other. I don't know who she is talking to, but she's obviously still upset. I quietly tiptoe back to my room. Edward is asleep by the time I get back. Stretched out on my bed with his head turned, cheek resting against my pillow. I lay down next to him and, because I can't help myself, I run my fingers lightly through his crazy locks. The sweet smile on his lips makes me miss him even though he's right here in front me. Hey. I nudge him a little. He doesn't wake, but he does throw his arm over me. You need to wake up, I whisper as I push his ribs. He groans and rubs his hand across his face. You're right. I still have homework waiting in my room. When his eyes open, they're so soft and happy. His lips are too, and I have to push him away and make him go home. He doesn't like leaving me hanging. But I insist. He needs rest. Charlie is working day shift Saturday. You can come over and make it up to me then, I tell him as we walk to the Volvo. I thought we decided not to act like horndogs in Forks. He pulls me to him as he leans back against the Volvo. Yes, well, there are exceptions to every rule, Edward. I kiss along his jaw until my lips reach his ear. What Charlie doesn't know won't hurt him. Oh. Thursday morning starts better than the rest of the week because the Volvo is in Renee's driveway when I walk out at 7:15. I don't mind driving myself to school. But riding with Edward is better. I dump the gift bag on the seat next to Emmett when I get in the car. Happy birthday, fucker, I tell him unceremoniously. He loves the bong. Who wouldn't? Party this weekend? He asks. Dude, she's in Forks this weekend, Edward reminds him. Okay. Next weekend. No can do. Next weekend is Valentine's Day. Where are your fucking balls, Edward? Emmett shakes his head in disgust as Edward parks the car in the school lot. Last night, they were in my hand, Emmett, I tell him, slapping his cheek as he climbs from the back seat. Nasty. He spits. That's just nasty. I don't ever, and I mean ever, want to hear about what you two do when you're naked. It's like incest in my brain. The two people in the world who are family to me just have to be fucking. I lose the rest of his rant as he stomps away. He really needs a girlfriend, Edward mutters. Are you fucking nuts? I ask him. Emmett is like Carmen. With a dick. Some people just aren't built for monogamous relationships. She and Garrett are doing okay. She has broken up with him. Twice. And she's still fucking him. Doomed. That relationship has been doomed from the start. He shrugs, and I'm glad I don't have to explain. Carmen loves the idea of having a boyfriend. She isn't fond of the reality. She wants to do what she wants, when she wants to do it. And with whom? The moment she finds someone else she considers fuckable, well, Garrett will be history. Edward gives me a ride home after school, but returns to watch Emmett and the others try out. Renee and I go out to dinner, and she apologizes for last night's tirade. It doesn't matter to me as long as I'm not the one she's pissed at. I drive myself to school on Friday since I'll be leaving for Forks after dismissal. If Edward makes the team, he'll be too busy to drive me home anyway. As I park next to the Volvo, I'm surprised to see Jane emerge from the passenger side of Edward's car. What was that about? I ask him when he meets me at the back of my truck. I got him a little something to put in his birthday present. She's selling now. I'm shocked, and I can't pretend not to be. Jane and Alec come from money. Big money. She doesn't need to sell drugs. She met a guy. According to her and Alec, he has more of a variety, if you know what I mean. She's just hooking a few of her friends up with samples at a discount. I do know what he means. The shit Embry has been selling lately has been bricked up and loaded with stems and seeds. Edward and I have left his place feeling shafted on more than one occasion. Acid is Jane's drug of choice. And Embry seems to have had trouble getting his hands on it of late. If this weed is good, we might have to take our business elsewhere. Emmett shows up around lunchtime, license in hand. The DMV has just unleashed a monster. Emmett managed an impressive social life by bumming rides. He'll be unstoppable with his own set of wheels. At the end of biology, Edward and I make plans to meet in the gym after school. I'll be there anyway, and he wants to check the list. You know you're on it, I tell him playfully. We don't know anything, Bella. Bullshit. You told me you like to run, but you or got to tell me how fucking fast you can do it. And you hit better than some of those guys from last year. I'm sure you made it. We'll see. I kiss him and bet him $5 that he got the second base position. He laughs and takes the bet. He's thinking possibly outfield. Angela meets me in the hall outside the gym. We don't have to dress out today, she says excitedly. Sweet. Every day this week. Banks has been too busy with the baseball stuff to bother to teach our class. On Monday, he gave us a handout on volleyball with advice to study it. Every other day, I've treated it like a study hall. Renee really knew what she was doing when she set up the White Banks combo as my last classes of the day. 2 minutes before the final bell, he walks out of his office and tapes 2 long, white sheets of paper on the door. I want to look. Part of me knows I should probably wait for Edward, but I can't. I'm up and moving the moment he closes the door. Angela comes with me. It's a good thing because at the very last minute, I kind of feel like I might pass out. It's the exact same feeling I got before the final rounds of the spelling bee in 6th grade at Forks. A heart-pounding, pukey, dizzy sort of feeling. And I don't even like baseball. His name is on the list. Shortstop. What the fuck? Holy shit, Angela whispers. Coach moved Ben to second. Is that bad? Do they have demotions in baseball? Fuck if I know, she mutters. Look, Emmett is the new catcher. It's because he's a tank, Rosalie says, peering at the list over Angela's shoulder. Your boyfriend has got some nice moves, Isabella. I almost didn't recognize him without the geek specs. You've done a good job keeping him hidden. Don't get suspended. Fuck off, Rosalie. She smirks. This is going to be so much fun. The quiet conviction in her voice unnerves me. If she makes things difficult for Edward or Emmett, I will fuck her up. The final bell sounds before I have the chance to tell her as much. The crowd of girls disperses. Angela and I make our way back to our things. She perks up the moment Ben steps into the gym. He and Royce are chatting away as they walk toward the office. Ben freezes as he stares at the team assignments. He turns to Royce, and the two of them exchange words before Ben bangs on Banks' door repeatedly. The door swings open, and Ben disappears inside the office, closing it behind him. I guess it is bad, Angela mutters. Edward and Emmett walk in together, and Edward's eyes sweep across the room before settling on me. He bypasses the list and walks over to me and Angela instead. You looked, he whispers before brushing his lips across mine. Guilty. Well, his voice is oddly neutral. I owe you $5, I tell him earnestly. Shock and disappointment flash across his face. No, I mean, you made the team, but not second base. He exhales slowly in relief. Outfield. That's cool. Maybe we can work out a deal, and I'll let the money slide. His hands slide down my body, settling on my waist. He pulls me against him suggestively. I shove him, laughing. Not outfield, asshole. Shortstop. Ben is shortstop, he insists. Not anymore. I read the list, Edward. Ben is inside with Banks right now. Edward turns and walks across the gym until he reaches Emmett. And the list. Royce approaches them, congratulating them loudly. I hang back for a few minutes, letting guys be guys. Their team meeting should be starting in about 10 minutes. Or whenever Ben and Banks finish their business. Since there is no point in hanging around, I decide to leave for Forks. I catch Edward's eye and give him a little wave, nodding in the direction of the door. He shakes his head, says something to Emmett, and leaves them to jog over to me. I'm going to go, I tell him as I hug him. You're going to be busy, anyway. I'll call you tonight and see you tomorrow, right? He drops sweet little pecks against my neck. Sounds good. Coach blows a whistle, eliciting a groan from Edward. Go, he tells me. Before I change my mind and decide to leave with you. Part of me wishes he would. The really selfish, horny part of me. I pull him down for a quick kiss goodbye. Swan, making out in the middle of my gym as grounds for ISS, Coach Banks yells. I don't want to suspend my new shortstop before our first practice. Crotchety old bastard. Have fun, I tell Edward, backing away. There are dozens of sets of eyes on us now. And the last thing I want is trouble for Edward. Charlie's car is at the station when I arrive in Forks. I don't want to wait to see him, so I stop in for a visit. Being in the station always makes me feel a little weird. I practically grew up here after Renee left, but the talking to your child about drugs pamphlets bother the hell out of me. I'm always scared Charlie is going to bring one home and attempt another talk. I win 3 games of checkers, and Mark swears he will never play against me again. Charlie and I leave around 6. We swing by the house to drop off my truck before picking up Alice. Charlie lets us ride in the back of the cruiser on the way to the diner for dinner. Then, he pays for our dinner and even stops by the video store on the way home. He raises his eyebrows. She hands him a copy of Wild at Heart to rent. He flips it over to read the movie summary, rolls his eyes a few times, and reluctantly adds it to his own selection. He stays downstairs to watch Die Hard for the 100th time. Alice and I grab drinks and chips from the kitchen before making our way upstairs. We open my bedroom window all the way and lean out as far as possible. I light a joint, and we pass it back and forth quickly. The door is locked, and Charlie has a 6-pack planted at his feet, so I'm pretty sure we're safe. I fall asleep with the phone in my hand again. Only this time, there is no late night call. Alice wakes me by slapping my back repeatedly. Go and answer the fucking door before I kill your boyfriend. I glance at the clock. 10:45 a.m. Edward knows better. A heavy pounding on the door, followed by the ringing doorbell, would suggest otherwise. I pull the covers back, trying like hell to wake up and get to the door before Alice loses her shit. She may be little, but she's mean. I grab a piece of Trident from my purse and pop it into my mouth before answering the door. I don't want to accidentally kill him myself with dragon breath. Another knock sounds as I reach the door. Damn, I'm coming, I mutter to myself as I turn the lock and pry open the door. Of course, Edward would never dare to show up banging around like an idiot before noon on a Saturday. Emmett, as usual, knows no boundaries. What the fuck, Emmett? It's 10-something in the morning. He backs away slowly, grinning like a loon. Get dressed. We're going for a ride. Ah, fuck. They actually gave you a car. I grumble. He is practically bouncing. It was my granddad's. Come on, Bella. This is my first time driving in Forks. I'm sleepy, but I can't help smiling at his enthusiasm. You're going to have to make it a quick ride, Emmett. Edward and I have plans. He grimaces. Yeah, about that. Ed's sick. He's got some kind of stomach bug. Called my mom freaking out because her little baby is homesick, and she is stuck in Seattle. I tried to stop by on the way here, just to make sure he's still alive, but Uncle Carlisle wouldn't let me through the front door. Your plans are cancelled. Come on in, I tell him, moving so he can enter the house. I think I am going to call Carlisle and make sure Edward is okay. Bella, you do realize my uncle is a doctor, right? I feel silly. Of course Carlisle can take care of his ailing, almost adult son. I just don't like the idea of Edward being sick, or needing something I can't give him. At least I know now why he didn't call last night. He was probably feeling sick. You're right. I won't call. I'll let him rest. I pause at the bottom of the stairs. Any chance you might hang out for an hour or so and let me go back to sleep? He snorts. Yeah, Didn't think so, I mutter. Trudging up the stairs. Alice is less than thrilled, but she finally gets up, and we both dress for the day. Emmett's face lights up as we walk down the stairs. Can I get a ride home? She asks him. Emmett thinks she wants to check out his ride. I know she wants to get home so she can check out her bed. Holy shit, she says as we step onto the porch. You put a lift kit on a fucking station wagon. Woman, he says. That is a 1979 Jeep Wagoneer. Those are 33 radial mud terrain tires on that bad boy. Did you bring a step stool? She jokes. I'll give you a boost, shorty, he huffs. He helps us both into the Jeep before circling around and climbing in the driver's side. I'm stuck riding bitch between the two of them on the long, black leather bench seat. He starts the engine, and Guns N' Roses blare from the speakers as the seat vibrates beneath us. Alice and I both look at him. Now that's boom boom, he says, grinning like an idiot. We drop Alice off at her house. And he drives to the nearest gas station. I sit in the Jeep while he goes in. He brings me a clearly Canadian and a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. I still haven't forgiven him for waking me up at such an ungodly hour. But this is a good start in his penance. What are you doing in Forks, Emmett? He coughs a little, shifting in his seat. I figured with Edward out of commission, we could hang out. Spend the day together. I know you think I'm an ass for always harassing you both, but you and I haven't hung out alone at all since the two of you started sucking face. I open my mouth to argue and defend myself. But when I really think about it, I realize he's right. I've spent so much time worrying about Edward's friendship with Emmett, I completely overlooked my own. It doesn't help that EDW. Art isn't keen on me hanging out one-on-one with other guys. Even his own flesh and blood. I'm sorry, I tell him. I didn't realize it was a big deal. The dirty look he gives me makes me instantly feel guilty for not choosing my words a little more carefully. He shakes his head and starts the Jeep. How do you really feel about the baseball thing? He asks as he pulls onto the highway. I stare out the window, watching the scenery pass. Wondering how much I can tell him without sounding like an asshole. Just between us, right? I ask. I trust him. If he says he will keep quiet, he will. Don't be stupid. Right. Part of me is really happy and really excited for you and Edward, I explain. As someone who is athletically challenged, I can appreciate the hard work and effort of those who excel in sports. And as much as I hate to admit it, Rosalie is right. Edward does have some nice moves. Which brings me to my second point. The other part of me really dislikes most of the assholes on the team. ND is kind of pissed that we are going to have to deal with them regularly. He laughs. Long and hard. I knew it had to be bugging the shit out of you, he muses. Emmett, I say with trepidation. Why are we driving to the res? He makes the final turn and there is nothing but dirt road and trees. I need to stop in and see Mr. Atira at the shop. This baby needs one last thing to make it perfect. Quill's dad is a mechanic. And he owns a small shop on the outskirts of the res. I sigh when I notice the black Honda Rebel parked out front. Jake is here. You okay? Emmett asks quietly. Edward saw you and Jake were on speaking terms. I can come back some other time if you want me to. We're already here, and it's a much longer drive for Emmett, especially if he has to make it twice because I'm a wuss. Nah, I tell him as I grab my bag and open the passenger door. I'm good. There is an old VW Rabbit on the rack, and Jake is standing beneath it, covered in grease smudges from head to toe. This place hasn't changed a bit. It still smells like smoke and filthy boy. Quill smiles the moment he lays eyes on me. We always got along well, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't hold some real affection for the jackass. Bella. Damn, girl, what have you been eating? He hugs me, taking a moment to pat my ass. I push away from him quickly, but I'm too late. Dude, keep your hands off my cousin's girl. Really, Emmett? I ask irritably. Sorry, man. Bella knows I was just messing with her. Quill is calm and friendly. I haven't seen her in months. I was surprised. What are you doing here, Bella? The curiosity in Jake's voice is undisguised. I look at Emmett, because I have no idea what I'm doing here. I heard you guys did Aaron Accord's Neon, Emmett says. Emmett, why would you want to ruin your ride like that? I moan. Quill perks up. You want it run through the brake lights or a toggle? Toggle. It will take about an hour and a half to run it through the battery. What color? Quill leads Emmett to the small office attached to the garage. Jake steps out of the dirty blue coveralls, wrestling them over his boots. He drapes them over the back of a chair after fishing a pack of Camels from the pocket. Smoke. He nods in the direction of the back door. I follow him to the wrought iron bench behind the shop. How is Maria? I ask. He winces, drawing a joint out of the box. Haven't talked to her. Have you heard from any schools yet? He places the joint between his lips, lights it, and inhales deeply. I only applied for UW and Peninsula, he says, exhaling. I haven't heard from either. It's still early, I assure him. Where is Quill's dad? He lets us run the shop on Saturdays. The cold weather is hard on his joints, so he rests on the weekends now. God, he must be going senile, too. I can't believe he leaves two idiot kids in charge of his shop. I laugh, and I can tell he doesn't want to, but he laughs too. We're grown-ups now, he says. We're both 18. I forgot his birthday. Wow. I don't know if that has ever happened before. We've been blowing out candles together since we were in Underoos. Right. Happy late birthday, old man, I tell him. Emmett joins us and finishes off the joint. The three of us re-enter the shop as Quill is lifting the Jeep. I talk Emmett out of the green one. A cherry red Jeep with green neon around the license plate would look too Christmassy. We settle on blue. D part of me hates him a little bit for making me participate in such nonsense. Jake and Quill go straight to work. Emmett and I huddle around a space heater in the corner closest to the Jeep, so we can watch them work. I tease him over and over about how ridiculous it is to pay money for huge car stereos and neon lights. He flaps 4 fingers against his thumb and shakes his head while moving his mouth to mock me silently. Fuck you, Emmett, I tell him. You've been mocking me like that since 5th grade. Are you ever going to fucking grow up? He smiles a big, happy, dimply smile. I hope not. Hi. Stupid dimples make me miss Edward's cute ones. I sneak into the office on the pretense of using the bathroom. I ease the receiver off the hook before dialing Edward's number. I just want to check on him. Make sure he's okay. There are 4 rings and then the click of the answering machine. I leave a quick message telling him I love him, and I hope he feels better. Then, I do make a quick trip to the bathroom. It only takes them a little over an hour to finish. Emmett and I are both starving, so he drives to the diner. We devour a couple of deluxe cheeseburgers and sit around talking for a few minutes. Mike comes in alone wearing his Newton's polo, khakis, and a Carhartt jacket. He pays for a to-go order and spots us as he turns to leave. He looks terrible. He has lost weight, and his eyes are dull above the purplish circles beneath them. Instead of coming over to speak, he waves and disappears through the exit. Sheesh, Emmett says. What did you say happened with them? Nobody knows. It had to be bad for him to look so beat up over it. Emmett wants to make a trip to Newton's before he leaves Forks. Since I have nothing better to do, I agree to go with him. He switches CDs before pulling onto the highway. The heater is blasting and both windows are rolled down a few inches so Emmett can smoke without choking us out of the Jeep. He is blaring Gangsta Gangsta, and I can feel the bass vibrating in the seat beneath me. A flash of blue in the side mirror catches my attention. Shit. I turn the volume down at the same moment Emmett notices the squad car behind us. Fuck. He moans. He flips on his blinker, indicating his intent to pull over. Bella, look in the glove compartment. I open it warily, and I am dismayed to find a quarter of weed in a second baggie containing white powder. Please, he begs. Put it in your bag. I do it without hesitation. I'm hoping Mark is the one who pulled us over and that Emmett is overreacting. Instead, when Emmett opens the door and jumps to the ground, it's Charlie's voice I hear. There is a noise ordinance in place in Forks, Emmett McCarty. What the hell were you listening to? I thought my coffee was going to vibrate off the dash when you went by. Just a little boom boom. Chief Swan. Too bad those tires couldn't be just a bit taller. As Charlie stretches to look at Emmett's stereo, I turn in my seat to give him my best smile. His face goes completely blank. Like someone hit him on the head and he's about to fall out at any moment. Hey, Dad, I say cautiously. What's up? Why are you in Emmett McCarty's truck, Bella? Is Edward in the backseat? He searches behind the driver's seat. Edward is sick, Chief Swan. I thought it would be a good opportunity to have some quality time with Bella. Charlie has turned an odd shade of puce as his conversation with Emmett has progressed. Emmett asked me to ride with him to the res since he wasn't sure if he could remember the way. He let Quill and Jake wrench on the Jeep today. I'm pretty sure Harley's brain is starting to overpower his temper. He asks Emmett for his license, registration, and the CD from the stereo. As Emmett makes a show of digging for his wallet, I open the glove compartment a second time and take out the registration. Charlie knows damn well who this car is registered to. He calls in every license plate number on every stop. He is just trying to be a pain in the ass. I hand it over to him with the most dramatic eye roll I can muster. Charlie disappears in the cruiser, and Emmett bangs his head against the steering wheel. I can't believe he took my NWA disc. That is so fucked up, he moans. I am holding, not one, but two, illegal drugs for him in my purse while my father writes out a warning over a stupid fucking noise ordinance because the constant vibrato-ons under our asses weren't enough of a sign that the music may have been a little loud. And he's upset over a stupid fucking CD. Emmett, I hiss. You are the most self-centered bastard I have ever met. What? He gripes. Ice Cube is my hero. Watching Boys N the Hood made me cry like a baby. He jumps when Charlie knocks on the window. He rolls it down quickly and accepts his license and paperwork. I take the registration, preparing to place it back in the glove compartment. Charlie actually wrote him a real ticket instead of a warning. I lean forward in my seat, making eye contact with my father. So, we'll see you at home in a couple of hours for dinner. I ask sweetly. You will. McCarty, take your ass back to Port Angeles. He tosses the CD to Emmett, who thanks him profusely. Charlie winks at me, and I give him a little wave before he walks away. Emmett keeps the radio off during the drive to my house. I place both baggies back into the glove compartment and give him a stern lecture on bringing coke to Forks. I know that he, Alec, and Jane dabble occasionally with the nose candy. And I don't judge. But Charlie would flip the fuck out if he caught me or one of my friends with it. MSW. Years he has learned his lesson and refuses to stay for dinner, even though I assure him Charlie was joking. He wants to get back to PA so he can show off his ride and hunt down a party. I spend the afternoon cleaning out my closet, reading, and making chicken fettuccine Alfredo. It's Edward's favorite, so I spoon a huge helping into a Tupperware dish. Maybe he will feel well enough to eat it tomorrow. Dropping it off gives me an excuse to check on him on my way home. Charlie is home in time for dinner, and he admits that if any other girl had been in the vehicle with Emmett, he probably would have let him off with just a warning. According to Charlie, seeing me in the passenger seat of Emmett McCarty's truck was his worst nightmare come true. And now Emmett will have to pay a $30 fine to the city of Forks. I sleep with the phone next to my pillow, but it doesn't ring. In the morning, I make spinach and mushroom omelets and manage to convince Charlie to try one. He agrees after convincing me to sweeten the deal with 2 sausage links. I hang around Forks until late Sunday afternoon. Edward still hasn't called me back, and I am anxious to see him. This was supposed to be our last free weekend together before baseball season starts. Instead, I spent the whole weekend missing him like crazy. Carlisle won't let me in the house. According to him, Edward is sleeping and was sick less than 24 hours ago. He could still be contagious. I want to tell him that Edward had his tongue down my throat Friday morning, and I'm probably going to end up sick anyway, but I keep my mouth shut. leaving the fettuccine with him in case Edward feels well enough to eat it later. My phone rings just as I am crawling into bed at Renee's house Sunday night. Edward is hoarse, and he sounds a little worse for wear. He apologizes over and over for being sick and unable to keep our plans. He thanks me for the food and eats it while I fill him in on my semi-exciting weekend in Forks. We stay up way too late for a school night, which is no big deal for him, since Carlisle is letting him stay home one more day to recuperate. Stretched out, talking to him in the dark, with music playing low in the background, is how all of this began, and I have a hard time saying goodnight and ending the call. I like the kissing and the touching. I love the naked time. But I think this is the RT of our connection I've missed most these last several days. By some stroke of good fortune, I dodge the stomach bug. Edward returns to school Tuesday morning, and I try to adjust to our new routine. Emmett and Edward have decided to lift weights together before school, and they have practice every afternoon, which leaves me driving myself to and from school every day. At least for the foreseeable future. I pride myself on being a good girlfriend, but I draw the line at attending practices. Edward doesn't seem to mind. The first week seems to take forever. Practice goes past 6:30 every night. Friday morning. Edward is waiting for me as I pull into the spot next to the Jeep. He has a small, red gift bag in his hand. He walks around and opens the door for me. Instead of getting out right away, I turn in the seat so he can step between my legs. Happy Valentine's Day, he whispers, leaning in for a quick kiss. I repeat the cheesy sentiment, smiling as I reach for the bag. He chuckles and hands it over. I dig through the white tissue paper until I feel plastic wrap. This is why I fucking love my boyfriend. Instead of giving me some lame cardboard heart filled with 3 good pieces of candy and 12 shitty pieces, he gives me Hostess cupcakes. Something else catches my eye as I pull the cupcakes from the bag. I reach in a second time, and find a beautiful friendship bracelet made from blue and brown embroidery thread. Did you make this? I ask, examining the royal blue hearts. He laughs. No, but I picked out the colors. And the pattern. He takes it and wraps it gently around my left wrist, tying a secure knot before adjusting the bracelet so we can see how it looks. I love it, I tell him. Thank you. I have a surprise for you, he whispers, trailing his lips along my neck. I let my head fall back and my eyes close. Another one. He lips brush my ear. Dad found someone to work his shift at the last minute. He is driving to Seattle to surprise Mom for Valentine's Day. And I'm aiming for coy, but I'm pretty sure I just sound desperate and horny. Stay with me this weekend. His voice is rough, and his hands have moved beneath the layers of sweater and jacket to caress the skin of my lower back. Stop, I tell him, pushing him off of me. It's been over a week, and the teasing is just mean. Mean, I tell you. I straighten my clothing as he watches with a smile on his face. You find this amusing? I ask, trailing 3 fingers down his stomach. I don't stop when I get to his belt. Instead, I palm him through his jeans. I smirk when he inhales sharply, leaning in for the kill. I think we should leave now, I whisper. We could spend all day in your bed. Then, because he deserves it, I scrape my teeth on his neck and innocently rub my boobs all over his chest. Take that. He shudders. Damn it, Bella. Banks would kill me. I trail my lips along his cheek until I reach his lips. Your mom would kill you. I sigh before muttering, killjoy. We make our way inside, because we both know we would never actually skip school. The halls are a sea of pink sweaters and red blouses. A few girls are already carrying around vases of roses. Roses. How original. In homeroom, I let the cheesine SS overpower me long enough to order a candygram for Edward. I almost decide not to, since it is a cheerleading fundraiser to help with their upcoming competition, but the cards are cute. He doesn't eat candy often. So I settle OA sucker and sign my name on the little Valentine. They will deliver it last period. At lunch, Edward hands me a wrapped gift. It makes me really thankful I spent that $1 on the candygram. I am officially the worst girlfriend ever. It's a Red Hot Chili Peppers CD. A couple of days ago, I mentioned I would like to have it. As busy as he has been, I don't know when he found the time to go out and buy it. And all I got him was a stupid candygram. Emmett leaves the table to buy an ice cream sandwich. I excuse myself and follow him to the line. I need your help, Emmett, I tell him quietly. Edward did all this really sweet stuff for Valentine's Day, and I didn't get him anything. Sex, he says, paying for his ice cream and an extra one for me. Guys are easy. We always want sex. But for the love of all things holy, don't fucking talk about it in front of me. It's that simple, I ask, digging my elbow into his ribs as we walk. Yes, genius. We like food and we love sex. Those are universal truths. Giving Edward sex as a Valentine's present would kinda be like giving myself a present, too. I ditch lunch early, so I can talk to Renee during her planning period. As I enter her classroom, she looks up from the stack of quizzes she is grading. The smile that crosses her face is uncharacteristically motherly. It makes me rethink my original plan of strolling in here and telling her I'm spending the weekend with Edward. If she says no, I'm fucked. Do we have plans tonight? I ask. Her smile falters a little. No. She sets her pen on the desk, turning her attention to the stack of papers in front of her. I actually have a date. Her chinks turn pink, and she won't look me in the eye. Renee hasn't gone on one single date since I moved in, 2 years ago. I don't know what she did while she was living in Seattle, but this is just weird. Who is he? I ask. Really, it's none of my business, but the question flies out of my mouth before I can stop it. Bella. She chides. Don't act like I am a child. He is Mrs. Leonard's nephew. He moved away right after high school, and he has just recently moved back to the area. High school. I drop my bag on the desk directly in front of hers. Did you know him? Not exactly, she says reluctantly. We had a few friends in common, but there was quite a bit of an age difference. He won't be coming to the house to pick me up, so you don't have to worry about meeting him. Well, I actually came by to let you know I won't be home this weekend. Her eyes narrow for a fraction of a second, and she steeples her fingers over the small container of strawberry yogurt on her desk. Where, exactly, will you be? She asks. In Forks. Alice is having a party. The lie rolls off of my tongue so easily, it almost scares me. I hate doing it, but I can't risk her refusal. I want this time with Edward. I need it. She nods, and I hide my shaking hands behind my back. I've got to get to biology. I don't want to be late. See you Sunday. Be careful, Bella. Her words are casual on the surface, but there is a hint of warning there, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I turn to leave, pausing when I reach the door. Hey, Mom. I wait until she looks up to continue. Have fun tonight. The tiny smile at the corner of her mouth leads me to believe there is more to this than a blind date with Mrs. Leonard's nephew. Renee looked like a schoolgirl with a crush a few minutes ago. Now, she looks like a woman calculating sex. And it kind of makes me want to vomit. I practically run to biology and make it through the door just as the bell rings. Edward pulls my notebook in front of him the moment I lay it on the counter between us. Well, I lean forward and write quickly. It's cool. Sort of. Well, not really. I lied. I told her I was going to Forks. If possible. Writing those words makes me feel even guiltier than I did when I spoke them. He frowns, probably disappointed that his girlfriend's pants are on fire. And not in a good way. I'm sorry. Is that why you looked so freaked out when you walked in? Well, yes and no. Mostly I'm freaked out because my mom is going on a date and might possibly fuck someone tonight. This is too heavy for note passing in bio. I'll fill you in later. We give Mr. Banner our undivided attention for the rest of the period. Edward does anyway. I'm busy formulating a plan for a quick after-school shopping trip at the boutique downtown. Emmett is standing with Angela outside the classroom when the bell rings. Practice is cancelled. Coach's old lady made early dinner reservations for tonight, he tells Edward. Coach Banks is ex-military and still sports a buzz cut to this day, even though his hair is silver now. It's hard for me to imagine a Mrs. Banks bossing him around. Now, you can come over even earlier, Edward says as he hugs me goodbye. No, I can't. I have a plan. A plan that involves new sexy underwear, a bath, and a shave. He smirks. I don't know whether to be scared or aroused by that statement. Scared? Fucker. Emmett interjects. We're going to get detention if you don't bring your ass now. He has a point. Angela and I have to hustle to get to the gym before the tardy bell rings. Cheerleaders are delivering the candygrams this period, so my favorite people are conspicuously missing. Edward sends me a candygram. Of course he does. It is hand-delivered by one of the nice seniors on the squad. She smiles as she hands me a baggie containing Hershey Kisses. The little card is stapled at the top of the bag. Instead of risking a tear to the card, I pry open the staples and pull them out before turning it over. I laugh at the pure silliness of the card he chose. There is a picture of a cartoon lion wearing a crown. His heart is beating out of his chest in a way only a cartoon pull off. The print on the card reads, "You're the queen of my jungle." It's corny and adorable, but my favorite part is handwritten in Edward's familiar scrawl. I love you. E. Are you crying? Angela asks incredulously. Fuck off. I tell her as I swipe at the lone renegade tear on my cheek. I'm premenstrual. She laughs, probably thinking that I am full of crap. I forgive her and share some of my kisses. If food and sex are the way to teenage guy's heart, chocolate is the way to mine. I'm fairly certain Edward figured it out very early in our relationship. He is waiting at my locker after school, leaning on my neighbor's locker with his hands jammed into his jean pockets. His cheek is bulging, and he reaches up to pull a red rain blow pop from his mouth as I approach. Thank you for the kisses, I tell him, wrapping my hand around his neck so I can pull him down for a real kiss. He tastes like strawberry candy. As if I needed another reason to want to lick him. Please come home with me now, he says with his eyes closed and his forehead resting against mine. I need a little time. Just a couple of hours. He doesn't like it, but we part ways in the parking lot. The trip downtown doesn't take nearly as long as I thought it would. I buy a black lace bra and panty set. Well, these things are called panties, but look more like a triangle with black dental floss attached. It is the only set that isn't red or pink. And every set has thong underwear. Is torture a prerequisite for women on Valentine's Day? When I get back to Renee's, I hand wash them thoroughly in the sink before tossing them in the dryer. Then, I run a nice hot bath so I can relax a little. I shave and trim every necessary area, but I don't linger because Renee might be coming home soon to go through this same routine. Plus, I want to be out the door before she has a chance to ask questions. I pack an overnight bag quickly before retrieving part one of Edward's gift from the dryer. My normal school clothes are less than flattering. Baggy jeans, a thermal shirt with a band t-shirt thrown over it, and Docs or Chucks, depending on my mood. But if I'm going to walk around with a string up my ass all night, I'm going to go ahead and label tonight as a special occasion. I'm hoping a pair of tights might help take my mind off of what is going on back there. I slip into a black baby doll dress with puffy long sleeves. Between fancy bra and the design of the dress, my tits look rather nice and kind of big. Add combat boots, and Edward will be a goner. He stares at me dumbly when he answers the door a half hour later. Then, he grabs my bag and tosses it into the dining room before attacking my cleavage with his mouth. I close the door behind me and back against it, pulling him with me. I think he missed me, too. Life and sex would be so much easier if we didn't have school or parents interfering all the time. We kiss and kiss and kiss until those things fall away and it's just us. We're still humping against the front door when the doorbell rings and scares the hell out of me. I move away quickly, ducking into the dining room to finger comb my hair. Edward joins me after paying the delivery guy and collecting our food. We share egg drop soup, General Tso chicken, and steamed broccoli. Since his parents are gone, we sit at the countertop bar, legs entwined between us, eating and talking about our week. I am just about to suggest moving our conversation upstairs to his room, when Emmett walks in through the back door with Charlotte trailing behind him. Edward looks pissed and poor Charlotte looks embarrassed. Since it's obvious we weren't expecting company, I chat with her as Edward and Emmett disappear for a little chat of their own. We're not staying, she says quickly. There's a show at the Hole tonight. It doesn't start until 8, and Emmett thought it would be okay to hang here for bit. A tiny part of me wants to go to that show, but the other 99% wants to be naked with Edward as soon as possible. We can catch a show some other time. I offer them some of our food, but they're stuffed. Emmett took her to Barry's. I'm impressed that he actually took her to dinner, but Barry's buffet. On Valentine's Day, a candygram would have been nicer. I offer to roll one, but Emmett politely declines, pulling a slender, amber vial from the pocket of his gigantic flannel. My whole body tenses, anticipating Edward's reaction. I expect him to yell or tell Emmett to fuck off, but instead, he waves at the cleared area of the countertop. Charlotte takes the vial from Emmett and pours a thin line on the counter. She edges it and sniffs it before I have time to process that she is blowing coke off of Esme's counter. Emmett takes the container from her, closing it and dropping it into his pocket. You're not going to blow? I asked him pointedly. I'll bump when we get there. I don't want to drive around high. They leave soon after, and Edward and I are finally alone. I sink into his father's recliner and beg him to help me get these stupid boots off. So, I'm a little surprised you didn't wig out when Emmett pulled out that coke, I tell him thoughtfully. I've bumped Ed with Em and Alec a few times at their houses. What's the big deal about returning the favor? I'm speechless. Abso-fucking-lutely speechless. A few moments pass before I find my voice. You've done cocaine? I ask. How has this never come up? Shouldn't he have mentioned something like that? Well, yeah. Yeah sounds like duh when he says it. It's the only reason I was able to keep my grades up last year during baseball season. It helps keep me awake to do homework and study. How did I not know this? I ask, completely dumbfounded. I guess it never came up, he says casually. But you never even drank beer until you moved here, I insist. I never needed beer to stay awake, Bella. Do you do it a lot? Not really. The few times I've done it with Em are the only times I've done it recreationally. I'm a big fat hypocrite. I smoke weed more than the average teenager, and I don't check in with Edward every single time I light up. Drugs are drugs, and I'm not his mama. What's it like? I ask. Coke has always scared the shit out of me. In 8th grade, the pack rented less than zero, and watching Julian's spiral was heartbreaking. I've been petrified of the gutter glitter ever since. What do you mean? He asks. I don't do acid and I'm not fond of drinking because I can't stand to not be in control. Does that make sense? Well, I wouldn't recommend lines, but a bump would be okay. You'd still be yourself. Just less inhibited. He throws my boots across the room before leaning into me, brushing his lips against mine. I have some. Upstairs. If you want. He kisses my neck as I slide from the chair, straddling his lap. He stands with me wrapped around him, and I don't know how he does it, but he manages to get us up the stairs and into his room. He tosses me onto the bed and boldly reaches under my dress to grip the black tights. I kick my feet playfully as he pulls them down my legs. Less inhibited. I play with the words in my mind. I wonder if he was serious. If he really is willing to do it with me. As a general rule of thumb, I'll try anything once. I even tried acid twice before figuring out that I don't care for it. It's a weird first to share with Edward, but the timing is perfect. I don't have to go anywhere or drive. And I know he will take care of me. I do want to try it. I tell him quietly. In a minute, he says, moving away from the bed. I have one more present for you. It's a small black velvet box with a red ribbon tied around it. I untie it quickly and pop open the box. It's a pair of retro chandelier sapphire earrings. They're knockoffs, so don't get too excited. I saw you looking at some like these the last time we were in the vintage shop. These were there when I went back, and since sapphire is your birthstone, I had to get them. Damn, he is awfully sweet. And thoughtful. Thank you. I tell him, climbing onto my knees in the center of his bed. I'm sorry I didn't get you any presents. I didn't realize Valentine's Day was such a big deal. My Finch. RS are twisting and untwisting on my lap. Weren't you and Jake together this time last year? He asks quietly. His arms are stretched behind him, supporting his weight against the dresser. Yeah, well, I think we smoked out and ate pizza at the garage with the guys that weekend. He shakes his head. What a fucking tool. He pushes away from the dresser and sits on the bed right in front of me. I don't need presents. I have you. Shut up. I shove his shoulder, and he comes back with a vengeance, knocking me on my ass and pinning me to the bed. I like it when you wear dresses. His voice is low and gravelly as his hand slides up my thigh. He teases a little before sliding his hands over my hips and gasping when his hands find flesh instead of material. What the fuck are you wearing? He moans. Oh, that's right. I laugh and wiggle. I did get a little something for you. But you have to unwrap me. I'm tangled in my dress a moment later as he struggles to pull it over my head. I can tell he loves tea. He panty set by the way he rids me of it immediately. Stay right here, he says, moving away to undress. He opens the top drawer of the dresser, retrieving a condom and a silver tube. He digs his wall tea from the pocket of his jeans and takes out his driver's license. He tosses the items next to me before climbing up the bed to kneel between my legs. I think you should start with a little, since it's your first time, he says. Twisting the lid off the silver cylinder. He holds up his license and pours a tiny hill of white powder onto it, bumping the vial with his pointer finger until he is satisfied. This came from Jane, and I checked it when I bought it. You should always check it if you aren't sure about the source. He licks his finger before dabbing it into the little pile. I open my mouth when he places his finger at my lips. Then, he rubs a little on my bottom gum. It tastes like medicine, and my mouth is tingly. It's like a local anesthetic, and your gum should be numb by now. Don't ever snort it if you aren't sure. One of my old teammates got sick because of some bad shit. I don't plan on taking it up as a hobby, but thanks for the info, I joke. He motions for me to sit up. Zhu. T hold one nostril closed and inhale deeply with the other. Huff it. I sit up, leaning forward and trying to stamp out the last-minute guilt and hesitation that always comes with experimentation. I do. T quickly and then fall back against the pillows to wait and see what happens. Edward keeps his eyes on me as he leans forward, shaking a choppy pile into my navel. Holy shit. He kisses my mouth first. Until I am dizzy and panting and writhing beneath him. He lets his lips trail from my lips to skin of my neck, kissing lightly before scraping his teeth along my collarbone. I close my eyes and let my fingers move to grip his hair. Pushing him down until he's sucking and kissing my nipples and setting my whole body on fire. When he runs his tongue across my ribs, I open my eyes because I want to watch him do it. Seeing the top of his head moving lower and lower is enough to make me desperate. Please, I whisper. I have no idea what I need, just that I need it now. He kisses the skin just below my navel before inhaling deeply. Then he starts the whole process of kissing and licking again, only moving north instead of south this time. He teases me, rubbing against me, but not penetrating. I shift, taking him by surprise as I draw him into my body. He sits up on his knees, still inside me, and begins to flex his hips. My legs are spread wide and bent at the knees, and both of my feet are flat on the bed. He moans when he looks down, and then places a hand on each of my knees for leverage. I let my head fall back onto the pillow, vaguely registering his hands as they move to my waist. Holding. Pulling. He's deep. And I'm close. Instead of chasing the burn, I let it consume me. And for the first time with him inside me, it does. Heat licks at every cell in my body until I quake and whimper. Fuck, he says, gritting his teeth. God, that feels good. So fucking good. Once I have recovered, I open my eyes and watch the beautiful boy I love take pleasure from my body. He slows, shifting his weight to stretch out on top of me. His skin is damp and cool on mine. Jesus. He worked up a sweat. That's so hot. I kiss him, tangling my fingers in his hair and wrapping my legs around his waist. My brain is circling around a singular idea. This is fucking. Cautious, tentative Edward took a hike the moment he inhaled coke from my belly button. His lips leave mine as he stills with a final push and a groan. Wow. I whisper into his shoulder as his body falls onto mine. Little tiny kisses on the tip of my shoulder tickle me, and when I shift, he wraps his arms around me, placing his forehead on mine. Did I hurt you? He asks. Hell no. I tell him before kissing him firmly. I liked it. Then, stupid Bella decides to take over. Not that I don't always like it. Because I do. I love it. Every time. It was just different. Not better different. Just different. Just shut the fuck up already. He laughs. Bella. I liked it, too. His hand brushes away a stray lock of hair, tucking it behind my ear. And for the record, I want to try all sorts of different things with you. His grin is devilish, and I know that I absolutely want to let him. Oh. We sleep late the next morning after staying up half the night. Wired and too restless to sleep. We found a few interesting ways to pass the time. Different is good. We hit Burger King a half hour too late to get breakfast. As usual, Edward gives me his pickles instead of just telling the cashier to hold them. We are discussing possible things to do this afternoon when he drops a bomb on me. I need to make time for a haircut. Banks said it has to go. My burger hits the wrapper with a loud smack. First the glasses, now his hair. No fucking way. I cross my arms and narrow my eyes. No. He laughs. Come on, Bella. He's ex-military, and he wants the team to look clean cut. He shrugs and then bites into his burger like cutting his beautiful hair off is no big deal. And it really shouldn't be, but it pisses me off. I finish my lunch quietly. It isn't rational to be mad at Edward, but I am. How hard could it be to tell that old buzzard to fuck off? I stew quietly in the car as he drives downtown and finds a parking spot in front of a barber shop. He sighs as he turns off the ignition. Are you coming in? He asks quietly. A good girlfriend would get her ass out of the car and stop acting like a big, fat baby. But I can't watch his hair drift into a pile on the floor. Nope. He turns the key so I can listen to music and leans over to kiss my temple before he gets out of the car. I dig through the CD sleeve and almost pee my pants when I find the new Rollins band release. Hardcore, angry music is just what I need right now. That and a smoke. I light a Camel before rolling down the window and exhaling. God, I hate the weekend before my period. Banks could not have picked a worse time to fuck with me. I remind myself over and over to stop being a bitch to Edward. Of course he can't cuss Banks out. I'm being ridiculous. Okay. I'm over it. And I really think I am, until he gets into the car. I take one look at his hair, see all the curls have been cut away, and I burst into tears. Jesus, Bella, what's wrong? He asks, pulling me into his arms. I feel like a stupid asshole, crying because of a haircut. But really, it's more than that. Everything is different. We hardly see each other at all away from school. I really loved your hair. And I'm going to be on the rag for the next 5 or 6 days starting tomorrow. I ramble. Oh. Silence. Oh. Now. He gets it. His girlfriend is a freak with PMS. I'm sorry, he whispers. What can I do? Nothing. I tell him. Wiping my face. It's not your fault. I just get bitchy and whiny sometimes. I'll probably wake up with a huge zit tomorrow, so be prepared. He laughs as he releases me. I'll pretend not to notice. Thanks, butthead. I try to sound stern, but I'm fighting a smile. I lean back to inspect his hair. It's short, but it isn't terrible. I won't be tugging on it anytime soon, that much is certain. It isn't so bad, I whisper. It will grow back, you know, he insists. Why don't we go to a movie? Wayne's World opened last night. I guarantee it will cheer you up. Sounds good. He opens the glove compartment and hands me a mini pack of Kleenex. I work on making myself presentable as he drives the few blocks to the theater. We make it just in time to get snacks and catch the 1 o'clock movie. The theater is almost empty, and Edward chooses seats in the center of the very last row. We share popcorn and spree in a few buttery kisses in the dark. He's right. By the time we step into the afternoon sun, I do feel better. I like his haircut a little better too. Or I hate it a little less. I'm not sure which, but he still looks good. I mean, it's Edward. In some ways, it makes him look a little older. But the stupid barber trimmed and thinned his sideburns too. Different. Funny how last night different was good. Today, it kinda sucks. Emmett is waiting for us on the back steps when we get back to Edward's house. Edward, man, you know I love you, right? What the hell did you do? I ask before Edward has a chance. I invited a few people over. You know, a sort of belated birthday shindig. Asshole fucker. Stupid big oaf. Shit for brains. Damn, Emmett. We were going to be having sex tonight, I tell him deliberately. He cringes. Lots of loud, horny, sweaty, disgusting sex. He makes a gagging noise. We're still going to. So, you and your little friends have to leave by 11. He grunts. Damn, Edward, are you going to let her talk to me like that? Yes. Evident. Lee, I'm going to get really great sex as part of the deal. You are so pussy whipped. It is disgusting, Edward. If I ever settle on one chick, she needs to be docile. Her nickname is going to be Yeshoni. And if I want to party all night long, she'll be like, yes, honey. Emmett, I say with a step forward. If you ever say some misogynistic bullshit like that in front of me again, I will kick your ass. I'm eye level with his chest. Which isn't scary or impressive. But I stick my fists on my hips for emphasis anyway. You know I'm just messing with you. Now, please go out back and smoke one. We are going to move the breakables to the spare bedroom upstairs. Who the fuck did you invite? Edward asks. The Norm. And a couple of guys from the team. He looks away. I also told Tanya when she checked me out at Safeway. She said she gets off at 8. Tanya. I mutter. That's just lovely. Awesome. I think I will go out back and smoke one to keep myself from killing you. I don't remember the last time I was this pissed off at Emmett. He deliberately ruined our night. Edward told him no parties last week. And the guest list. Salt in the wound. But then I think of him standing on Alice's porch, soaking wet, ready to celebrate my birthday. He probably didn't do it on purpose. Boys just don't think. I sit out back for long time and smoke more than half of a joint. I can be nice for one night. The boys can drink. And I'll keep an eye on things. That's my gift to Esme. I don't want her beautiful house to get trashed. Felix shows up first with the booze. His older brother works in a liquor store, so he can get it at a moment's notice. Emmett carries in several sacks of groceries from the Jeep. There are plastic cups, sodas, cranberry and orange juices, and chips and dips. And beneath all that, his new bong lies at the bottom of the huge paper sack. Fuck. He bought the supplies for his own damn birthday party. I call Edward into the kitchen and shoo Emmett away. Once I explain the situation to Edward, he offers me $60 his dad left on the counter for him yesterday. I add a 20 and call in an order for pizza delivery. Then, I set to work making 3 batches of Esme's brownie. S for the birthday boy and his party guests. I slide all 3 pans into the oven before closing the door and setting the timer. The pizza should be here any minute. I munch on Cool Ranch Doritos and keep an eye on the timer. Really? I'm hiding out. The doorbell has chimed a few times since I've been in here, and each time, I expect Tanya to show up at the kitchen door on some kind of float. Instead, Jane and Charlotte wander in, giggling and stumbling and already quite fucked up. Dude, what the fuck is up with Edward's hair? Jane asks with her arm buried in the Doritos bag. I sigh. Thanks. He looks like a prep. In plaid flannel. Charlotte giggles. Shut up. I mumble. Make sure you guys have a DD. This isn't a sleepover. Emmett may have only mentioned this impromptu birthday bash to a few people, but in small circles. Things like this have a way of snowballing. Tonight is no exception. By the time I take the brownies out of the oven, there are 30 or so kids laughing and talking and eating up all the pizza. I steal a piece of pepperoni on my way to look for Edward. I find him near the front door talking to Ben, Aaron, and Irina. They are all staring at his head, so I know right why they must be discussing the stupid haircut. She steps in close to him, raising her hand like she is going to run her fingers through his hair. He steps back so quickly, it's almost comical. Her hand dangles ridiculously in the air for a few moments before she excuses herself, asking for instructions to the bathroom. I'll show you where it is, I tell her. She looks surprised, but follows me. I'll add her down the hall and stop in front of the door in question. I pause with my hand on the knob. You do know he doesn't even know your name, right? It's mean and cruel, but I want to kill this swiftly and be done with it. I push the door open gently and flip the light switch for her. She brushes past me and turns to face me. Yet, the word hangs in the air between us. I'll introduce you later, so you won't seem so pathetic. Her smile falters, and I leave her standing there. Hold the handle down or it won't flush, I say over my shoulder. She stays close to Aaron for most of the night. Tanya, Rosalie, and Royce show up a little after 9. But for the most part, it is our normal crowd. Edward is a smart drinker. He spaces out his shots over time, munches on chips, and stays on his feet. Emmett, on the other hand, is clearly going to be spending the night in the guest room. When they start a new round of shots in the kitchen, I slip out to the garage for a joint. I've hit the bong periodically on the back porch. But I need a few minutes of quiet. Alone. Jane and Charlotte have been awesome DJs tonight. The family stereo is even nicer than Edward's. They have some sort of Bose surround sound system with a CD changer. I can hear the beat of groove as in the heart through the wall. Right now, D-Light is in rotation with Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Enigma, and Fleetwood Mac. I don't know how the haphazard combination works, but it does. Everything else is peaceful and cold. I like people. In small doses. I like parties for one reason and one reason only. I like to get stoned. I don't like playing hostess to band of merry juvenile delinquents. The music gets louder momentarily as someone joins me in the garage. Would it be tacky to ask you to share that? Ben asks as he approaches. I'm designated driver tonight, so I'm bone dry and about to go nuts listening to Tanya and Irina compare bronzers. In that case, no, it isn't tacky. I hand him the joint because he probably needs it as much as I do. And a few hits shouldn't affect his ability to drive. So, I've been wondering, he exhales. Do you have a partner yet for the group presentation in Anderson's class? No, it doesn't start until next grading period. We should work together. We could knock it out in no time, he says. If you'll do the oral presentation, I'll do the research. I hate public speaking. Hate it. I've been known to puke on occasion. We'll split the research, I'll do the talking, and you can Vanna White the visuals. Damn. That's a good deal. Done, I tell him. His grades are good, so I won't have to worry about iffy research from him. And he is obviously willing to pull his weight. I have to give him props for not pulling the jock card and sticking the research to the nerd. We smoke in silence for a few minutes. I have to ask. Hey, Ben, what's the deal with you and Irina? There are rumors. There are always rumors. Poor Angela obsesses over them. I just want to try to understand her sudden interest in Edward. Irina is convenient. She's sweet and she's smoking hot, but talking to her is torture. Angela is smart. She's shy, but interesting. I have a friend, I tell him. Stop right there, he says, holding up a hand. I don't do blind dates. Besides, I have someone in mind. I just haven't worked out all the details. Well, Angela is really sweet and cute. She's a little shy. The church mouse. He asks. She isn't my type. Thanks. But I can handle it. Well, Damn. That didn't go as well as I'd hoped. My matchmaking skills are zero. Edward comes out as I am stubbing the joint. I've been looking for you, he says, pulling me into his side. He moans. You smell like weed and lilacs. Edward is buzzing. Fuck. I like the way his eyes are kind of half closed and lazy. Ben, dude, you have to get these fuckers out of my house. Bella and I had plans for tonight. Sure. Man. I'll start clearing out the crowd. Most of the girls have 11 o'clock curfews, anyway. Do you need help with Emmett? He asks when he reaches the door. He's still standing. We should be good. Bella is a drunk Emmett expert, Edward says proudly. It's actually after midnight when the last person finally leaves. Emmett is complete toast. He's slurring and rutting against inanimate objects as Edward and I try to get him out of the family room and up the stairs. It's a struggle, but we make it. I leave them alone, returning downstairs to check the locks and turn off the lights. There are red Solo cups on every visible surface. Broken chips on the floor. Pizza boxes stacked in the corner of the dining room. I wipe down the surface of the kitchen counter to clean away brownie crumbs and a suspicious white residue that I'm sure was left by Charlotte and Jane. The rest, well, the boys can deal with it in the morning. I meant what I said about not being his mama. I'm not his maid either. I might not be able to give Angela the boy of her dreams, but I do help her score her first job. She was the first person who came to mind when Esme asked if I would recommend someone to work for her. Angela is responsible. She doesn't go to any of the parties, and she takes care of her little brother after school until her mom gets home. The weekend hours and flexibility are perfect for her. The only other girls I hang with at school are Jane and Charlotte. There is no way in hell I would recommend either of them. They've been a little unpredictable lately. Feeling that way about them makes me feel like such a snob. I know it's hypocritical, but damn. Showing up at a school event, while trippin', is beyond ridiculous. I earned my very first real paycheck the last weekend in February. Carlisle hired Esme to cater a retirement party for a sweet, old nurse leaving the pediatric unit behind for a beach house in Florida. I watch as Esme puts the final touches on the cake. Those classes really paid off. It's a huge sheet cake with intricate icing roses on each corner. The writing is beautiful cursive and centered perfectly. I don't think a bakery could have done a better job. The party takes up most of the afternoon. By the time Esme and I drop off Angela and pick up a couple of pizzas, Edward is already home from practice. And freshly showered. I like him sweaty and dirty, but when he smells like this, and his hair is wet, damn. Just damn. The short hair is growing on me. I can't pull it, but I can still run my fingers through it. And it is entirely inappropriate for me to be thinking about the last time I had my fingers in his hair while sitting at the kitchen table next to Esme. This is what happens when I go 6 days without sex. I think about it all the time. Edward's schedule during the week is insane. He hasn't made it to bed before midnight a single night this week. Weekday sex is a thing of the past. And I hate it. Esme tries to wait up for Carlisle, but she falls asleep during the local news. Edward and I tiptoe quietly up the stairs, so we can get a quickie in before his dad comes home. I start undressing the moment I cross the threshold of his bedroom. I grab a condom from the drawer as he wrestles out of his jeans. I fall onto his bed naked and needy, and he falls on me in the same condition. We haven't had a repeat of Valentine's Day, but it isn't due to a lack of effort on Edward's part. I can tell it is starting to frustrate him, and I've contemplated faking it just to avoid his irritated disappointment. I try to push those thoughts out of my head. Worrying about it won't help. He looks so damn serious, like he's trying to translate Spanish. I push on his shoulder. Stop. I tell him. He stills, looking down at me like I'm crazy. I push him off of me completely until he is on his back. I follow, straddling him and kissing his neck. You need to relax, I tell him, shifting my hips. But it feels good for me every time. Like getting off mentally, even if it doesn't always happen physically. Is that supposed to make me feel better, or worse? He asks sarcastically. Please, Edward, I can't do this now. Not now. This is the first time we've been naked together for almost a week, and he's spoiling it. I kiss his neck, trying to make him forget and just feel. Neither of us is going to enjoy this if he's having performance anxiety the entire time. I've never done it this way before. Ever. It's a little awkward at first. I try not to be embarrassed, but he's watching, and he can see everything. I have to close my eyes. Once I do, my worries disappear as something else takes over. With freedom comes the joy of finding what feels good and taking it. Later, we lie in his bed, fully dressed with my leg thrown over his, watching Saturday Night Live. Carlisle checks in on us when he gets home from work. Edward falls asleep minutes later. I pull away slowly, trying not to wake him. But his arms lock in place around me. Don't go. His eyes are still closed, and he's so warm. I have to go home. He groans, but releases me. By the time I get my shoes on, he's waiting at the door, watching me with a sleepy smile on his face. You could have slept. I can lock the door behind me. Bella, it's nearly midnight. There is no way I am going to let you walk out to your truck alone this late at night. Will you let me drive you home? You can get your truck tomorrow. I huff. I've been out way later than this, doing way worse things. I'm not some delicate little flower. I'm guessing that's a no. He mutters. I slip into my army jacket, and gather my things quietly. We move silently through the house, and, when we reach the porch, I pause to survey the neighborhood. There isn't a person in sight. You're right, I tell him sarcastically. This is dangerous. I definitely need my big, strong boyfriend to protect me from all those things that go bump in the night. I squeeze his bicep for emphasis and giggle. Ha, ha, he deadpans. He walks me all the way to my truck and opens the door for me. Will you at least call when you get home? I'll feel better knowing you're okay. Okay. I'll call, I promise. Even if you are being an overprotective idiot. But, he's my idiot, and I love him. I tell him so, and kiss him goodbye. The drive to Renee's is uneventful. She's sitting up in bed reading a Danielle Steele book. The woman teaches Shakespeare and Chaucer, and she reads Danielle Steele in her spare time for kicks. I don't get it. She places the book in her lap. How was the job? It was cool. How is Edward? I haven't seen him around these last couple of weeks. He's busy. Duh. Baseball. Homework, you know. The shrill ring of my phone is a welcome distraction. I neigh. To answer this or Edward will send out a search party, I tell her over my shoulder as I walk away. The answering machine picks up before I can get to the receiver. As soon as I get a dial tone, I call him back. He's sleepy, and so am I. So we don't talk long. Sunday is a blur. Edward and I spend the afternoon together, lazing in my room, but he leaves early because he hasn't cracked a book all weekend. The rest of the week is a repeat of last week. No Edward. The only kisses we manage are in the stairwell next to Banner's classroom. By Friday, I am frustrated and ready for the weekend. The first game of the season is in 2 weeks. So I'm relieved to be going to Forks. It's much better than sitting around in my room waiting for Edward to find 5 minutes for a phone call. He has practice today after school and tomorrow morning. He looks tired, so I let him off the hook and tell him not to come to Forks tonight. He says he'll come right after practice tomorrow morning. Noon, I remind him. I don't know what the girls have planned for tonight, but it will probably involve staying up late. Noon, he repeats, leaning in for a kiss. I keep it short and sweet. I'm tired of getting myself all worked up for nothing. If I'm lucky, Charlie will have plans for tomorrow. If not, well, another week won't kill me. I drive straight to Alice's house. A bunch of the kids from Forks are having a bonfire out at First Beach tonight. I haven't been to one in forever, and it sounds like fun. Leah offers to be the DD for the night. She is scheduled to work at 8 in the morning, and she doesn't want to be hungover. She drives. I roll. And we smoke a fat one before stopping at the diner for takeout. We make it to the res before sunset, and there are already several people down on the beach, stacking wood and setting out coolers. We sit in Leah's car, pigging out on chili cheese fries and burgers, watching the waves and the colors of the sky and the boys playing football on the beach. Tyl. Waves as he walks by with a huge boombox on his shoulder. I don't recognize the three girls trailing after him, but they look kind of young. Freshmen, Carmen explains. Jasper and Garrett show up minutes later. We all smoke again before we hit the beach. The local rock station is having an hour-long get the lead out, and hearing Zeppelin makes me miss Edward so much it hurts. Or maybe I'm just feeling sorry for myself, since I'm stuck sitting between Alice and Jasper and Garrett and Carmen. Regardless, I stand and wander closer to the water, away from the fire. I walk further up the beach until the music and laughter sound muted compared to the lightly crashing waves. This is my favorite spot. It always has been. There's an old trunk to lean against, and it is easy to stay out of sight. I rest my head against the wood, closing my eyes, and savoring the scent of timber and sea salt. I lose track of time, but I can tell more people have joined our little party. Or maybe everybody is drunk. And that's why they sound so much louder. I make my way back to the fire and accept a beer from Mike on my way over to Leah. There are a few tense moments when Jessica shows up holding hands with Lee. Everyone looks at Mike, including myself. He plays it cool, offering Lee a beer from the cooler without even glancing at Jessica. It's so weird to see Mike and Jess acting like strangers. She leaves Lee with the guys, so she can join us by the fire. She scoots in close, holding her hands out for warmth. We're just friends, she says before any of us have a chance to ask. Sure you are, sweetie, Carmen giggles. If anyone gets it, it's Carmen. None of us know what the hell she and Garrett are. Once I stomach through the first beer, the rest are easy. It tastes like shit, but the buzz is kind of cool. I cut myself off after 4. This is going pretty well, and I don't want to puke. I forgot how much fun these kids can be. Such a contrast to my daily life. In this place, it doesn't matter what shoes you wear or if you're metal or top 40. You can be Walmart or Ralph Lauren. These are just good people and good times. Carmen spends the night. She is working at her dad's store tomorrow, so we set the alarm for 11. Charlie is reading the paper at the kitchen table when I come downstairs at noon. Good morning, he says. Or should I say good afternoon? He glances at his watch. Sorry, I mumble. He grins. Enjoy it while you can, kid. Once upon a time, I like to sleep late too. Is this your way of telling me to get a job? I tease. I fill him in on my new part-time job. He's cool with me working some of the weekends I'm scheduled to be in Forks, as long as I spend at least one night. It sounds like a good compromise. We have a light lunch, and 1 o'clock rolls around with no sign of Edward. Bells. Have you had the oil changed since you started driving? Charlie asks as I'm clearing the table. No. He didn't tell me to, so I didn't do it. I don't know jack about cars. It's been almost 6 months. Damn. You need to have the oil changed every 3 months. Well, now that I know, I will, I tell him. I try calling Edward, but the phone rings and rings until his answering machine picks up. The shop is closed on Sundays. So I decide to make a quick trip to get this oil change out of the way. If Edward shows up, he can hang out with Charlie until I get back. Jake and Quill are tinkering on that damn rabbit again. Hey, I call out, shoving my hands into my jacket pockets. They both turn to me and grin. Got time for an oil change? Always, babe, Quill says, wiping his hand on an already filthy rag. He winks as he pulls a red from the pack in his shirt pocket. I toss him my keys, and they get to work. Quill rings me up while Jake changes the oil. He doesn't charge me for the labor, only the cost of the new oil. His father is handing over the shop completely when Quill graduates in May. He sounds excited as he tells me about his plan to design custom cars and trucks for competitions. I envy Quill. He wants this. He's 18 years old, and he has his whole future planned. He already knows this will make him happy. He doesn't have to pick a school or decide on a major. He gets to just show up and do something he loves. Me, I have no idea what I want to be when I grow up. I congratulate him. He's an ass, but he's a cool ass, and he's one of the few people who never took sides when Jake and I split up. He cashes out the $4 I hand him for quarters, and we start a game of 21 on the work counter. I'm up $2 when Jake finishes with my truck. He brings me a Coke from the vending machine and settles in next to Quill to watch. I am celebrating a win with a soft 18 when the bell above the office door rings. I glance over my shoulder in time to catch a chilling glance from my boyfriend. Can I help you? Quill asks, smiling. This is Edward, my boyfriend, I tell him, spinning around on my stool so I can step down and figure out what to do next. Nice to meet you, Quill says, shaking Edward's hand. You too. Edward's voice is calm, but he's tense, and I can tell he's angry. Well, it was good to see you guys. Thanks for the oil change. I grab my bag and catch Edward's hand on my way out the door. Meet you at my house. I call over my shoulder as I turn to get in my truck. He nods and disappears inside the Volvo. Butthead. I can feel his eyes burnin'. Imaginary holes into the back of my head during the drive back to Forks. I don't know what has his boxers in a twist, but we're going to settle this today. The squad car is gone by the time we reach the house. Charlie must have gotten a call. Edward parks on the street and meets me at the front door. I unlock it and stroll in casually, tossing my bag onto the floor. Do you want something to drink? I keep walking until I reach the kitchen. I take one can from the fridge since he didn't bother to answer. When I turn, he's standing in the doorway, arms crossed with an unreadable look on his face. What? I ask defensively. Is there some reason you were hanging out with your ex this afternoon? He asks quietly. I was getting an oil change. Charlie had a fit when he found out I've been driving for 6 months without one. You were playing cards and smoking. You were hanging out. Okay. I played a couple of games and lost track of the time, I admit. But you don't have any room to talk. I ball my hands into fists and rest them on my hips. You said you would be here at noon. I left this house at 2:30. 2:30, Edward. You didn't answer your phone, and you didn't call, so don't you dare try to pin this all on me. I have to remind myself over and over not to stomp my foot. This is important, and I want him to know it. I went to lunch with the guys, and then I went home for a quick shower. I was probably on my way when you called. He takes a few tentative steps in my direction. There was a note on the door. I guess Charlie left it. I'm not sure what I expected to find, but it wasn't you joking around with the guy the first had to listen to you cry over. That's not fair, I tell him, shaking my head. I can't stay angry at Jake forever, Edward. If he hadn't done what he did, you and I wouldn't be together now. I would have stolen you away from him, he whispers, moving closer until I can feel his chest against mine. Don't be sweet after starting a fight, I mumble. I'm sorry I was late. I was starving. And I lost track of time, too. I should have called. I let him hug me, and I hug him back. I really only went there for an oil change, I tell him again. I know. The note said as much. It's just hard seeing you with him. Please don't feel that way. We're barely friends. More like uncomfortable acquaintances. He's always going to be around because of our families. I can't change that. There is too much history to keep up the animosity over a phase we're both clearly over. I don't want to fight anymore. I just want to cuddle with my boyfriend for a few minutes. This has been a long, shitty week, and I want to relax. Can we just sit for a while? Maybe talk? I ask. He takes my hand and leads me to the sofa in the living room. We sit as close as possible without being in each other's laps. So, what did you do last night? He asks. I lean against him and play with his fingers as I tell him about bonfires and beer. We make tentative plans for cliff diving and a bonfire during spring break. I missed you. I tell him. There were couples everywhere. His night was much different. He and Emmett met some of the other members of the team at the baseball field after dark. They did shots of Jack Daniels and played. For fun. Without some asshole coach yelling at them the entire time. The baseball thing was supposed to make him happy. He just doesn't seem very happy. And things with us have been strained. He's always tired or busy, and I know it's pathetic, but I'm lonely. He treats practice like clinics, Bella. We run drills. Want to play? Last night was so much fun. Maybe it will be better once the season starts, I tell him. At least you'll be playing then. 2 more weeks, he agrees. Thanks for reminding me. He shifts, and I snuggle closer into his side. I'm sorry, he says quietly into my hair. I'm sorry I was late and didn't call. He clears his throat. And I'm sorry I blew up about Jake. I forgive you. A little, I tell him. Just a little. He frowns. I think you should make it up to me. I lean back and bring my pointer finger to my neck. Here. He grins, licking his lips. I feel the tickle of his breath on my skin for a moment. Then it is lips and wet kisses, and damn he likes to nibble. He pulls on my hips until I'm pinned beneath him on the couch. When he leans in again, I think he's going to kiss me, but he attacks my neck instead. He kisses lower and low. Whir until he's brushing his lips over my nipple. I want my shirt off. I try to move, but he's on a mission, and he won't budge. Except to switch boobs. Fuck. Nothing should feel this good with clothes on. He drags my shirt up with his hands and drops tiny kisses below my navel. He unbuttons my jeans and lowers the zipper slowly. I forget how to breathe when I feel his lips moving across white cotton. He looks up at me. Can I make it up to you here? He asks, leaning in and kissing below the belt. Again. I am trying to talk, but I can't think. And I just don't know if I'm ready for that. A car door slams loudly outside. Fuck. Edward groans. Charlie's 30-second warning. My pants are zipped up in 15, and by the time my dad opens the door, Edward and I are on opposite ends of the couch with my feet in his lap. Hey, Daddy. I stare at the TV, and even I am impressed with the nonchalance I manage in my greeting. Charlie glances at his watch. Do you guys want to grab a bite at the diner? My treat, he offers. That sounds great, Chief. Edward is talking to my dad, but his eyes are on mine. I'm starving. I swallow. I don't know if he meant for that to sound as dirty as it did. Or my brain is still trying to compute what my body was all but begging for. I sit in the back of the squad car on the way to dinner, and part of me thinks I deserve to be arrested for being an idiot. I can't believe we let things get that far. In Charlie's house, no less. Fooling around while Dad is at work is one thing. Fooling around when his whereabouts are unknown is just, well, foolish. Charlie invites Edward to go fishing. And Edward promises to check his game schedule to find a free Saturday. The rest of the evening is spent curled up on the couch while the guys watch Die Hard 2. EDW. Art and I share a blanket and a bowl of heavily buttered popcorn. Charlie is working the early shift tomorrow morning, so he turns in early. I decide to make good on my threat to make Edward watch my favorite movie. We stretch out on Charlie's couch with my back to his front and my head on his shoulder. He watches quietly, holding my hand in the dark, and he doesn't say a word when my tears soak the sleeve of his shirt. He just tightens his arm around my waist and lets me be a girl for a little while. This is what makes it all worth it. Oh. Report card day sucks. Not for me, but for Edward. He has a C in Spanish. He has never in his life made below a B on a report card. Now, he's totally freaking out at the lunch table. My God, you are blowing this way out of proportion, I tell him. You aren't failing. And it is a high C, so you can still play. He looks at me like I'm crazy. How many have you made, Bella? Or, better yet, how many times have you had a B on a report card? I huff. This is stupid. He stares at me expectantly until I finally answer. 2. Then he looks at me like he's proved some kind of point. If you're really that worried about it, I can tutor you. I'll help you with your homework and help you study, I offer. I don't know, he says. Sometimes, I can't even get started on my homework until 9. This proves to be true over the next few days. He calls around 9, and we chat and do his Spanish homework together. I quiz him on vocabulary words and make him conjugate the weirdest words I can think of. Every day, the circles under Edward's eyes get a little darker. And I wonder how much sleep he is getting at night. In the mornings, he is a tired, grouchy pain in the neck, but by lunchtime he's awake and normal again. He falls asleep Friday night while we're watching TV with his parents after dinner. I'm pretty sure he is down for the count, so I tell his parents goodnight and go home. Saturday, Renee has a dinner and dancing date with her new beau. Edward and I are staying in and locking the door and telling Emmett we're dead. She tells me not to wait up on her way out the door. I shudder, and Edward smiles beside me. We wait until we are the car back out of the driveway to start peeling each other's clothes off. An hour later, his stomach rumbles, reminding us that at some point we need to get up and leave this bed. We order Chinese food and smoke a bowl behind the carport while we wait for it to be delivered. We don't do much of anything. We eat and then watch TV in my bed for a while. He doesn't mention school or baseball, and we don't fight. A tickling match turns naughty, and we end up naked again. As I watch him leave, I'm actually sad this night is over. It was the first time we've really had fun together in, well, too long. Surely we are making this harder than it needs to be. The next week, things become even more complicated. Ben starts bugging me during lunch about our stupid project that isn't due for 5 weeks. It irritates the hell out of Edward. But Ben doesn't seem to notice. He also doesn't notice the way Angela can't keep herself from looking at him. And it makes me feel like shit because he keeps coming around. By Wednesday, I've had enough. I agree to meet with him in the library Thursday during lunch so we can set up an outline and divvy the work. Edward doesn't speak to me during biology. Jesus. I cannot win. He wants me to be friendly. But he's mad when I am. I kiss him goodbye at the end of the day, and instead of amazing, it feels like a habit. The sinking feeling in my gut is impossible to ignore. I don't answer the phone when it rings at 10 o'clock. My voice is snotty from crying, and I don't want to explain what's wrong when he asks. And I know he would ask. So, I still don't answer. When it rings again 15 minutes later. He meets me at my truck Thursday morning and greets me with a smile and a kiss. A toe tingling makes me want to pull him on top of me in the cab of the truck kiss. I'm sorry, he says. Our time is already so limited, and I didn't like the idea of not having you at lunch. I don't like it either, but you and I both know I can't meet with him after school. I know, he agrees. I was an ass, and I'm sorry. He kisses the skin beneath my ear and whispers, "Forgive me." Always. Later, he comes with me to the library and works on homework while Ben and I work out the details of our project. We agree to meet again next week to discuss our progress. Coach Banks is giving the guys the night off so they will be rested for tomorrow's game. Because one night is really going to make a difference. It is nice to be able to hang out at Edward's house after school, though. Esme is chatty, so Edward and I work on homework at the kitchen table and talk with her for a while. I leave early so Edward can get to bed early. He really does need some sleep. I have plans for him this weekend. Oh. Friday finally fucking arrives and it's game day. Edward shows up for first period wearing a long sleeve, white, button-up polo shirt and khakis. A cold feeling settles in my stomach because it is almost like looking at a whole different person. I want my Edward back. I want him to wear his glasses and throw out those stupid contacts. I want to run my fingers through crazy, unfettered hair. I want to feel the warmth of flannel when I snake my arms around him. I can't bury my face in a starched dress shirt. What the fuck are you wearing? I snap. Calm the fuck down. Coach wants us in dress clothes for the assembly this afternoon, he says evenly. Is there something wrong with what I am wearing? Bella. The calm in his voice is offset by the way he is glaring at me. No, it's fine. It is anything but fine, but I don't want to fight, and class is about to start. Fine, huh? Then why are you looking at me the way you look at Rosalie Hale? He bites angrily. I'm shocked into silence. He looks so angry and hurt. An apology is on the tip of my tongue, but I can't get it out. To be honest, I'm angry and hurt too, and I'm not sure why. I just want my boyfriend back. Do you two need a minute out in the hall? Mr. Wells asks sarcastically. No, sir, we're done, Edward says, not bothering to look away from me. We take our seats, and I try to pay attention to the lesson on Orwell. It's hard to focus because I can hear every sound Edward is making behind me. Midway through class, he kicks the back corner of my desk. I glance down as his foot moves and a folded piece of paper is revealed. I sigh and retrieve it. I don't want to fight. I ball it up and throw it in my backpack. I don't want to fight either, but I need a little time to cool off. After class, I turn to him before he even has time to get out of his desk. I'm sorry. I don't want to fight either. It's weird. I wave my hand, gesturing at his ensemble. He looks handsome. Deadly handsome, but not like Edward. You've seen me in dress clothes before, he insists. Yeah, but we were on a date. Bella, come on. You're just being difficult. I'm being difficult. I'm being difficult. I throw my backpack over my shoulder and leave him sitting there. I grab Angela's arm when I reach the hall, dragging her to Algebra 2. And I don't look back to see if he is following. By lunch, I'm feeling better. Edward looks remorseful, and I'm finally feeling a little sorry myself. We both start apologizing at the same time. I laugh a little, and he finally relaxes, pulling me into a hug. I have a flannel in the car. I can go out and get it if it makes you feel better, he whispers. I manage a sad little smile for him. You don't have to do that. I'm sorry. It just took me by surprise. We eat quickly and sneak out of the cafeteria halfway through lunch. The stairwell next to Banner's room is always empty this time of day. He has me up against the wall the moment the door closes behind us. The sound of my zipper lowering is the only warning I have. Minutes later, his warm fingers have me moaning into his mouth. I am crushed between his body and the wall, writhing against his hand. He kisses me as he slips his hand out of my pants. I can feel him hard against my stomach, and I know I can't leave. Him all wound up before his first game. I don't really care for hand jobs. We're also working with a limited amount of time here. I drop to my knees, reach for his buckle, and beg him with my eyes to let me do this for him. Edward has amazing longevity during sex. But he doesn't stand a chance in my mouth. Usually, it only takes a few minutes for him to come. Today is no exception. We both get carried away. I don't know if it is because of the earlier fight or the idea of doing something so bad in public. I moan around him and add my hand. It spurs him on. Both of his hands are on my head, not pushing or forcing, but keeping my hair out of my face so he can watch. And knowing that he's watching makes me even hotter. It is like a sinful cycle of lust. He warns me like the gentleman he is. I push further. And I don't think it's intentional, but he pushes too, tightening his grip on my hair as he slides deeper. I try to stay relaxed, thinking of Leah's instructions to breathe through my nose. He tilts my head back to make eye contact moments before he shouts my name, clenching his eyes shut. Yep. Less messy too. My nipples are still hard when we take our seats in bio, and I shift on my seat trying to relieve some of the ache between my legs. I can't stop thinking about the stairwell. I am going to fuck him tonight even if I have to do it in the Volvo. He shoves his notebook over. Stop thinking whatever it is you're thinking. I can smell you on my fingers and the look on your face isn't helping. Oh, God, that's gross. But hot. And thinking it is hot makes me feel gross. He smiles, and I look away. He scribbles a note quickly before slowly pushing it toward me. Stop thinking what you're thinking now too. I love the way you smell. And the way you taste. It takes a moment for it to sink in. The way I taste. But we've never. Edward stares at me intently as he raises his hand to his chin and places the tip of his finger between his lips. To anyone else, it might low. Okay, like he is biting a nail in concentration. But I know what he's doing. He's been patient with me, but he wants to do it. And I can't figure out what my hang up is. Carmen says I must be completely mental. I'm beginning to think she's right. Every time I think I'm ready, I freeze at the last minute. Several times a week, he finds some way to remind me. I guess his plan is to make me think about it, so I'll think about it. Not that I don't already think about it, because I do. I even have wicked dreams about it. I shake my head and give him a disapproving look. He faces forward to pay attention to Banner. But I see the smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He knows he's winning. We dismiss to the gym for the assembly. Edward gets to sit on a hard, plastic chair under one of the basketball nets with the rest of the team. I get to cram in between Felix and Jane on the bleachers. How do you like the new stuff? She asks as I place my backpack between my feet. It's good, I tell her. It is good. I just hate her skeezy boyfriend, Lonnie, who also happens to be the new hookup. He talks to Jane like she is a piece of trash, and the worst part is she lets him. Mr. Green steps up to a street-ending microphone that has been placed just beneath the other basketball net. He congratulates the cheerleaders on their recent victory at regionals. And lucky us. They're going to perform their winning routine. He steps back as cheerleaders run by on each side of him. They meet in the center of the gym, smiling and waving like they're movie stars. The whole thing is nauseating. They perform some long dance routine to a technotronic song from the 80s. When it's over, Coach Banks steps up to the mic. He yammers on and on about what an honor it has been to coach baseball here at PA for the last 27 years and officially announces his upcoming retirement to the entire school. Kids clap and some stand, but I keep my ass planted and roll my eyes. He talks about how fantastic this year's team is. He introduces the boys, one at a time. They each stand when their name is called. This is the dumbest shit, Felix mutters. No doubt. I concur. Jane laughs as the kids around us cheer and clap. I don't care if my boyfriend is on the team. This is lame. The whole thing lasts about 45 minutes, and Mr. Green, in a rare moment of human decency, dismisses school early. It probably has nothing to do with the game against Klahowya at 4 o'clock. Right. Edward pushes his way through the crowd, meeting me at the bottom of the bleachers. I have to go and change. You're coming, right? His hands settle on my waist as the insecurity in his voice settles in my chest. Wouldn't miss it. Charlie isn't expecting me until tomorrow morning. I smile, leaning up on my toes to plant a little kiss at the side of his mouth. Good luck. See you later. He grins, backing away. I make a quick trip to McDonald's for a chocolate milkshake and fries. When I get to Renee's, I relax behind the carport long enough to smoke a bowl. Technically, it's the weekend. A few little tokes won't hurt anything. Then, I kill time watching cartoons until it is time to go to the game. Renee is finally leaving the school as I'm parking. I catch her at her car long enough to tell her I'll be out late tonight. She smiles and says with any luck, she'll be out late too. Ick. Esme waves to me from her place in the stands. I wave back and motion to the concession stand. As I wait in line for a Coke, I find a small bottle of Victoria's Secret lotion in my PRSE. The last thing I want is his parents smelling weed on me. Especially this early in the day. The subtle lilac scent is one of Edward's favorites, and it overpowers any trace of pot stench. I get my drink and a bag of popcorn before joining Edward's parents. The game is long and boring. But Edward hits a double, helping two other players score. I guess Royce is a good pitcher. The Eagles don't manage to score and only get a couple of hits off of him. After the game, Edward and I make plans for him to come over after he goes home to shower and change clothes. Yo, Cullen, Ben calls. Edward and I both turn to look at him. Party at my house tonight, he continues. I don't know, Man, Edward replies. Bella. Talk him into it. My mom is visiting her boyfriend in Olympia this weekend, and the bar is fully stocked. Guaranteed good times. I doubt it. We'll see. We might have other plans, I tell him. Those other plans fly out the window the moment I find Renee sulking on the couch when I get to the house. Her friend missed his flight in Jacksonville and won't be back until tomorrow night. I might be as disappointed as she is, but for an entirely different reason. No date means no empty house. Which means no sex for me. Unless I cave on the car fucking rule. I toss a condom into my bag, just in case. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I can't believe I let that happen in the stairwell earlier. We could have gotten in so much trouble. That can't happen again. Better the Volvo than the principal's office. And maybe, just maybe, if we can catch a quickie a couple of times a week, we won't be snapping at each other every 5 minutes. Jesus. I'm penciling myself in for sex with my boyfriend. That is just fucking depressing. And the worst part is I feel like I can't even talk to him about it. He gets defensive every time I open my mouth lately. I sulk in my room until Edward shows up. We decide to go out for a while. He's starving, and I should probably eat something besides junk food. He suggests the new pizza shop in town, close to the Armory Square Mall. Alec and Felix have been raving about this place and how freaking awesome the food is. We find it easily. Pam's Pizza scores a 0 on the name originality chart, but the food really is as good as everyone claims. They have the best ranch dressing I have ever tasted. Edward and I split a small heavy cheese pizza. Mozzarella, cheddar, and feta. Fucking yum. He also orders an Italian sub and swears it's the bomb. This might just be my new favorite restaurant. I try to pay for my half of the bill, but he refuses. What do you want to do now? He asks as we walk to the Volvo after dinner. I'm too full for the car sex right now, so I don't really care what we do. Whatever. We could go by Ben's party. Or not, I tell him. You could at least try to get along with people, Bella. Wow. I don't respond because there are at least 5 fuck yous sitting on the tip of my tongue. I shrug my shoulders and stare out the window, wondering when I became the bad guy. Ben lives a few blocks away from Renee's house. I had no idea we were sort of neighbors. Emmett's Jeep is parked out front, and I feel a little better knowing there will be at least one friendly face inside. The guys aren't so bad. Aaron is shy and quiet. He's like a jock version of Jasper. He sits around watching without contributing much. All this time, I assumed he was a snob. Marcus is loud like Emmett and the two of them act like macho clowns all night. Flexing muscles for their adoring fans. There is weed, so I figure it can't be all bad. Emmett retrieves his bong from his Jeep, and Ben says it's cool as long as we smoke in the garage. He and Irina follow us through the door with a few others. Great. I get to get stoned with a bitch. This should be fun. I brought 2 joints of my own, so Edward and I share one. While the rest of the crowd bums off Emmett. Better him than me. After that, I plant my ass on the couch next to Edward, and I don't move until I'm ready to leave at 11. Edward needs a quick trip to the bathroom. So we agree to meet in the garage. Emmett is talking to a cutesy senior. I don't want to interfere with the hustle, so I leave without saying goodbye. I slip outside and manage to light a stog before the door opens behind me. Royce comes strolling into the garage, surprisingly without his entourage. It's Bella, right? He says. His hands are shoved deep into his pockets, and his steps are slow and deliberate. I give him an "Are you fucking kidding me" look. We've never been introduced, he insists. I'm being polite. I don't even know what to say to that. Plus, I'm high, and it's not helping. You're Royce King. And I'm Bella Swan. Did you see Edward in there? I don't want to sit around with this asshole. He'll be busy for a few minutes. Rosalie is running interference. What does that even mean? You seem like a no-nonsense chick, and Ben says you're cool. So, I thought maybe we could work out a deal. Dude, I don't sell. I smoke a shit ton of weed, but I don't deal. My dad is a fucking cop, I tell him. And your mother is a teacher. I'm more interested in her, he says as he narrows his eyes. I need the answer keys for the unit tests for this grading period. My average is a low C. And I need those tests to keep me eligible. He wants me to help him cheat on my mother's tests. No, I tell him. Come on, Bella. We all do our part for the team. He leans in close. And I am this team. They won't stand a chance without me pitching, he whispers. I think of my mother. How much her job means to her. What she gave up so she could have it. No. I cross my arms for emphasis. You really shouldn't have said that. He says quietly, shaking his head. He doesn't even look angry. Instead, he is smiling. Like he knows some kind of awesome secret. What? You're threatening me? I ask. Is he really this stupid? You should at least think about it. Maybe you should think about asking for some extra credit. She'll give it to you. My mother doesn't want anyone to fail her classes. I don't have time to get my real homework done at night. When would I find the time for extra work? Not my problem. The door opens, and Edward finally joins us. I keep my mouth shut as he says goodbye to Royce, but I don't hang around for it. I take the keys from him and let myself into the Volvo. What took you so long? I ask him as he closes the car door a few minutes later. Rosalie caught me at the door. She and a few of the girls want to volunteer to help with our fundraiser next weekend. The car wash. He nods. Of course they do. Thinking about Irina, Rosalie, and Tanya showing up for the car wash in bikinis is enough to piss me off all over again. And Royce. What a fucker. I am not giving him the answer key to those tests, no matter what he throws at me. If I tell Edward about this, he'll confront Royce. Going up against the team captain and most popular kid in school would be social suicide. And knowing Edward, he would do it without a second thought. Are you okay? He asks quietly. I'm fine, I lie. Turning my head to watch the passing scenery. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Not bad. When he drops me off at Renee's, I don't invite him in. I'm tired and frustrated, and I need some space. He looks confused. But he doesn't push it. I toss and turn, thinking about what a huge clusterfuck this baseball thing has turned out to be. Tonight was only the first game. There is a whole season left. Weeks. Months. This sucks. I keep my eye on Royce as the weeks pass. My biggest concerns are Edward and Emmett. At first, I thought he might try to make trouble for them. But instead, if anything, he's been friendlier than before. He and Ben walk over for little chats every day during lunch. Thursdays are the only exception, and that's only because we meet with Ben in the library. Why are completely killing my stairwell time with Edward. Which is a good thing, I guess. Royce is polite. So polite, I can't figure out what his game is. He smiles like he's the nicest guy in the world. It keeps me on my toes. He hasn't said another word about the answer keys. I've been trying to figure out Ben's connection. Was it his idea for Royce to approach me? Part of me wishes Royce would get it over with and do whatever he's going to do. The waiting is making me paranoid. Thank God next week is spring break. If I can just make it through today and tomorrow, I can spend next week relaxing in Forks. Charlie gets me for spring break. It's part of their deal. Renee is leaving tomorrow night anyway. She's going to Florida with a friend. I wonder how long she is going to play this game with me. She obviously has a boyfriend, and she is obviously fucking him. But her mood has improved, and she's busy more often than not, so I can't really complain. She's away from the house more often. And Edward takes advantage of her absence. Quickies on the way home from practice have become the new norm. It relieves some of the tension. But most of the time it just leaves me hanging. In so many ways. I feel like a chore. School. Baseball. Bang girlfriend. Dinner. Homework. Brush teeth. It's been an ugly realization. And I don't really know how to tell him how unimportant I feel without sounding like a whiny bitch. The first half of the day goes by fast. Lunch drags because 4 of Edward's teammates join us at our table. It's awkward. Felix and Alec both leave early. I don't really Blame them and briefly consider following them. But that would be rude. Those are the newest rumors about me. I'm the rude girlfriend. I don't go to practices. I read books during the games. I make Edward leave the parties early. And I have him on an invisible leash. If Rosalie Hale says it, it must be true. Luckily she and Irina haven't migrated over to our table as of yet. If it ever happens, I'm leaving and finding a new table. With or without Edward. Mr. Banner gives us a review sheet to study for tomorrow's test. Edward and I split the questions and finish long before the bell rings. At least he won't have to waste time tonight looking up the answers. After school, Edward meets me at the gym door. See you tonight. We'll see. Okay. I've got 3 big tests tomorrow, including Spanish. I could help him with Spanish. Maybe a naked lesson. Body parts. A couple of verbs. He drops a quick kiss to my neck, gives me an even quicker goodbye, and disappears through the doors on his way to the locker room. Okay then. Maybe not. Since I have nothing better to do, I wander up to Renee's classroom to see if she wants me to cook tonight. I'm meeting Phil at the mall when I leave here, she tells me. We're going to swing by and pick up our tickets from the travel agent and have an early dinner. You're welcome to join us. I'm good. Being the third wheel on my mother's date would be like some fucked up version of purgatory. Honestly, I'd rather chew off my hands at the wrist than watch her make kissy face with some guy. It may be childish, but whatever. She slips me a 20, so I can fend for myself. I'll be home early, she promises. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. I couldn't agree more. Takeout from Pam's sounds like a good plan. A salad and calzone barely make a dent in the 20. So I pocket the change to add to my herbal endeavors fund and carry my dinner home so I can eat alone. Again. The phone rings as I'm walking in the door. Trying to juggle my school crap and my dinner is no easy feat. And the answering machine picks up before I can get to the receiver. Where are you, bitch? Alice. I called your line first, and you didn't answer. Don't. I pick up before she can finish her sentence and simultaneously stop the recorder on the machine. She laughs and explains that I shouldn't listen to the message she left on my machine with Renee in the room. Unless I want my mom to know I eat dick. Classy. I tell her. My boyfriend would have to be present for me to do that. Dude, I'm sorry. I can tell by the tone of her voice that she feels sorry for me, more than she is sorry about saying what she said. I need a favor, she continues. We're all dry. Can you cover an ounce, and we'll split it up and pay you when you get here tomorrow night? Damn. Even the thought of going to Lonnie's alone sends a nasty tremor down my spine. But my own stash needs to be replenished before next week. Sure. I might be a little short, but I can get some cash from Renee. Since Alice is the kind of bone-deep friend she is, I sit and chat with her as I eat. She and Jasper smoked a bowl a few minutes before she called and she keeps telling me she's jealous of my dinner. Jasper made her some macaroni and cheese. My chest tightens as I think about how sweet it was for him to do that for her. And she's bitching about it right in front of him over the phone to me. She has no idea how lucky she is. I let her go and finish my dinner in silence. Packing for forks kills some time. I want to get the hell out of here as soon as the game is over tomorrow night. Getting roped into an after party is not on my agenda. Renee finally gets home a little before 6. By the time I knock on her door, I have a plan firmly in place. If I borrow money, I have to pay it back. The trick is convincing her to give me money instead. I sit on her bed and lean against the headboard as she packs. She goes on and on about Phil and the vacation house he bought in St. Augustine. Being patient has never been my forte. And listening to her gush about Phil seriously tests my resolve a few times. Finally, she digs her swimsuit out of a dresser drawer. Hey, Mom. Once I'm sure she is listening, I continue. I need a new swimsuit. The vintage shop has one I really like. It covers a lot more than the ones in the department stores. Truth. She nods, obviously distracted. Hand me my purse, she mumbles. I'm short $40. The bathing suit costs $36. She pulls 3 crisp 20s from a bank envelope and gives them all to me. Nice. Not many people could walk away with a $20+ profit in a situation like this. Emmett can say what he wants. I'm the real hustler. Is that you're spending money? It would be shitty to take her money if she needs it for her trip. Don't worry about it, she says, tucking the rest back into her purse. Phil probably won't let me spend any of my own money. He never does. Cue her dreamy look and my suspicion. Drug lords own beach houses and toss around money on hot chicks. What does this Phil do for a living? He's unemployed at the moment, but he has been hired to replace Coach Banks next year. Now, I'm really confused. How can a high school coach afford a beach house in Florida? He must be selling something. People in the porn industry make a lot of dough too. Or he could be one of those con artists featured on Unsolved Mysteries. Something isn't adding up, Mom. I decide to reason with her. How can an unemployed high school coach afford to have multiple residences and spend money all the time? Really, Bella? She finally stops tossing clothes into her suitcase and looks at me. Phil Dwyer played Major League Baseball until he was injured in a car accident a couple of years ago. He received his certification to teach this past fall. Why? He loves the game, but hated the spotlight. His aunt is getting older. He's been moving around for years, Bella. I get it. He wants roots. My mom is fucking Edward's future baseball coach. Bako. Say I need one more thing tying baseball to my life. Awesome. As if she senses my displeasure, she tries to change the subject. I paid for our vacation today while we were at the agency. Phil covered T. He plane tickets with frequent flyer mileage. I've booked a week in New York, including 3 shows on Broadway. Then, we'll take a train down to DC for a week. We'll go to the Smithsonian and you get 1 week. Mom, I remind her. I don't want to be gone for 2 weeks. Alice leaves on July 5th every year, and she's gone for an entire month. If I leave for 2 weeks, I'll barely see her at all this summer. And Edward will be in the port while I'm in Forks. It's hard for me to even imagine not seeing him for 2 weeks. I called your father. He wasn't happy to hear from me, she admits. But he agreed that it was an amazing opportunity. We can look at a few colleges while we're visiting. I don't want to go to school in DC or New York. Edward and I are pretty much in agreement on UW. It's close not to get home in case of an emergency, but far enough away to have some real independence. You may have asked Dad, but you didn't ask me. I don't want to be gone for 2 weeks, and you can scratch college tours right off of the itinerary. It is a non-refundable package, Bella. We don't have to look at schools. It was just a thought. But we are going. We'll be leaving on June 21st. That's the day after Edward's birthday, Mom. Not to mention, according to this, I paused to slap the itinerary in my hand. Our flight will get back to SeaTac after Alice has already left for Mississippi. I won't see my best friend for 6 weeks. Bella, we're talking about 2 weeks. 14 days. If you're serious about settling for UW, this might be your only chance to experience some of these things. Life has a funny way of throwing wrenches in seemingly perfect plans. I'm sorry the dates are inconvenient for you, but this is our vacation. She takes the itinerary back from me and places it on her dresser. She can have this round. I won't show up for her little vacation. After all the shit I've taken for her. She isn't a warm and fuzzy teacher and, generally speaking, the student body considers her a bitch. I wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms. Not to mention my current situation with Royce. I could break into her file cabinet tonight after she passes out, and hand those answers over to him in the morning. But I'm not capable of selling my mom out like that. It's so nice to know my feelings don't mean shit to her. Our conversation is over, and this is the last place I want to be. I grab my jacket and purse and leave, slamming the door behind me. Being an angry crier sucks. By the time I show up at Edward's house, my cheeks are red and my eyes are puffy. Seeing his car in the driveway pisses me off even more, which brings on a new round of angry tears. It takes me a few minutes to calm down. I don't leave the truck until I'm sure the waterworks are over. Esme ushers me inside, and I can tell she's concerned. She makes small talk about a possible job in 2 weeks until I excuse myself and make my way up the stairs. What the hell, Bella? Edward drops his pen next to his tea-book on the desk as he rises to put his arms around me. My mom is such a bitch. I'm crying again, and all it does is make me even angrier that I'm an angry crier. She and I take a trip every year during summer vacation. 1 week. She gets 1 week in the summer. That's been the deal since she showed up demanding to play mommy. Well, this year, she decided to take me to New York. Instead of asking, she also took it upon herself to book an extra week in Washington. She kept going on and on about taking the train and going to the Smithsonian. I don't want to be gone for 2 weeks. Everything is already going to suck because I'll be in Forks, and you'll be here. We're not going to see each other at all this summer. I know how ridiculous it all sounds. But it's out before I can stop it. You're freaking out because your mom wants to take you on a 2-week vacation. He asks. I'm guessing from his tone that he isn't bothered at all about being away from each other for 2 weeks. And he's managed to make it sound like I'm an idiot. Why didn't you stop by after practice? I drove by, but Renee's car was in the drive. So, I decided to come home and crack the books. I see. Renee means no quickie. So, why stop? Don't start. He shakes his head. I've got to do well on this Spanish test tomorrow, Bella. Not everyone can read it once and know it all. Some of us actually have to study. It's a low blow, and the target is my gut. I glance at his desk. There are books spread everywhere. His license is sitting right next to his notebook. So this is Edward less inhibited. This is how he really feels. I play my part, dutifully kissing him on cheek. Good luck studying. Call me if you need help. Next week, I'm all yours, Bella. I promise. I nod, giving him the little smile he wants. It feels street range walking to my truck alone after dark, knowing Edward is awake. If possible, I feel even worse than when I got here. Alex Ranger is parked in front of the house Lonnie shares with 3 roommates. There are always cars here and always people milling about. It's a popular neighborhood for older kids who go to Peninsula and rent. Doing this shit makes me nervous every single time. Being alone just makes it worse. Knowing Alec is here helps relieve my growing sense of panic. I'm not sure when I turned into such a pussy, but I don't like it. In the old days, the fear of getting caught was part of the rush. Jane is sitting in a green plastic chair on the front porch, fanning herself with a TV guide. Sup Bella she slurs. Oh geez. It's 8 o'clock on a Thursday night, and Jane is drunk and possibly fucked up. You okay? Jane. Her leg is bouncing furiously, and the pages of the magazine are flapping against each other as she waves it around. I'm getting some fresh air, she giggles, as I reach out to knock on the door. Just go on in. They know I'm out here. Alec and Charlotte are sitting in the front room with several other people who graduated from PA last year. Their faces are familiar, but their names elude me. Everyone is smiling and friendly, and, thankfully, Lonnie seems a lot less creepy when there is a crowd. He is suspicious when I tell him how much I need. Once I explain that I'm buying an ounce for Forks and a quarter for myself, he disappears to get it ready. When he comes back, he tosses the weed into my lap and hands Alec a loaded pipe. Alec and I smoke a bowl and spend the next couple of hours watching some nature show on cable and eating Doritos. When he leaves, I follow him out the door. I have no idea how late Jane and Charlotte are planning to stay. And I need to get home in case Renee is freaking out. The house is pitch dark and silent when I get there. I'm glad she didn't lose any precious beauty sleep over our little spat. I'm too tired to change, so I just kick off my shoes and bury myself under the quilt while still fully dressed. The moment before I drift off, I glance at the big, red 0 on the answering machine next to the bed. He didn't even call to see if I got home all right. It's my first conscious thought on Friday morning when I wake an hour late. The alarm clock didn't go off, or I forgot to set it. As I shower, I try no to think about the way Edward brushed me off last night. His indifference sliced right through me. Homeroom is a lost cause, but I make it to English with 45 minutes left to take my test. Edward Watt. Chess as I hand the admittance slip to Mr. Wells. I ignore him completely so I can try to finish as much as possible before the bell rings. Wells is notorious for multiple essay questions. I'm halfway through the last question when he calls time. If nothing else, I've earned an E for effort. I was worried when you didn't show up this morning. To be honest, I'm surprised he even noticed. Bad day, I mutter, half-heartedly returning his morning hug. I slept late. Obviously. He probably means my arrival, but I'm standing next to him wearing my baggiest Levi's and a black Tom Petty hoodie. There is zero makeup on my face. And I'm not sure if I brushed my hair after towel drying it this morning. And he looks like a fucking Banana Republic model. I take it personally and leave without saying goodbye. When it's time for lunch, I make my way to the cafeteria as slowly as possible. I'm not in any hurry to hang out with the baseball crowd. Edward is standing outside the cafeteria, leaning against the wall with his hands shoved in the pockets of his stupid khaki pants. As much as I want to stay angry, when he pushes away from the wall and takes my hand in his, I let him. We walk to the stairwell, and, instead of making a move, he sits on the bottom step, stretching his long legs out in front of him. I let my backpack fall to the floor and slowly sink down next to him. I hate that this feels weird, he says, lifting my hand from my lap to play with the bracelet on my wrist. Slowly he TGS it, turning it in circles. The scrape of the fabric against my skin is nice because it's real. Tangible. Unlike all the other things in the air between us. We're breaking our most important rule. All I've done lately is break one rule or another. I wish I could say I regret it, but I don't. Except this. I promised my grandparents I would visit them in Seattle this summer, he continues. I'll go while you're gone with your mom. We'll kill two birds with one stone, and we'll have the rest of the summer together. His words make me feel a little better. At least he was thinking about it. The timing works well in Edward's opinion, since a trip to the Grands so close to his birthday means additional spoiling. He makes me promise to drop him a postcard from New York, and he promises me that 2 weeks is really no big deal. Spend the night with me, I blurt. Renee is leaving with Phil right after school. I can call Charlie. He has me for the next week, so I know he won't care about one night. What if your mom finds out? I don't care. Please. Please just do this for me. It's been a while since I slept wrapped up in him. Maybe it can fix whatever it is we've broken. Okay. He grins and finally kisses me. He's still warm and sweet, and I miss him so much. I miss fall and flannel. And part of me wishes it would end already because dying slowly is a horrible way to go. The other part refuses to let go, no matter the cost. I show up for his baseball game and leave my book in the car. I'm tired of giving Rosalie ammunition. Carlisle and Esme save a seat for me, and I cheer with the rest of the school when Edward hits a triple during the last inning of the game. Royce bats next and sends Edward home with a triple of his own. PA wins, and the crowd goes wild. The guys are celebrating on the field, and all I can think is how badly I would rather be anywhere but here. His parents invite me to dinner, and I accept. It's been a while since we've all had dinner together, and, to be honest, I miss his parents too. They leave right after the game, promising to have a nice, warm dinner on the table by the time we get there. It takes Edward a few minutes to pack up his stuff. He's sweaty and a little dirty, and I know if I licked his neck right now, it would taste like salt and grit. We hold hands as we walk to the parking lot, and we've almost reached my truck when Royce calls out to him. Yo, Cullen. Edward pauses, and my grip on his hand tightens as Royce approaches. Party at my house. BYOB, man. Edward glances down at me, and, as much as I want him to tell Royce to fuck off, I want it to be his choice, so I shrug. He squeezes my hand before turning to Royce. Bella and I have plans, but we'll stop by for a few. It seems I've become an expert on masking my disappointment. Edward seems oblivious during dinner with his parents. The same thing happened on New Year's and I was mildly irritated. It isn't fair to be pissed over it now, but it's Royce. Maybe I'm just mad because I wanted some time alone with my boyfriend away from all this shit. Sucking it up is really the only option that won't ruin our night. Edward tells his parents he is crashing at Alex tonight. In all honesty, I'm not sure how long it has been since he really hung out with Alec. Or Felix. We drop my truck off at Renee's so we can ride together. Smoking a joint on the way helps me relax a little, and I convince Edward to share it after we've parked a half a block away from Royce's. There's an awkward silence between us as we smoke. And the weirdness doesn't ebb until the high settles in. Thank you for doing this, Bella. His voice sounds far, far away, and, since my eyes are closed as I relax against the seat, I wonder if it might be a dream. When I open my eyes, he's there. For just a moment, I can see the boy I fell in love with. The glasses and the hair don't matter. It's the way he looks at me. Like he really sees me. Like he's looking at me right now. There is a growing ache in my chest. This is what it feels like to love something you've already lost. Helpless nostalgia and desperation. When he leans forward and kisses me, it feels real, and it's not because I'm stoned. I still love him, and nothing will ever change that. Royce and Ben corner Edward into a conversation moments after we walk through the door. I find Emmett in the kitchen, pouring tequila shots. He eyes me warily when I ask him to hook me up, but, in the end, I make him my bitch. By some strange turn of events, I end up doing 3 shots with Tanya and having a real conversation with her. She's actually intelligent, and we both chose to do our final English papers on Ibsen so we have an icebreaker. She is also a friendly drunk. A very friendly drunk. She puts her arm around me and tells me I should come over to hang out sometime. I start to tell her that I don't see that happening as I raise my 4th shot in the air. An arm circles my waist as Edward lifts the shot glass from my hand. Whoa, he whispers. I let him take it from me and try to ignore the way his body is pressing against my back. You guys make a really cute couple, Tanya says, pointing at me and then Edward. I'm thinking I should meet her in the hall every morning and get her drunk before school so she can be this cool all the time. Tanya and Emmett laugh, and I'm horrified when I realize I said that out loud. Jesus. I am such a lousy drunk. This is why I should stick with weed. Edward laughs and agrees. Damn it. Let's go, he says softly, tightening his arm and pulling me closer. He guides me through the house with his hands on my hips and helps me into the Volvo. We ride with the windows down and share a joint on the way back to Renee's house. What were you doing at Lonnie's house last night? What do you think I was doing? I pull open the drawstring on my bag, showing him the contents of my purse. It's a lot of weed. I don't want you going over there alone, he says with a note of finality that pisses me off. I'm leaving for Forks in the morning. Last night, I thought I was leaving right after your game. Who told you I was there? This I want to know. There is nothing I hate more than a fucking snitch. Why didn't you tell me you were going? He counters. Fuck it. You were busy. I took care of it. End of story. He parks the car in my driveway. And I get out without waiting for him. I am sick to fucking death of him treating me like a child. The stupid key won't turn in the lock, so he's right behind me when I open the door. I should have gone to Forks. Thinking we could have a night alone, away from all the drama, was a big mistake. He could have stayed at the stupid party, and I could be with my friends ENJ. Owing this high instead of wanting to pummel my own boyfriend. The door slams behind me, and I just keep walking. Trying to outrun whatever is happening. But he just won't drop it. How long were you there? Oh, fuck this. I'm dizzy and high and uncomfortable as hell. I don't know. I think about it as I take off my shoes. Long enough to smoke a bowl with Alec and watch some show about hippos. Happy now. What the fuck are you doing? He asks. Going to bed. I mistakenly assumed he would get the picture when I took off my jeans and fell onto the bed in nothing but bikini underwear, a bra, and a t-shirt. Instead, he wants to fight. I can see it all over his face. The forearms I love so much are flexed and tense. And much more toned than they were six weeks ago. Like the rest of him. He may be acting like a total dick. But I'd rather fuck him than fight with him. Alcohol and weed make me brave enough to pull the t-shirt off and toss it in his face. He catches it. Of course he does. I try not to smirk when he swallows as he eyes my tits. He might think he wants to fight, but like Emmett said, guys always want sex. My bra hits the floor the same moment his pants do. Edward pulls my underway. AR off before shedding his own, and being naked is so much better than fighting. Especially when he kneels between my knees and takes my left leg in his hand. He lowers his head and brushes his lips across the inside of my thigh. Breathe. Bella. He whispers against my skin. I remind myself to do just that as he trails tiny, feathery kisses getting closer and closer, and I'm beginning to understand why they used to call it burning. It's like being on fire and drowning at the same time. He's a breath away, and I close my eyes, finally prepared to let him do it. The weight of his body on top of mine surprises me. We're face to face when I open my eyes. I want to. His voice is low and gravelly. You know I want to. But you're drunk, Bella. And I'm not an asshole. Any argument dies on my tongue as he pushes inside me. I don't know if it's liquor or weed or want that keeps my hands moving, pulling him against me and touching every inch of him within my reach. He catches the back of my left knee with his arm, pulling it up so it's pressed against my shoulder. We kiss and we fuck until I finally catch the right flame, and he tenses, shuddering above me. He collapses, resting most of his way on the bed beside me and resting his head on my shoulder. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you last night. I forgive you. And I do. But I'm pretty sure we're talking about two different offenses. Still love me. Don't be an idiot. I tell him as his arm stretches across my belly and pulls my body closer to his. I'll always love you. Oh, 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 oh. Breaks are the only part of the school year that passes quickly. Edward spends most of the first weekend with me in Forks. It rains on Monday, so I tell Charlie I'm going shopping. And I do. Edward and I go shopping for my bathing suit, and then we spend all afternoon at my mom's house. He comes to Forks on Tuesday, and we make the trip to Newton's so Edward can get a wetsuit for cliff diving Friday. Mike helps us and chatters nonstop about opening night for the play. He's like a different person. This Mike is smiling and happy and acting human instead of zombie. It's a welcome change. We verify times and location for Friday. Cliff diving is spring break tradition in Forks. We all get together and make asses of ourselves by day, and sing drunk, perverted versions of Kumbaya around the bonfire by night. It's what we do. Wednesday. I drive to the port. Edward is waiting for me on Renee's front steps, and the way he attacks me makes me think we might be alright this summer after all. I'm tempted to call Charlie and tell him I'm spending the HT in Port Angeles until Edward nips that by announcing that the guys are going to the batting cages tonight. I'm a little disappointed, but we have been together, day and night, for 4 days in a row. So I can't begrudge him time with his friends. Leah isn't working, so I stop by her house for some much needed girl time. She hasn't mentioned any boys in forever, so I harass her until she admits she has a crush on a coworker. She won't say who, so it looks like I need to dig out my library card. Edward calls to say goodnight later, and we end up talking until neither of us can keep our eyes open. Drifting off to the sound of his voice makes for very peaceful sleep. There is a sharp series of knocks on the door at precisely noon on Thursday. Edward is standing on my porch with sunglasses perched on his head and a foil circular pan in his right hand. My mouth waters. I can smell what is in that pan. Esme's homemade cinnamon rolls. I heat them in the stove and smile as the smell of cinnamon and Edward fills my home. Luckily, the smell also wakes up Charlie before I lose my head in my kitchen. He grumbles until he starts his second cup of coffee and takes a bite of a roll. Edward teases us about our matching morning demeanors. It makes me smile to think the lazy, grouchy morning Bella is a product of Charlie's gene pool. I'm willing to bet my mom used to drive him nuts in the morning like she does me now. Edward spends more time talking to Charlie than Jake ever did. And that's both a blessing and a damn shame all at the same time. Jake took a lot of things for granted. Edward really likes Charlie. And Charlie's never mentioned it, but I know he likes Edward. I sip coffee and watch them as they catch up on sports stuff and plan the fishing trip they keep putting off. Alice calls around 6 and invites us for pizzas and movies at her place. We smoke out on her porch while we're waiting for the food to be delivered. Jasper likes to talk about philosophical bullshit when he's stoned, so we have a long, albeit strange, discussion about how influential drugs are with so many types of artists. And how songs written or paints laid to canvas would have been different produce. CTS altogether had the artist not been stoned or high as a kite during its creation. I think he's just trying to say he likes to get fucked up and draw. Finally, Tyler shows up with our pizza. Jasper finally shuts the hell up. And we watch The Doors. I'd forgotten how fucking good this movie is. Love, passion, fucking, drugs and heartbreak. Life. The soundtrack is pure sex, and I finally give in a ND beg Edward to pull over on the way home. Charlie is at home with a 6-pack, which means he won't dare touch me later. There's an old secluded drive off the 101, and he follows my instructions as I light a roach from earlier and hold it to his lips. We're stoned and clumsy in the tiny back seat of his car, but it's worth it because we laugh together as we figure it out and fall together once we do. The next morning, we jump off a cliff together. Literally. It's awesome and exhilarating and colder than a witch's tit. Only a few of us go back for a repeat, and Edward seems to love it as much as I do. We trade suits for jeans and tanks and roast hot dogs for lunch. Some people want showers before the bonfire tonight, so we all agree to meet at the beach at twilight. I sit next to Charlie on the couch as Edward showers upstairs. In my house. It's the first time he's ever been naked here, and I'm not even going to get to see it. He has to suffer through the same when we trade places. When I come downstairs dressed in a long, hippie skirt, flip-flops, and a baggy sweater, he grins. He knows damn well why I'm wearing a skirt. Charlie clears his throat, and things get a little weird, so Edward and I leave quickly. After an early dinner at the diner, we drive out to First Beach. Alice and Jasper are among the other early birds, and it's nice to see him strike up a conversation with Edward right away. Tyler takes requests and plays guitar until his fingers are tired and he's restless for a beer. People come and people go. There are at least 3 joints being passed around at any given moment. And someone brought a boom box. Edward leans in and kisses me, and the taste of beer on his tongue makes me want him. Barefoot and giggling, I lead him down the beach. The water licks at my feet. And the sand is perfect and squishy. When we get to my favorite spot, I motion for him to sit. I pull a condom from the deep pocket of my skirt, and he swallows and nods when he realizes what I want. We let the lapping sounds of the waves set our tempo, and he tells me he loves me again and again. We're lazy for a few minutes, recovering and bundled up in each other. When we get back to our friends, I notice another group of kids has set up camp down the beach, closer to the parking lot. Initially I figure it is Jake and the guys, but a flash of long, blonde hair in the firelight disproves that theory instantly. It's Royce. And his groupies. I pull my hand from Edward's as the anger and disappointment flood through me. Emmett walks over to say hi, but I'm still stunned and silent. This is my fucking happy place. And I don't want to share it with assholes like Royce King and Rosalie Hale. What are they doing here? My voice sounds funny, and I'm kinda hoping that weed was laced with something and this is just a bad trip. I mentioned it the other night and cornered myself into one of those half-assed invites that's not really an invite. Someone thought it was a real invitation. Carmen joins me as Edward walks over to greet his teammates and the other kids from PA. We watch as Irina stands and walks over to Edward. She holds something up between them, and the breath catch. in my throat when his head lowers momentarily. He just bumped with her. Aft fucking me. Watch out for her, Carmen says quietly. I have been. She smiles and pulls me back to the fire. My arms are apt tightly around my knees as I sit next to her staring into the flames, waiting for Edward to come back. Jake and Quill show up, igniting the Maria whispers. He ignores it and deliberately pisses Leah off by mussing her hair. His plan works because she starts bitching and gives the crowd something else to discuss. Edward returns and scoots in close behind me, circling an arm around me in the process. For the rest of the night, no one crosses the imaginary line drawn in the sand between the kids from Forks and the bunch from PA. Oh. On the following Wednesday morning, Royce is handed a 2-day home suspension and an indefinite suspension of his athletic eligibility. Every kid at PA High is forced to sign a plagiarism oath on the first day of school during homeroom. Renee busted him for quoting Cliff's notes word for word on the Hamlet test she gave before spring break. What a fucking idiot. None of Edward's teammates join us for lunch. Which is fine by me, but I can tell Edward and Emmett are uncomfortable. The rumors are flying today, and I've been on the receiving end of 3 tirades about what a bitch my mother is. As if I didn't already know. Rosalie walks right up to me in the gym during PE. This is your fault, she hisses. People are starting to stare. There aren't many fights at PA, and girl fights are a real treat. I told him to make it a quick kill, but Royce likes to play with his food. You should have handed over those answers a long time ago. It wouldn't have done much good, Rosalie. I shrugged casually. Your boyfriend is too stupid to paraphrase. Silence. Dead silence. Jesus Christ. The whole fucking class is staring at me like I'm a leper. Except Angela. I have to give her credit. She's still standing next to me. A lesser girl would have backed away slowly. Instead of replying, a slow smile spreads across Rosalie's face. Swan. Fuck. Banks is standing behind me. No wonder she looks like a kid in a candy store. It seems the recorded time for my mile run has disappeared from my file. So I have to redo it. Today. In the rain. He tells the other kids they have a free period. Then he stands at one end of the football field beneath an umbrella holding a stopwatch while I run a mile. Soaking wet and freezing. The good news is Coach Asshole gets soaking wet too and calls off practice on account of weather. Edward and my mother both hit the roof when they find out about the PE incident. Renee says she is going to the principal tomorrow, and I tell her not to bother. What are they going to do? Fire him? There are roughly 7 weeks left until the fucker retires anyway. They see my point, and we finish dinner in silence. I'm so sore I can barely move. I crawl into bed fully clothed and huddle under the blanket, shivering. Edward slides in behind me and curls his body around mine. Slowly, I relax into the warmth, and even with the lights on, I can't manage to stay awake. We both startle a little when Renee bangs on the door a few hours later. Fuck. He groans. I still have homework. He leans in to kiss me, stopping just a few inches shy of the mark. He looks at me weird and worried, and I don't like it. Are you okay? I try to tell him I'm fine, but when I open my mouth, an intense pain shoots up the right side of my face. Yeah, I'm definitely not okay. Dizzy isn't good unless you're higher fucking, and I'm neither. Sleep is better. It's warm and cozy and non-dizzy. I feel cool fingers against my forehead and then soft lips on my cheek. Renee actually misses 2 hours of work to take me to the doctor's office Thursday morning. I tease a lot of trouble for what turns out to be an ear infection. I'm not contagious, but I do have a fever. And I also feel like shit. As much as I hate needles, I take the shot because tomorrow is Alice's big night, and I can't miss it. Edward calls to check on me during lunch from the payphone in the cafeteria. He's glad it isn't anything serious and jealous of me for getting an extra long weekend. He says he'll try to stop by after practice, but he sounds distracted, and I decide not to hold my breath. I make it to his practice Friday afternoon and wait impatiently for them to finish up so we can hit the road to get to Forks. The backup pitcher, A senior named Kevin sucks ass. The players seem out of sync and agitated. Royce is absent from practice, and I wonder if he's at home getting ready to go to Alice's play for the extra credit Renee is offering. He needs it. Especially after the big fat zero he got since he cheated. When practice is over, I wait for Edward and follow him into the school so he can get his stuff. Bella, I have to be at school at 9 to catch the bus. We play in Bremerton at 11. He stares into his locker. It's already 6. The play starts in an hour. I haven't had a shower. He shakes his head. Finally, he looks at me, waiting for me to let him off the hook. Again. I've had enough. Goddamn it. It's time for him to choose me. Only he doesn't. I'm beat. Bella. Last week threw off my routine. I just want to go home and go to bed. I don't want to go to Forks tonight. My eyes are burning to hell and back, but I refuse to cry. I'm sick to death of being so weak in front him. But hearing him talk about our week that way cuts me to the core. This is important to me, Edward. Alice is my best friend, and I already told her we'd be there. If you leave now, you can still make it. Sure. I tell him bitterly. I'll just go alone. That's just so fucking awesome. The constant bitching is really getting old, he says, glancing at me. No one in Forks is going to give a shit about whether or not I come with you tonight. So, I'll go home. You'll go to Forks. I'll come over tomorrow after the game. Everyone will be happy. Not everyone. Not me. For weeks they've been biting back my anger and hurt and the helplessness I've felt over my own relationship. No more. How is that supposed to make me happy? We had a date, Edward. I am so tired of being in last place when it comes to you. I'm sick of doing all the work here. I've compromised again and again, and you keep asking for more. I'm tired, too. Tired of holding this thing together on my own. Then don't. He punctuates his words with the slam of his locker door. This is it. The moment I have to decide if I'm bluffing. I've spent enough time simmering on his back burner, and I can't keep this up anymore. I leave him standing there without a word. Somehow, I make it to Forks. Jasper is waiting for me in the parking lot at the school. 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes to wipe my face and get my shit together. He opens the truck door as I'm blowing my nose. Classy, Swan, he says as I honk and blow like my namesake. His smile falls slowly as he takes in my red, puffy eyes and shaking hands. Where's Edward? I shake my head. New tears. 20 or 100. I'm not sure. Okay. He says, pulling me from the truck. Come on. He hugs me tightly, letting me use his flannel as a Kleenex. I'm thankful only the stage is lit. Leah and Carmen know something is up the moment we join them in the auditorium. The empty seat on the other side of Jasper was supposed to be Edward's. It really hits me then. He's not coming. I'm not important. No one cries this much during Romeo and Juliet. No one cries at all except me. Carmen sneaks me out through a side exit when the play is over. I don't want to see Renee or anyone else from PA. Fuck that. There was going to be a party at Alice's house to celebrate. She calls it off immediately when she finds out what is going on. That's what real friends do. They take care of the people they love. The girls come home with me instead and spend the night assuring me that everything will be okay. They say he'll come to Forks tomorrow and we'll make up, but it's so much more than that. So, I tell them everything. Everything I've been biting back, and they're genuinely shocked at how disconnected things really are with me and Edward because it turns out Alice isn't the only good actress in our pack. They're angry with me for letting him walk all over me for months, and they're angrier with him for doing it. Leah tells me it's time to come clean to Edward about Royce. So I can keep him by some kind of fucked up default. No thanks. Telling him now would be a pathetic play. This time, I'm walking away with my pride intact. Carmen has been silent the entire time, and, when she speaks, her voice is eerily calm. If he knows what's good for him, he'll be on your doorstep right after his stupid game tomorrow. That doesn't happen. He doesn't come. And he doesn't call. The girls don't leave until I do Sunday evening. They make me pinky swear not to call him or drive by his house. It's hard, but I uphold my end of the deal. He owes me an apology. On second thought, he owes me a lot more than just an apology. Where were you Friday night? Angela asks as I take my seat in homeroom Monday morning. Forks. Why? In my mind, I'm busy trying to figure out what to say to Edward when I see him in English. Well, I saw Edward with Ben and the guys Friday night at Pam's and you weren't there. Irina was all over him. Bella. What time? It's a numb whisper. It was after youth group, so probably 9 or so. The play ended at 9 o'clock. What an asshole. I get to English before Edward. Emmett is already in his seat. He gives me his customary gangsta nod. How was the party Saturday night? It's only a small gamble. Usually, someone somewhere is having a party on the weekend. It sucked. Rosalie was being a total pain in the ass about her house and your boyfriend got so shit-faced, we had to leave early. He mutters. Busted. I make Angela switch seats with me as Edward walks into the classroom. He pauses as he walks by my desk, but I stare at my copy of Fahrenheit 451. I don't want to look at him. He catches my arm before I can get away after class. Can we talk? His voice sounds tired, so I finally look at him. He's scruffy and there are dark circles under his eyes. He's clearly hung over. Where were you this weekend? No, scratch that. I know where you were Friday and Saturday. Where were you last night? At Sam's house getting fucked up with Emmett. Where are you going? Out. Away from here. Away from him. The crowd in the hall thins as I get closer and closer to the exit. Everyone else is hurrying to class. I just want out. Bella. He says my name as I reach the door. Don't be a coward. I turn to face him. Tell your mom I quit. Bella. Come on, he says. We were both angry. I was tired. I didn't mean what I said Friday afternoon. This doesn't have to be a big deal. He really doesn't get it. If you were so tired, why were you at Pam's with your little gang? You're kidding me, right? He has the audacity to seem affronted. My parents went out to dinner. They left money on the counter. So Em and I decided to get dinner at Pam's. The others just showed up. I think you missed the point. What about Saturday? You didn't call. You didn't come to Forks. And yesterday? What were you doing yesterday? I spent the entire weekend upset and freaked out while you partied. Do you know how fucked up that is? I thought we could both use a chance to cool off. Stop. Don't say another fucking word to me. Edward Cullen. You can't just take it back every time you fuck up. What happened with Irina? It's nothing short of a fucking miracle that my voice doesn't waver. My whole body is trembling. But I fight it. I don't want him to see it. Irina. Angela said she was practically in your lap. She was squeezed in between me and Ben in a booth. She wasn't in my lap. Look, we're going to be late. We'll talk about this later. He holds his hand out between us. I stare at it and then at his face. He looks annoyed. Not sorry. Not concerned. Annoyed. No. I tell him. That's exactly what I was talking about Friday, he snaps. Anytime something doesn't go your way, you throw a fit and blame me. I guess you did mean it after all, huh? Liar. I turn away. It's time to go. There is no need for a repeat of Friday. Bella. I close my eyes, holding the tears at bay. I will not cry. You did this, I tell him. I thought you would come to Forks. I hoped you would. I would have forgiven you. All you had to do was show up. I hear him moving behind me and feel the warmth of his hand on my back. Don't. I jerk away. Don't touch me. If he puts his hands on me, I'll want to stay. Slamming the release bar, I push open the giant door. How could this happen? The sun is shining, warming my skin as everything inside me turns to ice. I haven't run willingly since elementary school, I tear down the stairs like the devil is at my heels. Bella. Come on. I throw open the door of my truck, tossing my shit across the bench seat. You were right, I tell him without turning around. Friday night really wasn't a big deal. You stopped showing up a long time ago. Have it your way, Edward. I'm done trying. I'm taking your advice before I end up hating you. I climb into the cab just in time to slam the door in his face and lock it to keep him from opening it. I back up without checking to see if he has cleared the truck. If I run over his foot, oh fucking well. Renee is going to be pissed as hell for a long time over this. But I don't really care. I need time. A day or two in Forks to figure out what to do. Alice. Carmen. Leah. Charlie has the cruiser parked at the town limit of Forks, lights flashing. He's leaning against the car until I come into view. Then he straightens and puts on his very best cop face. I pull over. Forcing my father into a high-speed chase through Forks would end badly. Not that this is going to end any better. He's pissed. He opens my truck door and stands, staring at me with his hands on his hips. You want to clue me in on why you're in Forks at 10:30 on a Monday morning? There's an edge in his voice I've never heard before. How did you know I was coming? I barely get the words out as I step down in front of him. Your mother called the station in a panic. She found out you left in time to check you out as sick. She lied for you, Bella. She looked her coworkers in the face and lied to them for you. And I didn't know you were coming here, I just had a feeling you would. What were you thinking? I've heard him shout before, but never at me. It makes me feel awful. And the truth is I don't know what I was thinking. I just wanted to get away. I'm sorry, I whisper. The enormity of what just happened hits me in that moment. I finally look up at Charlie, and I see his anger turn to worry. You okay, kid? Edward and I broke up. Saying it out loud makes my mouth go dry. But my face is soaking wet and streaked with tears. Charlie doesn't say anything, but I see the disappointment in his eyes. He steps forward and puts his arms around me, letting me sob all over his uniform. I beg him to let me stay the night in Forks. Just tonight. I promise to wake up extra early to go to school tomorrow, even though the thought of it kills me. I promised your mother I would send you home. You're still in trouble, Bella. I'm sorry to hear about you and Edward. He pauses as I sniffle. I really am, kid. But you can't skip school. I have to side with your mom on this one. When I'm totally calm, he sends me on my way. It was pretty stupid to assume I could get away with skipping school. I change into my rattiest flannel pajamas when I get back to Renee's house. I'm tired. So tired. I only last 2 minutes in my bed. It still smells like Edward. The couch in the living room is comfortable, so I stretch out on it after putting in a VHS with 6 recorded hours of Beavis and Butthead. It's mindless crap, but it's harmless since there is no romance or broken hearts. In the end, it doesn't matter. I fall asleep a few minutes into the first episode. The phone rings occasionally, rousing me temporarily, but not enough to wake me completely. My mother's voice. Emmett's. Around 4 o'clock, it starts to rain, and the pounding the roof is taking is enough to finally wake me up. It's early, but it seems so dark outside. I feel twisted up and completely unsettled. Like something is missing. Don't think about it. When I do think about it, I feel sick. How am I going to sit next to him in Bialoy every day? He's seen me naked, been inside me. How am I going to survive this? It's enough to send me into a panic. I huddle under the awning on the tiny back porch, hitting a full bowl until one cash it. As I wait for the synthetic calm, I light a Camel. Eventually, my hands stop shaking and the only thing left is a dull ache. Renee comes in round 6 with her arms full of books and Chinese takeout. She walks right by me, ignoring me completely. I'm way too stoned to muster the concern I'm sure she was aiming for. When she wants to talk, she'll talk. Dinner is on the counter. She calls. The smell of sesame chicken makes my stomach grumble, but I don't feel like eating. Nothing sounds appetizing. I've restarted the Beavis and Butthead tape and made camp on the couch. There is no way in hell I'm sleeping in my bed tonight. Renee comes in much later and sits across from me on the chocolate-colored wingback chair my gran used to sit in when I was little. She has a full glass of wine in hand, but I'm willing to bet it isn't the first of the night. She probably downed a glass with her dinner as she planned her attack in the kitchen. Turn it off, she says, eyeing the television. Sighing, I lift the remote, and silence fills the room. What happened this morning, Bella? Her voice is crisp. She isn't concerned. She is pissed. I needed to go, I explain. I'm at a loss. We broke up. She stares at me for a long moment. This is about a boy. She asks sharply. God, I hate her sometimes. He's not just some boy. How did you find out I left? Emmett came to my classroom to tell me. He didn't want you to get in trouble. Emmett. Not Edward. Edward couldn't care less if I get in trouble. Relationships end, Bella. It's part of life. You get up, dust yourself off, and try again. Young love is always a little dazzling, but it never lasts. People grow up. They change. You should be playing the field while you can. She pauses to take a sip of wine. I stare at my hands in my lap, wondering if this woman knows me at all. I'm not saying you should sleep around, she continues. I'm saying you should date. No strings attached. Just talk. Some time to see what the world has to offer. I want to tell her to get out, but this is her living room, and I'm on her couch. No more cutting school, she says, standing. You are the one who made adult choices. Now, you have to own them. She has no idea about my choices. Tuesday. I show up with just enough time to make it to homeroom. Angela agrees to make our first period seat swap permanent. She asks if I'm okay. Bella. People were talking yesterday. She lays her hand on my arm. They said, don't. I whisper. I'm barely keeping it together here, and I refuse to cry. Whatever you heard is probably true. I'm sure it spread like wildfire. Cullen finally got rid of his bitchy girlfriend. Irina probably threw a party. The moment we enter the classroom for English, I let my eyes stay trained on the floor until I get to my seat. I don't want to see him. It turns out, I don't have to. I can feel him. Emmett tries to stop to talk to me, but Mr. Wells begins class before he has the chance. A few minutes before the bell, I start packing my stuff up, and, when it rings, I am the first one out of the class. Ben approaches me in the hall after Algebra 2. Yesterday we drew for the presentations this week. Ours is scheduled for Thursday, so we need to wrap up our visuals tonight or tomorrow, he says as we walk to American history. I have practice after school. He scoffs and shakes his head. You probably knew that already. I mean, well, you know. Yeah, I know. I've been living my life around the team's schedule for the last 3 months. You should give me your number and we can meet some. Either after practice or I could come by your house. Renee would love that. I scrawl my number on a random folder he pulls from his bag when we get to class, and then I make my way over to Charlotte. You cool? She asks curiously. At my blank look, she explains. Sorry, you know how shit gets around in this place. I'm fine. I'm anything but fine, but there are at least a dozen people who would rejoice if I fell apart. And I won't give them the satisfaction. She looks sympathetic and changes the subject quickly by asking when Ben and I are presenting. She and her partner got lucky. They're scheduled for Friday. After Spanish, I spend my lunch period in my truck, avoiding Edward while I still can. There isn't anything I can do about biology this late in the game. Waiting until the very last possible minute is the plan. I don't want to be the one sitting at that lab table waiting. Playing loud, angry music doesn't help nearly as much as I hoped it would. My thumbs are beating against the Saint earring wheel when I notice the bracelet on my wrist. Off. I want it off. But only part of me wants it off. The other part of me wants to be as deeply woven as the thread forming the little blue hearts. Tied to him. We haven't been as for a while, and the logical side of me thinks this should hurt much less than it does. Breathing shouldn't be this hard. I pick at the knot on my wrist until I break and bloody a nail. The threat of tears pisses me off, so I cut the engine and pull the key from the ignition. Then I use it to saw through the string near the stubborn cluster. The bracelet falls onto the seat next to me. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with any of this. The glove box. I can lock it away in there. At least temporarily. Throwing it away isn't an option. Even if I wanted to. I don't think I could do it. Big, fat raindrops start to slowly plunk against the windshield, so I shove the bracelet quickly into the compartment and leave my truck before I can second guess myself. My feet are crossing the threshold of the classroom as the tardy bell rings. When I reach our lab table, I pull my stool as close to the aisle as possible before sitting down. Don't look. Mr. Banner walks to the back of the classroom and pulls on a rolling cart with a TV and VCR on it, moving it to the front of the classroom and quietly plugging in the electronics. I can hear the scratch of a pen against paper to my left, but Banner cuts the lights and starts a film on cell mutation, and the noises cease when the lights are cut. Sitting next to him in the dark, I can hear every breath he takes. And the urge to get closer, to touch him, is overwhelming. I have to angle my body away from him toward the aisle to keep from looking. When the lights come on, I face forward, but make the mistake of briefly glancing at his face. His eyes are cast downward, staring at my wrist. Before I can stop myself, I wrap my hand around it, covering the space where his bracelet still was just an hour ago. The bells rings and he sits there, not moving, as I gather my things and walk out quickly. PE is every bit of the nightmare I expected it to be. Rosalie keeps her distance, but she whispers and giggles with her friends while watching me from the other side of the volleyball net. This is the one sport I can stand to play because my hand-eye coordination is decent and, really, volleyball is just physics. And I love science. Finally, we rotate until Rosalie is directly across from me. She leans forward with her hands on her knees. It was only a matter of time, she says conversationally. Guys like Edward experiment with girls like you, but they end up with girls like us. She motions to herself and Heidi. I keep quiet, and she keeps digging and digging with nasty word. And promises that Edward will forget about me in no time. When the ball finally comes my way, I jump as close to the net as possible and spike the ball on her as hard as I can hit it. I was aiming for her mouth. But she jumped too and it lands hard on her chest. Hitting Rosalie in the tit with a volleyball is the best thing I've done in a very long time. She completely loses her cool and ducks under the net to come after me. I don't budge. Bitch, she hisses as she steps into my personal space. Hale, back off, Banks interrupts, sending her back to her own side of the net. Swan, see me after class. Right. Because actually playing volleyball is a sin. Angela giggles when I roll my eyes, and I try to give her a little grin that ends up falling flat. The 2 laps he makes me run around the GYM are well worth the satisfaction popping her with that ball gave me. Then I get a warning not to cause trouble in his class again. I'm late getting to the dressing room, and by the time I'm dressed, the baseball team is starting to file into the gym. Instead of walking through the snake pit, I use a side door to exit. I have to walk all the way around to the front entrance of the school and go back inside to get to my locker. But avoiding Edward and Emmett is worth it. When I get back to Renee's after school, I check my answering machine. There is a message from Emmett from yesterday afternoon and 3 from Alice and the girls. Time stamped last night. Emmett is at practice, and even if he wasn't, I still wouldn't call him back. I need some space from him right now. Calling Alice isn't something I'll be able to avoid for long. They were anxious when we parted ways Sunday evening, and I know they just want to know what's going on with me. They're worried. The longer I put it off, the more they will worry. Before I can even dial her number, the phone rings in my hand. Praying it's her. I answer and say hello. It's Carmen, but Alice is with her. Good. I only want to say this once. After grabbing a smoke from my bag, I walk to the back porch and light the Camel as I catch them up on the events of the last 2 days. When I tell them about Edward's weekend, they go silent. Stop it, I tell her. What? I know the 2 of them are standing there shaking their heads while pitying my sorry ass. Just stop. Sorry. What are you going to do? What can I do? I'm going to go to school every day. Ignore him and pray the next 6 weeks fly by. It's a lame plan, but it's all I've got. I continue with the story, and they both laugh their asses off imagining Charlie going smoky and the bandit on me. It's almost enough to make me laugh too. Which makes me want to cry. Which makes no fucking sense. We all have homework, so we don't talk long. The phone rings again a couple of hours later. I pause the episode of Beavis and Butthead I'm watching and glance at the clock on the VCR. 6:45. My heart starts pounding in my ears, and I know it's a long shot, but practice is usually over by now. Maybe it is him. Or it could be Emmett. I've been avoiding him too, and sooner or later he is going to catch up with me. Hello. Hey Bella. This is Ben. Fuck. I forgot all about that. Renee still isn't home, so I can't ask her if it's okay for him to come over. If she walked in and found him here, she would either be really pissed or celebrate me spending time with a new fish. Neither of those options sounds appealing. I suggest meeting tomorrow instead, but Ben says tonight really would be better for him. He says to come to his house instead. This couch is really comfortable, and I don't really want to leave it, or the house. But I hate waiting until the last minute, so I agree. 10 minutes later, I'm knocking on his back door. He greets me with a smile and welcomes me into the kitchen. The table is covered with blank transparency sheets, Sharpie markers, and other supplies. Instead of sitting at the table, he crosses the room to lean against the counter. I hope you don't mind if I finish my dinner, he says, holding a bowl in his hand. I had just enough time for a shower or food while you were on the way, and I smelled terrible. He offers me some of the chicken, broccoli and rice casserole. But I still haven't gotten my appetite back, so I decline. He works on a timeline while I chart and graph the poverty levels of the 10 major American Indian reservations. Our assignment is choose an ethnic group we've studied this year and give a brief presentation on our chosen topic. And because gun-toting, disease-carrying pilgrims weren't bad enough, we're also covering the part about the government creating and perpetuating a cycle of poverty in many cases. It's risky, but we have the research to back it. Besides, it's only one small part of Native American history, but it isn't one I'm willing to gloss over. Luckily, Ben was on board. I'm feeling pretty good about the outcome of our hard work when I leave. This should be an easy A. Ben is bringing the final draft of his portion of the written report to school tomorrow, and I'll combine it with mine and type it all up tomorrow after school. Angela is waiting for me outside Mrs. White's classroom Wednesday morning. How could you? She asks quietly. How could I what? Her head snaps up and her eyes blaze. Were you at Ben's house last night? Oh Jesus. Really? How psycho is she? Angela. We were wrapping up our history project. Our presentation is tomorrow. She looks like she wants to be relieved, but isn't sure she should be. Everyone is saying you fucked him. They said you're making your way through the team. Emmett, Edward, Ben. What the ever-loving fuck? Oh God. I've never touched Emmett below the belt except to occasionally kick him in the ass. Icy words from long ago come back to haunt me. What about Emmett? I'm going to strangle Rosalie Hale. How could Angela believe some bullshit like this? She knows I've never been with Emmett. She knows I love Edward. Why would she think How could she think I would do something like that? Angela, Edward and I broke up Monday. I barely managed to breathe yesterday, and you believe I got over it and turned into a whore in a matter of hours. Lots of people do crappy things when their hearts are broken. Not me. She studies my face for a long moment and then nods. People are staring at me in the hall as she and I make our way to English. They're whispering and pointing and not even making an effort to be discreet about it. This is just one more thing on top of an already heaping pile of shit. Only I have no idea how to make this go away. EDW. Ard jostles my desk by bumping it as he passes me on the way to his seat. I look up before I can stop myself and immediately regret it. He has shaved since Monday, and instead of glassy, his eyes are narrowed and calculating. The set of his jaw and his tense posture confuse me until it dawns on me what he's thinking. I narrow my own eyes in return, not glancing away. Not cowering. Fuck you, Edward Cullen. Fuck you. My lip might be trembling, and my eyes might be watering, but I'm no whore, and he can fuck off. His anger turns to confusion, and I see the moment all the fight leaves him and his body sags a little. Guilt replaces the anger in his eyes, and I have to look away first. I'd rather die than have his pity. Class begins and he finally moves past me to get to his desk. Angela clears her throat twice behind me and then kicks the back leg of my desk. When I manage a quick glance back at her, she is pushing a folded piece of notebook paper toward the front corner of her desk. She tips her head back in Edward's direction and scoots it a little closer. Shifting in my seat, I face forward again, refusing the note with a little shake of my head. When the bell finally rings, I'm already at the door with my backpack slung over one shoulder. I don't want to talk to either of them. Ben is leaning against the wall outside our Algebra 2 classroom. Bella, he says, standing straight. Are you okay? I give him a nasty look. I guess you heard. God, Bella, I'm sorry. I don't know who started it, but I've been denying it and telling people the truth when they ask. I'm sorry. So sorry. He keeps going on and on. Anything I can do. You can tell Angela it isn't true. He shouldn't have to tell her. She should know it isn't. I would never. Church mouse. Stop calling her that. Her name is Angela. Angela. Hostility floods through me. She worships the ground he walks on, and he won't even acknowledge her name. Boys are such incredible assholes. All of them. Okay. I'm sorry, he says, reaching for my arm. I step back quickly, hissing, don't. There are people staring. Everyone wants to be in the know. You'll make it worse. Just leave me alone. He nods, stepping back. Sure. Yeah, okay. I really am sorry, Bella. I'll talk to Angela, I promise. If he does talk to her, she'll believe him. I'm sure of it. I wait a full minute before following him into the classroom. Our desks are on opposite sides of the room in both this class and in history, and I stay as far away from him as humanly possible until I can escape to my truck after Spanish. Again, I wait until the last minute to take my seat in biology. Ben came over to talk to Angela during lunch today. It's the first time I've heard his voice since Monday. He told her what really happened. That you just worked on the project and left. I keep doodling. Waves. A palm tree. Seashells. Don't look up. He believed it, too. Even if it was just for a minute, he believed it. And that says it all. I'm sorry. I thought. The bell cuts him off. It doesn't really matter though. I know what he thought. The rest of the class is a lesson in torture. Mr. Banner is lecturing, so I focus on his words and take notes furiously. As per my new mo, I'm the first one out the door when the bell rings. Leah calls after school, and she freaks out when I share today's developments with her. She is outraged and cussing like I've never heard her cuss before. I can't take the drama, so I let her go and turn to Beavis and Butthead. Again. God, I'm so pathetic. Thursday, Ben and I finally give our stupid presentation. Well, he gives IT while I switch out the visuals and try to melt into the background. Mrs. Anderson smiles and gives us a satisfied nod when we're done. Good. I'm so glad that is over. The best thing I can do is keep my distance from Ben as much as possible. Sooner or later the whispers will stop. Or they'll change. Whatever. Friday afternoon, I hit the back porch with the pipe right after I get home from school. It's the weekend. And I'm exhausted from dodging Emmett and ignoring Edward all week. This has been the most fucked up 7 days of my entire life. So what if I hit it a little early? The sound of a car door slamming in the driveway makes me jump. I sneak quietly to the back corner of the house, peeking around to see if Renee has come home early. Carmen is climbing out of a canary yellow Mustang. What the hell? Whose car? I ask as I walk closer. Mine, hooker. She taps the roof proudly, grinning from ear to ear. No way. Her birthday is in 2 weeks. She's not even 16 yet. You don't have a license. PFT. This is my car. And I'm going to drive it. Dad gave it to me as an early birthday present. He bought it off some guy in Joyce and couldn't figure out where to hide it for 2 weeks. So happy fucking birthday to me. She says gleefully. Come on. We're going for a ride. There's a half-smoked bowl hidden on my back porch behind one of Renee's freaky little yard gnome fellows, and I intend to cash that bitch before I leave. Carmen glances at her watch before encouraging me to go ahead and smoke it. Since she has never driven Stone before, and she doesn't have a license, we agree she shouldn't smoke any. She sits close to me on the porch and then bumps the side of her knee against mine. You'll be okay, Bella. I promise. It gets better with time. It's easy for her to say that. I don't doubt her feelings for the guy. But they were together for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And when it was over, she never had to see Chris again. This is so not the same thing. We climb into her car after I've returned the pipe to my closet and locked up the house. She starts the engine and guns it a little in my driveway, grinning from ear to ear at the rumbling. Dad had Jake add a Flowmaster exhaust. I try to smile at her enthusiasm. But thinking about the afternoon Emmett and I spent at the shop kills it before I can manage. Where are we going? A feeling of dread is settling in my stomach. We're getting closer and closer to PA High. There's a game this afternoon. No, I whisper when I realize which game this is. PA versus Forks. No, 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 no. Stop freaking out, she tells me. Alice and Jasper are already here. They rode with Peter. His best friend, Liam, still plays. I don't give a shit about who is here. He is here, and this is not a good idea. If I try to stay in the car, she'll go and get Alice. Then there will be a scene. Maybe I can just stay off the radar. My friends will be sitting in the visitors section anyway. God, I'm so glad I got stoned before Carmen hijacked my afternoon. She links her arm through mine and strolls across the parking lot like she owns it. I don't know what she is so freaking chipper about, but I have a really bad feeling about this. We stop for drinks, and because my luck is pure shit, Heidi and Tanya get in line behind us. From their conversation, I gather Forks is kicking the shit out of PA, and I have to remind myself it isn't my fault. Royce made his choices too. Carmen pays and, as we turn to leave the concession stand, I know the gig is up. Well, Heidi sneers. You have some nerve showing up here. Fuck off, Barbie, Carmen mutters, stepping closer to her. Heidi takes one look at Carmen's pink hair, the line of piercings down her ear, the magnetic stud on her nose, and the size 6 combat boots that are sitting 3 inches away from her shiny, white keds. She backs off. Jesus. This is just unnecessary drama. Nothing good can from it. Please, let's just go, I beg quietly. No, Carmen says, more determined than ever. Thankfully, the guest bleachers are closest to the parking lot, and Alice the others are sitting in the first section. I take the first empty space, which happens to be next to Jasper. He turns to lightly push his knuckles against my chin in a mock punch. Al said you had a rough week. It sucks, man. I snort and it's the closest I've come to smiling in a week. Gotta love Jasper. Yeah, I agree. It totally sucks. Peanut. He holds a bag out to me. Nah, I'm good. PA is on the field, and Forks has the bases loaded. Royce's second isn't very good. Royce is pacing behind the coach's bench with his fists balled at his side. Little fucker. I can't prove it. But the more I think about it, the more I'm sure he and Rosalie started the rumors about me and Ben. I keep my eyes on Emmett. He's a big target to focus on, and, if I'm looking at him, I can't see anything going on behind the pitcher. That's dangerous ground. Your ex has a staring problem, Carmen murmurs next to me. Don't. I tell her. I don't want to know. If I think about it, I'll be tempted to look. Looking would be catastrophic. Crying in front of all these people isn't an option. By the end of the third inning, Forks has 5 runs and PA hasn't managed to get on the board. Aaron is up to bat. If they stick with their normal lineup, Edward should be next. When I hear Banks call his name, my eyes are drawn to him. I can steal this moment and look at him, and he'll never know. It hurts like hell. He looks damn good in his uniform. Like he always does. He swings and misses on the first pitch. The catcher from Forks makes a signal, and the pitcher shakes it off. He glances to his right, where we're sitting, and I turn to look at Carmen in time to catch the faintest nod. My mouth goes dry. He finally nods and unleashes a fast ball. Edward tries to dodge it, but ends up taking it square in the ribs. Oh God. I'm out of my seat before the bat hits the ground. What the fuck were they thinking? I have to get away from Carmen before I hit her, so I rush tee her and continue down the rows of bleachers. The PA fans are on their feet booing. Players are yelling. And through the chaos, I can see Carlyle rushing over to where Edward is still upright, but on his knees, clutching at his side. Jesus. I'm shaking and wobbly, just trying to get up to the parking lot before I vomit. Bella. Wait, Alice calls from behind me. Slowing my steps allows her to catch up with me. Did you know? No. I swear. You should see the massive ass chewing Jasper is handing Carmen right now. Peter is taking up for her, saying Edward had it coming. At my puzzled expression, she continues. The girls and I have been pretty vocal about the way you're being harassed at school. That's why so many people showed up today. They wanted to watch Forks cream PA since the star pitcher is out. Irali didn't know that was going to happen. Neither did Jasper. We wouldn't do that. I believe her. She has never, ever lied to me, and there is no good reason for her to start now. Alice isn't the vindictive type. Carmen, however, is completely ruthless. When we get to the Mustang, I realize the doors are locked. And I still have to ride home with a bitch I'd like to punch. I'm coming with you, Alice promises. Carmen and I are going to stay the night. She pauses to hold up a hand when I give her a murderous look. We're going to talk this shit out tonight, Bella. She made a mistake. A mistake I stopped short when Edward, Carlyle and Esme come into view. Carlyle helps him into the Mercedes, and they leave quickly. I keep my eyes on the ground as the car passes us. Bella. Esme's voice is like one more dagger through my already shredded heart. I expected anger, and, instead, she sounds worried. About me. Looking at her is the last thing I want to do, but I owe her that much. I didn't know. I choke out. I would never want anyone to hurt him. I hope you know that. Of course I do. She steps closer, and I can't help shifting away from her. I know you would never hurt Edward intentionally. The sad double meaning in her words is obvious in her eyes as well. Carlyle is taking him to the hospital for some X-rays. He doesn't think any ribs are broken, but we want to be sure. Please tell him I'm sorry. Please tell him I didn't know. I will. But you could come and tell him yourself. I can't do that. Not when it's my fault he got hurt in the first place. I'll tell him at school on Monday. Ignoring him for the next 2 years isn't really going to work. We can't be friends anymore, but we don't have to be enemies. She sighs. Well, I'm going to meet them at the hospital. She turns to walk to her car. You know, she says, pausing and looking over her shoulder at me. You don't have to quit. You and I can still work together. You wouldn't have to see Edward. I can't do that. I love her too much. Shaking my head, I tell her, I don't think that will work. Okay. She nods. Take care of yourself, Bella. After Esme drives away, Alice offers me a cigarette. We sit on the sidewalk in front of Carmen's car. It helps with the shakes. Until Carmen and Jasper show up. What were you thinking? I yell at her as I stand. She's been crying, but she's an angry crier like me, so it's hard to tell why. And she doesn't look sorry. When she opens her mouth to speak, her tone is icy. It was the best way to make them all pay. The asshole coach who made you run around in the rain, the douchebag who fucked with you, and Edward. Hell, Pa season is down the shitter now, and the whole school pays for being assholes. Did you ever stop to think that maybe this will make things worse for Bella? Jasper seethes. Her face crumples. In her own fucked up way, she was trying to defend my honor. I think. It doesn't erase what she did. I'm not ready to forgive her yet. I would never want him hurt, Carmen. Regardless of what happened. I get choked on the words. Saying it out loud isn't possible. I just want it to go away. Like it never happened. I don't want to go the rest of my life. Remembering the 5 minutes I got to be a part of a real family. Or have someone love me and touch me the way he did. By the time I finish, my arms are wrapped around my waist. Hold it together. I won't fall apart here. Please. I beg as she and Alice wrap their arms around me. Please, just let it go. Okay. B. I'm sorry. I was just so angry. Let's leave. I need to be away from here. Alice tells Jasper to ride back with Peter without her. She's coming home with me for an emergency sleepover. I turn away before they kiss goodbye. Seeing them all lovey-dovey is the last thing I need. Alice calls shotgun, and I'm happy to take the backseat. After buckling up, I twist in my seat so I can rest my head against the cool interior of the car. They win. It would take energy to fight off the two of them together, and I have none left. We've been best friends since grade school, and we promised a long time ago to never let boys come between us. Back then, I couldn't imagine the possibility of something this fucked up happening. We've all had our little ass showing moments, and we've even had spats. Leah slapped Alice once for kissing Lee on the playground when she knew Leah liked him. Alice let her get away with it because she knew she was wrong. This is so much different from every other stupid thing we've ever argued over. The strain of the week has finally caught up with me, and my eyes start to droop on the way back to Renee's. I don't fight it. Alice shakes me awake when we get to the house, and I'm surprised to see Wendy's bags in her hand. The last thing I remember was Carmen starting the car back at the school. They follow me inside, and there's no sign of my mother, which probably means she's out with Phil. Carmen passes out drinks as we settle on the sofa. Alice shoots me a death glare when I reach for the TV remote, but it's really out of habit more than anything. There hasn't been much to do lately besides watch television. She opens the wrapper on a burger and lifts the bun to inspect it. Quickly, she wraps it back up before tossing it to me. Junior bacon cheeseburger, extra pickles, she says, smiling. How can you eat a burger without pickles? I've eaten hundreds of these stupid burgers in my life, but the memory of our first meal together is the one my idiotic brain decides to torture me with. Getting upset over a hamburger that costs less than $1 is so absurd. I almost want to laugh. Or giggle hysterically. Remembering the way he gave me his pickles every single time after that makes me want to cry. I only managed 3 bites of the burger. My appetite has been spotty at best this past week. Salty French fries do sound good, though, and I managed to get down an entire biggie order. The girls are dipping their fries in a couple of Frosties. Normally, I'd be all over that. But the last time I did that was with Edward, and the real dessert came later. I'm going to go crazy. This is going to end up making me insane. Okay. We need to talk. Alice says as she puts the last of our trash in the Wendy's bags. Thank God. At this point, even a knockdown drag-out with Carmen sounds better than rehashing the Edward, Bella early days I keep reliving inside my skull. Any distraction is welcome. The girls both admit to being upset over the things that went on at PA this week. It's understandable. I would be upset if I knew one of them was hurting. Carmen goes on to explain how helpless they all felt. Like they should somehow have had my back. He should have been there for you this week, Bella. He should have taken up for you. Emmett, too. Don't think I'm going to let him get away so easy. No, I snap. You won't go near Emmett or Edward at all from now on. I'm not kidding. Carr. I love you, but I will kick your ass if you ever hurt someone. Jesus. My mouth is just not working today. I cannot get the words out. She points her finger in my face while narrowing her eyes and glaring at me. That, she steps closer, is why I am not sorry for what I did. If it causes more trouble for you, I'll regret it until the day I die, but I'm glad that fucker got a little payback. Alice, I say, rubbing my fingers hard across my forehead. Now's I'm going to lose it if Carmen doesn't back down. Let's smoke, she says. Yeah, let's get stoned and laugh it off and make it go away like all the other bullshit we keep at bay. Because that's worked out so well for all of us so far. As much as I hate leaving something this big unresolved, I really can't think of a way to resolve it. Edward isn't mine anymore. Carmen still is. Alice was right. It was a fuck up. A mistake. A terrible, shitty mistake. We sit on the back porch in silence, passing a blunt and trying to figure out what the hell we're supposed to say to each other. After a few tokes, I decide to go first. That was something they would do, I muse aloud. Royce and his buddies, I mean. The look of shame I wanted is there, but it feels like such a tiny victory. I don't want to be like them. I'll leave it alone, she says, holding out her pinky to me. Hooking mine with hers, I level her with a glare. I hope you mean that. On Monday, I decide to apologize during lunch. It's raining anyway, and I'm sick of getting wet all the time and freezing my ass off in bio. I hide out in the auditorium until there are only 10 minutes left in the period. The usual crowd is parked at our table. No visitors today. Edward looks surprised when I approach him. Can I talk to you for a sec? He nods and stands, following me out of cafeteria. We're the only ones in the hall, and the sound of footfalls on the linoleum is the only noise. It's the loudest silence I've ever known. I'm sorry about what happened at the game. The pitch was no accident. I'm sure you figured that out. Carmen thought. Well, she was angry. It doesn't excuse it, not by any means, and I haven't forgiven her entirely. I'm not sure I know how to. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that I didn't know what they were doing. I never wanted any of this. He stops right outside the door to Banner's classroom, heaves a loud breath, and stares at the floor. I try not to look, really I do, but I can't help glancing at the door to the stairwell where we spent so many lunch periods. My stomach rolls a little, and I have to lean against the wall to stay upright. I've had a clearly Canadian and a Kit Kat in the last 24 hours. And I think it's starting to catch up with me. I don't care about the pitch, Bella. His lips harden into a thin line. You sat in the visitors section. That hurt much worse than a couple of bruised ribs. So this is about your pride. I have no room to talk, but I spit the words angrily anyway. You want to talk about hurt. I pause, waiting for him to meet my gaze. You thought I fucked Ben. He looks away immediately. You took off your bracelet. Your number was on his Spanish folder. In your handwriting, Bella. What was I supposed to think? How does any of that equate to fucking, Edward? I step closer. Close enough to smell him. It's a mistake. One that I recognize immediately, but it's too late to back down without losing my point. You never trusted me. Not even with your own cousin, your best friend. Grinning wryly, I continue. I thought it was something I was doing wrong. But I've had a lot of time to think this last week, especially after the crap with Ben, and I've realized how shitty that really was of you. I'm trying so hard to sound calm and sure, but my voice is shaky at best. I never did anything but love you. I didn't do anything to deserve that distrust. And even if you only believed it for a minute, that was 60 seconds too long. I lean up on my toes to deliver the last part as a whisper in his ear. I'm the girl who could barely have sex with the lights on, and why? Oh, you really thought I'd sleep with a random guy from school? Or maybe I should feel worse about your belief that I was capable of fucking one of your friends. Which is worse? Because neither of those options makes me feel good, Edward. So don't talk to me about hurt. I'm sorry, he mumbles, stepping away and pressing the palms of his hands against his eyes. I wasn't in my right head. I'm not sure I know how to forgive you either. But I don't want the next 2 years to be miserable for either of us, so I'll try to be nice or whatever. Giving him the let's be friends speech would be moronic. This is the best I can do, but I'm trying. Really trying to imagine a time when we can maybe get past all this and at least be civil to each other. I really don't want to hate him. Loving him might kill me. But I don't think I can let him go completely. I'm sick of getting rained on coming in from my truck after lunch, so I'm sitting in the cafeteria tomorrow. You can stay at our table or you can leave. Mr. Banner opens the door as the first warning bell rings and I leave Edward standing in the hall, making my way to our lab table. There really isn't anything left to say. At least, in my opinion, there isn't. Edward disagrees. For what it's worth, I know you wouldn't do that. I'm sorry. Nodding, I open my notebook and begin to doodle in the margins. People still whisper and stare in the halls. Banks is still an asshole and Rosalie is insufferable. But it isn't any worse than before the game and that disastrous pitch. Edward decides to stay at our table in the cafeteria. We sit at opposite ends. And I have more stilted conversations with Jane than I care to admit. She's a bit of a mess. Her parents grounded her because of bad grades, and she misses her boyfriend. She tells me twice that she thinks Lonnie is messing around with some girl behind her back, but she can't figure out who it is. I spend a few days guessing with her and narrowing down her list because it gives me something to do besides trying to eavesdrop on Edward's conversations. In biology, we work together, only speaking when necessary. I hate it. With each day that passes, I keep hoping this is going to go away, the restless, panicky feeling I get every morning when I step out of my truck in the parking lot, but it doesn't. The constant effort it takes to keep a neutral face is exhausting, and I crash every afternoon on the couch as soon as I get home from school. I've graduated to movies. I couldn't take any more idiotic cartoons. On good days, I watch The Lost Boys, and on bad days, I watch Dream a Little Dream. My Corey's collection is as impressive as the Molly one. On good days, I smile for Emmett, and on bad days, I sneak out to eat lunch in my truck. This is a good day. I've figured out taking 2 Benadryl capsules and setting the alarm for exactly 6 hours later helps keep the dreams away. Keeping the dreams away is half the battle. Of course I set myself up to lose every night just by sleeping in his Pink Floyd shirt which, sadly, really does belong to me now. He's not around to share it. I try not to think about it. There's a brown paper sack in the corner of my bedroom at Renee's house. Everything he ever gave me is inside it. The movies, the music, the earrings. Even my Pearl Jam tape. I can't stand listening to my favorite band anymore. But all the notes and the Y cards are in a Doc Marten shoe box in the top of my closet at Charlie's house with a yellow Wendy's napkin he once wrote I love you on. The whole box smells like him. On bad days, I pull it out to look at the words to remind myself that we were really real. Because you'd never know it by the way we avoid each other at school, and I can't bear to look at the picture, so it ended up in the shoe box too. On the very bottom, facing down, Jasper doesn't mind having me as an occasional third wheel on the weekends, which is a good thing, since I spend every moment I can in Forks. Renee doesn't seem to have a problem with it. She's too busy fucking Edward's future baseball coach. The 3 of us smoke out and watch an unhealthy amount of Headbangers Ball. And I try not to get sad when they sneak off to her room for alone time. Sitting in the dark on Alice's couch is much better than being home rereading love notes or staring at my phone. Carmen has been keeping her distance. We've talked on the phone a couple of times. But I can't pretend I'm not still angry. So I don't. She's only sorry I'm angry. She's not sorry for hurting him at all, and that's hard to swallow. I love them both, and sometimes I get scared about being mad at Carmen because I don't want to lose her too. So far, she's not giving up and she's giving me the time and the space I need. Thank God. Leah is claiming she's Switzerland. She understands why Carmen did what she did, and she also understands why I'm angry. When we hang out, she doesn't talk about Carmen, and she doesn't press me to talk about Edward. Unlike Angela, her parents took her and her brothers for mini golf Saturday night. Edward was at the batting cages with Emmett and Aaron. It is obvious Angela has never had a boyfriend. Or lost one. She has no clue that every word she says about Heidi and Irina hanging out watching the guys is another grain of salt in the wound. So much for a good day. It rains before lunch, so I stay inside and take my new normal spot at our table in the cafeteria. With 10 minutes left in the lunch period, Irina approaches the opposite end of the table where Edward and Emmett are seated. She gives me a bright, full smile and her eyes are positively twinkling. This can't be good. Every hair on my body rises in fury when she lightly places her hand on Edward's shoulder. So the limo will pick you guys up between 6 and 6:15 on Friday. Does that work? Her voice is sickly sweet, and my brain is whirling, trying to figure out what in the ever-loving fuck she's going on about. Edward glances at me. Not now, Irina, he says curtly. Oh, right. Well, I've ordered my own corsage. You can pick it up at Frank's any time after 3 Friday, she tells him, smiling sweetly as she looks down at him. Limo. Corsage. He's taking her to the fucking prom. I gather my trash as quickly as possible without making a scene. 3 weeks. We've been broken up for 3 weeks, and he's taking a skank whore to prom. I can bring myself to wash my sheets or sleep in my own goddamn bed, and he's taking someone else to prom. I don't look at them. I can't. I have no idea what my face looks like right now, but it can't be pretty. Angela glances at me as I stand. The sympathy makes me sick. It's hard to force myself to walk slowly to the garbage can next to the doors. All I want to do is hit the door running. But are already going to be talking about this, and I don't want to give them more of a show. There's a girl's bathroom just outside the cafeteria, a good place to disappear for a few minutes. Maybe splash a little water on my face. Wait. 30 more seconds and I would have made it. Bella, please wait, he says. I can feel him at my back. Hear his breath. Smell him. The only thing I can't do is walk away. It's not what you're thinking. Really, it isn't. That girl, Renata, the senior M was. He swallows loudly enough for me to hear it. Well, you know. Anyway, we were at a party this weekend and there was liquor. Of course there was liquor. And probably a little blow. The images are too much. So I do what I'm good at. I let him off easy. Turning to face him, I pretend to be much, much calmer than I am. You don't owe me any explanation. It's none of my business. Remember. It hurts him. I can see it in his eyes and the grimace he tries to hide. Part of me feels horrible, but the rest is bitterly happy about it. My fight or flight has kicked in finally, and I escape to the bathroom. This is a nightmare. Some kind of fucked up karmic punch in the gut. I must have been a really shitty person in my last life. I'm tired. Tired of trying to keep this up. There is no way I can sit next to him for the next hour. And Jim. God. Rosalie will probably rub it in my face for the entire period. Nay and Charlie both made me swear not to skip school anymore, and I don't break promises. Ever. I'm well and truly fucked. Wait. I only promised not to skip. The bell rings, signaling the end of the period. Before I can second guess myself, I dig through my bag and pull out the pack of Camels. My hands are shaking so badly, it takes me a few seconds to pry the little pink bic out of the space between the cellophane and the box. Once I have it free, I enter the last stall and lean my back against the wall, letting my backpack and purse fall to the ground. I light the cigarette and pull on it as long and as hard as possible. Hotboxing the hell out of it to produce as much smoke as possible. Ms. Barrett is the lucky one who finds me. She's shocked and appalled, she tells me as she marches me to the principal's office. I sit in a hard plastic chair across from Mrs. Leonard, staring at my fingernails in my lap, and trying not to smile. It would hardly be appropriate. There is a zero tolerance policy regarding smoking in the school. I should get a nice 3-day home suspension out of this. I'm still sitting in the same chair when the final dismissal bell rings a couple of hours later. Minutes later, Renee walks through the office door, and any happy thoughts disappear. I might not have thought this through very well. Mr. Simpson calls us into his office and closes the door. The glare my mother gives me is absolutely chilling. Bob, please, she begins, only to be cut off by the slicing motion of his palm. Bella. He looks at me, ignoring my mother completely. I'm well aware of what goes on in the halls of this school. My cheeks flame as I think of stolen moments in a corner stairwell. I know these last few weeks have been rough. Where there are teenagers, there will be gossip. Had anyone touched you, I could have intervened, but my hands are tied when it comes to the rumor mill. I stare at my knees, wondering if Renee knew too. If I suspend you, you will automatically be expelled from the honor society. He continues. Is that what you want? No, it isn't what I want. It's something I didn't even stop to consider. I shake my head. Look at me, Bella, he says. I raise my head, defeated, embarrassed, and entirely ashamed of myself. A home suspension would go on your permanent record. Since you've never been in any kind of trouble before, and you are an exemplary student under normal circumstances, I'm going to give you a 1 week in school suspension instead. Starting tomorrow. It won't affect your honor society standing. Consider this as your only warning, young lady. Yes, sir, I whisper. He nods, and, for him, the matter is done. My mother and I stand, recognizing our dismissal. She is on my heels when I step into the hallway. Wait for me at home, Bella. She passes me, probably on the way back to her room. But I want to go to Forks. I'm up every morning at 5:30 anyway, so I've been spending the night there and driving to school for the last week. You're grounded. 2 weeks. Oh God. She's trapping me here. And I can't even argue about it because I deserve it. Okay. I tell her. She stops, turning to face me. If she's looking for defiance, she won't find it. You can still go to Forks on the weekends, she says softly. She did know. Not everything, but she must have heard some of it. Thanks, Mom. The drive home seems to take so much longer than normal. I spend every minute of it wondering if it really isn't what I think, like Edward suggested. The ISS is even okay because it will keep me from seeing him for the next week. Or overhearing any prom details. I won't have to deal with Rosalie shoving shit down my throat. Part of me thinks Mr. Green might realize what a huge favor he actually did for me. A vacation from the rumor mill will be nice. Even if I am grounded. I call Alice when I get home so I can share the day's events with her. She says I'm a total moron, and I agree. We make plans for the weekend, and she tells me to write her a note to keep from going crazy during ISS. It's her subtle way of reminding me to take something to do in case I run out of school work. She knows I will sit there getting worked up over Edward the entire time if I don't. Point taken. Renee gets home around 6. On her way into the kitchen, she offers me a fresh salad for dinner. I decline. Star Wars is on HBO, and she won't let me eat on the couch. And to be totally honest, a salad just sounds disgusting. I'm fighting sleep, knowing it's too early, but I'm so tired because I haven't been sleeping well. A sharp knock at the door has me sitting up looking for Renee. It's almost 7, and I'm wondering if this is that Phil guy. This isn't exactly the best day for me to meet him. I can only imagine the things my mother will tell him about me. She breezes by me, looks through the peephole, and lets out an annoyed huff. She turns. It's for you. You have 5 minutes. I push away the quilt I've been living under for the last few weeks and stand. Who is it? She doesn't answer as she makes her way back to the kitchen. I'm anxious as hell about opening the door, but a second series of knocks ends any further internal debate. I yank the door open and stare. Edward is standing on my porch. Angry and a little dirty from practice, but still. He's here. My first instinct is to slam the door in his face. I've made one too many impulsive decisions already today. He obviously has something to say, so I should just let him say it so he'll get off my porch. There is no way in hell I'm going to invite him in. He doesn't need to know I'm living on my mom's couch. And I'll be damned if he runs me off of it too by getting his scent all over it. He waits until I've stepped out and closed the door behind me to pounce. What the fuck were you thinking, Bella? Were you trying to get suspended? He's practically yelling at me, but he really doesn't need to. He has no idea how absolutely mortified I am over my stupidity. Having him call me out, and it probably makes this the most embarrassing moment of my life. I can't speak. Hell, I've got my lips mashed together so tightly they're probably blue, just to keep them from trembling in front of him. I haven't cried in over a week. And I'm not about to give in now in front of him. I tried to tell you after lunch. I'm not taking Irina to prom. I told her after school today, before practice. Renata asked Emmett a couple of weeks ago. Irina showed up at the party, talking about how her prom date came down with the chicken pox. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but somehow Royce was saying I should take her so she wouldn't have to go stag. I never said I would, Bella. I asked Emmett again this morning after Irina met me at my locker to tell me what color vest to order with my tux. He was more fucked up than I was. But he's backing me up that I never said yes. I walked to the edge of the porch, studying the side of my neighbor's house because it's easier than looking at him. Now, answer me. Were you trying to get suspended? I can tell he's right behind me. I could probably fall backward and land in his arms, he's so close. But the trouble is I don't trust him to catch me anymore. It doesn't really matter that he isn't taking Irina to prom. Someday, he will be taking another girl somewhere. He'll start dating. He'll move on. And I'll still be sleeping on my mother's couch. Stuck like this forever. I was wrong to think we could be friends someday. It will never happen. As long as I'm breathing, I'll want him. I don't know what you want me to say, Edward. I don't know why I did it. It seemed like a good idea at the time. You mean it seemed better than sitting next to me at our table? Yes. He lets out a long breath. Wow. He says flatly. Okay. I'll take care of it. I'll tell Banner to switch my seat with someone else's. There are only 2 labs left anyway. The porch light comes to life moments before the front door opens. Edward and I both turn to see my mother leaning out the door. Your time is up, Bella. I nod in acknowledgement, and she closes the door softly. Look, I'm grounded, and I should really try not to piss her off anymore today, I explain, walking past him to the door. His offer to switch lab partners hurt like hell, and I need to get inside before I have a complete and total meltdown. He looks at me for a long moment like he's trying to puzzle me out. Then he steps forward until he's inches away. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid of Edward Cullen. Having him so close is dangerous for me. I want to jump back in for another hit. Heart first. Body second. Even now I want to strip down and bring him inside. I watch as he leans in slowly and feel stubble against my cheek a moment before his lips ghost across the skin right in front of my ear. Take care of yourself, Bella, he whispers. No. Stop. Don't go. All of those things run through my mind as I watch him turn and walk away from me. The front door opens behind me as his car backs out of the driveway. The taillights are blurry, and I'm shivering when Renee finally convinces me to come inside. ISS turns out to be a blessing. The classroom is in the basement and there isn't a single window in it. It is artificial lighting and concrete walls with 6 rows of 5 desks. I've gone to this school for almost 3 full years now, and I swear I've never seen any of these kids before. I'm not sure how that is possible unless they just live here in the basement. The looks in the hall before homeroom each morning vary. There are still a few evil chicks, like Rosalie and Irina, who bitch-face me at every opportunity, and that's fine. When Irina looks at me, I stare back and smile. He may not have wanted to keep me, but he sure as hell doesn't want her either. Thank God. By Wednesday afternoon, I'm bored out of my fucking gourd. I've done all of my class work assignments, all of my homework, and I've written Alice a 13-page note. When the final dismissal bell rings, I make a quick trip to my locker to dump all of my stuff so I won't have to lug it home and back. The halls are almost completely empty. The few people standing around are whispering furiously. The stairs are jam-packed right outside the exit of the school, and I have to push up onto my toes to see what's going on. A siren sounds and red lights flash atop an ambulance as it pulls out of the school driveway and onto the street. I glance around frantically until I spot Edward and Emmett just outside the exit near the gym. Seeing both of them safe and sound is such a relief. Jane steps up next to me. How was the dungeon? She asks quietly. Fine, I tell her, craning my neck to try to get another glimpse of Edward. What happened? I gesture to the commotion in the parking lot. Rosalie Hale fell out in the middle of the gym. She says airily, twirling her hair and swiveling her body. Is she okay? I might hate the girl, but I don't wish her dead. Not really. Who cares? Jane rolls her eyes. That chick, Heidi, was running around telling everyone it was diet pills. I mean, what the fuck, Bella? If you're gonna take pills, take good shit like Valium or Ludes. Rosalie Hale might weigh a $105, soaking wet. What the fuck did she need to take diet pills for? I'm not going to argue pharmaceuticals with Jane. Instead, I catch one last glimpse of Edward and Emmett as they re-enter the school building. The crowd disperses and there is already a small traffic jam made up of cars trying to get out of the school parking lot now that the excitement is over. Jane and I sit on the top step for a few minutes, waiting for the dust to settle. Royce stalks across the lot, and the crowd parts in front him as he makes his way to the door Edward and Emmett went through. Irina catches up to him as he reaches for the handle. Lukey. Lukey. Jane whispers evilly. As we watch, Irina places her hand on Royce's chest, leaving it there for a moment before sliding it down his abs. He catches her wrist before she makes it to his belt and holds her arm out between them. His head is cocked and, by the way she is gesturing with her free hand, it's obvious she's running off at the mouth. He grins at her wolfishly and nods, sealing whatever deal they've just made. I shiver. Poor Rosalie. First she gets hauled off in front of the whole school in an ambulance, and now her boyfriend is courting Satan. Maybe she deserves it. Maybe she doesn't. But I sure wouldn't want to be in her shoes. Bella Swan turns out to be small potatoes compared to Rosalie Hale. My transgressions are long forgotten come Thursday morning. And the only thing anyone is talking about is Rosalie. Her fall from grace. Or as Angela likes to call it, her fall from the homecoming float. She catches me up in homeroom Thursday morning. Heidi and Irina are both sticking with the diet pill story, and, according to the word in the hall, Royce is taking Irina to prom. Wow. And I thought I had it bad. I'm amazed and horrified at how quickly Rosalie's friends have turned on her. I would die if the pack hung me out to dry and betrayed me like that. The worst part is Rosalie probably has no idea what is even happening. Rumor has it she's in the hospital. Other rumors have her already shipped off to some posh, secluded rehab for teens. The only person taking up for Rosalie is Tanya, and she's doing it with silence. I have mad respect for the girl, though. I know how daunting it is to feel like the whole world, or in this case, the entire student body, is against you. She doesn't contribute to the gossip and, at the end of the day, Angela tells me Tanya sat alone at lunch, away from her crowd. It's a lot more than anyone did for me. Even Angela second-guessed me for a while. My first day back to class is painful. Edward doesn't even acknowledge I'm alive. Before my ISS, I'd catch him looking at me sometimes. He doesn't even do that anymore. It's like I'm invisible. True to his word, when I walk into biology, a junior named Alicia is sitting in Edward's seat. He's been moved to the complete opposite side of the room. Banner lectures for a solid 45 minutes, but I'm lost in my head reminding myself of all the reasons it's a good thing he moved. I'm still not convinced by the time the bell rings. It's funny. I never noticed what an incredibly sexy back Edward has while I was with him. I guess I just never really saw it because he wasn't walking away from me back then. I only make the mistake of dozing off without setting an alarm clock one time. The dream is simple. He and I in his car. Not fucking in the back seat, but talking and laughing in the front. Renee wakes me up on her way in from one of her dates with Phil, and thanks to my unwelcome nap, I can't get back to sleep. So I sit up half the night watching TV and wondering if it was a dream or a memory because I'm starting to have trouble discerning between the two. My haven is Forks, and the weekends are my salvation. Charlie doesn't ask questions. And he doesn't complain when I spend the night at Alice's house instead of at home. Jasper doesn't complain about it either. even after Alice and I convince him to cut off the metal hair one Friday night while smoking on the back porch. The three of us stop by Louise's salon the next day, and as Alice and I watch, Carmen's grandma, Louise, gives him a respectable cut. He keeps it long on top. Oot lets her buzz everything at ear level. Louise coos and calls him sugar every time he grimaces, and when she's done, he stands and runs his hand through what is left of his hair as he inspects his new look in the mirror. There's a glint in his eye when he tips Louise and winks at her. Alice is smiling like the cat that ate the canary because this was only phase one of her plan. She is determined to have Jasper dressing in the 90s by the time junior year starts. Next up, slowly integrating colors into his wardrobe. He owns black jeans, black tees, and black boots. Oh, and one pair of black skis cargo shorts which I've never seen, but Alice swears exist. I warn her to be careful what she wishes for. The end of the year is fast approaching, and I don't really mind because studying for finals gives me something to do. I don't resume driving back and forth every day between PA and Forks during the school week, even after my punishment is over. And I'm still not sleeping in my bed at Renee's house. She doesn't even ask me why anymore. Royce and Irina are the new royalty at PA. Since the dismal end of the baseball team's season, they've been seen all over town together. Rosalie comes back to school 2 weeks before the end of the school year. She keeps her head down in the hall, and Tanya sticks by her every day. They ignore the whispers and sit alone in the corner of the cafeteria during lunch. Rosalie doesn't have to participate in gym anymore, so I'm guessing she has some kind of doctor's note on file now. The bitchy, mean girl who tortured me this year is gone. Her daily attire has switched from Ralph Lauren to gray sweats, a baggy t-shirt, and Nikes. She sits and stares at nothing for the entire hour, and I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me because I shouldn't care. She just looks the way I feel. Dead on the inside. Part 1 ends here.